Lu Ping curiously looked at the telescope in Chu Bing's hand and the weapons of the two soldiers next to him. They were things he had never seen before, and all of them were made by the Han tribe he had never been to. Compass. Chu Bing used a telescope to observe his surroundings, and then reached out for a compass. It was a small compass enclosed in a delicate wooden box, with a diameter of only 5 centimeters, and a round convex lens in the middle. Enlarge the scale on the compass, to facilitate user observation. The most important thing is that on one corner of the square wooden box containing the compass, there is a crystal cap embedded in the wooden box. It contains water and there is a bubble dangling inside. After Chu Bing took it, he carefully adjusts the bubble to the center of the top circle of the crystal cap and then start observing the compass pointer inside. The things you use are so special. I've seen this compass before, and Yu Zhangji and his friends also have it, but his one is bigger than the one you use, and it doesn't have a box. What is this round thing on your compass? Why is it there? Is it filled with water? After looking at it for a long time, Lu Ping next to him finally couldn't help but ask. Oh, you are talking about this. This is the latest model of military compass. It is small in size, light in weight, easier to carry, and has higher accuracy. The one above is a magnifying glass, which can enlarge the compass scale for easy observation. It can also be used in emergencies. It was removed for use in making fire. The level on the corner is used to adjust the horizontal posture of the compass. To put it simply, it means that it can be measured more accurately if it is placed flat. Also, the content here is not water, but alcohol with added pigments. If it is water in this environment, it has been frozen for a long time. Seeing his curiosity, Chu Bing explained and then continued to ask. Have you ever ambushed a group of cannibals here before? Well, I have been ambushed and beaten many times. Lu Ping glanced at the compass, and then immediately replied. What was the final result? Chu Bing continued to ask. He has discovered that this is not the best ambush location, because at this location, even if the enemy can be driven back or wiped out, it is still inconsistent with their combat purpose. They are here to capture prisoners, not to fight the cannibals. Deadly. The results of the battle can be big or small. If the result is big, it means killing more enemies. If the opponent has more people and we have fewer people, then we can sneak attack them once and then run away, but we can't run in this direction, otherwise the place will be exposed. Anyway, we are the active party, so we should never suffer a loss, no matter how hard we fight. Lu Ping explained immediately. Well, when there are few of you, if you run away after a sneak attack, will they chase you? Chu Bing asked another crucial question. Chase, but just start chasing for a while. Later, if they chase again, Commander Yu will arrange some people to ambush them in advance. If they are ambushed, they will not dare to chase them again. And you have to decide whether the enemy will chase them. Look at people. Lu Ping explained again. Oh? What do you think? It depends on the person. If we ambush the old, weak, sick and disabled who come out to look for food, then they will not chase them no matter what. Instead, they will run away. But if we encounter their young and strong composition hunting team, that also depends on the situation. If Yu Chongshi leads the team and there are not many people, the enemy will give chase. They will be very angry with Yu Chongshi. As long as they see him, they will definitely not let him go if there is a chance. But if there is no commander, you leading the team, and if our number is small, the enemy will not chase us, but they will not run away, but will stay there and continue to wait and see. If the number is similar to them, they will come over and fight. If we have more people here than others, they may retreat. Lu Ping explained his combat experience with gestures and words. Oh, so that's what it's like. Chu Bing nodded thoughtfully. At this time, he generally had a plan. It turns out that different arrangements need to be made for different enemies. However, no matter how the arrangements are made, one's own forces must be larger than the enemy's. Only by concentrating superior forces to surround the enemy can it be possible to capture the opponent alive. Otherwise, one squad can kill the opponent's team of 100 people, but what's the use? The leader wants prisoners who are alive and capable of working. Chu Bing, what are you looking at? Why don't you go in to eat? At this time, Yi suddenly came over from behind. He had just taken the soldiers to the outpost to rest, but after waiting for a long time, they did not recover, so he came out to look for him again. Uncle Yu, you came just in time. Let me ask, do those cannibals really haunt here often? How many people come each time and how often do they appear? When Chu Bing saw Yi coming, he immediately asked. Well, they come often. There are at least a few dozen people at a time, and as many as 300 or 400 people. This is when they go out. If they come from the south to the north and arrest people again, then it's not necessarily the case. It depends. How many prisoners have they captured? As for the frequency of appearance, it should be about 3 to 5 days. Someone will definitely appear here every 3 to 5 days, Yi thought for a moment and said. Then what you are saying is that they go south frequently and at relatively regular times, but those who come back from the south are uncertain, both in terms of number and time. Chu Bing concluded. Well, it's like this. After all, this is the source of Ruyang River and Luyang River. The river is the road that guides them. Whether they are leading the team south, coming back, or fishing, they will pass by here, but this frequency is actually not fixed. I have been here for nearly 4 years, and I have a certain understanding of their situation, and I have summarized some rules. Let's put it this way, they live scattered in the forest in the north in the form of villages, and their food sources are just like that. 3 types. First, there is actually a problem with the harvest from fixed traps, that is, these traps are set up for too long, and almost all the stupid birds and animals living in the forest are eaten by them. The remaining ones are more sophisticated than the others, and have long since stopped falling for the trap. Even if there are some naive people who go to deliver food, the quantity is very limited, and there is simply not enough for them to eat. This second one is a hunting ground to the east of the forest. To the east of the forest are rolling mountains. The terrain is dominated by stone mountains, thin forests, shrubs, and grassy tidal flats. There is also a river over there, flowing eastward. There are usually a large number of wild animals gathered there, such as bighorn deer, mountain sheep, alpacas, long-haired bison, long-haired rhinoceros, and wild donkeys, all in large groups. It is the main hunting place for cannibals. Under normal circumstances, as long as the prey caught in their traps is not enough to eat, they will organize the young and strong warriors in the village to hunt east to obtain food. The third most important thing is the weather here. The winter here is very long, at least 6 months. It mainly depends on the weather in the first 3 months. If there is a lot of snow in the first 3 months of winter, and it is extremely cold, the snow covers all the grass and shrubs on the ground. The herds of grazing animals cannot dig out food at all, so the herds in the east will migrate to the south. At that time, the cannibals have lost their prey for the winter here, and they will venture south to rob the southern tribes for food. They will even eat the people in their own nests when they are starving. But the winter here is too long. Even if there isn't a few heavy snowfalls in the first 3 months, those beasts in the east will eat up all the grass, roots, shrubs, leaves, and other things on the ground. In 3 months, they have almost eaten up the ground. Yes, in the last 3 months of winter, they will still migrate south, so the cannibals can only hunt in the first 3 months of winter. In the first 3 months, they have to hunt and store as much food as possible. If they don't store enough, they will still have to go south to rob other tribes of people and food. Chu Bing was dumbfounded. This was the first time he heard this theory. Was this the reason why the cannibals went south, to attack other tribes? The weather was actually the reason that affected whether the enemy would go south, but then Chu Bing discovered another incongruous place. That's not right. I remember the first time our leader encountered those cannibals in the tree tribe, it was in autumn. Later, when the cannibals took the initiative to attack our city, it seemed to be winter, but before that, it seemed to be spring and summer. I've been here before, isn't the time right? Why can't you get it right? Let me ask you, how long did it take you to sit on the boat when you came here? When Yi heard Chu Bing's question, he immediately asked back, but before he could answer, he continued. It took you more than a month to take the boat. Those cannibals have no horses, no boats, and no cars. Oh, they have elephants, but they are only a few after all. There are so many people, and they all rely on 2 legs. Even if we start in winter, it will take several months to reach our place. If we go slower, it may even take a year. Who knows when the cannibals who attacked our tribe set out? Also, I just missed something. It's not just the winter weather. If there is a late spring cold in the spring, or if the spring comes a month and a half late, their food reserves will be exhausted, and the people in the east will those herds have not come back. Even if it is spring, they will still go south. If we think about it this way, if they set off in the spring, it is really possible for them to reach our Han tribe in the autumn. Chu Bing was left speechless by Yu Ye's explanation this time. If he calculated it this way, it was really possible, and who knew if those cannibals would encounter something that would delay them on the way, such as them attack some tribe, then absorb and digest it before moving on. It always takes time to complete such successive battles, right? Therefore, it is really impossible to calculate the time when the cannibals arrived at the Han tribe, and there is no point in dwelling on this issue. Let's go and eat first. In such a cold weather, if you don't eat enough, you will freeze. Seeing that Chu Bing had stopped talking, Yu Yi invited him to eat again. This time I had no objection to the treatment, so I took 2 soldiers and went into the underground outpost to eat. The entrance to the post was built under the roots of a huge dead tree in the woods. There was a slope leading down to the ground, about 5 or 6 meters deep. Below it was a long straight corridor, about 1.5 meters high. People can walk with their waist down inside, and it can accommodate 2 people walking side by side, which is quite spacious. There are 2 ear rooms on each side of the corridor. There is a Kong in the ear room, which is a big bunk. One room can sleep about 30 people. If there are floor bunks, a few more people can sleep. But now there is an open space in the ear room. A lot of grain was stored, and it was obviously impossible to lay a floor. Each ear room had a hidden vent leading to the ground. At the end of the corridor is a kitchen. There is a large ring-shaped stove here. The fire pits in the 4 ear rooms are all burned in this kitchen. The level of the kitchen is also higher than that of the ear rooms. This is to prevent smoke will enter the ear chamber. If the kitchen is higher, the smoke will only collect into the kitchen. The sentry who stayed behind is cooking here at this time, and the young man who Lu Ping replaced just now is also helping in the kitchen. The food everyone eats is pretty good. In addition to tortillas, there are also some smoked ones. There are also a lot of bacon, sausages, and pickles. It is of course impossible to eat fresh vegetables in this season, but it is good to have a hot meal in the ice and snow. The soldier's lunchbox brought food to Chu Bing, 4 tortillas, 2 sausages, and a pickled cucumber. While he was eating, he was thinking about what Yi said just now. When he was eating the pickled cucumbers, he suddenly asked Yi, "Uncle Yu, where does your salt come from? I remember that the tribe didn't send you salt, right? And those cannibals, their salt, where did it come from? Of course it wasn't sent to us by the tribe. If we even need salt from the tribe, the leader will definitely not agree to our establishing a base here. The consumption of transportation would be too great. Our salt, as well as the salt of the cannibals, comes from the salt ponds in the hunting ground to the east. You should have thought that if there is no salt in the hunting ground, how can the herds gather there? After all, those cattle, sheep, and deer also need salt. Yes, our salt is also collected and refined there, Yi explained immediately after hearing this. Then you are all collecting salt there. Haven't you ever encountered cannibals? Have you ever had any conflicts? Chu Bing asked again. Of course we did. We didn't know where the salt was at first, so we just followed the cannibals. We also scouted everywhere, and later we discovered where they were collecting salt. We fought with them and fought several times. Then there weren't many people in the base at that time, so there were winners and losers, and many people died on both sides. Later, when we did more reconnaissance, we found that there was more than one salt pond in the east. In order to reduce unnecessary sacrifices, we changed places to collect salt. The cannibals also knew about it, but then there were more of us and they wanted to occupy all the salt ponds. They can't defeat us either. Each side occupies a few salt ponds, so it's relatively balanced at the moment. There hasn't been any conflict for a long time, Yi explained again. Chu Bing's eyes lit up after hearing this. After listening to Yi talking so much, he already knew how to fight this battle. He can send people to rob the cannibals' salt ponds. This is a must-win area. No matter how powerful the cannibals are without salt, they cannot survive. Therefore, if the salt ponds are robbed, they will definitely send troops to snatch them back. The second is to rob the cannibals' prey and ambush their hunting teams. This way, they can capture the cannibals' young and strong prisoners, and secondly, they can reduce their food reserves. In this way, they will not have enough food to be forced to go south. Third, when the cannibals are driven out of salt and prey, they will not be able to defeat the Shents guards. At that time, they will have no choice but to take risks and go south to conquer the southern tribes. At that time, I will lead people to where they will go south. Block them on the road. In this three-pronged approach, after almost all the enemy's active forces have been eliminated, they will then start a nail-pulling general attack on the enemy's residents, bulldozing them one village after another. Thinking of this, Chu Bing immediately decided to discuss it with Yi. After all, Yi was the person who was most familiar with this place, so he should seek his opinion. Uncle Yu, I just thought of a battle plan. Can you come and hear it? I'm going to send out troops in 3 groups, ambush the hunting grounds in the east, seize the cannibal salt ponds, force them to go south, and then divide some of them here, blocking their way south. Chu Bing pulled Yi aside, and then said all his thoughts just now, then stared at Yi and asked, Uncle Yu, do you think this method is feasible? Yi thought for a while and then said, it's okay, but do you have enough troops? Your Shents guards only have a total of 2,000 people, and they have to be divided into 3 places for deployment. Isn't it too scattered? I think it's better to attack bit by bit and concentrate on one area, so at least you won't suffer any losses. Chu Bing grinned after hearing this. That's not a problem. Although our Shents guards don't have many soldiers, their combat effectiveness is absolutely no problem. It's impossible to lose. It's just about how much we can earn. Besides, the leader told me before I came here that an army like the Shents Guard needs to use its forces flexibly. There is no need to put them all in one place. 1 platoon at a time is enough to complete many tasks, and we happen to have 3 battalions. Each battalion has more than 700 people and more than 700 guns. Each battalion plus 1,000 auxiliary troops can be deployed in 3 places. After Chu Bing finished speaking, he looked at Yi and found that he was frowning and not speaking. He seemed to know what he was thinking, so he continued. Uncle Yu, I know what you are worried about. Our Shents Guard soldiers have never fought and have little combat experience, but they will absolutely obey orders. As long as they are told clearly what they need to do, they will definitely be able to complete their mission. I also know what the leader is thinking when I come to fight this time. In the leader's mind, this battle is about training soldiers and generals. Soldiers must be trained, and generals must be trained as well. The Shent's Guard is the first branch of our Han tribe. No one knows how to use a purely firearms unit. Although the leader has his own ideas, he has never fought with such an army before, so he has to give it a try to see if it works. There is a saying. The force of the cannibals is actually not very powerful. At least it is not as big as the Xian tribe. Since the leader only sent our Shent's Guard, an experimental guard force, it shows that the leader is confident. It's a matter of consideration, and I have confidence in my warriors, so I think I can give it a try. After hearing this, Yui nodded. In fact, based on the performance of the soldier next to Chu Bing, he was a little worried about this new army. It had only been trained for a few months, and it had only been established for a few months, with little combat experience. Everyone is so arrogant, whether they can fight is still a question, but Chu Bing has said so, what else can he say? He can only agree. Besides, it's not his turn to make the decision regarding Shent's affairs. How to deal with it is a matter of Chu Bing. Chu Bing actively seeks his opinion. That's called ordering the elders and younger ones. It's respect for yourself, but you can't ignore it. Anyway, relying on the old and selling the old. After confirming the battle plan, the two people began to discuss the details, mainly the deployment of troops and the mobilization of food. Now the Han tribe has 3 large camps in the north. One is the most populous camp in the river valley, with a total population of about 12,300. Currently, they mainly make a living by farming, supplemented by animal husbandry. It is also where the Han tribe is located. The earliest camp here is where the main force of the Shent's Guard is currently stationed. All the winter houses prepared for the slaves are also in this camp. The other camp is on a plain southeast of the valley camp. It is backed by a river and is in front of a salt pond. It is also a large camp with a population of about 10,000. It usually focuses on farming and is also responsible for all the people in the 3 camps. Of white salt consumption, which means salt is produced here. In addition, this camp also has a small amount of livestock breeding, fishing, and hunting. This camp is called the Salt Marsh Camp because it occupies a salt pond. The last camp is in the northeast of the valley camp, right next to the cannibal hunting ground. It has the smallest number of people, with only 6,000 to 7,000 people. It is called the hunting ground camp. The hunting ground camp is mountainous and has water sources, but it is not suitable for irrigation, so they only plant a small amount of corn and are barely self-sufficient in food. If there is not enough food in winter, they can only get some support from the salt marsh camp. However, if they hunt more prey, you can exchange animal skins and meat for some food, and both sides can exchange what they have. All these contents are drawn in detail on the map, so as soon as Yu Yi talks about it, Chu Bing will know which location he is talking about. If we follow the plan you mentioned, then we should focus on the Eastern Front campaign in the early stage. According to you, we will deploy a battalion of troops in the hunting ground camp and the Salt Lake camp respectively, and then supplement it with 1,000 auxiliary troops to take the initiative. Launch an attack on the cannibals to force them south, and finally deploy the remaining battalion at the mouth of the river to ambush the enemy. But it's a bit troublesome to transfer so many people there. Our land transportation is not good, there are too few large animals for service, and there aren't many vehicles. If you send nearly 2,000 people over at once, they don't have that many people there at all. Food. I know you brought a lot of food here this time, but we can't transport it now. The river has been blocked by ice and the boat can't go. We don't have a car on the shore. You can't let everyone carry the food across. Even if each person carries a bag, they won't be able to eat for long, not to mention you have to capture prisoners, and those prisoners also need to eat. Yu Yi immediately analyzed the difficulty of this deployment, and Chu Bing frowned when he heard it. Without food and ammunition, why would he just let the soldiers go and die? Then what can Uncle Yu do? The solution is not impossible, that is, don't use the auxiliary troops in the River Valley camp. You can send your battalion directly there. You can add hundreds of auxiliary troops to make a total of 1,000 people. Then bring less food and more ammunition and handcuffs, so that the number of people eating food can be reduced by half. The hunting ground camp and the salt marsh camp are all arranged like this, so that we don't have to transport so much food. As for your lack of auxiliary troops, you can recruit them locally from those two camps. Although the population there is not as large as the river valley, there are so many camps, but only 1,000 auxiliary soldiers are more than enough. And the 200 to 300 people you brought from the river valley camp can be used exclusively for transportation, to deliver ammunition to you from the main camp, and then escort the prisoners you captured back to the river valley camp for detention. After all, the house prepared for the prisoners is still over there, what do you think? After hearing this, Chu Bing immediately nodded and said, "This is a good method." The battle plan has not changed, but the details have become more operational. That's it. Well, if it's settled like this, we should start mobilizing now. Yu Shen's guards have to go to those two camps, to train the auxiliary troops. The auxiliary troops in the valley camp also need to transport some ammunition and food as soon as possible. In the past, those two camps did not have enough supplies to support your army, Yu nodded and immediately reminded him. Well, I'll make arrangements now. Chu Bing nodded again, and then called his messenger. He dictated it himself, and the messenger wrote. After writing the order to mobilize the troops, Chu Bing read it over and saw that there was no problem, so he signed and sealed the order. The order took effect immediately. The soldier took this order with him, and the young man in the observation post led him, and he and the messenger went to the valley camp to deliver the message. Next, all we have to do is wait for the deputy commander and the soldiers who joined the army to lead a battalion each to come over. However, Chu Bing was not idle at this time. He called all the soldiers out of the cave and rearranged their defenses. The location of our current observation post is not very good, nor is it bad, but it does not meet our combat purposes. We can indeed kill passing enemies here, but we cannot block them, so our people cannot put it all together. After observing a circle with a telescope, Chu Bing said, "The guard platoon is now divided into 3 groups. The first, second, and third groups are the first combat group. They are commanded by the deputy platoon leader and go to the edge of the forest in the northwest to set up covert defenses. 4, 5, and 6, the squad is the second combat group, commanded by the platoon leader, and goes to the east to hide behind the snow slope to set up defenses. Squad 7, 8, and 9 are the third combat group, commanded by the platoon instructor, and stay here to set up defenses. The 3 positions form angles with each other. Once the enemy is discovered, they can be surrounded. There are 3 groups at the same time. You are also responsible for the meals of the other 2 groups. The 3 groups rotate every week. Do you understand? Clear. I understand. Understood, but Commander, how are the positions of the first and second groups to be defended? Are we digging holes now? It's hard to dig in this winter. Also, if we dig now, will we be attacked? The enemy found out. If they found out, wouldn't it be in vain? They wouldn't be fooled. The platoon leader of the guard platoon shouted and then asked. After hearing this, Chu Bing grabbed a handful of snow from the ground and said, "I just thought about this question. Isn't there a lot of snow here? Then build a few igloos and use the snow to make a big snowdrift. It can accommodate 3 people to lie down and rest in it. Leave a hole for them. Go in and out, pour a layer of water on the outside, hollow out the inside of the snowdrift after it freezes hard, put a layer of thatch or pine trees inside, wrap it up with a quilt, and sleep. A group of soldiers were dumbfounded, building a house out of snow? Water is poured outside, so isn't this an igloo? Sleeping in an igloo? How cold it was. Commander, is this okay? Can people really sleep in an igloo? The platoon leader of the guard platoon still asked in disbelief. What's wrong? This is actually no different from a tent. It can also keep out wind and rain. It's just that the materials used to build the house have been changed. If you don't believe it, then make one here first, so that everyone can learn from it. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Chu Bing immediately suggested it. Everyone nodded, and then began to build an igloo behind the high ground of the observation post. Everyone chose a place where the snow was already very thick, and then piled a pile of snow on top, and then used an ordnance shovel to pound it firmly, and finally get out a big snow bag. The size is like a 3-person outdoor tent. Then everyone took the snow and put it into the pot. After it was burned, they didn't wait for the water to heat up. They just scooped the water up with their lunch boxes and poured it on. After half an hour, the outer layer of the snow bag was indeed frozen. It turned into an ice shell, and then everyone started emptying out the snow bag again with an ordnance shovel, and then sprinkled a layer of snow on top of the ice sheet as a cover to prevent the ice sheet from reflecting light. Finally, he used a military shovel as an axe, cut down some soft branches in the woods, and put them inside to make a bed. Not to mention, the snow bag was ready, and it looked like this. Everyone looked at this newly built snow shack with fresh eyes. From the inside, there was actually some light coming through, giving it a slightly grayish-blue appearance. Chu Bing then said, "Didn't you say you can't sleep? Who can go in and give everyone a try? Let me do it. I think this thing is pretty good. It should be fine for sleeping." The platoon leader of the guard platoon looked at the shack and smiled. He is a southerner from Takumi County and has never seen snow. Who would have thought that snow can be used to build houses? However, this kind of thing is nothing new for Chu Bing, who has lived in the 8 counties of Hanyang since he was a child. When he was a child, he often played in the snow with a friend from the alley, making snowmen, drilling snow holes, digging houses in snowdrifts, and playing hide-and-seek. He has experienced this personally. Who said you can't sleep in a house made of snow? The platoon leader of the guard platoon got in immediately. The cold air in the snowpack and the fragrance of pine and cypress branches smelled quite good. He wrapped himself in a military coat and lay down on the bed of branches and leaves. The thick pine branches are very soft, and the round ice-covered dome blocks the cold wind outside, but there is still cold air blowing in. But as long as the hole is blocked, it will not affect the sleep of the people inside. He lay down and felt it for a while, climbed out, and then said excitedly, "Commander, this house is fine, it can block the wind, and the ice sheet is strong enough. If you put more branches underneath, you won't feel cold. But you need to block the hole when you sleep. I think you can pack a bag of leaves in a backpack. It's suitable to block the hole, so it's easier to get in and out. Well, of course, you are from the south, so you may not have done this before, but us northerners played in the snow a lot when we were children. Almost everyone can dig snow holes, so sleeping is definitely not a problem. Okay, everyone should have seen it now, so let's start taking action. There are still more than 2 hours before dark. Everyone forms according to the usual training tactical team formation, in groups of 3, and each digs his own shack. The first group and the second group went to the position to build shacks. The third group left one class to boil and deliver water to everyone, and the remaining 2 classes helped them cut branches and make beds. Everyone, work quickly and try to build the shacks before dark. Get it done, let's start taking action. Chu Bing nodded and immediately began to order. Promise. Everyone agreed, and then began to form a team, preparing to go to their respective preset positions. But at this moment, Yu Yi suddenly stopped them. Wait. Chu Bing looked over in confusion. Uncle Yu, is there anything else? Yu Yi then explained, "Do you have any extra cloth? If not, it would be best to have some sent from the camp to cover the mouths and noses of the soldiers." Seeing everyone's confusion, Yi continued, "Wrap your mouth and nose to keep warm, to prevent the soldiers from getting frostbite on their faces. Second, it can cover the white breath exhaled from your mouth and nose. Otherwise, when you are so close to the enemy, you will be exhaled from your mouth and nose. The white gas will probably be discovered by the enemy." Chu Bing's eyes lit up. He really hadn't thought about this question, so he nodded and said, "We have some extra cloth, but we don't have any here. We can only send it from the camp. Is there any cloth over there?" "Yes, if you need it, it's best to send someone back now to save them from having to go back to get it again after they come out." Yu Yi reminded him immediately. "Okay, then I will send someone back. In addition, each team should also pay attention to this issue in the future. When hiding, be sure not to expose yourself due to the white breath exhaled. Also, when digging a snow cave, build the entrance of the hole to the leeward to hide it. Position to avoid being discovered by the enemy." Chu Bing nodded and ordered everyone again. "No." The soldiers of each group responded again, and then they went to their respective camps to start building shacks. 3 people sleep in one shack, and one combat team has 3 squads. There are only 9 shacks in total. 9 snowdrifts are scattered on the edge of the forest. They look inconspicuous, like snow falling from pine trees that cannot bear the weight. Such snowdrifts are everywhere in the forest. Who would have thought that there is something hidden inside? With so many deadly enemies? Everyone was busy until the evening, and finally finished all the shacks. Then they came back to have dinner together at the underground outpost. They filled a pot of hot water with their own kettles, and then they all went back to their shacks to sleep. Before leaving, Yu Yi and Lu Ping told them to just sleep well at night and don't worry about enemies coming. The temperature here is much colder at night than during the day. Even if enemies come, they will only come out at noon during the day, so no worries at night. Everyone understood and soon returned to their respective snow houses and fell asleep. I spent the night peacefully like this. In the morning of the next day, the 3 positions around the river mouth were all quiet. At about 11 or 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi suddenly kicked the man lying next to him with his feet. "Get rid of illness. The enemy is coming." Seeing Chu Bing look over in confusion, Yu Yi immediately lowered his voice and whispered. Chu Bing felt refreshed. It had been more than 10 days since he came, and he finally saw the enemy? He curiously looked in the direction of Yu Ye's finger, and found that a group of guys wearing animal skins and disheveled hair walked out of the forest in groups. The animal skins on their bodies were very rough and dirty, and many of them had an arm or thigh exposed. Their exposed skin was red from the cold, and there were some white patterns drawn on it, which must have been their totems. These people, ranging from big to small, held some stone spears and stone axes in their hands, and ran quickly towards the Huishui Bay, which was where Lu Ping said before that the enemy often went fishing. Those ragged guys ran to the ice of Huishui Bay and began to chop the water with their stone spears and axes. Some people started to light fires nearby, while others moved large stones from the river bank. Joined the ranks of ice cutting. Looking around, the total number of people was 70 or 80. "Uncle Yu, please hurry up and tell the soldiers to get their weapons and come out. Keep your voice down so that you don't get discovered. I'll contact the soldiers in the other 2 positions first." Chu Bing whispered as he looked at the cannibals digging into the ice below. "Okay, but how do you contact the other 2 positions? Doesn't the enemy hear you when you shout like this?" Yu Yi nodded, and then asked in confusion. Chu Bing didn't say anything. He suddenly took out a hollow round cake made of bronze from his arms. He pressed the buckle on the side. The round cake suddenly split into 2 halves like a river clam, and the inside was exposed. A mirror comes out. Use this. As he spoke, he adjusted the angle of the mirror to reflect the sunlight onto the faces of the secret sentries in the other two positions, and dazzled their eyes with the reflection. The two secret sentries immediately understood that this was the main position contacting them. But the enemy doesn't have anything like the reflection in the mirror. The two of them looked towards the direction of the main position, and sure enough they saw Chu Bing greeting them, and then gesticulating at them to clean up. Chu Bing pointed to his ear, and then pointed to the gun in his hand. Immediately understand, listen to the sound of gunshots and act. So the two positions gathered their men and called out the 3 hidden squads. Everyone raised their guns, loaded their bullets, and looked for bunkers to aim at their targets. The 2 platoon leaders were also giving instructions to their soldiers. Listen carefully, if you can hit the legs, don't hit the chest or head. If you can hit the old, don't hit the young. We are here to capture prisoners, not to kill people. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers also lowered their voices and replied. On the other side of the main position, there was a rustling sound behind Chu Bing, and all 3 squads of soldiers who had stayed behind at the main position came out. Command. Chu Bing looked back and said to the instructors of the 3rd group, don't let everyone come up. Go to both sides of the high ground. Follow my orders and prepare to go up for hand-to-hand combat. Are you all ready for handcuffs? Well, I'll make arrangements now. Everyone, follow me. Don't shoot, prepare to charge, and grab your handcuffs. Yu Yi and Lu Ping came to Chu Bing's side and lay down next to him, one on the left and the other on the right. Yu Yi looked at the enemies below with a telescope, while Lu Ping looked at the rifle in Chu Bing's hand curiously. How to fight? Yu Yan asked concisely. First kill a few old people and scare them, then we charge and drive them back, and then block them in the other 2 positions. Chu Bing said without looking back. Oh, is it that simple? Yu Yi turned around and asked again. Well, it's about to begin. Chu Bing replied again, and then he began to hold his breath and aim carefully. At the Huishui Bay of the river 200 meters away, an old guy with bare arms was hard at work chipping away at the ice surface with stones. There were many people beside him. It seemed that they had been assigned in advance. Several people were responsible for opening an iceberg hole. However, at this moment, Chu Bing on the high ground not far away suddenly opened fire. Bang! There was a huge gunshot, and the old guy who was holding a stone to cut the ice just straightened up. The bullet carried huge kinetic energy and hit the guy's head. Half of the guy's head was blown away by the bullet on the spot. Bright red blood spread all over the ground in the ice and snow, splashing the blood of several people around him. The man fell limply to the ground on the spot and twitched a few times before dying. Yui couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the scene in the telescope. This was the first time he saw a gun being used to kill a living person. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. Lu Ping next to him was also shocked and stunned. For 2 days, he still didn't know what this rifle was used for. Now he suddenly saw the actual combat effect of the rifle, which made him secretly smack his tongue. But he still didn't understand. This is called, what kind of artifact is the rifle? Why was it that there was only a loud noise, and no arrows were seen, but the enemy more than 200 meters away died on the spot? The head was as terrifying as if some strong man had smashed it into pieces with a giant hammer. The cannibals around the old man who was beaten to death were also stunned. Under the blue sky, there was a loud noise in the distance, and then one person died on their side. The death was extremely horrific. The key was that nothing was left at the scene, and the arrows? Doesn't exist. Enemy attack? But I didn't see any enemies. What is going on? Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Chu Bing also suddenly felt that lying on the top of the mountain and shooting black guns like this would not be able to deter the enemy, so he stood up on his own initiative and exposed his position. The enemy could not hurt him at this distance anyway. Everyone is here, move forward slowly, and force the enemy to retreat. Chu Bing stood up and shouted loudly, asking the three groups on his side to start the assault. He himself stood there, pulled the bolt, loaded the gun, and took aim. At this time, due to Chu Bing's active exposure, the enemy finally discovered them. This time it was finally confirmed that someone was attacking. Moreover, the weapons used by the enemy were very strange, but the number of people did not seem to be very large, only about 20 people. But there were 70 or 80 of them, so they did not run away, but gathered together, and looked at Chu Bing with weapons in hand, as if they wanted to have a head-on confrontation? Because each of the soldiers on Chu Bing's side only had a short wooden stick in his hand and didn't even have a shield. They seemed to be easy to bully? Or maybe they haven't connected the loud noise just now with the group of people in front of them? Aim at the open space next to them and fire. Chu Bing suddenly shouted again, suddenly raised his gun, aimed at an old man's thigh and shot again. Bang, 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 bang. In the array of cannibals gathered, an old guy holding a shield was suddenly shot in the leg and fell to the ground. He held miserably on the spot. The next moment, other soldiers also opened fire. The soldiers of the three squads opened a large distance according to the assault formation, formed an arc and walked towards the enemy. They fired at the enemy as they walked, but they did not hit them. It hit the open space next to them. Although no one was killed, the bullets fired on the ice still splashed out a lot of broken ice, hitting the enemy constantly. What was even more terrifying was the loud banging noise. They finally knew where the sound came from. It turned out to be the short stick in the hands of the men in green. At this moment, the cannibals became afraid of this mysterious weapon. Come up and hit me with your gun after you have used up all 5 bullets. Chu Bing shouted again and immediately took the lead and rushed down from the high ground. When everyone heard Chu Bing's words, they quickly pulled the bolt and pulled the trigger. The continuous bang 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 gunfire caused a lot of pressure on the cannibals. Broken ice cubes splashed around them from time to time, and there were a few unlucky ones who were accidentally hit in the legs and feet by stray bullets, and screamed miserably on the ground in pain. Seeing the Han tribesmen attacking and approaching them, the small array of cannibals finally collapsed. Some children dropped their shields and ran back. With one running away, the others could no longer hold on. They all spread their legs and ran towards the forest. Seeing that the opponent finally collapsed and turned around, Chu Bing and the others also accelerated their pursuit, firing a few shots behind the enemy from time to drive them away. However, at this moment, 2 combat teams from Position 1 and Position 2 also appeared and ran out. They distanced themselves, completely blocking the enemy's retreat. At the same time, they raised their rifles and pointed at the enemy. Shooting, but still not aiming at the vital point, either hitting the open space in front of them, or hitting the enemy's legs. The 3 combat groups swarmed up and surrounded the enemy before they could react. At this time, the cannibals were already frightened. They looked at the rifles in the hands of the Shent's guard soldiers in fear, and hugged each other, thinking that there was going to be a massacre, but fortunately it didn't happen as they expected. I saw the soldiers of the Shent's guard swarming up, picking up the empty rifles, and beating them severely. The soldiers were in groups of 3. One of them held a short-barreled shotgun and watched the enemy vigilantly, and the other used a rifle to kill the enemy. Select the enemy and knock them down, and the last person quickly cuffs them with handcuffs. At this stage of capturing prisoners, an old cannibal, who looked quite fierce, did not want to be captured. His fear reached the extreme and he was no longer afraid. When a soldier hit him with the butt of his gun, he held on and blocked it with his arms. After a moment, he knocked away the Shent's guard soldiers around him and wanted to break out of the encirclement. Originally, he should not be able to escape, but the soldiers of Shen's guard also had some scruples. After all, they were already surrounded prisoners. If they beat him to death ruthlessly, they might not only have no merit but also be at fault. So for a while no one fired. "Why are you standing still? Everyone has run away, kill him." Chu Bing looked at the old guy running away and immediately shouted. Only then did the soldiers come back to their senses and raised their guns to shoot at the old guy. However, this time they used short-barreled shotguns for self-defense. The old guy had not yet run out of the shooting range. He was only a dozen meters away and was immediately fired upon by more than 20 shotguns. Boom boom boom. The huge gunshots fired by the trolls rang out. Looking at the old cannibal man more than 10 meters away, he had already been beaten into a puddle of minced meat and scattered all over the ground. There were 7 soybean-sized lead bullets in one shot. This was a concentrated fire of more than 20 shots. After one round, the people were killed immediately, and even the soldiers who fired were frightened. Oh my God, is this thing so powerful? In the past, when shooting targets, I only knew that one shot could make a hole in a wooden board, but this was my first time shooting a living creature at such a close range. No one expected that this thing would have such a result after hitting a human body. No wonder the leader said that the shotgun is an artifact specially used to deal with monsters. If it were to focus fire on the cannibal giant apes, I don't know what those giant apes would be like. Quick, don't be stunned, capture all the prisoners first. Xu Bing's call reminded everyone, and the stunned soldiers and cannibal prisoners all came to their senses. Adrenaline caused rapid secretion of saliva, and everyone swallowed in unison. They were all frightened. While handcuffing the man, the soldiers secretly looked at the place where the old cannibal man died not far away, and the prisoners actually did the same thing. The prisoners who wanted to struggle at first saw the death of the old man. The queen did not run away. When some people saw that their companions were not killed but had their hands locked, they took the initiative to surrender with their hands out before the soldiers could hit them with their rifle butts. This time, the power of the spray to focus fire really scared many people. When Yu Yi and Lu Ping ran from behind, all the cannibal prisoners present were handcuffed. The whole battle lasted less than 5 minutes and ended with all the enemies captured. Good guys, you guys are shooting too fast, and what else, that shotgun you mentioned, good guys, this thing is so powerful, no wonder the leader dared to send only 2,000 of you here. Yui looked at the scene on the battlefield and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In fact, not only Yu Yi was surprised by the power of the muskets, but even the Shen's guard soldiers who used muskets for the first time in actual combat couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. After the first actual combat, everyone was a little confused and they were all subconsciously following the orders. After all, after long-term training, obeying orders has almost become a conditioned reflex. The captured prisoners were all frightened, otherwise they wouldn't have been so honest and surrendered. Moreover, this group of people were not the elite of the cannibals, otherwise it would be a problem whether they could capture so many alive. If more than 80 Shen's guards were used to ambush the main force of 70 or 80 young cannibals this time, the result would not be like this. The enemy would probably fight back or escape. Of course, the Shen's guards would lose. It is impossible to lose. The most likely situation is that you cannot withstand the pressure of the enemy and shoot them all to death with guns. No matter how you calculate it, there is no possibility for the enemy to escape or win. The outcome is nothing more than how many are killed and how many are captured. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's clean up the battlefield quickly. Chu Bing also said to Yu Yi nervously. After all, it was his first time to lead troops to participate in actual combat, and he also killed people with his own hands. He said he was not nervous. Impossible. Those soldiers are probably not much better than him. It is better to find something for the soldiers to do at this time. When everyone is busy, they will not have the energy to think wildly. Yes, that's right. Well, Lu Ping, please help me clean up too. Yu Yi responded and nodded. Yes. Lu Ping next to him agreed without hesitation. Today he saw the abilities of Shent's guard with his own eyes. He admired this group of people from the bottom of his heart. Although these recruits have little experience, they have little ability to fight and kill. Not too small. Each group will tally battle damage and results, as well as ammunition consumption, and see how many wounded prisoners there are. Those who are valuable will be treated, and those who are worthless will be killed. Xu Bing immediately ordered his soldiers. No, everyone replied in unison. Besides, pick up all the bullet casings. We can still use them. Those coppers are not cheap. Just when everyone was about to turn around, Xu Bing suddenly remembered the bullet casings, and immediately added. Everyone agreed again and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. The surviving and uninjured prisoners were all taken to the woods at the main position of the underground outpost. 6 of them were directly beaten to death. One of them had his skull blown off by Xu Bing, and the other one escaped in the end and was beaten to death by the crowd. The other 4 people were all hit in the legs, fell to the ground and received several stray bullets before they were completely killed. After all, the soldiers at that time were all aiming for the legs. If anyone fell to the ground at this time, they would be directly exposed to the dense stray bullets, and it would be normal for them to be killed. There were 9 other injured people, all of whom were shot in the legs. 5 of them were seriously injured. These 5 people were either hit in the leg bones or in the aortic veins. Injuries like this are basically you can simply declare to give up treatment. Whether it is bone replacement for comminuted fractures, sutures or blood transfusions for ruptured main blood vessels, the Han tribe is currently unable to do so. Only 4 people were slightly injured. These 4 people were relatively lucky. They were hit by full-power rifle bullets within 100 meters. Coupled with the combination of pointed bullets produced by the Han tribe and 4 riflings with short twist, they were hit within 300 meters. If it hits a complex organ or bone at such a distance, it will just punch a hole directly without leaving even a bullet in the body. As long as this kind of injury is not infected and inflamed, it can heal on its own without any treatment. Moreover, the winter here is extremely long, and the survival rate of outdoor bacteria is very low, making it a very suitable place for recuperation. Reporting to the commander, no one in our guard platoon was injured or killed in this battle. 427 rifle rounds and 28 shotgun rounds were consumed, and 78 enemy troops were completely wiped out. Among them, 15 were killed and injured. 4 were slightly injured and were of rescue value. The rest were a total of 63 people were captured. Please give instructions. After a while, after the soldiers had finished cleaning the battlefield, the instructor of the guard platoon came up with the statistical results. Have all the bullet casings been recovered? Xu Bing took a look at the battle report and asked. We have found them all. It is easier to find them in this kind of terrain. There are footprints in the snow. We can find them by following the footprints. But if it were spring, summer, and autumn, it would not be easy for us to find these bullet casings. The platoon leader of the guard platoon also reported. Xu Bing nodded. It was true, there were footprints in the snow, and everyone could still follow them, but if they were in the forest, there would be weeds and fallen leaves everywhere, and if they were hunting while walking, there would really be no way to find them. Take good care of the prisoners and arrange for soldiers to take turns guarding them. Those who are seriously injured should be stabbed to death with bayonets. Don't waste bullets and medicine. For those who are slightly injured, treat their wounds. Whether they can survive depends on their luck. The rest of the soldiers will go back to eat and rest. This time's achievements will be recorded as collective merits for you. When Sima comes, he will record them in a unified register for you. Promise. Everyone clasped their fists and promised in unison, and then began to leave according to the order. Lu Ping led the soldiers and threw the enemy's corpse into the snow nest on the west side of the forest, as well as the seriously wounded ones. After throwing it away, each of them was stabbed with a knife in the chest, and then they were not even buried. According to Lu Ping, some wild beasts will come and drag them away. The 4 wounded were also tortured a lot. The soldiers of Shen's guard used the crudest method to clean their wounds. They added warm water and salt to make saline to clean the wounds and skin. The inside of the wounds were cleaned with alcohol. Perform sterilization treatment, suture the wound, then sprinkle with anti-hemostatic and anti-inflammatory trauma powder, and finally wrap it with clean cotton cloth. This is all the Han tribe can currently do. As for the old guy who was hit all over the ground by the last round of fire, Shen's guard did not deal with it at all. In Lu Ping's words, the climate here is cold and food is very scarce. Those beasts will not waste a little bit of food. In less than a day, all the bloody snow on the ground will be licked clean. Chu Bing didn't believe it at first, but when it was past 3 o'clock, not long after the battlefield returned to quiet, a group of foxes, about 7 or 8 in number, popped up near the pile of corpses. Those foxes are gray or white. They are not small in size and look chubby. Of course, it is not because they are fat, but because their fur is thicker and the fur is extremely bright. If they can get it from the Han tribe, they will definitely sell it for a lot of money, but foxes like this, these things are difficult to catch. You usually have to set a trap to catch them, and even hunting them with a bow and arrow is difficult. Of course, there is no problem with using guns, but they are weapons for combat, and bullets are very precious. They dare not use guns for hunting without the order of their superiors. These foxes are so handsome. Yu Yi, Chu Bing and Lu Ping were lying on the high ground, looking at the foxes munching on corpses in the distance. Why, Uncle Yu is interested in them. If you want to shoot a few of them, you can definitely hit them with a rifle. Chu Bing tried to aim the rifle in his hand. No, I know bullets are not cheap. Besides, that fox skin is only as valuable as its own. If it's broken with one shot, it won't be beautiful. It's best to catch this thing with a condom. Although Yui wanted it very much, but still found excuses to comfort myself, and persuaded Chu Bing not to waste ammunition. Well, that's true. Why hasn't Uncle Yu tried to tame some of these beasts? Didn't our leader tame the cubs of gray wolves before? If you catch some foxes and raise them as rabbits, you can kill them and sell their skins. You can make a lot of money. This is a good business, Chu Bing said with an idea. Hey, who has time to take care of this? After this battle is over, the leader may withdraw everything here. However, it is not impossible to catch a group of foxes and bring them back to breed them before leaving. But, this is all a thing for another day. If you kill them now, who will clean up the battlefield for you? Yui sighed and turned over directly, lying on his back on the ground, putting his hands behind his head and looking at the sky, and said with emotion. Chu Bing had a different idea after hearing this. He thought for a moment before speaking. I don't think so. I think the leader may indeed move part of the population back here, but he will never completely withdraw. A complete withdrawal would be equivalent to giving up this land. According to our leader's temper, do you think it has been done? Is it possible for him to give up the land occupied by the Han tribe? It would be fine if there was only ice and snow here, but I heard that there are asphalt lakes and copper mines here. These are important resources. How could the leader give up? After Chu Bing said a few words, he turned over and lay there on his back, and then continued to analyze. I have studied the leaders. In fact, what the leader values most is resources. No matter what resources, as long as they are needed by our Han tribe, he wants to get them back. It is precisely with these resources that our Han tribe can develop to what it is today. In the past, we sent troops to the grasslands and built cities on the grasslands. That was to obtain the population and livestock of the grasslands. We sent troops to Takashima to gain the population, food and minerals there. The purpose of developing Takumi County was to manage the resources in the ocean. What is the ocean? It is a huge inexhaustible salt mine, and there are endless sea fish in it, which are all meat. The purpose of sending troops to the north this time is also very clear. The leader told me that it is to get slaves. Now that our Han tribe is developing rapidly, there is a shortage of labor everywhere, but the leader will definitely not lose the melons and pick up the soybeans. Labor is needed, but the minerals here cannot be lost. What's more, it's not like there is no output here. We can be self-sufficient in food. When the textile industry here is developed, cloth and cotton will no longer need the support of our 8 counties in Hanyang. Why would the leader give up the territory here? But to be honest, compared with other places in our Han tribe, there are really no advantageous resources and industries here. If you want the leader to make up his mind to maintain the territory here, it would be best to come up with some special products. Yui frowned and thought deeply when he heard this. Lu Ping couldn't understand the big principles they were talking about. He just took the telescope to look around and observe the surroundings. This was the first time he used this thing. When you say that, it seems like that's really what happened. After a while, Yuno finally answered. There are really no advantageous industries and resources here. In terms of farming, although the land here can be cultivated, it can only be harvested one season a year. It is not as good as vigorously developing the fertile land in the south 3 seasons a year. In terms of breeding, although there are special livestock here, there is no advantage over the cattle, horses, and sheep in the grassland. Even if we engage in side practices, like breeding foxes and selling furs like you mentioned, there is no shortage in the 8 counties of Hanyang. In terms of mineral resources, what the leader wants most now is coal and iron, but they have not been found here. There are copper mines, but from the south of Hanyang County, our Han tribe has at least 3 copper mines, which cannot be used up. There is absolutely no need to develop copper mines so far away. The only advantage is that there is sulfur and asphalt here, but this is not the biggest demand for our Han tribe now. Asphalt is only used to make waterproof caulking for ships. How much can be used, and coal asphalt can also be extracted from tar, although it's not much, but it's enough. Sulfur is of little use except for experiments. It's a dispensable item. Chu Bing thought for a while and said, I don't think so. If there are no advantageous industries, then why not develop advantageous industries? Our Han tribe's farm cattle currently use domesticated forest cattle and grassland cattle. There are also a large number of new breeds of cattle that are hybrids of forest cattle and grassland cattle. But no matter which type they are, the number is very scarce. Although there are many cattle, our population is also increasing, and there are not enough cattle for everyone to farm, let alone eat beef and wear cowhide. But according to my observations these days, the long-haired cattle here are not suitable for farming. Instead, domesticated wild donkeys are used for farming here. Then the long-haired cattle can be developed here as a dominant industry. A large number of long-haired cattle are bred, their hair is used for textiles, their hides are used for leather goods, and their beef is sold to the south. Beef is a good thing. It's a pity that the tribe needs cattle for farming and is not allowed to kill cattle at will. But these long-haired cattle are an exception. If beef can be produced in large quantities, it will definitely be sold in the south. The wild donkeys here can also be developed according to this method, and the alpacas can also be developed. Although there are alpacas in Hanyang County, there are not as many alpacas here. If we specialize in the development of alpaca and cow hair, textiles may not be an advantage. After hearing this, Yi nodded and looked at Chu Bing in surprise. Well, what you said makes sense. I didn't realize that you are so capable. You actually know so many ways of doing business. Hee, it was all taught by the leader. After all, I am now a business partner with the leader. Chu Bing said with a proud smile. Huh? Doing business in partnership with the leader? What kind of business? The leader specially called you, can't the leader himself do it? Yu Yi asked, curiously. Oh, look at this, I actually forgot to tell you, Uncle Yu. Last year, I developed a new technology with the Research Institute, which is photography technology. Then the leader said that he wanted to promote this technology to the private sector, and specifically authorized it. I open a chain of photo studios, take photos for a fee, and sell cameras and films, develop photos for a fee, and frame them. Anyway, it's a big business that can make a lot of money. Xu Bing proudly showed off again. After all, he was one of the important developers of photography technology. Currently, in the entire Han tribe, there are only 4 people in the strict sense who have made outstanding contributions to photography. The first one is Ao, who proposed the principle of small hole imaging. Fei, the second was Ao Fei, who developed the photosensitive film, the third was Ao Fei, who provided chemical support, and the fourth was Luo Chong, who improved photography, made it cheap and had the conditions for promotion. After Chu Bing finished speaking, he took off his hat and took out a black and white photo. It was of him and his new wife. He handed the photo to Yui and said, Uncle Yu, look, this is a photo. It's me and my wife. It's awesome. Yui took the photo and was stunned when he saw the black and white image on it. Huh? How was this made? It doesn't look like a painting? 2 envoys, hey, our large army seems to be coming. Look quickly. At this moment, Lu Ping, who had been looking around with a telescope, suddenly pointed in the direction of the valley camp and reminded Yu Yi and Chu Bing. Huh? Is this coming? After hearing this, Yu Yi and Chu Bing both looked into the distance. Yu and Chu Bing stood up and looked up, and sure enough they saw bursts of white snow mist rising from the river in the distance. There were also several huge red flags flying above the snow mist. Those were undoubtedly the military flags of the Shens Guard. When the large army came closer, they could already see groups of green-clad soldiers, as well as a large number of militiamen wearing cotton-padded jackets and holding long sticks and shields. There were also some sledges pulled by donkeys among the militiamen, filled with grain and some cloth. When Feiyu, the military commander who led the team, also saw Chu Bing and Yu Yi standing high up early. The place where they stood was really too conspicuous, and the 2 people's attire made it easy to confirm. Commander, I brought everyone here. When Feiyu started to greet Chu Bing from afar, Chu Bing and Yu Yi also hurriedly walked down the hillside to greet them. Well, you did a good job. I learned some things here yesterday, so I want to readjust the deployment, so that I can open up the situation early. Let's go for a walk. Come with us to the woods to have a rest first, and let the soldiers go. Let's warm up by the fire and get some food. Chu Bing hurriedly greeted him. Okay, everyone is here. Let's go into the woods and have a rest by the fire. When Feiyu nodded and waved to the large army behind him. A few people stood on the roadside and watched the large army marching into the woods. At this moment, Chu Bing suddenly saw something very interesting. Some militiamen actually put their shields on the snow, put 2 boxes of ammunition on them, and dragged them behind them with ropes. This thing can also be used as a skateboard? Chu Bing felt like he had learned some new skills. Not only that, at the back of the team, there were people who ingeniously used 2 long sticks to string up 2 shields. One person was in front and the other was carrying them. There were also several boxes of handcuffs on them. The handcuffs were not important, but they were important. Yes, they actually used 2 long sticks and 2 shields to temporarily form a stretcher. This is really a wonderful idea. I didn't expect that the equipment used for the militiamen to fight would be used in such a way. Not bad, not bad. Who came up with these usages? Chu Bing pointed at the approaching team. They came up with it themselves. We had to transport too many things this time, especially food, ammunition, and handcuffs. There were not many big animals in the camp, and we didn't have many sledges, so the militiamen got these by themselves. They are better at surviving in the snow than us, Wen Feiyu explained with a smile when he heard Chu Bing's question. Well, yes, we cannot do without the help of the local people in this battle, otherwise it will be difficult for us to handle it ourselves. Chu Bing also nodded. On the other side, when they heard such a loud noise here, the foxes that were eating the corpses had already been scared away. However, they did not run far away. They just stared, not far away. Instead, a group of gray wolves boldly ran over and continued to eat the broken corpses. The Han tribe didn't pay attention to those beasts, and things here at the outpost are still a bit busy. TSK, there seem to be a lot of people. How should we arrange it? Seeing thousands of people coming, Yu Yi said worriedly, covering his forehead. This will definitely be an important outpost in the future. It must be well constructed. If a battalion of 800 people is left, we will definitely expand the underground outpost. It is best to dig some trenches outward to facilitate the entry and exit of soldiers and ambushes. The 3 positions are like this. It would be better to dig through the 3 positions again, which would be even better. But today, we have no choice but to sleep in the open air first. Let everyone get more firewood and dig some snow shacks before it gets dark. Arrange as many people as we can, and the rest can only be chosen. We are sleeping outdoors in the leeward place. By the way, have you brought a tent? Chu Bing made some arrangements first, and then asked Wen Feiyu. We do have tents on the boat, but there is no road here, and the river is closed now. We don't have many animals, so we can't bring them with us. However, we do have a lot of white cloth. Otherwise, let everyone build some tents with white cloth. This way you can avoid the wind. Wen Feiyu immediately suggested. Okay, let's prepare together. The snow shack must be dug, the tents must be set up, and the camping site must be prepared early. With so many people, there will definitely be no way to accommodate them all. Chu Bing nodded and continued. Wen Feiyu was not idle, and immediately summoned the instructors from each battalion, company, and platoon, and gave them the logistics coordination task, asking everyone to prepare for tonight's camp. Then he, Chu Bing, and Yu Yi returned to the underground outpost. Chu Bing took out the map, told Wen Feiyu what he thought, and then marked those places on the map. I plan to deploy 3 battalions in 3 camps, respectively. According to the leader, we will first clear the perimeter and then force them out. This way we can first attack their ambush, clean up their effective forces, and finally clear out the points. What do you think? Is there anything else you want to add? Chu Bing asked Wen Feiyu. After all, Wen Feiyu was a military commander and relied on him for intelligence, logistics, and other issues. It was impossible not to ask about such a big matter. No problem. You are the military commander. You are in charge of how to deploy defenses and fight. I also think this plan is very good. The only thing I worry about is the lack of food in the 2 camps. If we proceed according to this plan, then we can only organize more transport teams. Wen Feiyu thought for a while, before expressing his opinion. He thought the battle plan was okay, but the traffic situation here made him a little worried. It would be better if it was in the 8 counties of Hanyang, whether it was water, land or rail transportation. Transportation is very convenient. Well, I've thought about this. I can only transport it a few more times. In addition, the captured prisoners must be transferred in time. Have you arranged the guard force at the valley camp? Chu Bing asked again. Don't worry, this is no problem. We have recruited 4,000 militiamen there. This time 1,000 people came with us. According to what you said, half of them will follow the 2 battalions to transport supplies, and then the remaining manpower will be recruited from the local area. So there are still 3,000 people guarding the house, so it is not a problem to guard the prisoners, Wen Feiyu replied, patting his chest again. Well, that's good. We already had a small battle at noon today. Chu Bing nodded and said suddenly. What? We fought a battle? How was the victory or defeat? What were the results and losses? Wen Feiyu immediately asked excitedly. Chu Bing did not speak, but directly took out the report summarized by the guard platoon below and handed it to him. Wen Feiyu immediately started reading it, and the more he read, the more excited he became. Okay, 0 casualties, only a few hundred rounds of ammunition were used to capture dozens of prisoners, and the first battle was successful. This will be reported to the entire army later to praise, and it can also boost the morale of the newly arrived soldiers. Chu Bing nodded, but said in his heart that he was worthy of being a military commander. He would not miss any opportunity to boost morale, but he said immediately. Although we won this time, I also discovered some problems. We are very passive when fighting like this. Huh? What do you say? Wen Feiyu was happy. When he heard Chu Bing say this, he was stunned for a moment, and then asked immediately. Yui held the photo in his hand, but he was also attracted by Chu Bing's words at this time. He thought that Chu Bing had just won a battle, and he should be very proud now. Unexpectedly, after only one day, there was something wrong with self-reflection? Chu Bing organized his speech for a while before speaking. I directly commanded this ambush, but when I was commanding, I always felt that my hands and feet were tied. The fighting was not pleasant, and the soldiers were also frustrated. We obviously had such powerful weapons, but because we wanted to capture taking prisoners and avoiding shooting at the enemy is detrimental to our soldiers' operations. Well, how should I put it, I didn't see this battle, I didn't experience it. Wen Feiyu was stunned, but still didn't understand the meaning of cure. That is, we clearly surrounded the enemy, but in order to catch them alive, we did not dare to attack the enemy. I always ordered the soldiers to shoot at the enemy's feet, only to scare them, not to shoot them. In this way, we seemed I'm timid, I think this won't work. This time we used about 80 people to besiege about 70 of the enemy. We were evenly matched in numbers. In the end, we captured 63 people and only killed and wounded a dozen enemies. It seemed like a great result, but we can't guarantee it. Every battle in the future will have this result, which will put a lot of pressure on our soldiers. Chu Bing thought about it and changed his expression again. Both Yu Yi and Wen Feiyu frowned in thought. After a while, Wen Feiyu said again, I still don't understand. If you have any ideas, just tell me directly. Commander Yu is here too, let's discuss it. Well, this is what I think. The first reason why we are under great pressure this time is because we are too few in number. Although we are a few more than the enemy, the advantage in numbers is not obvious. When we fight again in the future, we must increase the investment of troops, preferably double or even 3 or 4 times that of the enemy. The second is the weapons in our hands. Our weapons are too powerful. Once we hit the enemy, there is basically no way to survive. Even if we don't die, we will be left with some disability, so the soldiers dare not fight. I thought about it. If we want to solve this problem, we must first determine the position of our soldiers. The weapons in their hands are too powerful and seem useless. Therefore, the purpose of these soldiers should not be to kill the enemy, but to deterrence is used to maintain order. Then we need to increase investment in the militia. Double the number of Shent's guards will be supplemented by at least 2 to 4 times the number of militiamen to capture prisoners. During the battle, our soldiers will charge together, mainly to maintain order and protect militia, and to intimidate prisoners. The last step is to let go of the restrictions on the soldiers. Because they want to capture people alive, they dare not kill the enemy. In this way, they will inevitably hesitate on the battlefield. This was the case during today's battle. We captured the enemy during the final encirclement. During the capture phase, there was an enemy who resisted strongly. Our soldiers did not dare to shoot to stop him, for fear of hurting him. As a result, the guy ran out. In the end, I ordered the shooting, and the soldiers killed the guy, and they were actually slow for a moment before shooting. How can the soldiers hesitate on the battlefield? What if the man today not only wants to escape, but also wants to fight back? If that guy poses a fatal threat to our soldiers, but our soldiers dare not attack directly, what about killing the other party? Wouldn't it then lead to unnecessary casualties and losses? So I think we can't be tied up by capturing prisoners. In order to make our soldiers safer, we should set a standard. Chu Bing told the two of them his thoughts again. Wen Feiyu and Yu Yi nodded in understanding. Yu Yi was a bystander in today's battle. Although he did not participate, he watched the whole process and understood what Chu Bing meant, but the standards Chu Bing said, he still didn't quite understand, and Wen Feiyu didn't understand at all. Yu Yi thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "You mean, the standard for killing an enemy?" Chu Bing immediately nodded, yes, that's the standard for killing. We should set a standard for the soldiers so that they dare to kill and kill with courage. Of course, the prisoners must also be captured, but they cannot be sacrificed just to capture the prisoners. Our warriors suffered unnecessary casualties. So my idea is, based on the total number of enemies encountered each time, half of the prisoners are qualified. In other words, if we fight 100 enemies, then we will be qualified if we can capture 50 alive in the end. We will give the soldiers, we set aside 50 kill targets so that they dare to kill, so that the soldiers are not suppressed when fighting. Giving them a certain kill target can also better deter the enemy and let the enemy know that we dare to kill. Just kill them. Well, I probably understand what you mean. But if this is the case, we will capture fewer prisoners. Wouldn't the leader have any objections? Wen Feiyu asked with a frown. Hearing this, Chu Bing immediately waved his hand and said, "No, it won't happen. What I just said is to set a minimum target. It is to draw a line for the soldiers, so that they know what they have in mind, and give them the courage to kill. But we didn't let them kill indiscriminately. If we could capture more alive, of course we had to fight for it. We can do this, for example, after each battle, if more than 50% of the survivors are captured alive, they will be considered qualified, and then all participating troops will be recorded as a third-class collective merit. If they capture more than 60%, they will be considered good, and they will be recorded as a second-class collective merit. A score of 70% or more is considered excellent and will be recorded as a first-class collective merit. A score of 90% or more will be considered as a collective special merit. In addition, during combat, if commanders and soldiers make particularly outstanding contributions, they will be credited with personal merit based on their specific actions. If there are serious injuries or deaths, we will also be credited with personal merit based on their actions. In this way, the soldiers have a bottom line in their hearts, so they dare to kill people freely, and they will no longer be timid on the battlefield. At the same time, they will not deliberately kill people indiscriminately for higher-level achievements and rewards, so they can strive for them. Wouldn't it be nice to capture more prisoners, which not only satisfies the leader's need to capture more prisoners, but also frees up the courage of the soldiers? When Yu Yi and Wen Feiyu heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. This method is great. The beginning of the month is busier, so I won't postpone updates this month. I will take time to catch up on what I did before. Just now, the Tsinghua coding system crashed. I couldn't log in and the manuscript couldn't be opened. It wasn't intentional. If you don't believe me, you can ask other authors who use Tsinghua. Fortunately, I found the manuscript in the local file backup. Big sigh of relief. Sorry everyone. After summarizing the experience of the first battle, Chu Bing came up with the idea of defining a killing bottom line for the soldiers, hoping that this would relieve the soldiers of worries and prevent them from looking forward and backward when facing the enemy, and not daring to take action. After hearing this, Yu Yi and Wen Feiyu also thought this method was good. It could encourage the soldiers to capture more prisoners, and at the same time relieve their worries. This method killed 2 birds with 1 stone and was a wonderful thing. After the 3 people agreed on the matter, they discussed the details and finally summarized a detailed merit rating standard. Then they called the chief officers and instructors of each battalion, company, and platoon level to a meeting, and announced the merit on the spot. Grading standards, and then there was another post-war experience summary meeting about the Battle of the Guard platoon. Everyone discussed their feelings during the battle, found out the advantages and carried them forward, and found out the shortcomings and found ways to avoid them. In the past, most of our party's commanders and fighters also learned about war in such post-war experience summarizing conferences. Learning war in war came from this. It was night, and many tents were erected in the woods to the west of the river mouth position. The tents were surrounded by snow packs that could accommodate people. There was also a campsite behind a high slope sheltered from the wind in the woods. In order to allow everyone to camp safely, those who lived underground, the soldiers sleeping on the fire kong at the outpost, spread out their quilts one after another and offered them to the soldiers camping outside, so that everyone could spend a safe night in the ice and snow. It was a calm night, except for some solitary beasts that came to lick the blood on the battlefield. Although there were many donkeys in the camp of the Han tribe, bonfires were always lit in the camp, and there were groups of warriors taking turns. On patrol, those beasts didn't dare to attack humans. Early the next morning, everyone took action again. According to Chu Bing and Lu Ping, the old and weak cannibals would only come out at noon, because the weather was too cold at night, and the old and weak generally could not share so many cold-proof beasts. Because of their skin, they couldn't spend the night outside, so everyone could only build their positions in the morning and night with great fanfare. Chu Bing left a battalion of soldiers at the Hiku position, as well as some food and ammunition, and then assigned the deputy commander to lead the 3rd Battalion to guard here, asking them to expand the underground outpost as soon as possible, and also dig out the 2 surrounding positions. When the 3 positions rush to support each other and form an encirclement, they can capture all the intruding enemies. This time, they also left about 200 militiamen at the Hiku position, plus a battalion of Shent's guards, a total of about 1,000 people. This is not the main battlefield yet, so there is no need to move to the valley camp now. The militiamen were transferred here, and besides, there was no place to stay, so they might as well stay in the camp for training. After arranging things here, Chu Bing, Yu Yi, and Army Sima Wen Feiyu continued to lead the remaining 2 battalions and less than 1,000 militiamen towards the remaining 2 targets, a hunting ground, campsite, and a salt marsh campground. After the army marched to Yanzi, there was also an official from the Han tribe in charge of management here. They were all transferred from those assigned by Luo Chong. In addition, with the help of the clan chiefs who defected, they were able to manage here tens of thousands of people. Fortunately, the system here is relatively simple, and the government affairs are not as complicated as those in the 8 counties of Hanyang, so they can manage it. Chu Bing and Yu Yi led the army to stay at the Salt Lake camp for a few days. They observed the salt cooking workshops here and the salt pond locations occupied by their own side and the cannibals, and then formulated a detailed battle plan. Yu Yi is responsible for explaining the matters concerning the auxiliary army to the administrative officer here. First, he must summon thousands of auxiliary soldiers to train and prepare to help the Shent's Guard in combat. Second, he can help coordinate many logistics matters for the Shent's Guard so that the Shent's Guard stationed here there are not many guards, and there is also only 1 battalion, which is not a big deal. Chu Bing took Wen Feiyu with him and was mainly responsible for Shent's guard matters, including the deployment of the military camp and combat plans. The 2nd Battalion of the Shent's Guards is stationed here at the Yanzi camp. Their battle plan is divided into 2 parts. The first step is to take the initiative to attack and seize the salt pond occupied by the enemy. The second step is to build defenses on the main roads around the salt pond. Position, switch from offense to defense, and ambush the enemies who come to compete for the salt pond. If there are special circumstances, send someone to report, but there shouldn't be any problem. There are more than 700 guns in one battalion. Even if they can't capture prisoners, they can drive away the enemy. Even if the opponent comes with thousands of people at a time, there are with these more than 700 guns here, the enemy will never break their position. After arranging things at Yanzi camp, Chu Bing left Army Sima Wen Feiyu to take charge here. Then he and Yu Yi continued to set off, leading the 1st Battalion of Shent's Guard and more than 300 militiamen to continue to the last hunting camp. Set off. After 3 days of trekking, everyone finally arrived at the hunting camp without any danger. This is the 3rd camp developed by Yu Yi in the north. It is also the newest one. It is also the first one with the smallest number of people and the worst development. The terrain here is indeed as Yu Yi described, with many mountains and few flat lands. Although the mountains are not very high, they are rugged everywhere. Although the people in the camp have also cultivated some farmland, they all rely on mountain springs to cultivate it. Otherwise, they could not water the land, so they did not cultivate much land and received limited food. Unfortunately, the winter here is still so long. If there is not enough food, everyone has to continue hunting. Fortunately, there are a lot of prey here, and the hunting team can gain something every time they go out. This situation made Chu Bing discover an advantage, that is, the militia training here can be greatly reduced. The hunting teams can be reorganized into militia members immediately, without any training at all. At most, they can be taught how to use handcuffs. And then you can go directly to the battlefield. Yui also means the same thing. The development here is the worst, so the people still practice the hunting lifestyle. Everyone has the ability to fight, so the battle here can be arranged quickly, but in the formal, before fighting, it is better to inquire about the enemy's intelligence. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. With the help of Yu Yi, Chu Bing found a well-known local hunter named Zai, who was wearing black yak hide. Before joining the Han tribe, he was also the leader of a small tribe and was attracted by Yu Yi. After that, he became the hunting captain here. Basically, he had to arrange all the hunting operations. This person distributed the prey and was admired by everyone, because he distributed the prey according to his work. Everyone felt that it was fair, and they all believed in him. Zai is the hunting captain here and the leader of the militia. He is familiar with the geographical environment, climate changes, the distribution of prey, and the movement patterns of cannibals. If you want to know anything, just ask him. Yu Yi, he led the young man named Zai to Chu Bing and introduced him. The two immediately looked at each other. Chu Bing's eyes were full of curiosity, while Zai was a little disappointed when he looked at Chu Bing. He thought it was someone sent by the Han tribe, but he didn't expect that it was a child who had just grown up. Chu Bing looked too young. Somewhat. The Prime Minister looks tall, very strong, and has a simple and honest face, but his eyes are very bright and shining. He is about 21 or 12 years old. He is in the best years of this era. His experience, physique, and energy are all the best. At his peak, Chu Bing finished looking at his appearance and then began to ask. Are you the butcher? I heard that you are good at hunting, familiar with the habits of wild beasts, and good at making traps and tracking prey. You also divide the meat in a reasonable way. Everyone says that you are the fairest. Who did you learn these skills from? Of course it's my father. My father is the best hunter. He taught me everything. Zai said without hesitation. Well, I heard that you were a leader before, so your father must have been a great man, but since you are so powerful, the tribe's strength should not be too bad, so why did you choose to lead your tribe to join the Han dynasty? What about the tribe? Chu Bing asked curiously again. For someone like Zai, with his ability, it must not be difficult for him to lead a tribe to survive. Why would he join the Han tribe? I am really curious about this point of Chu Bing. Zai still answered without hesitation. It was obvious that he had thought about this question a long time ago. If he had not thought about it clearly, he would not be willing to join the Han tribe. He shook his head and said, hunting is not a long-term thing. People are born, old, sick, and die. The body will decline with age. Young people cannot hunt. Old people are experienced, but their physical strength declines. Young people are often injured and die. Hunting, not the best way to survive. But the Han tribe is different. The Han tribe cultivates the land to obtain food. Regardless of men, women, old or weak, they can cultivate and survive. Although the Han tribe does not hunt, they can rely on breeding to obtain meat, which is more stable. Although it is harder, nothing in the world comes for free. Food, the food you have paid for with your blood and sweat, will make you feel more at ease. It would be better if you only use sweat and no blood. In terms of hunting ability, the Han leader may not be as good as me, but in terms of how to lead the tribe to survive better as a leader, I am not as good as him. I am also familiar with the habits of wild beasts. I only know how to hunt them better, but the Han leader thought of taming and raising them. Not only can he easily obtain meat, but also the beasts can be used by humans. I also want to collect fruits, but I only think of delicious food. But I didn't think about planting. He shook his head again, and then said, I joined the Han tribe because I agree with the Han tribe's way of survival. Although I am not old, I have seen many tribes and traveled to many places. Only the way of survival of the Han tribe is worthy of my admiration, and I can also see that only the way of survival of the Han tribe is the right way. Joining the Han tribe can make the tribe live a better life. It doesn't matter if I don't become the leader. As long as it allows me to have something to do, that's fine. When Chu Bing heard this, he took a deep look at Yu Yi and knew that Yu Yi must have told him this. After all, this guy was deceived by Yu Yi, otherwise how would he know these truths as a hunter? But Zai is indeed an outstanding leader. He can see that the way for the Han tribe to survive is the general trend of the world. This is a skill that most people can't understand. Moreover, his popularity is not small, because some people even know it. He could live a good life by joining the Han tribe, and he was unwilling to give up his position as leader and his rights as leader, so people like Zai were even more rare. You are right. The leader of our Han tribe is indeed a great man. He can even be called a god. The leader is best at summarizing principles and exploring the laws of nature in order to make them useful to others. The leader calls this science. Science is exploration, discovery, verification, and summary. This is a process of doing things. Everything has its own unique laws, and the leader teaches us to face all things with a scientific attitude. These laws contain various treasures, and once discovered by humans, we can benefit endlessly. But there's one thing you just said wrong. Our leader is also very good at hunting. Otherwise, how could we build an invincible army? Chu Bing retorted with a smile. Zai was non-committal about this statement. Anyway, he had never met the leader of the Han tribe. These people could say whatever they wanted. He only believed in what he saw with his own eyes. The Han tribe did have food seeds that could enable people to farm and survive. The Han tribe could also tame wild beasts and let them be used by humans, which he saw with his own eyes. As for whether the Han tribe's army could fight, he had never seen it, so even if Chu Bing told lies, he would not believe it. In his eyes, it was just bragging. Okay, let's not talk about this. Uncle, you said that you are very familiar with the situation here. I want to know from you the situation of the cannibals here. How often do they come out? How big are they every time? That is, how many people come out every time? What kind of weapons do they carry? Where do they usually hunt? And if we want to ambush them, where is the best place to choose? When I went to Bing to see this guy, he didn't seem to be interested in the leader's scientific ideas, so he went straight to the point and asked him about it. Enemy situation. I know this. They come here to hunt in the first 3 months of every winter. In the next 3 months, the herds here will migrate south. By then, they will no longer appear. These cannibals are out and about frequently. Frequently, there are even thousands of people at one time, but most of them are scattered. Zai answered immediately after hearing Chu Bing's question. Chu Bing was shocked when he heard this. Thousands of people were hunting together at one time? Is it true or false? It's a bit ridiculous, right? But when Zai said that the enemies were scattered, he knew that the situation was not what he thought. So he waved his hand and said, "You continue." At first, I didn't know why they acted like this. It wasn't until Commander Yu told me about the distribution of the cannibals that I understood what was going on. The cannibals lived in separate villages, so I thought that the hunting teams that came over, it is possible that they are not from the same village. Although they are all cannibals, they are not affiliated with each other. The same goes for hunting. Sometimes the two groups will fight over the prey. Every time these cannibals hunt, they will gather 200 to 300 people, specifically targeting herds of large beasts. According to my observations, each team of 200 to 300 people may be composed of 1 to 3 villages, and there may be more than a dozen hunting teams like this in this hunting ground. Sometimes there are 3 or 4 hunting teams, which adds up to about 1,000 people. If there are more than a dozen hunting teams, the total number, aren't there just a few thousand people? Zai said, spreading his hands. The cannibals dispatched thousands of people at a time to hunt. This was something Chu Bing did not expect, but it was understandable if he thought about it carefully. They live according to the village pattern. It is naturally impossible for a hunting team organized by a village to provide food for all villages. Therefore, the most correct method is for each village to form its own hunting team and everyone hunts their own. Chu Bing thought for a moment and then asked again. You mean that the hunting teams in each of their villages are not affiliated with each other and have no contact with each other, and the hunting targets and areas are also different, right? Well, that's more or less the case, but sometimes when there are a lot of hunting targets, they will briefly unite together, but this is rare. Even if they unite, it is very rare, and the scale of the alliance is not large. There are only a few hundred people, and there are rarely more than 1,000 people. Otherwise, if there are too many, their prey will not be enough. Zai recalled and replied again. Chu Bing nodded when he heard the words, and then fell into deep thought. Seeing him like this, Yi asked, "How is it? Do you have any ideas? Or is it more difficult to fight?" I think in this case, the strength of a battalion is not enough less. Chu Bing shook his head. No, it depends on how you look at this matter. It has advantages and disadvantages for us. The advantage is that their main force is outside now, and we can think of ways to eat them while we are outside, so we don't have to venture deep into their settlement. The disadvantage is the troop strength problem you mentioned. There are many enemies. We only have 1 battalion here. Of course, if we just want to kill them all, this 1 battalion is enough, but our tactical purpose is to capture prisoners, so we can't act recklessly, we have to spread them out and defeat them one by one. Well, if you think about it this way, it's true. If they huddle in the camp, it will be harder for us to fight. Yu Yi thought for a while and said in agreement. It's like this. It seems like it's a test for us now, but in fact it's us who have taken the initiative. Whether we fight or not, we have no problem here, but the enemy has to come out. If they don't come out to fight, they will. If they don't come out to fight, they won't be able to get white salt. Even if they decide to go south, we can stop them. From a strategic level, we have the initiative and this battle is not difficult to fight. Chu Bing immediately analyzed and said. Then what do you decide to do? Yu asked again. Now assemble the hunting team here, reorganize them, and teach them the techniques of capturing prisoners and the use of handcuffs. In addition, let the hunting team and the scouts jointly dispatch to detect all the cannibal teams operating in the hunting grounds. We can choose the target and attack at any time. When we take action, we will send some teams to keep an eye on the surrounding cannibals. Once they approach our battlefield, we will call the police in time, and then the people responsible for tracking will also stop them. This is not difficult for us. 1 or 2 squads are enough to deal with 200 to 300 enemies, Chu Bing decided without hesitation. Okay, then I'll do as you say, and I'll call someone for you right away. Yu Yi also agreed immediately. After all, the task assigned to him by the leader was to assist the Shent's guard in fighting. Zai didn't speak at the side. He wasn't very clear about Shent's guard, but when he went out with Yu Yi to gather a hunting team and learned that there were only 9 people in Shent's guard's class, he started to look weird. If I remember correctly, the young Shensui general from the Han tribe just wanted to use 1 or 2 squads to stop a hunting team of cannibals. Is that guy bad at arithmetic? You actually want to use 12 people to block the opponent's 200 or 300 people? Or is it that this young general of the Shent's guard is too arrogant, thinking that his soldiers are all gods of war who can stop 100 with 1? Or maybe he simply looked down on those cannibals and asked his enemies for advice? He wanted to say something, but after thinking about it he shook his head and gave up. The Han tribe may be very powerful, but not everyone is so powerful. It would be better to let this guy suffer so that he can realize his shortcomings. Anyway, the matter has nothing to do with him. There is no need to be an enemy of these leaders from the Han tribe. Besides, wasn't this young general chosen by the leader of the Han tribe who became a god? Then let's see how the person he picks is like. In the next 2 days, the hunting camp was very busy. Yu and Zai summoned all the young hunters in the camp, and then selected 1,000 of the best hunters. Everyone heard that they were going to hunt those cannibals, didn't have any objections, but seemed very excited. Chu Bing was not idle either. He first had people copy many regional maps of the hunting area, and then sent out soldiers and squad units, asking them to carry telescopes, compasses, and other measurement and reconnaissance tools. Under the leadership of local hunters, scout around, improve the details of the map, mark the areas where cannibal hunting teams often move, and select suitable places for setting up ambushes. I thought that the hunting ground would be the first to fight, but unexpectedly, the 2nd and 3rd battalions reported the results first. After Chu Bing led the 1st and 2nd battalions to leave the Hiku position, the 3rd battalion stationed at the Hiku position received good news first. They were still at the same place and captured 2 groups of old and weak cannibals who went fishing in 2 days. And because of their previous combat experience, coupled with the new merit standards set by Chu Bing and others, the soldiers no longer looked forward and backward when beating people. Some old and crippled ones would kill at will, which would not create much value anyway. In this way, it will be easier to scare those young people. 2 consecutive times plus the one under Chu Bing's command, after 3 battles, a total of more than 160 slaves were captured in the Hiku position, and more than 40 were killed and wounded. As for how many of the injured could survive, that's just I can tell my fate. 3 consecutive victories gave the deputy commander stationed there some experience. In view of the small scale of the enemy's movements each time, so many troops were not needed, so the deputy commander transferred a platoon of soldiers and some militiamen, and together they escorted the captured more than 100 prisoners back to the River Valley camp, where they were placed under centralized custody. As for sending them back to the south, we can only wait until the river thaws in spring. The battle at the Hiku position was good, and good news came from the Yenza camp. However, not many prisoners were captured in the battle there, but the strategic purpose set in advance was achieved, which is considered a victory. The first stage of the Salt Lake battle was not originally about capturing prisoners, but about seizing all the salt ponds controlled by the enemy. After Chu being left with the 1st Battalion, Army Sima Wenfeiyu led all the officers and soldiers of the 2nd Battalion to attack decisively and occupied all 4 salt ponds controlled by the enemy. In this battle, more than 300 enemy people were killed and injured, and no one was captured or injured. There were 62 prisoners of war, and some were escaped by the enemy. There were probably dozens scattered here and there. Originally, the Shent's guards were equipped with long-range muskets. They could definitely kill the fleeing enemies, but when Feiyu ordered them to be let go. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the combat strategy. Plan. The method he discussed with Chu Bing was to first knock down the salt pond controlled by the enemy, and then wait for the enemy to come back to fight for it, and then set up an ambush to prevent them from returning. If you don't send some people back to report the news, how will the enemy know about your salt pond? Was robbed? The latest news sent from the Yenza camp stated that when Feiyu was leading the 2nd Battalion and the local militia to build defensive positions, as well as hiding spots for ambushes. However, the enemy has not counterattacked yet. Once the enemy counterattacks, they will definitely be able to win another wave of results. The most fortunate thing is that the battle reports sent by the 2nd and 3rd Battalions said that there were no casualties on our side, neither the soldiers of Shent's guard nor the local militia. But this is also normal. After all, the Shent's guards are equipped with long-range weapons. At their attack range, the enemy cannot come up with any weapons with equivalent range. It is normal for them to be beaten unilaterally. I was very happy after going to the doctor. At the same time, I also asked my men to tell the battle report to the soldiers of the 1st Battalion. Firstly, to cheer them up, and secondly, to put some pressure on them. Now the 2nd and 3rd Battalions have achieved results. Now we just wait for their 1st Battalion to show results. On the 5th day after arriving at the hunting camp, Xubing finally made preparations for the battle. 1,000 young and strong hunters recruited from the local area were all organized according to the Sherwu system, and their equipment was all assembled in place. Shields, long sticks, and some other tools they usually use for hunting, such as ropes or large nets, are all useful tools for catching people alive. After watching their demonstration, I agreed to let them bring them. Of course, handcuffs are indispensable. They are really convenient for binding people. Every hunter brings several of them. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion also carefully scouted the terrain of the hunting ground in the past few days, and further refined the map they copied from Yui, and finally summarized it here in Xubing. Everyone also had a deeper understanding of the geography of the hunting ground. Concept. The hunting ground can be divided into 6 major areas in total. The northwest direction of the hunting ground is the ultimate road for the cannibals to the hunting ground. Whether they come to hunt or return with their prey, they will pass through the northwest. The terrain here has one feature: trees. There are countless towering trees of all kinds. In fact, the northwest of the hunting ground is the outskirts of the forest where the cannibals are stationed. Although there are more trees here, they are not comparable to the forest. At most, they are considered sparse forests. And although the terrain here is also mountainous, the slope is gentle, and there are no steep slopes such as mountains or cliffs. Then there is the direction due west of the hunting ground. There are many mountains to the west, but the mountains are not high. This is where the Han tribe's hunting ground camp is stationed. The mountains extend to the southeast, all the way to the mountains due east, and the mountains there in one piece. There are also forests and thin woods to the north of the hunting ground, and there is a valley between the southeast and southwest. This valley is also the main passage to the south. The herds will pass through this valley whether they are migrating south or north. In other words, below the hunting ground is a mountain range, above it is a forest, and in the middle is a complex area composed of swamps, hills, basins, canyons, valleys, and low mountains. This area is the main habitat of the herd, that is, the so-called hunting ground. This hunting ground covers a huge area, stretching for hundreds of kilometers from east to west and 70 to 80 kilometers from north to south. In the absence of major roads, it would take 10 days and a half to go back and forth on horseback. However, for those who are familiar with hunting here, for hunters, human legs can walk faster, because there are places where horses cannot go, but people can go over them. Those large and small cannibal hunting teams are scattered in this hunting ground. After getting the detailed map of this place, Chu Bing immediately formulated his first battle plan. He would first eat up several cannibal hunting teams near him, and then expand the camp established by the Han tribe to the west of the hunting ground to the east. The purpose of this is to facilitate the custody of prisoners, because they have many enemies here. If they have to escort the prisoners back every time they fight, and then go into the next battle, it will be a waste of time and troops, and it will cause delays. Fighters, it is better to concentrate the captured prisoners in concentration camps on the front line for custody, and then send the prisoners back after a sufficient group has been gathered and the front line has been stabilized. After listening to Chu Bing's battle plan, Yu Yi also agreed very much. This way, whether it is food or ammunition, the rear can quickly replenish it without having to be burdened by the prisoners. The captured prisoners can then be handed over to the custody of the local people, and those Shen's guard soldiers and militiamen can attack quickly and frequently. Here, and here, there are currently 3 enemy hunting teams, one with about 230 people, and they are staring at a group of alpacas, and this one, with about 350 people, they were targeting a group of yaks. The last group consisted of about 280 people, and their target was a group of big-antlered deer. Zai, the leader of the hunting team, pointed at the map and introduced the situation to Chu Bing and Yu Yi. Well, based on your hunting experience, where would it be more appropriate for us to set up an ambush? Chu Bing looked at him and asked. Zai raised his eyebrows. He didn't know much about fighting, but when it came to hunting, that was his strength, so he listened to him. This group of people who are staring at the bighorn deer will definitely drive the deer into the woods to the north. The antlers of the bighorn deer are very wide, 3 to 4 meters wide. Once they are driven into the woods, the antlers on their heads will become a burden to them and limit their movement speed in the woods, so we don't have to run around, we just need to find a place around the woods and wait for them to come. There are also this group of people who are staring at the yaks. The yaks are very powerful. They are running rampant in the open land. No matter how many people are there, no one will try to take a look at them. So this 350-person hunting team will definitely move the herd to the west of the canyon. When the cattle enter the canyon and can no longer run, it will be easier to hunt them, so we can also set up an ambush around the canyon and wait for the cannibal hunting team. Zai pointed at the map and spoke eloquently, while Chu Bing and Yu Yi looked at each other. This guy may not be able to command a battle, but he is very accurate in predicting the enemy's movements. With Zai's prediction, coupled with Chu Bing's command, it is impossible to lose this battle. Alpacas like to eat bushes and thorns. They often stay in relatively barren highland cliffs. This can not only meet their food needs, but also make it easier for them to find predators. However, such terrain is also more convenient for hunting them. Just drive them to the cliffs. Just fall to death. In this way, the cannibal hunting team tracking alpacas will definitely set up an ambush around this cliff. According to the terrain, it is very likely that they will ambush here, so we only need to send people around to use telescopes first. After some reconnaissance, it is not difficult to find their traces, but the difficult part is how to capture them alive. Otherwise, we will send people to stop them when they kill the alpaca and collect the bodies under the cliff. Zai pointed at the map and analyzed the direction of action for the last target, and Chu Bing and Yu Yi also had a clear idea. Chu Bing thought for a moment and then said, "Uncle Yu, do you still remember what I said before?" "What are you talking about?" Yu Yi was stunned for a moment when asked, not knowing what Chu Bing was talking about. "It's a specialty of the North," Chu Bing reminded. "Oh, you mean, we can capture these yaks and alpacas and tame them together?" Yu Yi suddenly remembered what Chu Bing had told him before, which was about whether the leader would let their camps in the north withdraw completely from the Han tribe after this battle. If he didn't want the leader to completely abandon the north, it would be best to it as necessary to have special resources here that are not found elsewhere in the Han tribe. If there are special products, according to the temper of the leader, he will definitely not give up the occupied territory easily. "Well, it's up to you to decide this matter. If you want to catch us, then our operation must be before the cannibal hunting team takes action. Otherwise, when they drive the herd of alpacas off the cliff, we can pick up the corpse." Chu Bing nodded. Zai listened to the conversation between the two and understood what they meant. What these two people meant was that they wanted them all. They wanted to capture the captives, and the beasts could not be let go either. When Yi heard that Chu Bing had given him the choice, he immediately frowned and began to think, but he didn't think about it for long before he kicked the ball back again. "In this matter, in principle, I choose to capture the beasts and the captives together. It is best if we can capture them together, but the actual command is up to you. If there is no way to do it, then the captives will be taken first." This means that he wants those beasts, but the decision-making power lies with Chu Bing. If something goes wrong, he will not be responsible. After all, Chu Bing originally had the command of the battle, and the orders given to him by the leader were only for assistance. But Chu Bing doesn't care, this matter is not as troublesome as they thought. "Then let's capture them together. We only have 3 targets this time. The total number of enemies is equivalent to the 1st Battalion of our Shent's guards. We still have 1,000 militiamen at our disposal. There is no problem with our strength. We cannot capture them all together. What a difficult thing." Xu Bing made a decision directly, and then began to call all the officers of the 1st Battalion over and assign them tasks. The group of enemies who are going to encircle the yak will be in charge of 1 company of the 1st Battalion, plus 400 militiamen. You need to hide the large group in the hidden part of the canyon, and then send out 1 or 2 squads of scouts. Keep an eye on the enemy's movements, and don't take action too early. After the enemy drives the group of yaks into the valley, you can start to capture the prisoners. At the same time, don't let go of the guards in the canyon. When the prisoners are captured, those yaks, you must also catch them alive for me. The priority for this mission is to capture prisoners. At least half of them must be alive. This will be done according to the merit evaluation standards. As for the group of yaks, we can only proceed after the mission of capturing prisoners is completed. I don't blame you if we can't capture them. Promise. The last general will take the order. The 1st Company commander of the 1st Battalion immediately handed over his promise and accepted the task. Well, then there is the group of enemies responsible for chasing the alpacas. The 2nd Company is in charge, plus 400 militiamen. Your mission is the same as that of the 1st Company. I want the prisoners, alpacas, to live. The prisoners come first. Go and capture the alpaca while ensuring that you are captured. I won't blame you if you fail to capture it, Chu Bing ordered again. Promise. The last general has the order. The commander of the 2nd Company also accepted the task. The last group of enemies chasing the horned deer is led by the 1st Battalion and the 3rd Company, plus 200 militiamen. You must wait for the enemy to drive the deer into the woods before taking action. The priority is to capture prisoners. It is best if the deer can be captured. If you can't catch any alive, kill more. These horned deer are not easy to raise. If you can't catch any alive, you might as well get some meat back for everyone to use as food, Chu Bing said, pointing to the last target marked on the map. Promise. Please keep this in mind. The commander of the 3rd Company also accepted the mission. Well, let's do it. 1st Battalion Commander, you go and follow the 1st Company, which is responsible for commanding the team that captures the yak. Deputy Battalion Commander, you go and follow the 2nd Company. The instructor and hunting captain of the 1st Battalion, Zai, go and follow the 3rd Company. Guard Station, the security platoon directly under the headquarters is responsible for monitoring and blocking surrounding enemies and squad units, and will quickly send people back to report the situation. Chu Bing finally stood up and pointed at the many targets on the map, and explained the mission in a unified manner. Yes. I will obey your orders. Everyone responded in unison, cupping their hands and clasping their fists. After the combat order was issued, everyone took action quickly. The nearly 2,000-strong regular army and militia team dispersed. Everyone divided into 3 teams and quickly approached their targets, but they would not take action immediately, and according to Zai's analysis, after the enemy drove the beasts to the most advantageous position for them, the Han tribe would then jump out to reap the benefits. The 3 companies of the 1st Battalion went directly into the mountains and woods of the hunting ground according to their respective goals, and quietly ambush, just waiting for the enemy to appear. At the Yanzi position where the 2nd Battalion was responsible, they also welcomed the enemy's first counterattack. The source of salt for the cannibals was seized by the Han tribe. This was something they could not tolerate. It was impossible for so many of them not to eat salt. It would be impossible for any mammal to take in salt. Even if their mouths could tolerate it, their bodies would not be able to tolerate it. They couldn't stand it, so when the enemies who fled in the first battle passed the news back to the cannibals, they immediately organized a counterattack without any hesitation at all. The people who fled back gave a detailed account of the appearance of the group of people who robbed their salt ponds. They were the group of Han tribesmen usually stationed near them. The Han tribesmen were easy to identify. They wore special cotton clothes and had their hair tied up above the head. This is the characteristic of the Han tribe, and the Han tribe is good at making metal weapons, and the Han people who come to grab the salt pond are no exception. However, according to those who escaped back, the most important point is that this time it is not just the Han people who usually live there. The Han people seem to have found more powerful warriors this time. The number of these warriors is not large, but they are all uniformly dressed. Wearing clothes the same color as the leaves, he holds a long-range weapon that makes a loud sound. The weapon has an extremely long range, almost twice the range of the best bow and arrow made by the cannibals. However, the weapon not only has a long range, but is also extremely powerful. It can easily penetrate people. Even the hardest skull can easily make a hole if it is shot. The power is even worse than that of a crossbow arrow. The only drawback is that the shooters of the Han tribe are a bit weak and their hit rate is not high, otherwise the weapon would be 20% more powerful. But even so, it is not something that ordinary totem warriors can contend with. If you want to take back the salt pond, the best way is to invite those giant apes to join the battle. The giant apes are huge and have explosive power, and ordinary attacks cannot do it at all. How much impact does it have on them? Even if they are hit by a few arrows, they will still be able to continue fighting as if nothing is wrong. Only spears and heavy crossbows similar to spears can shake them and cause effective damage to them. Kill and injure them, causing them to completely lose their combat effectiveness. So, in order to successfully take back their salt pond, they even went out for revenge and drove away all the Han people stationed beside the salt pond. Those cannibals did not hesitate to sacrifice many people before inviting the giant apes to join the battle. On the 8th day after the cannibal salt pond was robbed, those guys finally gathered a wave of force to fight back. There were thousands of totem warriors who came to participate in the battle, and there were more than 50 giant apes of all sizes. Moreover, the hair of these giant apes is different from those seen by the Han tribe before. The Han tribe had encountered several attacks by giant apes in the past. Those giant apes were all covered with orange-red hair. Only the hair on the chest and abdomen was sparse. The hair on other parts was no different from that of monkeys. However, the hair on the northern snowfields was no different. These giant apes all have snow-white hair, and the hair is thicker. It must be related to the environment they live in. Domestic livestock also shed their fur when the weather gets warm, and it's not difficult to understand why. Early that morning, the genius was bright. On the Yanqi position that had just been conquered, the soldiers were hiding in a hidden post to rest. The 2 observation posts on the high ground behind them were also yawning. The cool breeze hit them, making them shiver with cold. The 2 of them picked up some snow from the ground and rubbed it on their faces to keep themselves energetic. One of them muttered, "Why hasn't anyone come to replace us yet? Why do I feel that we have been together for a long time? Didn't those 2 guys sleep together? Well, what can we do after sleeping? We don't know what time it is. The sundial used to keep time is so heavy, like a millstone. It can't be moved anywhere. Besides, it's just dawn. Even if there is a sundial, I can't tell the time either," another person complained. "Yes, you said when our leader can invent a tool for timing, just like a compass, and take it with you wherever you go, so that those 2 lazy guys won't stay in bed." The man also said with emotion at first. "Stop complaining and be energetic. Wait for the sun to come out. If they don't get up, go and call, huh? Look, is there anything going on over there?" While the 2 were talking, one of them suddenly pointed to the dark forest in the northeast and said. Another person heard the words and quickly looked over, and found that the forest in the distance was shaking. A large number of birds were frightened and flew into the sky. They screamed and flew into the distance. The trembling waves of the forest were also there. Quickly swept towards their position. One of them quickly took out the telescope, adjusted the highest magnification and looked into the forest. He found dozens of white giant apes leaping forward on the trees in the forest. Their target was right here. Below the forest, there were dense figures of people flashing below. Move, the target is also their position here. The man was immediately shocked and said, "No, it's an enemy attack. Go and inform the battalion commander and Master Sima that there are many enemies, including white giant apes." "Run to inform now? Is it too late?" "Go and notify them quickly. I'm watching from here. They still have a few minutes to come. If it's too late, I'll shoot as a warning." Another person held up the telescope and looked at it without daring to put it down. The sentry who answered the call just now had no time to agree and immediately ran towards the high ground, shouting as he ran. "The enemy is attacking, the enemy is attacking, prepare to fight. Battalion Commander, Lord Sima, the enemy is coming, get your brothers ready to fight. Battalion Commander, Sima, come out quickly, the enemy is coming, and there are dozens of giant apes." The sentry ran and shouted, and when he passed the position, he made a noise among all the sleeping soldiers. A platoon leader who had just put on his clothes heard someone yelling and was about to ask him a few questions. When he heard him talking about an enemy attack and the appearance of a giant ape, he was so startled that he ran back and rushed to call your soldiers from several hidden spots. Get up quickly. The enemy is coming. Don't panic. Move quickly. Check your guns and ammunition. Second row, gather quickly and prepare to fight." When the confused soldiers heard the commander shouting, they quickly stood up. The squad leaders took the lead, pulling every soldier up and starting to help them check their weapons. Ammunition. The sentry was running all the way to the headquarters. The frontline headquarters in a theater generally has a three-chief official system, namely, the chief military officer, the chief political officer, and usually a chief of staff. The three of them take turns to be on duty. There is a chief in charge of the headquarters from morning to night 24 hours a day, to cope with situations that may occur at any time. Although the station here of the 2nd Battalion does not have a military position, there are still three chief officers, namely the military commander stationed here, Ma Wenfeiyu, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, the deputy commander, and the instructor of the 2nd Battalion. There should be 4 people on duty in turns, making it even less likely that there will be no one at the command post. At the battalion headquarters at this time, the army Sima and the battalion commander were still sleeping. The instructor went to the logistics cooking class to check the food and grass. Only the deputy battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion was on duty. He was roasting corn on the charcoal stove in the house. After hearing the commotion outside, he immediately ran out wearing a military coat, cursing in his mouth. Who is making noise in the camp? Is there any military discipline anymore? The sentry was so excited that he burst into tears when he saw the person coming. It was considered that a chief officer had come out. Deputy Battalion Commander, the enemy is attacking. The enemy is coming, and there are dozens of white-haired giant apes. Get everyone ready to fight. The Deputy Battalion Commander was stunned, quickly turned around and ran towards the headquarters, cursing as he passed the guard standing at the door. Why are you still waiting? Tell all the soldiers to get up, check their weapons and ammunition, and prepare to fight. Hurry! The sentries in front of the command department ran out immediately after hearing this. The deputy battalion commander rushed into the headquarters and immediately called out several chief officers. Battalion commander, Sima, get up quickly. The enemy has counterattacked, and dozens of giant apes have come. Wenfeiyu was shaken up in a daze. Hearing this, he was immediately startled and lost all sleep. The enemy has counterattacked? Are there giant apes? How many enemies are there and where are they? Have you called the soldiers to get up? Where are the militiamen? Wenfeiyu asked questions like a barrage of questions while quickly getting dressed. I don't know how many people there are. It should be not far away. It was reported by the observation post. I have asked the messenger to wake up the soldiers. The militia has not contacted them yet. The deputy battalion commander also reported the report quickly. Then go and contact the militia. Go quickly and call the militia. Wenfeiyu had already dressed, and the commander of the 2nd Battalion quickly put on his coat and rushed out of the door, heading to the position first. As the military chief, he wanted to check the situation of the position. At this time, he must first wake up the soldiers and prepare for battle. The deputy battalion commander hurriedly went to the back to gather the militiamen. Wenfeiyu came to the door alone. Seeing that the guards on the left and right were not there, there was only one soldier standing in front of the door, so he asked, "Which platoon of soldiers are you from? Why are you standing here?" "Go back to Lord Sima, I am the sentry at the observation post, here to call the police." The sentry immediately stood at attention and said, "Oh, you were the ones who discovered the enemy attack? How far have the enemies come, and how far away are they?" Wenfeiyu asked again. "Sir, I don't know. We were on sentry duty just now. We saw the forest trees in the northeast trembling and birds flying into the sky. After looking through the telescope, we found that there were dozens of white-haired giant apes leaping over the trees towards here. Coming, there were a large number of people following behind the tree, and the target was us, so I immediately called the police." The sentry replied again. "Okay, got it, go and prepare for the battle. This time I'll give you a credit for the observation post." Wenfeiyu immediately took out his binoculars and walked to a high ground to look northeast. "Ah? Thank you, Lord Sima. The sentry was stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. They had achieved meritorious service? Oops, luckily I reported it in time. If I reported it too late and was successfully attacked by the enemy, then we would suffer casualties. Let alone taking credit, it would be better if we didn't punish them for neglecting their duties. Otherwise, we would have to take a bullet. It seems that you have to be smarter next time when you're on sentry duty. The sentry sighed with emotion and immediately ran back to his platoon's position, while the previous observation post was still observing with a telescope on the high ground. The enemies in the woods did not run very fast, but they were very close. On the contrary, the giant apes were jumping up and down in the forest at very fast speeds. In the blink of an eye, they were already not far from the position. He immediately looked down through the telescope and found that all his soldiers had entered the position and their guns were loaded. Everyone was concentrating on aiming ahead. The grassroots commanders had also entered the position, so there was no fire a warning shot, because it is no longer needed. Shooting at this time will easily alert the enemy and expose the position of your own position. The giant apes had already fled out of the forest and arrived at the open land in front of the position. This was a salt pond, surrounded by saline alkali land. There were no lush plants at all, only extremely rare shrubs, so the field of vision was very wide. Without the help of trees, the giant apes could only run on hands and feet on the snow. Although the speed was not slow, it was not as fast as in the woods. Army Sima Wenfeiyu looked at the front of the position with a telescope from the observation window in the headquarters. The 2nd Battalion commander went to the position to direct the battle in person, and the deputy battalion commander went to the back to summon the militia. Now everyone is ready. Wenfeiyu felt relieved as he prepared for the battle. In the position of the 2nd Battalion ahead, the platoon commanders of each company were shouting to the soldiers in a low voice. Assaulters, prepare, wait until those monsters are close before attacking, don't be nervous, aim at the monster closest to you, and follow my orders to shoot later. Attention, riflemen, take out your short rifles for self-defense. When the enemy gets close, focus fire on me. As soon as the commander gave the order, the sound of guns being drawn and guns being loaded was immediately heard in the position. The 2nd Battalion commander had already looked ahead with a telescope and found that the enemy's first attack echelon was only the giant apes, while the cannibal totem warriors holding bows, arrows, shields and spears were still behind. The two echelons were nearly 1,000 meters away. Now take the rifles are useless. They can't hit the ones behind them. The rifles are not very effective in killing the giant apes in front. It's better to let all the soldiers use spray guns, and get rid of those white-haired giant apes first. Ha ha ha. 40 or 50 giant apes were spitting out white air from their mouths and noses, and they quickly came towards the position, and rushed straight towards the front row of positions. The position of the 1st Company is set up on the only road leading to the salt pond. There are 2 trenches in front and back, divided into primary defense and secondary defense. There is a communication trench in the middle. The sides of the communication trench are all excavated anti-gun holes, but now they are used. It is just for the soldiers to live in. The trenches of the 2nd defense are higher than the trenches of the 1st defense to prevent the trenches in front from blocking the firing range of the trenches behind. There are more than 120 people on each of the 2 defense lines, all aiming with the spray guns in their hands. Ahead. The 2nd and 3rd companies are set up along both sides of the road, like 2 arms stretched out. Once the enemy is blocked when approaching the 1st company's position, the 2nd and 3rd companies can quickly attack the enemy's flanks and outflank them from behind. The enemy was trapped in the position. These settings were all arranged when he was here before Chu Bing, and they came in handy at this time. Those giant apes came straight to the main road and found that the originally flat main road was suddenly blocked by a ravine, but they didn't take it to heart. They could cross such a narrow ravine directly. However, they had only arrived 50 meters in front of the gully when they suddenly heard a burst of shouting coming from the ravine in front of them. Beat! The next moment, many people suddenly emerged from the ravine. They were holding black iron pipes in their hands. Suddenly, fire flashed in the iron pipes, and then a burst of thunder was heard, and then many people around them were heard. The companion seemed to have hit an invisible wall. His advancing figure immediately stopped, and at the same time, blood holes appeared on his body, as if he had been attacked by a heavy crossbow, but no crossbow arrows could be seen at all. Bang 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 bang. On the first and second defense positions, at least 80 shotguns fired from the front and rear defense lines at the same time. In just one round, more than 30 giant apes fell to the ground. They may have been hit in vital parts by a shot, and their chests and abdomen were suddenly shot. A big hole was made, where they were hit on the head on the spot, and half of their heads were blown out. Some were shot several times, hit by several shotguns at the same time, and their bodies were smashed, including their internal organs and limbs, scattered all over the floor. Of course, there are some who are lucky. In the first round of shooting, they were lucky enough not to be hit, or they were only slightly injured, and they were able to continue to charge forward. However, their good luck is destined to end. Every 3 members of the Shen's Guard are equipped with an 8-shot shotgun. There are more than 240 people in the first and second defenses, and there are only 80 such guns. The shooting range is 80 meters. They just opened fire when the enemy was 50 meters away. When these giant apes escaped the first round of shooting and advanced to only 20 meters away from the trench, their good luck came to an end. All the riflemen had already taken out their self-defense short-spray guns. The short-spray guns only had 3 rounds of ammunition, and the range was only 20 meters. However, the giant apes who luckily escaped the first round of shooting were now at the point where their self-defense short-spray guns were fired. Range. So, the next moment, on the position of the 2nd Battalion and the 1st Company, the shotguns in the hands of all the soldiers fired. More than 240 powerful spray guns focused their fire on the less than 20 remaining giant apes, each of which could receive more than a dozen rounds of shotguns, and were beaten to pieces on the spot. And this is not over yet. Shotguns are about rapid fire. After some soldiers fired the first shot, they were worried that they had missed the hit, so they immediately pushed and pulled the bolt, and in the blink of an eye the second shotgun was sent into the gun chamber. Shoot again, without hesitation. To be honest, it was the first time that everyone attacked this kind of monster, and they would inevitably feel a little nervous. Although the officers repeatedly emphasized the need to stay calm, until those monsters rushed in front of them, the tall figures would inevitably frighten the soldiers. When they were nervous, they became afraid. When they were afraid, they started shooting wildly. They kept pulling the bolt to load the gun, and they kept pulling the trigger. The gunfire sounded continuously. Just like the new recruits who go to the battlefield with automatic rifles for the first time, veterans generally like to use automatic rifles for point shooting. They can shoot accurately and save ammunition. And those new recruits tend to be easily nervous. Once on the battlefield, they like to hold on to the trigger and play fully automatic strafing. However, they often fail to fire, and they waste 30 rounds of ammunition in a few seconds, and then reload themselves in a daze. On this occasion, he was shot through the head by the enemy. The same is true for these new recruits of Shen's Guard. They are nervous and scared, so they shoot wildly, but the enemies here do not have the same weapons. In the end, these dozen giant apes suffered a disaster. They were even worse than those killed in the first round of shooting. A dozen giant apes withstood the continuous and crazy fire of more than 200 people. Some of them were obviously dead. They had been beaten to pieces, but the soldiers were still screaming and squeezing the triggers, shooting at the fallen corpses for fear that they would suddenly rise up and rush into the trenches. However, this situation did not last long. Just 3 breaths later, a clicking sound came from the position. It turned out to be the self-defense short spray in the hands of the rifleman, and all 3 rounds of shotguns were fired. In less than 5 seconds, 3 bullets were fired. This was still a gun that pulled the bolt, not a semi-automatic one. It is conceivable that in less than 5 seconds, they pushed and pulled the bolt, aimed at the target and fired. How fast and how crazy is the speed? Fortunately, there are no enemies behind them now. Otherwise, according to this method of fighting, the guns in their hands would have been out of bullets. If another group of giant apes came at this time, they would have no choice but to wait and be killed without even having time to reload their ammunition. However, this was also their first time facing a giant monster, so it was excusable. After fighting once and seeing the enemy's blood, they would become veterans in the future. Weasel weasel. Some assaulters with 8-round shotguns were still loading and shooting with inertia, and suddenly the shouts of the squad leader and platoon leader came to their ears. Stop fighting, cease fire. Those monsters are dead. Stay calm. When the soldiers heard the shouts of the squad leader and platoon leader, they gradually calmed down and put down their guns. They heard the shouts of the squad leader and company commander again. Take cover, check your firearms, load ammunition, and be alert to the enemies behind you. The soldiers were all panting nervously, with billowing white mist coming from their mouths and noses. They were checking the ammunition mechanically in their hands, taking out the ammunition from the bullet boxes on their waists and reloading. They were completely executing the orders mechanically. Many soldiers haven't even recovered yet. The 2nd Battalion commander exposed half of his body from the 2nd defense position and looked into the distance with a telescope. He glanced at the position in front of him. All 53 giant apes died in the open space in front of the 1st defense, 20 meters away. The dozen or so ones in front were completely beaten to pieces, but the 30 or so ones 50 meters in front were still alive and fell to the ground groaning and twitching. It was obvious that some of them were seriously injured and had not yet died. He didn't care about the half-dead monsters, but looked at the place about a kilometer ahead with his binoculars. The cannibal totem warriors holding shields and spears suddenly stopped there and began to gather there, but they no further forward. They must have heard the intensive gunfire just now and knew that the Han tribe was setting up an ambush to stop them again, so the cannibals were hesitating whether to come over, or maybe they wanted to see if the giant apes could break through the Han tribe's defense line. In short, all the enemies are gathered 1,000 meters away and hesitate to move forward. The 2nd Battalion commander has no good solution now. 1st Company platoon leader and soldiers, pay attention. Riflemen, pay attention to the enemy in the distance. This time it's a human being, and it's a prisoner. Don't shoot at me randomly. If you want to, hit the old one, or hit the soles of the feet to scare them. Just wait for my order whether to fire or not, and wait for the enemy to come over. The commando reloads the ammunition and pays attention to the surroundings to prevent the giant ape from sneaking through the net again. Yes. Upon hearing the battalion commander's order, the company and platoon squad leaders immediately responded and began to instruct their soldiers again. The 2nd Battalion commander took another look through the binoculars and found that the enemy in the distance still had no intention of attacking, so he withdrew from the 2nd defense position and ran to the headquarters to join Wen Feiyu. Lord Sima, we repelled the first round of attacks. All the more than 50 invading monsters were killed. The remaining enemies hesitated 1,000 meters away. What should we do now? The 2nd Battalion commander had just entered. The headquarters immediately asked Wen Feiyu. Wen Feiyu was also holding a telescope to observe the enemy's situation in the distance. When he heard the 2nd Battalion commander's question, he put down the telescope and said, "Don't worry, just now, the deputy battalion commander has led 800 militiamen in 2 groups to outflank them. As long as the enemy dares to come over, we will make it impossible for them to come back." At this moment, the enemy in the distance finally made some movement. The distance of 1,000 meters is too far. Although they heard the intensive gunshots here, they didn't know the specific situation. The open space in the distance was white, and the giant apes also had white hair. They couldn't see it from far away. They didn't know what happened to the giant apes, so they wanted to take a closer look. As long as they can get close to the position 300 meters from the first company's position in front, the 2nd Battalion will be sure to eat up all the enemies, because the militiamen led by the deputy battalion commander have already detoured back to 400 meters on both wings. If they dare to come, Han the tribe dared to surround them. The position of the 1st Company is on the front of the road, cutting off the road, with 2 lines of defense at the front and rear, while the positions of the 2nd Company and the 3rd Company are on both sides of the road. Each of the 2 companies has a defense line extending far away along the road, 250. If people guard a single line of defense, they can line up next to each other for more than 300 meters. This is why when Feiyu is confident that as long as the enemy dares to get as close as 300 meters to the frontal position, the militiamen on both sides and the roundabout can completely surround the invading enemy. As long as they come in, they can't get out. The deputy battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion had led 800 militiamen to outflank them from both wings. The remaining 200 militiamen were pressed behind the front position. As long as the charge horn was sounded, they could be surrounded from 4 directions at the same time. The giant ape set off first and encountered a blockage in front. There was loud gunfire from the front. It was obvious that they had encountered those strange Han people who had robbed their salt pond before. However, why there was no movement after so long, which is intriguing. Was it the giant ape group that destroyed the enemies there? Or has the enemy wiped out the powerful support on his side? The distance was too far and they couldn't see clearly, so they decided to get closer together. 1,000 totem warriors of the cannibals marched slowly forward holding their shields. Because they knew that the Han tribe was equipped with powerful long-range weapons, they prepared a large number of shields, such as animal skin shields and tree bark shields, vine shields, etc., various strange-shaped shields. The equipment rate is 80%, which shows that they are well prepared. Although it is useless against bullets, it is also the strongest defensive weapon they can come up with. 1 minute. 2 minutes. This group of totem warriors walked for 5 minutes, before finally arriving 300 meters in front of the 1st Company position. At this distance, the terrain is open, and dynamic targets are quite easy to spot visually, but static targets, especially those with camouflage colors, the white-haired giant ape would be difficult. Fortunately, there are still dynamic targets ahead. Several giant apes are still attacking the Han people in front. The Han people in green are holding wooden sticks, shields, and other objects to fight with the giant apes. Some people are being killed by the giant apes. The ape threw it away with his bare hands and fell into the ravine ahead. The scene in front of me seems a bit strange. Those Han people clearly have powerful long-range weapons. Why don't they use them now? Have they run out of arrows? A closer look revealed that many giant apes were killed in the open space in front of them. Obviously, the Han people had gained a lot just now, but the giant apes had already broken into the defense line, and they themselves should have suffered a lot. Furthermore, why didn't those giant apes roar? You should be able to hear some sounds even if you are far away, but it's the Han people in green yelling there. The totem warriors of the cannibals didn't know why, but they also knew that the opportunity in front of them was fleeting. The giant apes that opened the way had to pay huge casualties to create a gap for them. Those Han people were now exhausted, and only a few of them were still there, fighting with the giant ape, and their arrows have been exhausted. At this time, as long as everyone swarms up, they will be able to break through the blockade and obstruction of the Han people and regain the salt pond. So a few leaders yelled a few words in the crowd, and the team of thousands of people began to run wildly with shields in hand, rushing towards the ravine in front of them. In just 10 seconds, this huge team reached nearly 100 meters again and completely entered the encirclement. Bang! A gunshot suddenly came from behind them. The leader, holding his shield in one hand and a giant axe in the other, was hit in the chest on the spot. The bullet hit 3 people in the dense crowd before it completely rolled and shattered. On the third, the bodies of the 4 people stopped, and 4 people fell to the ground on the spot. "Hit me, hit the ground, stop them, don't let them come forward." The commander of the 2nd Battalion shouted to the crowd in front of them from the position. The task of their front position was to prevent the enemy from breaking out from the front. In addition, it was to attract the enemy's attention and create opportunities for the outflanking team behind. The deputy battalion commander and the militiamen lived up to expectations. They had already moved to the designated location. After hearing the gunfire from the front position, they immediately jumped out of the woods beside the road and completed the attack on the group of food in the blink of an eye. Encirclement of human warriors. Bang! Chirp! A green signal flare was fired into the sky by the deputy battalion commander with his portable shotgun. The 3 defense lines of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd companies received the message at the same time. The encirclement circle had been closed and harvesting could now be carried out. "Brothers, charge forward, capture them alive, and be crowned with meritorious service." The squad and platoon leaders shouted and rushed forward with their weapons in hand. Of course, the main force for capturing prisoners was still the militia. Thousands of militiamen rushed up from all directions. They were armed with large solid wooden shields and whistle sticks. They charged in formation and ran rampant. They rushed into the enemy group like a herd of enraged yaks. No one can stop him wherever he goes. Rather than arresting prisoners, the scene was more like a riot squad. Just like in the movie, when prisoners in a prison rioted, groups of riot squads rushed into the mob with shields and batons, attacking everyone they saw. Beat them until they can no longer get up. It's just that the scene here is bigger and more cruel. The militiamen became the main force in suppressing the thugs, beating anyone they saw in the crowd. The 3 companies of the 2nd Battalion became a cordon. They held guns and formed an encirclement on the outside. Whenever an enemy rushed out from inside, they would not be attacked at all. Without hesitation, he was knocked down with one spray. If any militiamen are in danger, the Schenz guards on the periphery will do their best to protect them and kill the dangerous elements as soon as possible. Even if the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion shot boldly and without hesitation, under such a strike force, the final result and the proportion of prisoners would never be less than 50%. This was also the idea that Chu Bing explained at the beginning. Capture as many as you can while ensuring your own safety. Bang 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 bang. Scattered gunfire sounded from time to time in the battlefield. The cannibal warriors on the periphery were knocked to the ground in circles. Some were knocked down by thick solid wooden shields, and some were hit in the head with short sticks, and their heads were broken. Blood flowed and he fell to the ground dizzy. The militiamen pressed against the center of the encirclement from all directions. The people in the back row could not hit the enemy, so they had to take out handcuffs and cuff the enemies who were knocked down on the ground, and then dragged them to the outside one by one and handed them over to the Schenz guards outside. Guard. In the center of the encirclement, fierce melee fighting continued. The totem warriors of the cannibals also found themselves trapped in a tight siege, with their way of survival cut off. They began a meaningless battle between trapped beasts, posing some threats to the militia warriors inside. Wen Feiyu had already brought the 2nd Battalion commander and the others to the front. After seeing the situation in front of him, he immediately issued several orders in succession. Get some big nets and drop them over their heads in the middle to restrict their movements. If you don't have big nets, you can just use quilts. Cover their heads. If they are covered, I'll beat them. The assault man changed his rifle to a short gun and loaded it with a red-cased single-point bullet. He went inside to help. "Be careful not to hurt any of your own people." The 2nd Battalion commander and several soldiers' eyes lit up after hearing this, and they immediately accepted the promise, and they quickly ordered to go down. When the soldiers on the outer perimeter heard this, they immediately ran back to their sleeping place, picked up all the quilts that had not been folded up in the morning, and handed them one by one to the middle of the encirclement. The soldiers and militiamen in the innermost layer heard the order. After that, he immediately unfolded the quilt and used it as a hood to cover the enemy who was still fighting inside. Beds of quilts were like curtains covering the sky. They were hooded towards the cannibal warriors, instantly blocking all their sight. Then, some militiamen held up their shields and swooped down, killing the enemies under the quilts in one fell swoop, overwhelming a large area. Everyone saw that this method was effective, so more quilts were handed in, and one by one they flew towards the enemies in the middle. From time to time, someone yelled and flew towards the middle, and one person could directly knock down a piece. The enemies who were trapped in the middle and still resisting were quickly captured by this tactic. In such a fierce hand-to-hand battle, the militiamen were exhausted to death. The Shent's guards behind them quickly stepped forward to take over their capture of prisoners, and tied up the last batch of prisoners of war and took them into custody. Others were also treating the wounded, and each company and platoon the instructor began to count the results and losses, and everyone was busy cleaning the battlefield together. And those cannibal warriors who were captured soon discovered something was wrong. These Han tribesmen clearly had weapons that could easily kill them, and there were so many shield soldiers, militias. Why were these people the Han people did not kill them directly, but tied them all with a very delicate-looking metal bracelet? This caused huge doubts for them. Did the Han people not want to kill them directly? As soon as this idea came to mind, the prisoners of war began to become active. What do the Han people plan to use them for? Why didn't the Han people just kill them? If the Han people don't kill them, can they escape? Some people even want to muddle along. Anyway, the Han people are not killing them now, so let's see first and then talk about it. The battlefield in front of the position was quickly cleared. Logically speaking, there was no capture at all in the battle between the Han tribe and the cannibals. Their shields are not even as good as those of the Han tribe, nailed to wooden boards, and their stone and bone spears are even more despised. The food they carry with them is off-putting. Only prisoners captured alive are of some value, and can at least be used for work. Son. As for the rest, the animal skins on the dead people were barely of some value. They could be distributed to the prisoners who were captured alive, so that some guys who didn't have enough animal skins could stay warm through the winter. The prisoners who were captured alive were put under unified custody, while the enemies who were killed were gathered together with the corpses of the giant apes and thrown into the forest to feed the wild beasts. The winter here is very long, and even if the corpses are left out in the open, there will definitely be no plague. There were also some seriously wounded people who were picked out among the prisoners, and they were all taken to the pile of corpses for execution. However, of course the execution could only be done with bayonets. It seemed a bit wasteful to use bullets to deal with the seriously wounded. The only unsatisfactory part of this battle was that there were casualties on the Han tribe's side, but they were all militiamen. After about an hour, at around 7 o'clock in the morning, the results of the battle were finally tallied up. The instructor of the 2nd Battalion who was responsible for tallying the results came to the headquarters to give a report to Wenfeiyu. Lord Sima, our army has wiped out a total of 1,128 invading enemies in this battle, killed and seriously injured 279 people, and captured 849 people. Among the prisoners, 316 were slightly injured, and the number of survivors captured accounted for the total enemy force. 75% of the total, and 53 giant apes, were all killed. There were no casualties in the 2nd Battalion of Shent's Guard of our army. 8 militiamen were seriously injured and 87 were slightly injured. Wen Feiyu frowned after hearing the victory report. He hurriedly asked, "How were the militiamen's casualties caused? Is there any result?" The instructor of the 2nd Battalion knew that Sima would ask this question, so he came prepared. He immediately explained. The main ones were the casualties that occurred during the final siege. Among the 8 casualties, 3 had their heads smashed on the spot with stone axes by the enemy, and the remaining 5 were stabbed through the chest and abdomen by the enemy's spears. The remaining more than 80 most of the minor injuries were on the limbs. During the final capture stage, all our militiamen were equipped with shields to block the front. Only their heads and limbs were unprotected, so these people's limbs were attacked by the enemy. Wen Feiyu and the 2nd Battalion commander sighed after hearing this. The equipment was still poor. If the people responsible for capturing prisoners this time were not the militiamen but the heavy armored infantry of the Han tribe, it would be impossible for them to be stabbed through the chest by stone spears or bone spears. As for the belly, let alone stone spears and bone spears, even if you give the enemy a steel spear, they will not be able to penetrate the heavy armor of the Han tribe. And those people whose heads were smashed, if they had helmets, no, let alone helmets, even if they wore a bamboo hat, ordinary stone axes couldn't hammer them to death, at most they would be knocked unconscious. These people really deserved their death. Wen Feiyu pursed his lips. This was his responsibility. 8 lives had taught him a lesson. If he made this mistake again next time, it would be his dereliction of duty. After thinking about it, he immediately made arrangements. The sacrificed militiamen will be compensated in accordance with the regulations of the regular guard army. Let our Shent's Guard soldiers help with the burial and provide pensions to their families. The eldest son will inherit the title. Ask them, if they are willing, what they want after this war. If you go to the Han tribe, we will give priority. In addition, we will do our best to treat the wounded of the militiamen at any cost. At least half of our credit this time belongs to the militia brothers. No. I will take care of it now. The instructor clasped his fists in response and immediately turned around and left. Wen Feiyu turned around and glanced at the 2nd Battalion commander, and asked again, "Send someone to deliver the results and damage of the battle just now, as well as the battle situation here to the commander." The 2nd Battalion commander nodded and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by Wen Feiyu. "Wait a minute, I will write another letter and take it with you. The mistakes we made here must not be made again in the other 2 places. Let the commander prepare more armor for the militiamen, as well as large nets for capturing prisoners. I think using the net is much more useful than using crowds." The 2nd Battalion commander recalled the last scene where everyone put blankets over the enemy's heads and nodded. He expressed the same feeling. It is one thing to surround the enemy, but it is another thing to capture the enemy quickly with the lowest loss. Well, I hope the 1st Battalion won't make such a mistake, alas. The first ambush battle on the Yanzi battlefield came to an end, and the 2nd Battalion's battle report was quickly sent to the hunting camp in the east. However, the timing of sending the letter was not right. Chu Bing had already led the 1st Battalion to deploy defenses at the target location. There are more than 800 divine guards, plus 1,000 hunting teams of militiamen. Nearly 2,000 people are divided into 3 groups and each target a target. The war is about to break out, and there is no telling when it will start. The battle report sent by the 2nd Battalion could only be left in the hunting camp. Now that the troops have entered the mountains, no one knows where they are now. They only hope that the 1st Battalion led by Chu Bing will not offend the 2nd Battalion. Mistakes, causing unnecessary casualties. However, Chu Bing didn't know this at this time, and it didn't matter if he knew it. Compared with the 2nd Battalion, the 1st Battalion had a much greater advantage because their militiamen here were all composed of experienced hunters. Even without a divine strategy with Wei's help, they could easily kill a cannibal hunting party on their own. Such as big nets and ropes, they are not short of these things. The hunting ground is divided equally between farming and hunting. How can they lack such hunting tools? And when it comes to catching prey, the militiamen here in the hunting camp are obviously several levels higher. Each of the 3 companies led a team of militiamen to the target location. 4 days after everyone set off, the battle finally started. The first one to fight was not the group chasing the yaks, nor the group chasing the alpacas. Instead, the enemy group chasing the bighorn deer was the first to be ambushed. No one else, because this group of bighorn deer were more powerful. Easy to catch, the cannibal warriors drove the bighorn deer into the woods early and entered the ambush point they had set up in advance. However, they did not know that the mantis was chasing the cicada and the oriole was behind them. When they drove the bighorn deer into the woods, they also fell into the sight of the Han tribe. The people responsible for ambushing this group of enemies were the 1st Battalion and 3rd Company of the Shents Guards, plus the militia, consisting of 200 hunting teams. At first, the 3rd Company commander was planning to find a place to ambush, and then when the enemies came, he would suddenly swoop in and catch them all in one fell swoop. But the hunting party militia did not agree. The centurions of the 2 hunting teams shook their heads like rattles and rejected the plan. The 3rd Company commander asked in confusion, "Then how do you think we should arrest him?" One of the militia centurions immediately said, "When the enemies gather together, no matter how we arrest them, they will cause unnecessary casualties. You have powerful muskets. It is not difficult to surround them and kill them all. But if you want to capture them alive, yes, we won't dare to take action when the time comes. If the 2 sides stand in a stalemate, it is inevitable that we will suffer casualties. In this case, it is better to wait for the enemy to disperse before we take action. They are here to hunt. When the bighorn deer get into the woods, the enemies will definitely spread out and enter the woods to collect prey. That is the best time for us to attack. We can first concentrate our forces to round up some of them, and then send a small number of Let's Go to block the others, and when we are done here, we can turn around and go to the other side to catch the remaining enemies. This way, the success rate will be greater, and we won't be much damaged. The only disadvantage is that it will be slower." The 3rd Company commander thought for a while and immediately agreed. So the entire 3rd Company was ambushed in the woods in advance, and a large number of observation posts were posted outside, and temporary deployment would be carried out when the situation arises. After waiting like this for 2 days, when the scouts from the Guard Battalion contacted them and told everyone in the 3rd Company that the enemy was coming, they immediately took action. The enemy drove the bighorn deer into the woods. Those giant deer with huge antlers on their heads, which usually looked majestic, plunged into this place that heralded death. The intricate low branches entangled their antlers, making them they were unable to move forward, and the predators behind them were pressing closer and closer. The deer knew that they had been fooled, but it was too late, and it was impossible to get out now. A hunting party of 200 to 300 cannibals laughed strangely and chased after them from behind. As if they were witnessing a gluttonous feast, they all ran towards the herd of deer trapped in the woods. However, just as everyone dispersed, there was a sudden explosion-like sound in the forest. The loud bang echoed in the forest for a long time, startling countless birds and startling the cannibal hunting team. The 3rd Company commander led the 1st and 2nd platoons, as well as 200 militiamen, and took the lead to attack the enemy who only had more than 100 people on one side of the woods. There were only more than 100 enemies here, and they were extremely scattered. Most of them were just a few people. A group of people, ranging from a dozen to a dozen, each went to hunt a trapped big-antlered deer. The 3rd Company commander seized this opportunity and led more than 300 people to pass through the middle. In one fell swoop, the enemy was dispersed into several groups whose head and tail could not be taken into account. A small number of Shen's guard soldiers took the lead in firing, and they struck first with one move. To kill and injure one person, first scare the enemy. The militiamen of the hunting team also immediately played their role, approaching quickly with shields, consuming the enemy's arrows and stone axes and throwing spears. When they got close, they quickly threw a large net to cover the enemy. The soldiers of Shen's guard continued to watch. We were there to maintain law and order, and whoever was caught for not cooperating would be beaten first. More than 100 people were divided into more than a dozen groups of skirmishers, and they were quickly eaten up by the main force of the 3rd Company. The 3 platoons of the 3rd Company, the 1st Platoon and the 2nd Platoon, were following the militiamen to arrest people and suppress the situation, while the remaining 3 the platoon was responsible for dealing with the remaining enemies and preventing them from escaping. There are 9 squads in a platoon, and each of these 9 squads operates as a squad unit. Each squad forms a 3-person combat group, and uses a large net formed by 28 combat groups to capture the remaining 100. Many enemies are trapped tightly. The battle over there ended quickly before it started, and then the main force immediately turned around and pounced on the remaining enemies. More than 100 people failed to form any strong resistance, and were captured again by the main force of the 3rd Company. Finally, everyone gathered together and counted the results of the battle. It was found that all the enemies were wiped out. In addition to the 26 enemies who were killed and seriously injured, the remaining more than 200 people were captured. However, the 3rd Company and the 200 militiamen of the Han tribe were not captured. 1 casualty. Such an outstanding record is of course due to tactical advantages and the strength of personnel. The 2 militia centurions were both masters of hunting. They seemed to be able to organize operations and actually do it with ease, which made the 3rd Company commander very happy. The 2 brothers have done a good job this time. I will definitely ask the commander to take credit for you. Based on this performance, the leader will definitely not treat you badly. The 3rd Company commander happily expressed his willingness to talk to the militia brothers. Share the credit. The 2 militia centurions didn't pay much attention and only listened to what one of them said. It's nothing. From our point of view, fighting like this to capture people is no different from hunting wild beasts. We will do this, and it's all about hunting for food. You are different. If the mission this time is not to capture prisoners, but to if you want to kill all the enemies, then you can complete the mission by sending just 1 platoon. The 3rd Company commander heard this and nodded, saying no more. Indeed, arresting people is not their strong point. On the contrary, the militiamen of the hunting team are more familiar with it. The biggest role of their divine guards is to kill people, which is a pity. Originally, they trained their marksmanship to compete with who could shoot more accurately, but who knew that on the battlefield, the superior ordered them to shoot on the ground and try not to hurt the enemy. You can imagine how frustrated they were. The sharpshooter of the dignified Shen's guard could only shoot at the ground. If he told me, he would be laughed to death. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Now that all the enemies have been captured, let's see how many more of those big antlered deer we can catch. Commander, you and Commander still want these beasts? The 2 militia centurions nodded and led their hunting teams towards the big antlered deer trapped in the woods. This time, the cannibals undoubtedly made wedding clothes for Shensui. After following them for several days, the Han tribe finally took advantage of all the big antlered deer in the woods. They tied these deer with ropes and then took them. The horns on their heads were cut off, and more than 200 tall antlered deer became 3 consecutive harvests. On the other side, a company ambushed in the canyon was also waiting for news of the arrival of the cannibal hunting team. After hiding for 3 days, suddenly one afternoon, everyone heard a rumble of running sounds coming from the mountains, and not long after that, I saw those cannibal hunting teams yelling, holding torches in their hands, driving a group of panicked yaks into a canyon with cliffs on both sides. One end of the canyon has been blocked by ice and snow. This is the terrain that the cannibal hunting team has scouted in advance. As long as the group of yaks are driven inside and the other end is blocked, there is no possibility for them to escape. A large group of more than 500 yaks rumbled into the valley. The cannibal hunting team following them immediately started to push down huge ice blocks from the top of the canyon on both sides, completely blocking the canyon. This group of yaks never left again. Want to escape? When the yaks realized that they had entered a dead end, they immediately turned their heads and rushed towards the ice wall behind them with red eyes. However, in the end, they were hit by waves of blood and could not find a way out. Outside the ice wall, a hunting team of more than 300 cannibals stood on the huge ice block and looked at the prey inside, and couldn't help laughing wildly. There are more than 500 yaks. If it were summer, there would definitely not be such a large herd. But in winter, large herbivorous mammals will spontaneously gather together to tide over the difficulties. As is the case with sheep, so will cattle. No exceptions. As long as they stay here and keep an eye on this herd of yaks, this much meat will be enough to feed their 2 villages for several months. Everyone laughed and stood outside the ice wall, breathing heavily. White mist kept spraying out of their mouths and noses. This was tiring. They spent a lot of effort to drive the herd of yaks into the canyon in front of them. They chased the herd for several days, shouting while running on the rugged mountain road, shouting loudly to scare the yaks and not letting them stop. After taking a rest, in order to stop the yaks from running in other directions, they chased and intercepted them everywhere. After wasting so much effort, they finally saw the results in front of them. Everyone couldn't help laughing happily, and their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, everyone was laughing, but suddenly stopped laughing. Some totem warriors who didn't know why found that the atmosphere around them was a bit strange, so they stopped laughing wildly, and then followed everyone's gaze and looked behind them, and suddenly found that there was something strange. More than 600 Han warriors, armed with weapons and large shields, quietly appeared behind them and blocked the canyon tightly. The faces of the cannibal hunting team suddenly darkened. The Han soldiers in front of them were more than twice as many as them. They were well armed and their cotton-padded clothes looked very thick and warm. They were obviously prepared and ready to snatch the fruits of their victory. The 1st Company commander of the 1st Battalion sneered and looked at the more than 300 enemies in front of him. Behind him were more than 250 Shent's Guard soldiers holding muskets, and 400 experienced militia hunters. He looked at the enemies in front of him. When he was feeling tired and weak, he immediately shouted. The enemy has been chasing the yaks for several days. This is when they are most tired. Everyone rushes up with me and captures them alive. Come on, dash. Weasel, weasel. The charge of the crowd was mixed with messy gunshots. The more than 300 enemies who were at the end of their crossbow met with the more than 600 elites who were well armed and waiting to work. The enemy collapsed at the first touch. Without organizing an effective resistance at all, they were defeated by a company of soldiers and 4 soldiers. All the hundreds of militiamen were captured, and no one on our side was seriously injured or killed, only a few were slightly injured. The hunting team chasing the yaks was also successfully captured by the Han tribe. On the contrary, the yaks inside were difficult to deal with. Of course, if they were just dying, it would be much easier. Just kill them all, but the order from above was to capture them alive, just like the group of prisoners. Although there are a large number of herdsman warriors in Shent's Guard, the habits of yaks and grassland cattle are completely different, and this is not a grassland, but a very closed canyon. The herdsman warriors have no good solution. In the end, they will tell the news the report was given to Chu Bing, and then Chu Bing came up with the idea, using the method he had seen Luo Chong catch cattle with when he was a child. First, they made a narrow passage, allowing only one cow to pass through, and then burned iron hooks to pierce the noses of each cow. It was winter and the wounds were not easily infected, so everyone used this stupid method to deal with the cattle in the canyon. The battle ended in less than half an hour to capture the prisoners, but it took them nearly half a month to capture the group of yaks. When the people of the first company and the militia led more than 500 yaks and escorted 300 prisoners back to the camp, they found that the second and third companies had already returned to the camp. Not only the deer and alpacas had been captured, the number of prisoners was about the same as expected before the war, and they were all captured alive. After returning, Qingshu also received the battle report from the Yanzi camp and the battle report from the Hiku position. After thinking about it, he immediately wrote a long letter to Luo Chong, reporting the situation here in detail. It includes his strategic plan, three-party garrison, multi-front war, and various steps to fight the cannibals. In addition, he also talked about his merit evaluation plan, some of his own analysis, and finally the battle reports of these large and small battles, and the results they achieved. So far in the war, the Shen's Guard has captured nearly 2,000 young and strong prisoners. This number is not too much or too little, but the situation is there. It is not a decisive battle in the first place, and if it is a decisive battle with the enemy, it will be its own troops. Not enough, you won't lose even if you lose. After all, you have the musket in hand, but you can't capture so many prisoners, so this matter needs to be considered in the long run. 3 months after the Shen's Guards went on the expedition, Luo Chong finally received news about them. It took them more than a month just to get there by boat, and it took them another 10 days to resume training there. After the reconnaissance was completed, they decided on a plan, the official attack, and now it is 3 months since I replied to the letter. This letter was first delivered to Luo Chong's home in Hanyang City, and was later forwarded to the Research Institute in Xingang County by his family's guards. Luo Chong had been going back and forth between Xingang County and the Comprehensive Research Institute in Huxindao for more than 2 months. Bamboo plays an important role as a guiding light for the construction machinery project. That afternoon, he received the Northern War report from his personal guards. After reading it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qingshu indeed lived up to his expectations. Luo Chong read his battle plan and reasons, as well as his understanding of the form and various stages of the war. Analysis, much appreciated. It's just that the scale of this war is not large, and it can only be waged in the form of protracted warfare and guerrilla warfare, with ambushes and ambushes. A few hundred people at a time is a victory, and 1,000 people is considered a major battle. Luo Chong doesn't care much about this. If the scale of the Battle of Zhudao was maintained, with nearly 20,000 people dispatched at one time, thousands of cavalry, and a large fleet of ships, fighting for several years, the Han tribe would definitely be dragged to collapse by such a large-scale war, but it's different in the north. To deal with the cannibals, Luo Chong only dispatched one guard station with a total of only 2,000 people. The more than 3,000 local militiamen were all locals. The Han tribes recruited them directly and did not need to pay military salaries. In addition to sacrifices and pensions, they basically used "it doesn't matter how much the tribe spends." Not only that, the war against the cannibals in the north can also gain a lot of benefits. Let's talk about the results of the battle in more than a month. The 3 battalions of Shen's Guard captured nearly 2,000 prisoners, although it was not as good as the battle on Zhudao in one battle. Many were captured, but those captured by Zhudao were all released as common people. The Han tribe could not benefit from them, but had to invest in their livelihood infrastructure. The situation is different for those captives of the cannibals. Capturing one of these people is equivalent to earning a free labor force. The more they capture, the more they earn. There are also other resources. For example, in the report on the disease, they not only captured nearly 1,000 prisoners of war this time, but also captured a large number of horned deer, yaks, and alpacas. These livestock are also real benefits. So on the whole, the Han tribe not only did not lose money in fighting the cannibals in the north, but also continued to make money. As long as the river thaws in the spring of next year, the prisoners can be transported back to the ship and thrown into the mines. They can be seen immediately. Return. The last thing is Chu Bing and Yu Ye's analysis of the future after the war, which mainly revolves around the theme of whether to fully evacuate from the north in the future. Chu Bing and Yu Yi thought for a while and decided that it would be better to ask Luo Chong about this matter and let the leader decide. If the two of them took it upon themselves to find some specialties and forced Luo Chong to keep people in the north, they would do this although it is feasible. Neither of them are very courageous. At the very least, they are quite afraid of Luo Chong, or it can be said to be in awe. Xu Bing and Yu elaborated on their thoughts in the letter, including their ideas for operating specialties in the future. The most important thing is that they both persuaded in the letter that there is no reason for the Han tribe to give up the territory they finally won. And if the camps in the north are managed well, they can make money without the need for material support from the rear. Under such circumstances, a full evacuation would be too much of a loss. Full evacuation? Luo Chong had never thought about this problem before, but Luo Chong agreed with Gu Bing and Yu Ye's idea, that is, why should the land that was managed with great difficulty be discarded so easily, and it was not impossible to feed people. But the size of the northern camp is indeed a bit small, so keep it. It is a bit far from the core area of the Han tribe, and the transportation is inconvenient, which is not conducive to his rule. It is quite convenient to take the waterway, but the winter there is too long. The river is frozen for at least 4 months of the year, just like now. In other words, the Han tribe cannot attack the northern camp during these 4 months. Any armed intervention. It's okay that the officials sent there are loyal to Luo Chong. Once the officials dispatched rebel, the Han tribe will not be able to send troops. Once the rebels control the entire north in 4 months, he can train and as an army, when the river thaws and the Han tribe sends troops to quell the rebellion, who knows if they can win. Even if they win by then, it will be a waste of money and manpower, and they will lose money no matter what. Since the waterway cannot be kept open all year round, it is necessary to find a way to take the land route. At present, the Han tribe has not found a land route to the north. To be precise, they have not sent anyone to pass it. And if a railway is to be built, it will undoubtedly be a major project at the level of a national artery. The main development focus of the Han tribe in the next few decades will be in the south. Even if the main artery is built, it will definitely be built in the south first. After the southern railway network is initially formed, it will be possible to consider the north. After all, Luo Chong may never see that day again in his lifetime. No matter how he thought about it, the north could not reassure Luo Chong. And even if Luo Chong's generation did not have any trouble while he was alive, but after he dies, who knows if the Han tribe will rebel in the north? If you don't have any interests in the north at the beginning, then it doesn't matter if Luo Chong's descendants don't take care of him. But if you have them in the beginning and lose them again, the nature will be different. That's equivalent to losing the inheritance of your ancestors. It's impossible not to get it back. Yes, but regardless of whether they fight or not, whether they win or not, it will be a loss to the Han tribe. For a moment, Luo Chong was a little worried about this issue. Xu Bing and Yu only thought about the immediate problems, but Luo Chong was thinking about the problems in the next decades or even centuries. If they occupied the north now, they would be burying a hidden danger for future generations. How to run a country into a piece of iron is based on transportation. It is still the theory of Luo Chong. If he has the ability to send hundreds of thousands of troops to any corner of the country within 24 hours, what is the meaning of rebellion? It's all just a joke. It is a bit exaggerated to say this, but from the 8 counties of Hanyang to the south, Luo Chong can really say that he can send troops wherever he wants, because the waterways in the south are unimpeded all year round, and the Han tribes with a large number of ships, it is not difficult to do this. But in the north, once someone takes advantage of the 4 months of frozen rivers in winter to rebel, and the central government sends troops to put down the rebellion, the daylilies will be cold by then. While Luo Chong was sitting in the room thinking hard, Lin Fei, the director of the Power Research Institute, suddenly knocked on the door and walked in. "Chief? A new rubber tire has been delivered. It is the type used on tractors. We are installing it now, and the whole vehicle can be tested in the afternoon. Chief, do you want to come over and take a look?" Luo Chong was stunned when he heard this, and seemed to have thought of something. Then he immediately nodded and said, "Look, you can make arrangements now. Call me when you test drive in the afternoon." "Yes." Lin Fei nodded and resigned. After Lin Fei left, Luo Chong's eyes lit up in the room. Yes, although shipping was blocked for 4 months and the railway could not be repaired in a short time, there was no problem with land transportation. The Han tribe now had tractors. You can move to the north quickly by taking the land route. As long as you find a flat road that can pass the convoy, land transportation will not be much slower than shipping. After thinking about this, Luo Chong immediately felt relieved. The reason why he was so entangled was that, to be honest, Luo Chong himself did not want to give up the north easily. He didn't care much about the copper mines discovered in the north, but Luo Chong was reluctant to give up the asphalt lake. It was natural asphalt, the best thing for paving asphalt roads. At present, except for the asphalt lake, Han, the tribe has not found another one elsewhere, and this is the strategic value that makes Luo Chong unwilling to give up. But even so, the northern strategy must be treated with caution. There is no problem with the development of a characteristic economy proposed by Chu Bing. Special livestock can be raised in large quantities, and of course food must be grown. However, in order not to cause trouble for himself, Luo Chong plans to limit the size of the northern population. Once it exceeds a certain standard, it will be the excess population was sent south. Another issue is the appointment and dismissal of officials. Luo Chong plans to train a group of officials locally, and then the central government will dispatch some officials to form 2 forces, local and expatriate. Then the officials dispatched by the central government will have to be replaced every 3 years, and those dispatched by the province will be replaced. Officials are familiar with local officials. This is the so-called emperor's art, which is the way of checks and balances. By limiting the scale and using factional checks and balances, a 2-pronged approach, Luo Chong could rest assured about the north. This is a short-term goal. In the long term, when the Han tribe develops in the south and has a larger population, it will definitely be necessary to connect the territory in the middle to the north and south. When all the territories of the Han tribe are, since everything is connected, there is no need to worry so much. After making up his mind, Luo Chong wrote a reply to Chu Bing and Yu Yi. Regarding the war in the north, Chu Bing's tactics, and Yu Ye's active cooperation, Luo Chong expressed his affirmation and praise, and asked them to wait until the waterway is clear, and escort the prisoners back as soon as possible. Then there is the future layout of the north. Luo Chong's opinion is to retain 1 or 2 settlements and maintain the size of a county. The total population should not exceed 30,000. If there are more, they will migrate to the south, at least in the next 20 years. In fact, this is easy to do. The most harmonious way is to popularize education and educate the next generation of North County well, so that they will yearn for the capital of the empire and provide them with jobs and opportunities. By then, the north will be colder. We are poor, but the south is warm and comfortable, has many job opportunities, and has a high standard of living. Even fools know how to run south. Following this routine, not only can young people and various elites from Beijing be attracted to the south, but it can also naturally weaken Beijing's strength. Thinking like this, Luo Chong's thinking became smoother and smoother, and he wrote a long letter eloquently, including the layout of the future north. After finishing writing, Luo Chong immediately asked his personal guard to send the Flying Eagle Pass to Qubing. Went there, and then waited to watch the tractor test run in the afternoon. Steam-powered crawler hydraulic excavators, wheel loaders, oscillating two-roller rollers, wheeled large tractors. This is a comprehensive construction machinery project that was launched in the first year of the Ming Dynasty. More than 4 months have passed since the official launch of the project. The project has made significant progress. The most important point is that the hydraulic transmission system has been solved. That's the biggest breakthrough. To be honest, the car body is not a problem at all. The Han tribe already has experience in building trains. They have already built trains. Is it still a problem to build the frame of an engineering vehicle? In terms of steam engines, the Han tribe also has various improved versions. After several years of power research, they have already understood the principles of steam engines. It is only a matter of time before new models can be improved according to requirements. The difficulty of this project, and the most critical technology among them, lies in hydraulic transmission. Hydraulic piston pumps and hydraulic motors are, to put it bluntly, the same thing. It's just a question of whether they can be used reversibly. This is a purely mechanical component. With the Han tribe's current machining technology, it is not difficult to make it. After all, it is now with steam machines. Then there are only 2 parts left, hydraulic oil and hydraulic oil pipe. These 2 sub-projects were developed at Huxindeo Comprehensive Research Institute. Hydraulic oil is characterized by heat and cold resistance, no solidification, no foaming, no oxidation, and no corrosion of metals. Instead, it lubricates and protects metal parts. The role of maintenance. At Luo Chong's prompt, the institute used protective tung oil as the main body, coupled with a variety of vegetable oils. After a large number of experiments, they finally found the appropriate hydraulic oil ratio, and the hydraulic oil problem was solved. The price is certainly not cheap, but the construction vehicles are not expected to be many, so the Han tribe can afford it. As for the oil pipeline, Luo Chong's idea was to wrap the structure of the rubber hose with a metal hose to create a pressure-resistant oil pipeline. The rubber pipe was not a problem, but the metal hose was really difficult for everyone. In the end, according to Luo Chong, through the experience of flushing, I came up with a pipe with a structure similar to the metal hose of tap water. It is the kind of pipe that is hooped in a circle and is usually installed on the rain shower head, rather than the kind made of woven metal wires. Of hose. Such a pipe is definitely not as good as a metal braided pipe in terms of pressure resistance, but it is easy to process, which is why Luo Chong chose it. At present, what the Han tribe needs to solve is the problem of creating something from scratch, rather than whether it is easy to use or durable. Based on the principle of getting things out first, Luo Chong chose this. Ever since, the 3 most critical components of the hydraulic system were pieced together like this. With this hydraulic system, if the chemical industry level of the Han tribe can keep up, then Luo Chong can even build a hydraulically buffered rapid-fire artillery, raising the artillery level to a higher level. However, with the current ability of the Han tribe to produce gunpowder, after thinking about it, let's forget it for now, there's no need for it now anyway. Today is the last day of the tractor's final assembly and test run. The body, hydraulic transmission, and steam engine have all been solved. Today, the last problem is to be installed, which is the rubber tires. Giant rubber tires that are as tall as a person. To be honest, this thing is really difficult to produce. The Han tribe is just beginning to explore. Another thing to note is that the first-generation tractors made by the Han tribe did not have a steering wheel. Whether turning or driving, all had to rely on several joysticks. The first-generation tractor was simple and rough. It had no steering wheel and no gearbox. Accordingly, there was no such thing as gear. However, it did have a clutch device, which was mainly used to control the switching between each plunger pump and the steam engine. Such a car is operated like a tank from World War II, and is controlled entirely by a row of joysticks in front of the driver's seat. Well, to be precise, these joysticks are used to control the hydraulic piston pump. The vehicle body adopts an independent suspension system, composed of springs and hydraulic rods, and the vehicle beam is also designed with flexible joints. The advantage of this design is that it gives the tractor the ability to pass over mountains and obstacles as well as on flat ground. In other words, the four wheels of this tractor and the frame are all flexibly connected. No matter which wheel is lifted individually, the vehicle can maintain a certain degree of stability, and all four wheels can land on the ground at the same time. If it is a rigid connection solution, then when one wheel runs over a stone or other obstacle, the other wheels will also be lifted together, causing the vehicle body to tilt. The car beam with twist-type joints can ensure that the front two wheels, that is, when the front of the car tilts to one side, the rear of the car twists in the opposite direction, and the car body will not be damaged. In other words, in simple terms, the four wheels are independent, and the front and rear of the car are also independent. A problem with one unit will not affect other parts. After lunch, Lin Fei took Luo Chong to observe the vehicle test run. The group came to the factory workshop under the institute and saw the huge tractor that had been mounted on wheels at a glance. This tractor is very large, with the diameter of the front wheels up to 1.6 meters and the diameter of the rear wheels fully 2 meters. It is taller than the average person. To enter the cab, you have to climb up on a ladder. It stands to reason that there is no need to manufacture such a large tractor at the beginning. Not to mention the high cost, it will not be conducive to its future popularization. If farmers want to buy it, small walking tractors are more popular, like this big guy. Even in modern times, it costs more than 1 million, which is simply not something ordinary people can afford. But the current technology of the Han tribe limits its size, because the car is equipped with a steam engine. The Han tribe currently has no fuel available. If there is an internal combustion engine that burns oil, even a single-cylinder diesel engine that burns diesel, Luo Chong can make it more compact, but there is no such thing as a steam engine and various devices. This limited the size of the car body. The car body was too small and there was no room to install so many things, especially the boiler of the steam engine. Now this test car still looks very crude. The mechanical parts on the front of the car are completely exposed, and there is not even a hood on the outside. The complex and precise parts show a retro steampunk aesthetic. The driver's seat is also very crude. It doesn't even have a roof, let alone a windshield. Every part of the car body has not been painted. It is just an extremely rough test car. After all, there is no such thing yet. It's finalized. Under the watchful eyes of a group of workers and researchers, Luo Chong circled the tractor twice, looking at this and touching it, nodding his head from time to time, and then gave instructions to Lin Fei. Let's start the test drive. How long will it take for this thing to start? Back to the leader, it may take half an hour to start the cold car, otherwise the steam pressure will not be reached. Lin Fei replied immediately from the side. Then why are you still waiting? Light the stove quickly. You can report to me the status of each part first. Luo Chong immediately arranged. Lin Fei nodded and waved his hand, and immediately a worker came forward and lit the stove. The steam engine car was troublesome, it took more than an hour just to start. Luo Chong sighed inwardly and stood aside to watch. Lin Fei also recruited a group of researchers to introduce the current situation of the vehicle to Luo Chong. They were all responsible for the tractor development project. Back to the leader, according to your instructions, we currently have 8 connection options reserved for the traction system at the back. 3 are movable hooks. These are no different from the hooks on the train and can be used to tow unpowered carriages or bodies, respectively a center hook and two 5-point hooks. There is also a power transmission shaft. If a belt-driven body is attached, this shaft can be connected to the rear to turn the entire body into 6-wheel drive mode, which means that the rear trailer body also has power output capabilities. In addition, there are 2 hydraulic pipe interfaces and 2 hydraulic rods reserved at the rear of the vehicle, which can be connected to the agricultural machinery and equipment mentioned by the leader. The researcher held the notebook in one hand and pointed to various components of the parking space with the other hand to introduce to Luo Chong. Luo Chong nodded from time to time, looking very satisfied. What he introduced was what Luo Chong wanted to know most. Tractor, as can be seen from its name, the most important thing about it is the 2 words of towing and pulling. Without this most important function, it is just a simple vehicle. What the tractor can tow and pull depends on the design of the various connecting devices at its rear. The tractor in front of you has 8 hitch joints, which is enough to demonstrate its strong capabilities. A tow hook in the middle can mount a non-powered body with a central connecting rod. Such a mounting scheme can form a toggle-type unpowered connection between the tractor and the trailer. That is to say, when the tractor turns, the body unsynchronized turns are like the front of a semi-trailer pulling a container. Such a flexible connection may not seem like a big deal at ordinary times, but when the vehicle body is too long, it can reduce the turning radius. In addition, there are 2 identical hooks at 1/5 of each end of the car. According to the theory of 2 mathematical points to determine a straight line, when the 2 hooks are hung on the rear hitch part at the same time, the transverse body will form a hard connection with the tractor. When the tractor turns, this thing will inevitably turn simultaneously. This kind of mounting scheme is used to mount seating machinery. Such machinery is usually not very long and needs to be consistent with the horizontal coordinate of the tractor for easy operation. If you want to mount a seater, first hang the 2 5-point hooks, and then hang the 2 reserved hydraulic rods. Then the driver can control the hydraulic rods to raise and lower the rear seater. The 2 reserved hydraulic rods are used for this purpose. At the same time, if the rear pendant is required to also provide power output, it is also necessary to hang 2 5-point hooks to keep the front and rear in the same longitudinal direction, and then the reserved drive shaft can be connected. Finally, there are 2 reserved hydraulic pipe joints, which are used to mount some car bodies that require hydraulic output in the rear half. Take a dump truck, for example. There is a hydraulic rod under the dump truck for raising the bucket, but it does not have its own power system. At this time, the hydraulic rod of the dump truck can be connected to the reserved joint of the tractor, and the driver can control the raising or lowering of the dump truck through the joystick in the cab. With the function of tipping bucket, it is very convenient for loading and unloading goods, such as ore, sand, earthwork, and even grain, which are not afraid of falling or being crushed. The driver can directly pull the joystick to lift the bucket. The goods inside are tilted down, eliminating the laborious operation of manually unloading them one by one with a shovel. Of course, if you plan to hook up the tipping bucket, it is enough to leave only one hydraulic joint. With 2 joints, there are more hooking solutions, and some agricultural machinery with more complex structures can also be used at the same time, such as rotary tillers, ridging machines, and other agricultural machinery. The core technology of tractors lies here. Luo Chong listened to the introduction and looked around. After they finished the introduction, he climbed into the driver's seat and sat in the driver's seat. The cab of this tractor has 2 seats in parallel, with the driver's seat on the left and the stoker's seat on the right. This is a disadvantage of steam engine vehicles. One person has to control the power system, and the other person is responsible for the control of the entire vehicle. Drive. The tractor adopts a traditional layout, with the power system at the front, that is, the steam engine and boiler, the driving position in the middle, and various hitch joints at the back. Luo Chong sat in the driver's seat and looked at the row of joysticks in front of him and the clutch pedal under his feet. He couldn't help but shake his head. He felt a little uncomfortable no matter what. After all, he was used to driving a car with a steering wheel in his previous life. Now that I have a car with a pull rod, I will inevitably get used to it, but it won't mean I can't drive it. According to Luo Chong's design, the tops of the row of joysticks in front of them were covered with wooden handles. The handles were painted in different colors to display different functions. Two sets of black grips connected in parallel are used to control the power output of the four wheels. The reason why there are four grips, connected in parallel, is very simple. As mentioned before, each wheel is independent. Naturally, each wheel is independent. A wheel and a handle. However, there is no need to operate it alone at ordinary times, so it is divided into two groups, front and rear. One group controls the front wheels, and the other group controls the rear wheels. When the handle is in the middle, the vehicle will not move. Push forward to move forward and pull back to reverse. It is simple, convenient and easy to use. Turning left and right is a red handle between the driver's legs. Turn left to turn left and turn right to turn right. This controls the two hydraulic rods on the inside of the front wheel. The front wheel is moved by the expansion and contraction of the hydraulic rod. Change direction. If the steering lever fails, there is another alternative to make the vehicle turn, which is to turn on the parallel limit of the four wheels, and then individually control the speed and direction of rotation of the four wheels to control the turning. For example, if the two wheels on the left go in reverse and the two wheels on the right go forward, the car can turn around to the left and the turning radius will be smaller. However, this kind of operation is more troublesome to control. Generally, when the hydraulic steering system is normal, it is not recommended to use this extreme method to turn. Finally, there are two separate yellow handles, which are the joysticks of the two hydraulic joints reserved at the rear of the car. If there is no vehicle with a hydraulic device hanging behind, these two yellow joysticks are not needed. With 7 joysticks, this first-generation tractor can be completely controlled. Although it is not as easy to operate as a steering wheel, it is not difficult to drive once you are familiar with it. Finally, there is a clutch pedal under the foot. Under normal circumstances, this pedal is not needed. During normal driving, the hydraulic drive device of the four wheels and the hydraulic steering device are connected to the main power gear of the steam engine through gears. Whether there is no need to press the clutch when walking normally or turning left and right. There are only two situations where clutch use is required. 1. When you need to reverse the vehicle, you need to adjust the oil output direction of the four-wheel plunger pump. You need to use a clutch to separate the gear from the steam main engine, and then connect the gear in the opposite direction to the main engine. Second, when it is necessary to control the tail hydraulic device alone. For example, when there is a dump bucket hanging on the back of the tractor, and then the dump bucket needs to be used to unload the cargo, the truck cannot move, the steam engine cannot stop, and power must be sent to a separate hydraulic pump at the back. At this time, step on the clutch, disconnect the four wheels from the engine, and let the engine alone deliver power to the hydraulic pump that controls the dump bucket. In fact, in actual operation, this tractor is easier to drive than a modern manual transmission car. Although there are many joysticks, it is also much simpler than shifting a manual transmission back and forth. The last thing left is the brake. The tractor's steam brake uses a steam piston to control the friction between the brake pad and the wheel hub to slow down. However, the tractor usually cannot run fast, and the brake is basically not used. The handbrake uses a hydraulic handbrake, which is actually a hydraulic valve. As long as the valve is closed and the fluid flow of the four plunger pumps of the wheel is controlled, the movement of the wheel can be restricted. The above mentioned are all the most basic hardware measures, such as vehicle lighting and reversing mirrors, which have not been installed yet. After all, even if this thing is installed, it must be installed on the frame of the cab. The current test vehicle does not even have a cab, it is just an open tractor, and there is no place to place those auxiliary things. Luo Chong was sitting in the driver's seat, watching a group of researchers around him busy up and down. Some were checking the hydraulic pipelines, some were checking the hydraulic cylinders, and some were checking the steam engines, waiting for them to report to Luo Chong one by one. When all parts were in good condition, the whistle of the steam engine in front also began to whine. "Chief, the water is boiling and the air pressure in the steam drum has reached the working level." The stoveman in charge of the steam engine nearby reported immediately. "Then start the steam engine and let's go out for a spin." Luo Chong raised a smile on his lips, showing great interest in this test run. The people watching were also very excited, ready to witness this moment that will be remembered in history. The stoker nodded, and then moved the pipe gate. The superheated steam in the steam drum quickly poured into the cylinder, pushing the piston to start reciprocating. The piston in turn pushed the connecting rod, driving the flywheel to rotate, and the main power shaft connected to the flywheel immediately rotated. It began to rotate rapidly, and the entire steam engine immediately started running manically. Luo Chong saw that the time was right and felt the regular tremors coming from the seat. He stepped on the clutch back and forth. After confirming that there was no problem with the clutch system, he pushed the joysticks of the two sets of wheels. The steam engine drove the hydraulic pump to rotate. Fluid oil with strong pressure poured into the plunger pump of the wheel, and the entire tractor suddenly seemed to come to life, arching forward. "Get out of the way, I'm going to drive out of the factory." Luo Chong held the joystick in his hand and shouted immediately. "Call." The tall chimney on the side of the tractor suddenly spewed out a stream of black smoke. The powerful power of the steam engine drove several plunger pumps to rotate rapidly, and the tractor rushed out. Everyone present quickly moved out of the way, and at the same time they were excited. The car could indeed move. Hoochie hoochie hoochie. The steam engine at the front of the truck spewed out exhaust gas and water vapor after burning coal, and the huge tractor drove out slowly and powerfully under the control of Luo Chong. As soon as he left the factory, a cold breeze of midwinter blew in his face. Wind. At this time, Luo Chong suddenly wanted to curse. If he had known better, he should have built a shed and a glass windshield for the cab first. Driving a tractor outdoors in this winter is really unbearable. Behind the tractor, everyone in the factory ran out. Luo Chong drove the truck to the door and stopped, turning to ask Lin Fei, who was following the truck. "What are you going to test today?" "Go back to the boss and test the obstacle crossing ability, towing ability, and the driving experience of this car to see if there is anything that needs to be modified." Lin Fei stood aside and shouted, because it was windy outside, so if you don't shout, listen to me. Unclear. Luo Chong nodded, tucked his neck into the collar of his coat, and said, casually, "Then let's test driving and overcoming obstacles first." After saying that, he began to head to the dedicated road in the testing area under the command of the researchers. The grassland and hilly landscape here in Qingshu County has many undulating mounds. Although part of it was flattened by the Han tribe due to city construction and road construction, most of the rest of the area is still original. The people here never cultivate the land, and there are no acres of land here. All the people in Qingshu County are either in the mines or in factories, so there are still large areas outside the city that can be used to test vehicles, and the researchers selected them outside. A dedicated area for testing cars. On the way from the factory workshop to the test site, wooden poles were inserted as markers along the way, which were very eye-catching on the snow-covered snow. Luo Chong sat in the driver's seat and pushed the joystick that controlled the speed of the four wheels directly forward to keep the tractor at maximum output. Then he concentrated on controlling the left and right direction levers in his arms. Lin Fei and other researchers, as well as Luo Chong's bodyguards, all followed on horseback. As they rode wildly to follow the tractor, they kept looking and discussing, their eyes full of passion. "Chief, the raised anti-skid patterns on these tires are so useful. They don't slip at all when walking in the snow." Lin Fei rode his horse to the tractor and shouted to Luo Chong. Luo smiled and said nothing. "That's it? Is this called anti-skid? It's just snow, not ice. If you want to talk about anti-skid and snow, nothing can compare with the anti-skid ability of tracks." The crowd followed closely and arrived at the test track surrounded by ropes amidst the roar of the tractor. After arriving at the destination, Luo Chong slowed down and stopped. The researchers next to them immediately began to give instructions. Luo Chong listened to their introduction while surveying the complex site in front of him. This site has special terrain formed naturally, and of course there are also many artificial arrangements. For example, the high and low slopes are defined according to the natural terrain, while the more complex tunnels, forests, and swamps are artificially created based on the terrain. The high and low slopes were not difficult, just a few continuous climbs and uphills. Although the snow on the ground made the climb difficult, this tractor with huge torque did not disappoint everyone. Luo Chong personally drove it continuously. "We climbed several slopes, each one steeper than the last, but in the end we all managed to get through it without any danger." Next is the tunnel at one end. The so-called tunnel does not refer to a tunnel, but a dirt road with many large holes dug. In some places, there are holes on the right side, while the left side is much higher. In some places, it is just right with it. On the contrary, it is bumpy and unevenly laid out. Luo Chong was not careless when dealing with this section of the tunnel. He was not driving fast, and the tractor underneath him tilted back and forth, up and down under his control. Sometimes the front of the vehicle and the parking space even twisted in the opposite direction, to form an exaggerated angle. But it has no effect on driving at all. Driving skills on such a road section have little impact on it. It relies entirely on the tractor's four-wheel independent suspension system to push through. The excellent passing performance of the vehicle is clearly demonstrated by this tunnel. Just after passing the tunnel, after turning a corner, there is a lane with more complicated road conditions, the mountain forest logging camp. This site not only has a slope, but also has many standing wooden piles, simulating the trees in the forest. The gap in the middle is narrow and can only allow a tractor to pass through, but this time there is no reason to test the driver's skills even more. If this is nothing, there are actually some logs lying horizontally on the road of this lumber camp. If you want to pass, you can only press over the logs lying in front, but there are still some logs in front. The log piles placed diagonally block the front, and you also need to climb over the obstacles one by one. Luo Chong sighed in his heart, "This is too crazy." Fortunately, he is driving a large-sized, high-chassis tractor. Its off-road performance is not inferior to any modified off-road luxury car. After all, in terms of real off-road, what car can compare? What about the tractor? Luo Chong drove over without fear, relying on his skilled driving experience in his previous life to overcome obstacles one after another. Although he had never driven a tractor controlled by a joystick in his previous life, he had driven off-road vehicles such as Hummer, Warrior, Land Cruiser, and Ford pickup truck. Although he did not own such vehicles, he had driven them often. Although those cars are all controlled by steering wheels, the driving experience is the same. They all have four wheels, so there is not much difference. After a few minutes of climbing over this woodland obstacle course, there was another river ditch, immediately ahead. Tractors are destined to work in farmland. Since they are working in farmland, they naturally have to cross ditches, so this is also a must-test item. The size of the ditch was completely excavated according to the dimensions of farmland irrigation ditches common among Han tribes. However, such a ditch was not difficult at all in front of a huge wheel with a diameter of 1.6 to 2 meters, and it was easily climbed over. After crossing the ditch, we came to the last section of the swamp road. This man-made swamp road section is mainly used to test whether the tractor can go into the paddy field. If it can go into the paddy field, then everyone can find a way to build a rice transplanter, and then use mechanical rice transplanting instead of manual rice transplanting. If it can be done, then Han the tribe can be in the capital and the vast nearby plains. These huge agricultural machines were used to open up thousands of hectares of fertile fields and harvest countless rice without using much manpower. In this way, the Han tribe no longer had to worry about hunger. Even if they encountered any disaster, the Han tribe would still be able to survive. It can survive with its huge storage. Luo Chong drove this huge tractor to the swamp road, and finally hesitated a little. He really had no confidence in such terrain. It wasn't that the tractor didn't have enough horsepower, or that the mechanical design was bad, but that this vehicle, the tractor, is too big and weighs a lot. In such soft ground, it is normal for it to sink under its own weight. However, in order to test the true performance of the vehicle, he pushed the joystick and plunged into the mud. Hoochie hoochie hoochie. The tractor was spewing black smoke and white mist, and slowly walked into the mud. Luo Chong watched helplessly as the wheels really sunk in, but not much, not even the rubber tires of the wheels. Although the mud has great adhesion to the tires, it still moves forward effortlessly and slowly under the powerful torque of the plunger pump. The researchers around him couldn't help cheering when they saw the scene in front of them, but Luo Chong frowned, feeling that something didn't seem right. Paddy fields need to be covered with a layer of water for a long time. Depending on the growth cycle, different water levels are needed at different stages. For example, when transplanting rice seedlings, it should be neither deep nor shallow. 3 centimeters of water is enough. Just place your palms flat on the soil. The water just covers the back of the hand. When heading and filling, the amount of water needs to be increased to allow the rice grains to absorb enough water. But in general, during the entire rice planting cycle, except for the last 10 days when harvesting is about to be harvested, the rice is basically filled with mud. It is unimaginable how soft the land that has been covered by water for such a long time can be. However, the dirt road in front of us is a winter dirt road with hard frozen soil underneath. Who knows whether the water has penetrated or not? Therefore, testing the swamp road section in winter has no reference value at all. Having figured this out, Luo Chong is no longer entangled now. The finalization of a car must be accompanied by a lot of testing. It is simply wishful thinking to figure out everything through one test. After finally passing all the test sections, Luo Chong controlled the joystick to stop the tractor at the end of the field, and then said to the people running over. The frozen soil in winter is too hard, so the test on the swamp section cannot be counted this time. You will have to conduct the experiment again after the ice and snow melt in spring. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but after thinking of Luo Chong's wise saying, bold assumptions, cautious verification, he immediately nodded to express his attitude. Cautious verification? What is cautious verification? To put it bluntly, this experiment, the environment is not up to standard. Please experiment more next time. Okay, I've written it down. This is pending and will be tested again next year. Chief, please tell us about the driving experience. Are there any control systems that need to be improved when overcoming various obstacles? Chief, please give us some advice. Lin Fei nodded in agreement, and then began to ask Luo Chong about his driving experience. Driving experience is also the content of this test, but it will not be tested separately, but will be integrated into various road section tests. Only the feeling when passing through various road conditions is the most important driving experience. Otherwise, if you only drive on flat ground, so what's there to talk about the driving experience? It's just driving anyway, and there's no experience at all. It's like a sports car, and its capabilities and value can only be reflected when it's drifting. Everyone lit a bonfire in the straw shed to keep warm, replenished coal and water for the tractor, and rested for a while before continuing the test. The tractor's performance in complex road conditions has been tested. Except for the unsatisfactory results on swampy terrain, everything else is within the qualified category. So the next test is the most important towing test. To the south of this site, there is a relatively flat piece of land, where everyone is planning to attach agricultural machinery to the tractor to test the effect, and the agricultural machinery that needs to be tested has long been delivered by horse-drawn carriage. At present, there are not many agricultural machinery developed by the Han tribe. The main research and development directions are still plowing, fertilizing, and sowing. As for more complex harvesters, they do not yet exist. In line with the idea of putting the easy first and then the difficult, everyone first attached a rotary tiller to the tractor. The 5-point pylon used by this rotary tiller used a reserved hydraulic rod to control the takeoff and landing, and the rotary tiller was used through the transmission shaft. The machine outputs power. The rotary tiller is a thick steel pipe, and a lot of blades used to turn the soil are welded to the outer surface of the steel pipe. It looks like a huge mace placed horizontally on the bracket of the rotary tiller, then hang it on the tail of the tractor. When using it, the operator only needs to control the hydraulic rod to put the mace down, insert the upper blade into the soil, and then turn on the horsepower to drive the huge mace in the soil through the steam engine main engine and transmission shaft. Rotate so that you can turn over the entire land behind you. Luo Chong climbed into the cab of the tractor again. The diameter of the rear wheels of this tractor was 2 meters, and the body was even taller. If a cab roof was added in the future, it would be conservatively estimated to be about 3.5 meters wide. It is also nearly 3 meters. For such a huge tractor, the rotary tiller mounted on the back is naturally not that small. The mace behind it has a working width of 6 meters. It can be called a giant among agricultural machinery. Even in modern advanced among the agricultural machinery, it is still ranked at the forefront. Pushing the handle and controlling the tractor to the end of the test field, Luo Chong looked back, consciously aligned the position, then stepped on the hydraulic lever to control the rear of the vehicle to extend, and then put the rotary tiller down until he felt the huge obstacles coming from the car body. From this feedback, you can feel whether the mace is at its bottom. When the hydraulic rod reached the bottom and could no longer continue to descend, he released the grip controlling the hydraulic rod, then stepped on the clutch again, controlled the gear separation, and then switched to the power system. The huge force of the steam engine once again acted on the wheels and on the main drive shaft. The mace behind him also started to rotate immediately. Woo woo woo. Hoochie hoochie hoochie. The car body forced the steam engine to provide more powerful power output due to its exertion. The chimney spewed out streams of black smoke, and the exhaust valve on the cylinder also wheezed out white mist. The powerful torque drove the car body and the car behind it. The rotary tiller moves forward bravely. Luo Chong drove the world's first steam tractor and bravely moved forward. The mace behind him was like a giant beast covered with iron teeth. The frozen soil under his feet was vulnerable under these steel teeth. In an instant, eaten away by the mace. On the large flat ground covered with white snow, the tractor driven by Luo Chong seemed like an oil brush, brushing out a neat line of black behind him, which was all turned up moist soil. The snow was like a white background, and the oil brush driven by Luo Chong kept moving forward, as if he was preparing to paint the entire background black. The mace whirred and whirled, causing the soil beneath him to fly up and down. At a faster speed, you could even see the soil being thrown backward. The people behind them exclaimed repeatedly as they looked at the scene in front of them. Only then did they know why the leader had a sudden idea to build this thing. With such a combination of tractor and rotary tiller, how many cattle can be replaced? Isn't the speed of plowing the land too fast? Someone in the R&D team immediately shouted in surprise. Ha 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 ha, did you see, The blades on the rotary tiller were all welded by me. I welded them. Dear, this thing doesn't plow very fast, you know? It just goes fast, and plows very wide at one time. Look, a cow can plow 1 row at a time, 2 at most. 3 rows, and this rotary cultivator travels 6 meters wide at a time. Yes, this tractor and rotary cultivator came together and plowed with several cows. And you can see the effect of plowing the land. It is plowed more evenly than the cows. Everyone looked at the shocking scene in front of them, all chirping in amazement. Lin Fei, who was leading the team, was the first to react and scolded everyone. Why are you all chattering? Why don't you start working quickly even if you know how powerful this thing is? Haven't you seen the importance of this thing? Where needs improvement? What is the depth of plowing in one operation? How big are the particles of soil? Are you satisfied or not? Have you checked everything that needs to be done for sowing? After hearing this, everyone immediately dispersed and began various inspections. After seeing the power of rotary tillers and tractors, everyone naturally knew the importance of these things. For the Han tribe, where food was the first priority and agriculture was the foundation, this large-scale farming machinery played an irreplaceable role. The newly changed Deming reign is the best evidence. After all, the leaders have said that accumulating and storing strategic materials, especially grain, is currently the most important thing for the Han tribe. Even industry must be focused on agriculture. Service status. There is no doubt that what they are doing now is to serve agriculture. Just imagine, if this tractor and rotary cultivator can be successfully finalized and popularized, how much more food will the Han tribe have in the future? The most important thing is, when tractors are available, one person can do the farm work that used to be done by dozens or even hundreds of people. At that time, the Han tribe will no longer have to worry about food, and those who participate in research and development will definitely be able to gain both fame and wealth, and be promoted to higher positions in the future. When they think of this, everyone becomes more enthusiastic about their work. Someone began to take out a small shovel to clean the land that had just been tilled by the rotary tiller. They dug up the soft soil above, dug into the hard frozen soil below, and then used a ruler to measure the depth of the plowing. Others are observing the size of the soil after cultivation to see if it meets the needs of sowing. If the soil is too large, how to adjust it next, such as increasing the speed of the rotary tiller and rolling it several times in the same place, or add more blades to the mace to break the caked soil into smaller pieces? Others who had been following the rotary tiller carefully observed the operation of the machine, and then discussed it while observing. Look, is the rotation speed of this rotary cultivator too fast? The soil underneath is being lifted up. Should we improve the transmission system and lower the rotation speed next time? Inappropriate. A person next to him immediately denied it. It's good to turn it fast. If it doesn't turn fast, it won't be able to grind the soil too finely. If it turns slow, the soil in the soil after plowing will still be as big as bricks. So what's the difference if it can't be plowed? Then it's not okay to keep flying dust all the way back, right? Look, this means there is snow and the soil is wet. If the land is dry, there will definitely be a lot of dust behind it, maybe it will be a streak of yellow smoke. This is simple. Just add a cover plate behind the rotary tiller. Then you can add a rake behind it. Well, just add the cover plate to the connecting bracket of the rake, so that the soil thrown away by the rotary tiller is just right. It can be blocked by the cover, and then raked flat by the rake behind it, so that it can do 2 jobs at once, saving the time of plowing and leveling the land again. The researcher who was previously opposed to lowering the speed immediately came up with an idea. Hey, this is a good idea. This gave me an inspiration. If you can integrate several tools with different functions into one machine, you can indeed achieve the effect of performing several steps at the same time. The person next to him heard this. He clapped his hands and immediately agreed. Well, it's really good, what do you think? Do you have any ideas? For example, we can add a huge iron funnel in front of the rotary cultivator, fill it with mixed fertilizer, and then control the speed of the funnel. The fertilizer can be spread in the front while the land is plowed in the back, so that we can directly when the fertilizer is turned under the soil layer. It is equivalent to applying base fertilizer once. Well, then add the cover and rake you just mentioned, so we are equivalent to completing 3 preparation steps at once, from fertilizing, to turning the soil, to leveling. We drove the tractor to do that once, all the preparations before sowing are completed. Yes, this idea is indeed feasible. Then why not just add a combiner at the back? Wouldn't it be possible to do everything from fertilizing, plowing, leveling, trenching, and sowing all at once? The people around him immediately looked at the speaker with contempt, and then one of them said with disdain, "It seems that you have never planted the ground before. You can't sow directly on the newly plowed ground, and you can't sow on the newly fertilized ground. It will burn the seeds to death." Oh, that's it. Our family is from Qingshu County. My father used to be a miner. I have never farmed. The new intern said sheepishly. Well, you can consider the plan just now, integrating the rotary tiller, the funnel for fertilizing, and the rake for leveling the land into one machine. Then build a machine similar to a combine. There should be a row of plows at the front for digging ditches, and a shelf on top. A movable funnel can be placed on the shelf to hold seeds. Finally, there should be a cover for soil. The device is used to solve the sowing problem in one go. But that's not the key. My suggestion is to make this large column into an assembled machine that can be adjusted at any time, such as how deep the furrow should be when sowing wheat, and how wide should be the width between each ridge. We should not make these things dead, otherwise the utilization rate will be too low. Because wheat, corn, rice, sorghum, soybeans, peanuts, sesame, the sowing depth, ridge spacing, plant spacing, and soil covering thickness of these crops are all different. If we weld them directly, we can only satisfy if the sowing requirements of a certain crop are changed. If we make it a movable assembly, then every time the crop variety is changed, temporary modifications can be made according to the requirements. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. It makes sense. Indeed, this is indeed very important. Everyone should note it down as a design idea for future research and development. Ah, my brush is frozen, which one of you can still write? Hey, what's all the fuss about? If it freezes, just put it in your mouth and suck it. The ink isn't poisonous anyway, it will just stain your mouth black, he. Another person joked with experience. Everyone followed behind and discussed while walking, and soon came up with many suggestions for improvement and ideas for the future development of related equipment. Luo Chong also drove the tractor to cultivate dozens of acres of land without complaint, and then stopped. Then everyone gathered together to discuss the ideas just now and the data collected from this experiment. In addition, they reported to Luo Chong and asked Luo Chong for ideas. What you said is to integrate several different functions into one machine. This idea is very good and can be used as the main research and development direction in the future. However, we need to discuss more, experiment more, and ask for more advice. When spring comes, I want your agricultural machinery to groups of people participated in spring plowing to gain more insights, consult with experienced farmers, and record and observe the differences between various crop cultivations. Then there is the direction of future agricultural machinery research and development. The ultimate task I propose to you is that no one has to go to the ground during the entire planting process, from fertilizing, tilling, sowing, to harvesting and threshing. It means that all these steps are done by machinery. People only need to drive tractors and harvesters to the fields for a few rounds, and then they can complete all the work and send the grain directly to the warehouse. So, do you understand? You still have a long way to go. Luo Chong explained to several members of the agricultural machinery team. Yes, we understand, please rest assured, leader. When several people heard Luo Chong's goals and vision for the future, fighting spirit suddenly ignited in their hearts. Just imagine, if the goals set by the leader are really achieved, then farming will be like this in the future. What a relaxing thing. The person in charge of vehicle mechanics from another group next to him also asked Luo Chong after hearing this. Chief, what about us? What is our ultimate goal? Luo Chong glanced at them and then said calmly. You? Don't be too ambitious. Do the things at hand first. You have no long-term goals for the time being. This needs the support of the industrial level of the entire tribe. Your short-term goal is to develop these types of vehicles as platform carriers to lay a solid foundation for everyone, such as the wheel loader. The wheel loader is opposite to the tractor. Its power system is at the rear of the vehicle, in the direction of operation. At the front, such a platform has great advantages. Although it cannot be used for plowing, it can be used for harvesting. As long as the front bucket is replaced with a harvesting device, it can be transformed from a loader into a harvester. On the other hand, the road roller can also be replaced by a tractor. For example, if a steel roller is hung on the back of the tractor, wouldn't it also be able to roll the road? There are also single-arm excavators. Do you think excavators can only be used to excavate earth and ore? If the bucket in front of the excavator's working arm is removed and replaced with a huge hydraulic pneumatic hammer, will this be enough? Can it be used to cut mountains and rocks? Some huge rocks or mountains that cannot be dug manually can be solved with such a huge air hammer. What I want to tell you is actually the 4 words just now, platform and carrier. Don't think that the tractor you developed can only be used to plow the ground, and the loader can only be used to bulldoze and shovel earth. The excavator can only be used to dig holes. These vehicles are different, and they are just a carrier and modification platform for installing tools. If you change the things on it, it can immediately become a different function. When everyone heard Luo Chong's inferences, their eyes lit up, and a continuous stream of admiration arose in their hearts. What they admired the most was Luo Chong. In theory, no one could match him, and in practice, no one was better than Luo Chong. You know, in terms of vision and thinking, no one can match Luo Chong's unbridled imagination. They have seen loaders, but who would have thought about replacing the front bucket with a harvester? They have seen excavators, but who has thought about replacing the digging bucket with an air hammer? But the leader can think of it, and whether it can be created is a matter of first consideration. The key is to dare to think and be able to think of it. How on earth does the leader have such a big brain? Everyone couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. After warming up outside for a while, after collecting first-hand experimental results and data, as well as ideas for future improvements and research and development, everyone restarted the tractor and started to return. Their task was still very heavy, and they were still far away from what the leader said. From plowing the soil to sowing and harvesting, people did not go to the ground during the entire planting process and just drove around a few times. They were still very, very far away. After returning to the institute, each group also met again to discuss improvement plans and details. Luo Chong, under the leadership of Lin Fei, walked around again, visited the research and development progress of other construction machinery, and finally gave everyone comments and instructions before leaving Xingyang County and returning home. His 3rd son, Luo Xing, and his 4th son, Luo Ji, are only a few months old. They only do 3 things when they go back and forth every day: crying, eating, and sleeping. For such young children, it is not even fun to play. While Luo Qing and Luo Lan, he was already 4 years old. A child of this age was at his most naughty and playful. Luo Chong was so annoyed by the children at home that he escaped again not long after and took refuge in Luoyang County. At present, all aspects of the Han tribe are proceeding in an orderly manner. The accumulation policy of the Ming Yan year is actively carried out. The cross-sea bridge in the south is also under continuous construction. All kinds of sailboats transporting materials are constantly coming and going on the Luyang River. Tang, the comprehensive Chineseization of the tribe, is proceeding very smoothly. Although the war in the north is small in scale, good news comes frequently, and every battle must be rewarding. Luo Chong is also starting to plan for the coming year. He is still worried about some things, such as the layout of the Han tribe's heavy industry. The most important thing now is when Yu Yi will discover coal mines in the south. This will have a big impact on the Han tribe's heavy industry. Layout is extremely important. In addition, Zhudao has been conquered for a year. The construction in all aspects is good, and the people's support is also very good. The 6 counties of Qingshu are peaceful, so Luo Chong begins to consider whether he will withdraw some of his troops next year. To be honest, if Qingshu Island is relatively stable, it would be a waste to garrison so many troops. Now that the Han tribe is developing rapidly, it needs a lot of manpower. Even if it is to increase the population, those soldiers must be sent home to create people. Therefore, Luo Chong has made a decision. If the situation on Qingshu Island stabilizes, it will be inevitable to appropriately reduce some troops next year. Plans gradually formed in Luo Chong's mind. Only the coal issue left him clueless. The capital of the Han tribe would become the center of culture and politics in the future, and it would naturally be surrounded by huge industrial industries. Otherwise, the huge capital would need some protection. Is it possible that industrial products still have to be transported thousands of miles from the north? In this case, the transportation cost will be too high, which is not conducive to the development of industry. Luo Chong thought for a long time and decided to write a letter to Tang Yao to ask where Yu Fu's geological exploration team had gone. When he originally ordered Yu Fu to search for coal, Luo Chong asked him to start looking for coal from the Tang tribe to the north. These people have now gone deep into the wilderness and lost contact. They did have Flying Eagle with them, but only Yu Fu could take the initiative to contact Luo Chong. Because Luo Chong has a fixed location, and Yu Fu's place is not an area that Fei Ying is familiar with. Even if Luo Chong releases the Fei Ying, those Fei Ying will not be able to find Yu Fu's position, so now they can only find him. Go ask Tang Yao and see if Yu Fu has left any clues for him. After writing a letter to Tang Yao, he naturally did not forget to ask about the current situation of the Tang tribe, and then asked about the news about Yu Fu. Then Luo Chong asked his bodyguard to send it to Tang Yao with a flying eagle. Passed. The giant eagle spread its wings and flew rapidly towards the south. At the same time, the exploration team led by Yu Fu was also looking for traces of coal in the wilderness north of the Tang tribe. This is a team of 200 people, each group of 10 people, a total of 20 groups. Each group must have a herder, who is mainly responsible for looking after the horses in the team, and several hunters, who are responsible for collecting food for everyone. When setting up the camp, there are also 2 personnel who specialize in positioning, master the compass and telescope, and are responsible for mapping maps and identifying directions. The most important thing is that each group also has 1 or 2 foremen borrowed from Dongxing County by Youfu. These foremen are all in charge of the Dongxing County coal mine and are most familiar with the landforms around the coal mine. Whether the team can successfully find the coal mine depends entirely on these people. Otherwise, they can only hope that God will open their eyes and give it away. They have a coal mine. 20 teams spread out in a fan shape, each group horizontally separated by several kilometers, forming an arc that radiated to the north. These teams have been walking north for several months, but they have not actually gone very far, because it always takes a long time to confirm whether there is coal underground when they encounter suspected places. Currently, there are 4 main methods for finding coal mines according to the Han tribe. One is to look at the terrain. There will never be coal on tall and straight mountains, especially stone mountains. But where there are sedimentary rocks, it is relatively possible to find coal. The nature is relatively large, such as sandstone formed by weathering of river silt deposits, and layers of shale, which are all types of sedimentary rocks. This is related to the reason for the formation of coal. Coal is not formed by the cooling of volcanic magma, but is formed by the deposition of plants hundreds of millions of years ago, coupled with physical and chemical changes, and finally evolved. Therefore, coal is a sedimentary vein and cannot appear in the mountains. Looking at the terrain and stones became the main direction of search. Another thing is to look at the vegetation. If in a large forest, there is an area where alopecia areata occasionally appears, and the vegetation is very sparse, although there is no guarantee that there will be a coal mine here, it must have some kind of mineral. The last step is to look for wonders, ask the local indigenous people, or discover the wonders yourself. For example, the surface of a certain place is carbonized black, or the soil in a certain place can burn, or there is a naturally formed sky fire in a certain place, or there is something strange about it. The smell, these are the characteristics that are likely to be found in coal. Although coal mines are buried deep underground, there are usually raised, black mineral seedlings, that is, a certain mineral vein, and one of the points is exposed on the ground. As long as you find such a mineral seedling and dig along, you can find the entire coal mine. Such mineral seedlings float on the surface, causing the surrounding soil to undergo varying degrees of carbonization, and burnable soil may appear. Then there are sky fires and special odors. Coal can be divided into bituminous coal and anthracite coal according to its composition. Bituminous coal is coal with a high sulfur content, and the smell of sulfur is very special. If it is enriched to a certain extent, it will definitely emit. It emits a special smell that is different from the surroundings. In addition, coal is also associated with a lot of chemical gases, including smelly gas, fragrant toluene, and even flammable gas. Once cracks appear in the ground in such a place, gas or natural gas will leak, and then be ignited by natural fire. Then a long-lasting, heavenly fire will be formed. Just a month ago, 3 groups of 7, 8, and 9 of the exploration team simultaneously found an area with several of the above characteristics. However, these 3 groups have been digging here for more than a month and still have not dug out any coal. This makes everyone a little confused, discouraged. When they first came here, they found that the vegetation here was very sparse. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, which was the search range of each group, they did not find any mountains or rocks, but they also did not find the existence of sedimentary rocks. But the most special place here is the reason lies in the appearance of suspected or seedlings. There are many mottled black marks on the ground, which are very much like signs of coal veins exposed on the surface. If this place is really a mineral seedling, then it means that the entire vein has protruded from the surface here, and there is no need to dig a well at all. Coal can be dug out from the surface, in so-called shallow veins. Everyone was overjoyed at first and immediately picked up the shovel to find the hole. As a result, they dug down less than half a meter. The originally dark soil immediately turned into brown soil, which made everyone disappointed. So everyone began to drill holes in a carpet of land with a radius of several kilometers. Every few hundred meters, or when they found a dark place on the surface, they would drill a hole downward to peek into the underground situation, but the final result was pretty much the same. Every time you dig down half a meter to 1 meter, the black carbon layer will turn into brown soil. The deepest part of the carbon layer is less than 2 meters. At a depth of more than 2 meters, it will still be brown soil. Until this point only then did everyone confirm that this was a fake or seedling. Before leaving, the 7, 8, and 9 groups gathered together for a meeting to discuss whether to give up the search in this area. After all, they had already wasted more than a month here. Give up. I've spent so much time already. If I try harder, what if I find it? Don't give up, you've wasted so much time, what if you still can't find it? Faced with this difficult choice, 30 people gathered together to discuss it. I think this is a fake or seedling. It's not like we haven't been to the mines in Dongxing County. Any seedlings exposed on the surface are all open-pit mines. There is no need to dig down so deep, so there is no value here, give up. The leader of the 7th group said. Then why is there so little vegetation here? The ground is still dark, and there is indeed a carbon layer on the surface. What do you think? The leader of Group 8 was quite stubborn and unwilling to give up easily. After all, there is indeed a carbon layer on the surface. It's better than nothing. I have an idea about this. Do you think there was a forest fire here hundreds of years ago? The fire burned all the forest into black charcoal, and then over time, it was buried by floating soil. If so, can this explain the phenomenon we see? The surveyor from Group 9 analyzed it. When the people in the 3 groups heard this, they didn't know what to say. What the surveyor just said does indeed happen. A forest fire burned down the entire forest, leaving a thick layer of carbon on the ground. However, because it was not very old, it was not buried deeply by the floating soil, all floating on the surface, just like the result of their excavation. The deepest part of the carbon layer is no more than 2 meters, which is proof. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that this is a mine? Does this mean that everyone should give up this place directly? Thinking of this, everyone was a little reluctant. What you said is indeed possible, but if there is really a mine hidden here, wouldn't we have missed it directly? The leader of the 8th group is still unwilling to give up, but his previous persistence has been replaced by the forest fire hypothesis, started to waver a little. This is actually easy to handle. I have an idea. You will know after trying it. The steward from Dongxing County of Group 9 suddenly interrupted. What can we do? Everyone looked at this person. As for coal, there are only 2 methods of mining. One is an open-pit mine, which is buried shallowly. The soil on the surface is directly peeled off, and the coal seam below can be directly exposed, and if the burial is deeper, you need to dig a well to dig out the coal. Before, when we were exploring around Dongxing County, we also discovered something. Generally, the depth of deep mine coal is between 200 and 500 meters. Near the open-pit mine in Dongxing County, there are also shallow coals. Tens of meters deep. So if you want to determine whether there is a coal mine here, wouldn't you just dig a deep well to find out? Let's explore at a depth of 500 meters to see what's underneath. Everyone was surprised again. It was not a simple matter to dig a well several hundred meters deep. Even if everyone stayed for another month, they might not be able to dig that deep. But if they want to explore whether there are coal mines, they still have to dig. It is precisely because of this that a few months have passed and no one has gone very far, because it is very troublesome to verify whether there are coal mines in a place. It's possible to dig, but within a radius of more than 10 kilometers here, where should we dig? Where should we choose a site? It takes a lot of time to dig a well several hundred meters deep. What if there really is something down there, and we happen to if you missed it, wouldn't it be a waste of time and miss the target perfectly? The leader of the 7th group said worriedly. This is easy to do. Just dig where our 8 groups are detecting. The east-west width here is more than 10 kilometers. Let's dig right in the middle. If there is really coal underneath, even if we miss it, we won't be able to hit it right. Miss it, what do you think? The leader of the 8th group suggested. Well, what you said makes sense. If there is a mine, it will definitely not be so narrow. Either there is or there is not. There is no possibility of being missed. The leader of the 9th group also nodded in agreement, and then the 8th group and 9, the group looked at the 7 groups together, asking for their opinions with their eyes. The leader of the 7th group saw that 2 to 1, the minority should obey the majority, so he agreed. So the next day, everyone brought all the baggage and horses to the center of the 8 groups of exploration areas. The terrain here was not high, which was suitable for digging wells again. The 3 groups of people nodded, and then took down the steel pipes one by one from their horses. Others brought pipe wrenches and a pack of Luo Chong shovels specially used for drilling holes, and then began the original work of digging wells. Of course, the so-called well cannot be a well of any diameter, but a deep hole, directly in the ground. They only need to use a Luo Chong shovel to bring out some soil or gravel from the ground, and they can naturally see whether there is anything underneath. Coal mine. Dang dang dang. The Luo Chong shovel was smashed down with a hammer, and then a cylindrical piece of soil was brought up. Then the operation was repeated. When the Luo Chong shovel was driven into the ground, a steel pipe was connected to it with a pipe wrench. The steel pipe is 1 meter long. Everyone only needs to count how many steel pipes were drilled to know how deep the hole was. But what is surprising is that they originally thought they had to dig down 200 meters to see whether there was coal below, but they only dug 26 meters and coal seams appeared below. This made them inconceivable. Came to mind. The coal is coming out, look, the coal is coming out. A guy carrying the Luo Chong shovel suddenly shouted excitedly. After hearing this, everyone quickly looked over, and sure enough, they saw that the lower half of the cylindrical mud strip brought up from 26 meters underground was black, and there were shining crystals. Everyone took a quick look and realized that this was not coal. Oh my God, there is really coal here. How deep is the drilling now? The leader of the 7th group asked in surprise. It's 26 meters long. It's neither deep nor shallow. If we can find a reel or seedling, we can start open-pit mining directly. There must be a reel or seedling in this dark land that we have ignored. The leader of the 9th group confirmed. I think it's better not to get too happy so early. It's better to dig deeper and see if it's a real mine. If it's still the same as on the surface, then we'll cry. The leader of the 8th group also said stand up. Well, that makes sense. Let's dig another 2 meters to see if it is a real coal seam. The coal seams deposited underground are generally at least 20 meters thick, and the thickest ones can even reach several hundred meters thick. If there is really a coal seam below, it's a coal seam, so it may be the same for dozens of meters further. Everyone no longer hesitated and immediately started shoveling again. However, before they could do anything, they were stopped by the coal mine stewards from the 9th group. Wait a minute, smell it. Is there a smell coming out of that hole? Get a torch quickly, it might be poisonous gas. When the people around him heard this, they immediately twitched their noses and sniffed hard. Sure enough, they found a faint smell, and the source was the deep hole they had drilled in the ground. Bring the torch. The miner manager of the 9th group said hello, and someone immediately brought a torch. He took the torch and carefully moved it over the hole in the ground. The flames on the torch burned brightly for a moment, and then he immediately entered the sage state and recovered. The flame is normal. The flame is no longer violent, but the outer layer of the stable flame is covered with a layer of blue flame. This is obviously not something that can be burned by burning wood. It must be some flammable gas coming out from below. There is gas below. It seems that we have really found a coal mine. And since there is gas, the reserves of the coal mine below must not be too small. The coal mine manager of the 9th group immediately came to a conclusion after seeing such a result. The confirmation of this news also made everyone excited. Really? That's great. After a few months, we have drilled at least tens of thousands of holes and finally found the coal mine. The leader of the 8th group said excitedly. Well, it looks like it's almost done, but don't worry, let's confirm this first. Let's dig another 2 meters first. Once the information is confirmed, we can report it to Ambassador Yu as soon as possible and ask him to contact the leader. Chi. The leader of the group also made a conclusion. Everyone unanimously approved the decision, and then immediately continued to dig into the underground coal mine. However, because they hit the real coal seam, the coal seam was too hard, and the Luoyang shovel could only bring up some cinders each time, but they dug down enough. They reached a depth of 2 meters, but did not bring up any soil, which is enough to prove that they encountered a real coal seam. The true coal seam depends on the size of the vein and the coal reserves. No matter how small the coal mine is, the true coal seam must be at least 10 meters thick and several stories high. Being able to find such a coal mine, even if it is just a small mine, is considered a great achievement. One Piece. Everyone quickly sent out several hunters to deliver messages to other groups. 3 of their groups, 7, 8, and 9, had made meritorious service this time. More than a dozen fast horses quickly spread around, preparing to send news to other groups of the exploration team. However, the other groups of 7, 8, 9, and 3 remained in place. They gave up Luoyang shovels and instead used hoes, shovels, and other items. Start to expand this hole, preparing to expand it into a shaft, which will also facilitate subsequent mining. The 200-person exploration team led by Yu Fu was divided into 20 groups, but he himself did not follow any fixed group. Instead, he would go wherever there was news. People like Yu Fu rarely stay in one place honestly even if they go out to explore. However, that cannot be said. If he can wander around, of course he is interested, but the main purpose of this exploration is when searching for coal mines. Usually if any group has a clue, they will definitely dig in the local area. This digging will definitely lead to no results in 10.5 months, and of course it is impossible for him to accompany his men to dig holes there boringly. There are generally only 2 targets that interest Yu Fu. For example, where ore veins were discovered, not just coal mines, but any minerals that the Han tribe needs will be recorded by the exploration team. Otherwise, this exploration mission will be wasted. The second thing that interests him is where his men discovered a strange human tribe. This is the current situation. A few days ago, Yu Fu received a report from the 16th group, saying that they encountered a settled tribe with a population of nearly 2,000 people. This tribe is also mainly farming, and has learned how to make pottery, and has its own unique stone house. The inside and outside of the stone house are uniformly painted white, with red totem patterns drawn on it. More importantly, the 16th group also discovered a hematite mine near this tribe. The hematite here is also the source of the pigment for the tribe's red totem painting. Obviously, this tribe has not yet figured out the true use of hematite, and only uses these iron ores as pigments. The location of the hematite was also found out by Group 16 and the tribe. With the eyesight of people from the Han tribe, it is not difficult to tell from the paint used by the opponent that there is a hematite mine nearby. After Yu Fu received the news, he immediately became interested. What does a tribe with a relatively small population, mastery of construction skills, its own culture and art, and farming technology mean to the Han tribe? The most important thing is of course farming. Since the other party is a farming tribe, what they grow will be different from that of the Han tribe. If it is different, it means that the Han tribe is likely to get a new kind of food. Food crops, regardless of whether the coal mine is found, as long as you can find a new food crop and bring it back, it will be a great achievement. Then there is the population of the other tribe, which is nearly 2,000 people. If they can be persuaded to join the Han tribe, this large population will be enough for the Han tribe to build a new county. Thinking of these tempting thoughts, Yu Fu immediately rushed to the tribe discovered by Group 16 with a few personal guards, and had been here for 2 days. During these 2 days, he had already done, some things became clear. This tribe did have crops that the Han tribe did not have. He had also given this tribe a name, the White House tribe. In other words, the White House clan. The reason why they were not named according to their usual surnames was because the Baiwu clan was a multi-clan tribe and there was not a single clan in the tribe, so it was difficult for Yufu to name them with one surname. The encounter between the 16th group of the exploration team and the White House tribe was also an accident. All members of the exploration team traveled on horses, and there were many horses used to transport equipment and baggage. There were almost 2 horses per person, but they had already traveled several times. There are more than a month, and the food they brought has been eaten up. Therefore, they must often hunt by themselves to meet their food needs. They have no backup when they go out. When this team was originally formed, it was for this reason that each team was assigned several hunters. They were required to not only provide security for the team, but also hunt to provide food for the team. The 16th group also met the Baiwu tribe's hunting team during a hunting trip. At that time, the 2 parties were chasing several powerful wild boars. However, the wild boars ran so fast in the forest that the Baiwu tribe's hunting team could not catch up. Going up to them can only drive the wild boars into the traps they dug in advance. Although there were no traps on the Han tribe's side, the hunters of the 16th group rode horses, ran very fast, and were equipped with sharp long-range weapons such as bows and crossbows. Therefore, a very dramatic scene occurred in the end, which made both parties very embarrassed. The wild boars were riddled with arrows shot by Han tribe hunters, but they died in the trap dug by the Baiwu tribe hunting team. In this way, who owns the prey becomes a troublesome matter, because both sides have contributed. If both sides do not give in, then the conflict will definitely intensify in the end, and they may even fight to snatch the prey. However, a more dramatic scene occurred. The hunters of the 16th group of the exploration team accidentally discovered a strange tribe, and a strange tribe means population. In other words, as long as they can persuade people from this tribe to join the Han tribe, then they will have done a great job, even if they are not, they don't have the ability themselves, so as long as they report this matter, it will definitely be a great achievement. Therefore, the hunters of the 16th group took a fancy to the population of this tribe, so they had no reason to fall out with them over a few prey. They generously gave up their prey just to make friends with the strange tribe in front of them. In the end, so that we can find the exact location of their tribe, and then report it to receive the credit. The hunting team of the Baiwu tribe unexpectedly discovered the hunting team of the Han tribe. These hunters of the Han tribe in front of them made their eyes bright. They wore clothes made with some special skills instead of animal skins, and the weapons they used not only had a long range. And they are powerful and can easily kill ferocious wild boars. More importantly, these people all ride on a tall 4-legged beast and run extremely fast, and can actually catch up with the dominant wild boar in the mountain forest. There is no doubt that as long as you can make friends with these strange hunters in front of you, you can hope to obtain more advanced technologies, such as how to make clothes, how to make long-range weapons, how to tame wild beasts. Out of their yearning for these skills, the White House clan's hunting team did not fall out with the hunters of the 16th group and expressed their willingness to hand over the prey, hoping that the few people in front of them could teach them these skills. The 2 sides, who were supposed to be fighting over the ownership of the prey, ended up being weirdly humble, because of their own agendas. They sent several wild boars back and forth to each other, neither of them willing to accept them themselves, and things became worse and worse. It got weird. Finally, after a period of mutual humility, the 2 sides reached a consensus. The Han tribe's exploration team had been out of supplies, because they had gone too far. Their demand for food was rigid. Even if they didn't want these wild boars, they would have to buy something else. The food went back. The Baiwu tribe goes out to hunt in winter, not because they have no food. On the contrary, they know how to grow crops and have endless food reserves. The purpose of hunting is to get some meat to eat. After all, no one can eat every day. Just eat dry food. So the 2 sides finally reached an agreement. several hunters from the 16th group went back with them as guests. The wild boar they killed belonged to the Baiwu tribe, but the Baiwu tribe had to exchange an equal amount of other food for the hunters of the Han tribe. At the same time, the tribe agreed to exchange the same technology with this strange tribe that neither side had. In this way, several hunters from the 16th group were brought back as guests by the Baiwu tribe. On the way, the hunters from the Han tribe asked if they could invite some of their companions. The Baiwu tribe asked again. The number of people, I learned that there were less than 10 people in total, so agreeing, the hunters of the 16th group immediately sent a man to ride back to report the news, summoned other members of the group, and sent one person to report the news to Yofu. In other words, the hunters who were visiting the White House clan at the same time are the 9 people in the 16th group. After the two parties arrived at the residence of the White House tribe, because the man brought back prey and several men who were suspected of being from a powerful tribe, they learned that the other party was willing to teach them powerful production techniques. The people of the White House tribe were very enthusiastic and treated the 6 groups show the hospitable side of the White House people. The Baiwu clan is composed of 5 different clans, and the person who brought the 16 groups back was the son of the clan leader of one of the clans. At that moment, the 5 clan leaders learned about this and jointly came forward to entertain the people of the Han tribe. The White House tribe brought out their unique food to entertain the people of Group 16. The people of Group 16 also used the iron blades they carried to help them break down the pork. After getting to know each other, the two sides almost laughed together with their own thoughts. Ears from ear to ear. After contact, the 16 groups discovered that this tribe not only had a population of nearly 2,000 people, but also had crops that the Han tribe did not have. It was also a farming tribe, and they could also build their own stone houses. They even painted pictures from the totems on the houses. Found traces of hematite around it. This group of people came out to search for ores. With their eyesight, it was not difficult to find traces of an iron mine. 2,000 people, new crops, an iron mine. No matter which one of the above 3 conditions is reported by them, it is definitely a great achievement. Each of the 16 groups of people can be promoted to the first level for this matter. With such a great achievement in front of them, how can they not be moved? This was even more true for the Baiwu tribe. After a brief contact, they discovered that the Han tribe had more black technologies. Not only can they tame wild animals for their own use, but they also have very exquisite weaving skills. Those people's clothes are made of some unknown material that is finely woven. Moreover, these people are also particularly good at making utensils, especially wooden and metal utensils. Device. They have long-range crossbows and arrows made of wood, arrows that can easily penetrate the skin and flesh of wild animals, and sharp iron knives that can easily cut through wild boars with rough skin and thick flesh. Of course, the above is nothing. The key is that these people actually brought paper and pens, maps, compasses, and other magical things with them. This made the 5 patriarchs of the White House clan realize an incredible thing. The group of strangers in front of them are probably from an extremely powerful tribe, which possesses more black technologies. They have their own unified writing, tools for writing, treasures for identifying directions, gorgeous and exquisite clothing, mounts that run like wind and thunder, strong and sharp weapons, and all kinds of magical things. This group of hunters appeared in front of them. S body is enough to show the extraordinariness of that tribe. After more exploration and understanding, they also learned that this tribe is also a farming tribe, good at farming, and has more types of crops, more people and territories than they do. Not only are they both a farming tribe, but the other tribe also controls livestock breeding technology they don't have. All the above powerful technologies are what the White House clan desperately wants to obtain. Both parties almost laughed out loud. But then, the White House clan became a little worried. One of the 5 clan leaders expressed his concern. Since the people of this tribe are so powerful, will they do anything bad to them? Chapter names are blocked. The White House tribe's worries are definitely not unnecessary. The other tribe is so powerful, but they don't know any information about this tribe. The most important thing is that they don't know what this tribe's concept is towards foreigners. Although judging from the attitudes of the people in front of them, the other party does not seem to be bad, but this still cannot dispel their doubts. Because I learned from the exchange that these people in front of me seem to have never even met the leader of their own tribe. This news shocked the 5 patriarchs of the White House clan and called them unbelievable. How big must the territory of that tribe be, and how large must be the population, so that their own tribesmen have never even seen their own leader? In addition, if the tribe has never even met their leader, how can that leader manage such a large tribe? This is simply unheard of. Out of concern for the future, several clan leaders discussed privately and felt that it was necessary to take some measures to protect themselves. First, find a way to retain these people and let these people join their tribe, so that they cannot return to their tribe and cannot spread the news, so that the White House tribe can be preserved, and if these people can be retained, if so, the White House clan can also naturally obtain their various technologies. Second, kill these people to ensure that the news of the White House clan will not be spread, but at the same time they will also lose those technologies that can be called black technology. Several clan leaders put their heads together and came up with these 2 plans for the time being, and started testing and wooing the members of the 16th group that day. They first tried to win over a few people, but the other parties seemed to look down upon the various tempting promises made by the White House clan, and neither agreed nor disagreed. Later, several clan leaders figured out that the other party looked down on their White House clan. But this is understandable. No matter what aspect, the White House tribe seems to be inferior to the other tribe, so why should they be attracted to it? If one plan fails, try another one and find a way to kill the opponent. But before that, they still have to find ways to get more benefits, whether it's information about that powerful tribe or those inscrutable technologies, whatever they can get is a bit. However, the people in Group 16 are not idle either. When the White House clan is discussing how to deal with them, they are also discussing how to get credit for themselves and their own situation. If things go wrong now, they will be killed. The people of the Han tribe are not fools either. Therefore, on the second day after the 16th group came to the White House clan, the 2 sides had a frank talk, and then they completely gave up the other side's idea of murdering them. During breakfast, the 5 clan leaders appeared again, inviting them to eat a roasted taro while testing Yu Quan, the leader of the 16 groups. Among the 5 clan chiefs, the Qing clan chief took the lead in testing. Yu Quan, is your tribe far away from here? He asked Quan while gesturing. Yu Quanqing said, if they don't answer well this time, even if they can escape, they will definitely leave a few lives behind. This is what no one wants to see, because since the Baiwu clan tried to win over them yesterday, it can be seen what the other party has in mind. He put down the taro with a smile and answered with the same gestures and words. It's not close, but it's not too far either. If you walk with your legs, it might take dozens of days and nights, but if we ride here on horseback, it might only take a few days and nights to get here. Several clan leaders were suddenly shocked, and their eyes showed worries. This is the inequality of strength. The other tribe mastered the technology of taming wild beasts and had mounts that ran like wind and thunder, but they only had 2 legs. Baiwu, the distance between the Han tribe and the Han tribe is not very far, which means that the other party is likely to attack their tribe at any time. Then why do you appear here? Your tribe knows how to tame animals and farm. There shouldn't be any need to hunt so far away, right? The leader of the Yuqing clan tried again. When Yu Quan saw the other party asking this, he felt calm. As long as he revealed a little information and secretly threatened the other party, they would be able to retreat, so he gestured again and said, yes, we are indeed not here to hunt, but were sent by the leader to find a kind of stone used to refine weapons. That kind of stone is buried underground. We have been looking for it for many days and nights, and we have eaten up all the food we brought out. That's why I hunt here. Stone? Stone for making tools? The chief of the Qing clan was a little confused when he heard this. The tools used by these Han tribesmen were obviously not made of stone, so why did they come out to find stones? Yuquan nodded, then took out a shiny piece of coal from the leather bag on his waist and displayed it in front of several clan leaders. Then he pulled out his knife and inserted it into the ground in front of him. To make this kind of metal tool, you need such a black stone. The eyes of several clan leaders suddenly shone with light. They finally got a clue. The sharp and strong weapons of the Han tribe were related to this black stone. So if they could find this kind of stone, there was a certain chance that they could make something like this. Tools come out. Yuquan seemed to know what they were thinking, and he didn't hide anything about his iron-making skills. Some things cannot be understood by you just by listening to them. Even if he teaches you them in detail, you may not be able to understand them. He picked up the dove egg-sized piece of coal, walked outside a house, pointed at the red pattern on it, and said to several clan leaders. You painted this on with stone powder, right? Several clan leaders looked at each other, nodded in the end, and then listened to Yuquan continue. This red stone has iron in it, which is the material we use to make this tool. We need to ignite this black stone, and then use the fire it ignites to burn this red stone to make it. Tool material, iron. Several clan leaders were immediately shocked by the news, and their eyes shone. It turns out that the stone that they have always used as paint has such a use, but they didn't know it before. Sure enough, these people from the Han tribe know those mysterious technologies. It would be great if they could be kept here. The clan leaders looked at each other and saw this idea in everyone's eyes again. But then, Yuquan told them a piece of news that made them desperate. I know that several tribe leaders want to keep us. No, they probably want our skills in making various things. If we don't tell you, you also want to kill us to keep your tribe's secrets. You are afraid that our Han tribe will attack us. Are you worried that our Han tribe will do anything bad to you? This passage is difficult to express with gestures, but the key point is not difficult to understand. If we don't hand over our technology, will we be killed? The clan leaders could still understand the information Yuquan expressed. Then their faces immediately turned pale, which was a natural sign of timidity after being seen through by others, and their purpose was exposed. No clan leader answered, but Quan didn't give them a chance to answer, so he said again. I want to tell several clan leaders one thing. First of all, our Han tribe has no ill intentions and will not do anything to you. However, our leader hopes to increase the population of the tribe. When encountering foreign tribes, the Han tribe will invite them with the best treatment. Join, including you. As long as you are willing to join our Han tribe, we will allocate you land, give you seeds and tools, and livestock cubs, teach you the skills you want, and let you live the same life as our Han tribe. This is a good thing for both you and our Han tribe. In addition, although we are here to find stones and know some methods of making iron tools, it is impossible for you to ask us to teach you how to make iron tools because we don't know how. In the Han tribe, not everyone individuals can master all skills, just like weaving and making clothes. Usually only women can do it. We don't know how to do it. It's useless for you to keep us. Also, there should be a total of 2 people in our team. But before coming here, I sent a person back to report the news. He will soon lead our other teams to find this place, even if you kill all of us. Even if you kill the people who are about to come, you will not be able to hide the secret of your tribe. Because there are more than a dozen teams like us looking for rocks nearby. If we disappear, they will definitely come looking for us. You can't hide, and you can't kill them all. If you want to completely cover up your tribe secret, then run away and migrate. Having said this, Yuquan suddenly shook his head, seemingly in denial of his White House clan, and then said again. But it's difficult. There are so many of you. It's not easy to move. What's more, it's winter and you can't run fast because we all have mounts. A gust of cold wind blew by, and several clan leaders froze in place like ice sculptures in winter. It turns out that the other party has companions nearby. In this case, no matter what, when they find out that these people have disappeared, they will indeed find them. Moreover, the other party has mounts. No matter whether they hide or hide, it will be useless. It turned out that they had no way out. Sure enough, as Yuquan frankly revealed this information, several clan leaders immediately gave up their plans to forcibly retain or kill people. What they should consider now is not how to fight against the Han tribe, but how to fight against the Han tribe. Tribes get along. There is no point in being enemies with the Han tribe now. There is no way they can be opponents of the Han tribe. Just when the 5 clan chiefs were worried, in the evening of the same day, 5 Han tribesmen dressed the same as the members of the 16th group once again found the Baiwu tribe. Now the hearts of the several clan chiefs were completely cold. Yuquan was not lying, someone of them really went out to report the news. Now that the location of their tribe has been exposed, it is useless even if they want to escape. Yuquan received Yu Fu and took him to meet several clan leaders of the Baiwu clan, and introduced them to both parties first. Chief Envoy, these are the 5 clan chiefs of the Baiwu clan. Their tribe has a population of nearly 2,000. They also have crops that our Han tribe does not have, and there is a hematite mine nearby. However, they are a little afraid of us now. Yu Qian, don't scare them, talk to them properly. 5 clan leaders, this is the captain who led us to find stones. He is our leader and has a good relationship with our leader. If you have anything, you can tell our leader. His name is Yu Fu. After hearing Yuquan's introduction, Yu Fu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but marvel. Oh, this is a big deal. 2,000 people, new crops, and an iron mine. Well, it is indeed necessary to win. This man named Yuquan is also very smart, and he knew to warn me in advance. Yu Fu had a smile on his face, but he was quickly calculating in his mind how to deal with the other party. He smiled, cupped his hands and bowed. I have met several clan leaders. The 5 clan leaders had different expressions. From Yuquan's introduction, they learned that the man in front of them was the leader who led them to find stones. He was probably the same as the hunting captain of their Baiwu clan, and this man was similar to the Han tribe leader. The leader is familiar with him, he should be a person who can make decisions, and he is also a powerful figure in the Han tribe. To put it simply, this person is difficult to deal with. The 5 clan leaders smiled dryly and bowed their hands to Yu Fu in return. Their movements were very stiff and non-standard. It was obvious that they had just learned the greeting gestures of the Han tribesmen. Yu Fu is a talented person with rich experience in communicating with foreign tribes. He thought that the Jiang family was abducted back by him. Moreover, the Baiwu tribe has a large population, has its own unique culture, and has agricultural crops. It is obvious that they are not barbarians to deal with. Comparable. In Yu Fu's own diplomatic dictionary, all strange tribes will be divided into 6 levels by him. The White House tribe can be called a 3rd-class tribe and must be taken seriously. The 6th-class tribes have a population of several hundred, have no special products, no farming, no livestock, and make a living by hunting and gathering. The 5th-level tribes have a population of thousands, and have special products, but no farming or livestock raising. The 4th-class tribes have a population of thousands, and have special products, including farming and animal husbandry. The 3rd-class tribe has a population of several thousand, has minerals, special skills, and farming and animal husbandry. The 2nd-class tribe has a population of tens of thousands, and is involved in metal smelting, farming, and breeding. The first-class tribe has a population of tens of thousands and is engaged in metallurgy, farming, breeding, specialties, culture, and even writing. Diplomatic attitudes are determined based on the different attributes of different tribes. Just like the current diplomatic strategic partners, all diplomatic countries have levels, and Yofu obviously has his own evaluation standards. As for the Han tribe, they no longer belong to these levels in Yufu's mind. Tribes like the Han tribe, which have a population of hundreds of thousands, have writing and culture, are very technologically advanced, and have explosive military strength, are no longer in the category of tribes. At the level of the Han tribe, we should compare territory, resources, population, and technology. The Baiwu tribe obviously meets the third-level standard and can be placed on the same level as the original Yujiang family. They can farm, have crops, have special skills, and can build houses with stones. They have a population of about 2,000, and they are surrounded by mine. When dealing with such a tribe, we cannot blindly use force. We must proceed step by step and use the powerful strength of the Han tribe to convince them, just like the Jiang family did in the past. Yufu quickly made his goal clear in his mind. He would not propose the idea of inviting the other party to join the Han tribe this time, so as not to cause panic to the other party. This time he only had two goals. 1. Find the iron mine and mark it. 2. Change some crops unique to the Baiwu tribe and learn how to grow them. In addition, give the other party some gifts to appease them, establish good relations with them, and lay a solid foundation for deeper communication in the future. Chapter 1001 Bargaining. With a plan in mind, Yufu started a friendly exchange with several clan leaders of the White House clan. Several clan leaders, I heard from you Quan that you want the technology of our Han tribe. I have the same idea. The taro grown by your tribe is a crop that our Han tribe does not have. I am willing to represent the Han tribe and use one of our what do you think about growing grain seeds in exchange for your taro, and when the ice and snow melt, we can come over and exchange farming methods. Exchange crops? Several clan leaders looked at each other, and they all saw surprise in each other's eyes. What the leader said seemed to be different from what the man named Yu Quan just said. Didn't he say that the Han tribe wanted a stranger tribe to join? Of course, this is a nice way of saying it, hoping that strange tribes will join. In other words, it would be annexation, swallowing up everyone you meet, but the one named Yufu in front of you doesn't seem to have such plans. After pondering for a moment, the leader of the Qing clan once again asked on behalf of the White House clan. Yufu, your companion said before that the Han tribe would force us to join the Han tribe. Is this true? Yufu looked at his gesture, and then smiled slightly contemptuously. He said a little arrogantly, we in the Han tribe have tens of thousands of babies born every year. We have tens of thousands of babies born in our Han tribe. Can't you add them to your dozens of tribes? What's the difference between joining the Han tribe? Of course, if you are willing to join the Han tribe, we are also welcome. If you are not willing, we are too lazy to invite you. These words sounded very crazy, which made several clan leaders surprised and angry. It was the feeling of being despised and looked down upon by others, but when hearing these words in their ears, they were surprisingly reassuring. Yes, the Han tribe gives birth to more children every year than dozens of other tribes, so why would they like the White House tribe? The leader of the Qing clan nodded, and then asked, it's okay to exchange food, but I don't know what crops you have that can be exchanged. Hearing this, Yufu glanced around, and then asked Quan, there should be a river nearby, right? Well, there is indeed one. It's not far to the east, otherwise they wouldn't be able to plant the land. Yu Quan replied affirmatively. Well, that's no problem. Yufu nodded again, and then said to several clan leaders, there are many kinds of staple food in our Han tribe. The easiest one to grow and the one with the highest yield is corn, but I don't have it with me now. I can only give it to you next spring. But I have to bring back some of your taros first. I can exchange them with you for other things, such as white salt, iron pots, and knives. What do you want? As he spoke, he waved to Quan. After a moment, Quan placed several items in front of several clan leaders. Several clan leaders looked at each other. This small leader of the Han tribe seemed to like to deal with them in the form of transactions. Whether it was exchanging seeds for seeds, or exchanging other items for seeds, it was all exchange. This gave several clan leaders a strange feeling. The other party seemed to put the White House clan on an equal footing. No matter what they did, both parties had to deal with each other on an equal footing. In this way, although they could not take advantage of the Han tribe, it was very fair and they would not suffer any losses. It was not unacceptable to the clan leaders. But to be honest, they don't like iron pots, salt, and knives. Salt is a consumable, and the iron pot is just a cooking utensil. Their own tribe also has channels to obtain salt and cooking utensils, but they use salty stones and pottery, which are not as refined as the Han tribe. Then there are knives, a handful of these, 2 handfuls are useless. Although they are sharp, they are obviously not worth it for the seeds of a crop. Therefore, several clan leaders discussed it and finally made a decision. Yu Fu, we don't want these. We want livestock and the methods of raising livestock. I wonder if you can give them. Yu Quan said that you know your leader very well. You should be able to make a decision, right? If you are willing to teach us how to raise livestock, and give us some, I can tell you how to grow taro right now. The chief of the Qing clan also made his own conditions. He pointed at the horses of the Han tribe and gestured. Yu Fu frowned when he heard this, and immediately began to think about it. Is there any way to exchange a crop for horses and breed them? This is definitely not possible, because horses are not easy to raise. Even in the Han tribe, not every family can afford to raise horses. Horses are strategic resources. It's not that I'm reluctant to give it to them, but I can't raise it even if I give it to them. They don't even have a pasture, so how can they raise it? Furthermore, the horses that the White House people want are actually not very useful. Horses have a long growth cycle and are not cost-effective to raise for meat. Horse leather is not suitable for making winter clothes, let alone plowing. They can only be used for farming. Come for a ride, or pull a cart. To put it bluntly, horses are a means of transportation, and the White House clan's territory is so large, and they don't go anywhere else, so they have no need for horses. These people just saw that the Han tribe had horses, and thought that the Han tribe only had horses. After thinking about it, Yu Fu said to several clan leaders again. You can't afford to keep this horse, and it's not of much use. He explained in detail that feeding a horse requires several adults' food, as well as the huge pasture, and the purpose of the horse, which immediately dismissed several people. The patriarch's dream of raising horses. If you must exchange taro for livestock, I suggest you exchange it for some sheep. Sheep eat grass. They are not big, about the same size as a deer. They give birth and grow quickly. They can breed young within 1 year after they are born. It can give birth to 2 lambs per year. If you are lucky, you can give birth to 4 lambs per year. They can be used for meat and produce goat milk to feed the children in the tribe. Its fur is also very thick and can be used to make winter clothes. What do you think? Yu Fu introduced the various advantages of sheep in detail, and the eyes of the clan leaders immediately lit up. It had to be said that compared to horses, sheep were more suitable for the needs of the White House clan. Okay, this is good, then when can we have sheep? The patriarch of the Yuqing clan asked impatiently. Of course not now. We are here to look for rocks. We don't even have food. How can we bring sheep? Yu Fu spread his hands and said again when he saw the disappointed expressions of several clan leaders. As before, I have to take away some taros this time. You can choose some items in exchange. When the ice and snow melt, come back next time, I will bring you some sheep. Then you will also teach us how to grow taros. The method of using taro is to use sheep in exchange, but we won't give you any other crop seeds. Several elders didn't care about the crops of the Han tribe, because they had food of their own. Compared with crop seeds, all their thoughts were now on raising sheep. The last few people discussed it and finally finalized the matter. Yu Fu used an iron pot, 2 engineer shovels, and 3 kilograms of white salt to exchange 2 sacks of sweet taro from several clan leaders. It weighed 200 to 300 kilograms, and promised to bring 20 sheep to the Baiwu tribe next spring in exchange for the method of cultivating taro. After talking about the business, Yu Fu did not leave immediately. He asked several clan leaders about the red pigment, which is the location of the hematite mine. The clan leaders happily agreed and took them to explore. Fushia naturally asked Group 16 to mark the location of the iron mine. In 2 days, Yu Fu talked a lot with several chiefs of the Baiwu tribe, and promised that they could get more benefits for the Baiwu tribe, but the prerequisite was that the transaction must be fair, and the Han tribe still had many good things. If they want it, they can exchange it for something of equal value. If there is nothing of equal value, they can also sell their labor to the Han tribe. For example, by working for the Han tribe, they can exchange for a certain amount of remuneration, and then exchange it for whatever they want. Want something? Ultimately, it is still the same as before with the Han tribe, trade and hired workers, assimilating each other in a silent manner. Even if they are not invited to join the Han tribe, these people will take the initiative to ask the Han tribe to join them. Tribal requirements included. This afternoon, a group of people returned from the iron mine. As soon as they arrived at the Baiwu tribe, they found a Han tribe member waiting for them. Are you? Yu Fu followed the clan leaders and asked in confusion as he looked at the sudden appearance of the Han man. Captain, I am the hunter of the 9th group of the exploration team. I went to the 13th group to look for you, but you were not there. After asking, I found out that you were here, so I followed here. Captain, we have found the coal mine. We have dug out the real coal seam. It is only more than 20 meters deep. It is a shallow mine. We have marked it, but we have not yet determined the specific scope and reserves. We are waiting for your other teams. Come over and help. The messenger from Group 9 said excitedly. It was a great achievement to find the coal mine. Where? Yu Fu and several people from Group 16 asked in unison, their tone full of excitement and anxiety. The exploration scope of our 8th group was jointly discovered by our 7, 8, and 9 groups. We suspected that there were coal mines underneath those 3 areas, so we found a middle point to drill holes, and we actually dug them. It's out. The messenger from Group 9 said equally excitedly. Great, I finally found it. Yu Quan said excitedly, banging his fist on his palm. Well done, I will take credit for you when I am sure the news is true. Yu Fu also nodded happily, and then said goodbye to several clan leaders of the White House clan, and prepared to go to the location of the coal mine. Clan leaders, we have found the coal mine, the mission has been completed, and we will leave soon. I will not forget the agreement I made with you. We will come back next year. Are you leaving? The patriarch of the Yuqing clan asked with a complicated mood. He didn't know whether he was reluctant to leave this group of people or worried. Yes, we need to report the location of the coal mine to the leader as soon as possible. Yu Fu nodded affirmatively. Then, can we know where the Han tribe is? The chief of the Yuqing clan asked again. Haha, the Han tribe is very big. If you go south from here and walk for dozens of days, if you can meet people, you will probably reach the territory of the Han tribe. If you go west, if you can meet a big river, follow the flow. Going down, you can also find the territory of the Han tribe. Going north along the river, you can also find the territory of the Han tribe. The Han tribe is so big that you can't even imagine it. The 5 elders of the White House clan looked at the backs of Yu Fu and others with complicated expressions. They gradually disappeared into the vast mountains and forests. They didn't know when they would visit this small tribe again. On the other side, Yu Fu once again sent a few people from the 16th group to the east to find the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th groups. These 4 groups took them to the exploration site of the 8th group, all the way walking, gathering exploration teams scattered everywhere along the way. Half a month later, the entire 20 groups of the exploration team finally gathered together at the coal mine discovered by the 8th group. "Where's the coal mine?" Yu Fu asked everyone immediately. "There." Someone pointed at the large mound of soil piled up on the ground. Everyone quickly looked over and found that a simple wooden tripod had been set up next to the mound with several ropes hanging on it. From time to time, someone would lift a sack of soil from it, and then fell lightly on the big mound, which was the remaining people of the 7, 8, and 9 groups who were expanding the shaft. "This is where you found the coal mine? How deep did you dig it?" Yu Fu came to the well and asked as he looked at the deep bottom of the well. In front of him was a dark bottom of the well. Only some light could be seen at the bottom. "Then it is the lighting light emitted by the carbide lamp. Back to the captain, we have dug to a depth of 20 meters now. If we dig another 6 meters, we can dig out the real coal seam. Before, we used a Luo Chong shovel to make the holes. We were sure that there was coal underneath, but we couldn't see it with our eyes, so we decided to dig a shaft and send people down to confirm it. If there is indeed a coal mine, dig up some and bring it back to the Research Institute for identification." "I heard from the leader that there are several types of coal mines," said the leader of the 7th group. He immediately introduced the situation to Yu Fu and said, "Well, you did a good job. Let the people below come up and have a rest. The other groups will take turns to dig in the well. You can't rest when you rest with the hoe. Dig out the last 6 meters as soon as possible. Then I can ask you for credit." "Yu Fu," he ordered immediately. "Promise." Everyone responded and began to organize manpower to take turns going down the well. There were no rattan baskets here, so they used sacks to extract soil one by one. The atmosphere in the well more than 20 meters deep was not smooth, and there was gas leakage. People were below. It wasn't long before we had to come up to rest. Fortunately, there were many people here, so everyone took turns going down the well. It took 2 days to finally dig out the real coal seam. When the first bag of large black coals was lifted up from the mine, everyone cheered excitedly. Yu Fu immediately wrote a letter and used a flying eagle to report the good news to Luo Chong and ask for credit. With this coal mine, the layout of heavy industry in the south of the Han tribe will no longer be hindered, and the construction of the capital will also be accelerated. The most important thing is that when the steelmaking plant in Taiyang County in the south is built, the Han tribe can try to use the manganese ore in Taiyang County to refine high-hardness manganese steel, and the problem of heavy-duty rails will also be solved. "Captain, when are we going home?" a team leader asked excitedly when he saw the dug coal. "Why, are you starting to miss home now? Don't be in a hurry to go back. Digging the coal mine is just the first step. Now we still have a very important thing to do, which is to plan the transportation route. Going south from here, we need to find a road suitable for transporting coal mines, leading directly to Taiyang County of the Tang tribe. In addition, we need to go west from here to open up a road to the Luyang River. The terrain near the coal mines is it is necessary to investigate clearly where there are water sources and where it is suitable for building a city and living there. Now that there is coal here, we will definitely build settlements in the future and hoard people to come and dig coal. These are what we should do. Instead of letting the leader give us orders, we should be more conscious ourselves, so that we can get greater credit. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up, and they immediately shouted in agreement. Finding the coal mine was the result of the 7, 8, and 99 groups. The 16th group found a strange tribe, which can be considered a credit, but the other groups were a bit miserable. Just going back like this must not have much credit, but now Yufu is giving them an opportunity to open and plan roads, find water sources and residential areas, and completing these can be regarded as meritorious, and this task is much simpler than prospecting for minerals. At the end of October of the first year of dashing, it was the coldest time of the year in the north. Luo Chong came to Luoyang County for inspection. Originally, he wanted to avoid the noise of his two young sons, but he did not expect that there would be unexpected gains here. Luoyang County can be called the hometown of carpenters of the Han tribe. Here is the Han tribe's largest shipyard, the oldest, and the largest number of craftsmen. It has made a huge contribution to the Han tribe's water transportation and wars in the north and south. At the same time, many carpenters with outstanding skills have appeared here. There are craftsmen who are good at making ship models, and there are also craftsmen who have invented disc bearings and threads. The craftsman who invented threads even won a reward from Luo Chong for his invention, entered a noble fiefdom, and became a superior being. It is precisely because of this that Luoyang County, a concentration of carpenters, has quietly spawned a craze for inventions. The craftsmen here use their brains to develop various instruments and structures, hoping that one day they can be appreciated by the leader with their inventions. On this day, while the workers at the shipyard were having a rest, Luo Chong went shopping in the city in casual clothes. In order to prevent others from recognizing him, he did not let any officials from Luoyang County accompany him, but only brought 2 bodyguards who were also dressed in casual clothes. The 3 of them wandered aimlessly in the city, looking at the stalls selling goods on the street. Luoyang County is the largest water and land transportation hub in the north of the Han tribe. The city is filled with countless commodities from all over the north and south. There are ceramic ware, brown sugar, and white wine from Weishan County, soaps and candles from Makino County, and various local wood products from Luoyang County. Most of them are furniture and cooking utensils, such as tables, chairs, benches, various cabinets, etc. Among the flower stands and other items passed down from Luo Chong's home, the most common cooking utensils are bamboo baskets, colanders, and rattan dust pans and baskets, all of which are very popular. The tinkling sound of the blacksmith shop is continuous, producing various tools and cooking utensils for the local people. The cotton and linen cloth from Hanyang County are also very popular. The 3 specialties of Luoyang County are silk and tongue lacquerware. Sugar-fried chestnuts, there are also a lot of them here. The plate glass, glassware, and carbide lamps produced on Huxindeo are the highest-end goods here. However, due to their high price and the fact that they are not consumables, they can only be sold in stores, responsible for customizing glass windows and so on. The cheese produced in the 3 counties of Honghu has been sold here, and people are beginning to try to eat this sour and milky dairy product. The leather and sheepskin brought from the grassland are also best sellers here. It is a goods distribution center. You can see people buying sheepskin and cowhide everywhere when walking on the street. They buy it home and use it to make sheep fur or leather boots. However, the most common bulk cargo is paper produced locally in Luoyang County. The Han tribe currently has only 3 paper-making bases. The earliest and largest is the paper mill in Luoyang County, followed by Tuahai County and Qingshu Island in the south. However, those construction it hasn't been long yet. Qingshu Island's papermaking industry is the latest to be built and there is no official output yet. All the paper in the 8 northern counties must be provided by the paper mill in Luoyang County. The paper output here can be imagined. In addition, what is left are some local people selling agricultural products, mostly live poultry, pork and mutton. Eggs are also one of the agricultural products that people often sell. Luo Chong led 2 guards to go shopping here, and happened to come to a roadside stall selling woodenware. Standing on the street looking at the stall was a 7 or 8-year-old child, shouting and playing with some exquisite wooden furniture. "Look, take a look, a small foldable bench only costs 5 cents. Luo Chong turned around and saw that the small bench had an interesting design. When folded, it was a wooden board 1 finger thick. There was also a hole on it for carrying. If you pick the hole in the middle of the wooden board and pull it up, it immediately became a bench. This kind of bench does not take up much space when folded and stored, and is very convenient to carry when going out. It is also stronger than ordinary saddles, and the price is not expensive, so it sells well." When he became interested, Luo Chong walked to the stall and stopped to take a look. The stalls were all made of wooden products, including round tables and stools with exquisite workmanship and exquisite materials, as well as small valuable items such as mats. The kid looking at the stall saw that Luo Chong was standing still and was dressed very decently, so he asked, "Master, do you have anyone that you like? If you like the workmanship but don't like the style, you can also, we make it to order." "Oh? Can your stall still be customized? What if you run away after I pay the deposit?" Luo Chong laughed when he heard this and started teasing the child. The child was only 7 or 8 years old and already knew how to do it. "It's soliciting business." "That's not possible." The child became anxious upon hearing this and quickly retorted. "Did you see the door at the back? This is my home. My stall is right in front of my house. These items are all made by my father. Just tell my father what you want and he can do anything." The child pointed to the courtyard door behind him as he spoke. Luo Chong took a quick look and saw a man in his 20s doing carpentry work in the yard, so he said, Okay, let me go in and take a look." As he spoke, he led the 2 guards into the courtyard. The men in the courtyard quickly stopped their work and looked at Luo Chong and the others. "This young master, I don't know if you want to." "Oh, I just want to take a look." Luo Chong waved his hand and looked around. Luoyang County is the second batch of cities built. It has absorbed the problem that the courtyards of households in Hanyang County are too small. Therefore, the yards of every household here are 5 feet long and wide, and are 16 meters long horizontally and vertically. They look a lot bigger. There are 4 main rooms in the square yard. There is also a pigsty near the courtyard door. The side room on one side is used as a kitchen. There is also a toilet in the innermost corner. The chimney on the main roof is emitting green smoke. There was the clatter of looms and the noise of children. There was also a work shed set up in the yard, with a lot of wood and semi-finished products placed there. Luo Chong looked at the things next to the man and found that it was an unfinished loom, so he asked, "Can you still make a loom? How many years have you been working as a carpenter? It should be quite a while, right?" "Hey, it's been 2 years, and it's my first time to make a loom. But my family bought one and I can still make it by comparing it with others," the man said with a naive smile. When talking about his profession, it seemed that quite proud. "Do you usually make a living by selling these homemade wooden utensils?" Luo Chong asked again. "No, I'm a carpenter at the shipyard. I usually work at the shipyard. Today it's my turn to take a break, so I set up a street stall at home. These are all things I usually do when I have nothing to do after work." The man saw Luo Chong had no intention of buying anything, so he pulled up the bow saw again and talked to Luo Chong while working. "You are willing to do it. The work in the shipyard is not easy, right? You can't be idle when you get home from work." Luo Chong said something and suddenly spotted a strange-looking object in the yard. Under the object was a wooden pallet, which looked like a sled. There was a handle on it, and there was a shaker next to the handle. There is a gear on the handle, which is connected to the lower component through a wooden chain. There is also a tilted tray on both sides of the lower gear, with 2 clips made of bamboo strips on it, which looks like some kind of tool. What is this? What is it used for? Luo Chong suddenly pointed at the thing and asked. The man looked up and saw what Luo Chong was pointing at. He immediately changed his attitude. He looked at Luo Chong again with a sense of recognition in his eyes. His expression seemed to say, "You have a good eye. Fucked my baby. Hey, this is a treasure. I can't tell you what it's for right now. It needs to be kept secret. When next spring comes, I'm still waiting to exchange this thing for a title." The man said rather mysteriously. That's it, can I change my title? Luo Chong asked unconvincingly. He looked at it for a long time and couldn't see what the purpose of this thing was. No, do you know what year this year is? In the first year of the Great Ming Dynasty, saving is the top priority of the tribe. If anyone does something that contributes to the tribe, the leader will never be stingy with the title reward. The man once again he said something, but still didn't reveal the purpose of this thing. Hoarding? Is this a farm tool? Luo Chong became interested after hearing this. If it is a newly developed farm tool, and if it is proven to be valuable, it can indeed be exchanged for a title, and no reward is too high. I can't say, but you can guess. If you can guess the use of this thing, I will tell you. The man said proudly. Luo Chong glanced at him, and when he saw the proud look on his face, he was even more sure that it was a farm tool. It was just a farm tool for what purpose, but he couldn't tell yet, so he began to analyze it carefully. This must be a farm tool. When the man heard this, he looked at Luo Chong without saying anything, as if waiting for him to continue guessing. Well, there is no plow, not for plowing. There is no funnel, nor for sowing. There is a rake for flat ground, and there is nothing on it. Look at the handle, it should be operated by holding it with your hands, and there is a crank handle on the other side. While walking and rocking, there are no wheels but a sled underneath, but the head of the sled is facing backward. This means that it is not pushed, but pulled backwards. Turn the handle while moving backwards. Am I right? Luo Chong analyzed again. Well, yes, you do have some eyesight, but you still haven't guessed its function. Just knowing how to operate it is not enough. The man was shocked when he saw that Luo Chong had figured out how to operate this thing in a matter of minutes. Many people had seen it at first, but they couldn't say anything about it. However, Luo Chong didn't tell the function, so he still didn't know. Willing to disclose easily. Well, since it's a farm tool, it's easy to guess. Luo Chong glanced at him and said again. This thing has neither a plow nor a funnel, so it can neither plow nor sow, but it is an agricultural tool that the Han tribe does not have now. You keep saying that this thing can change your title, which further proves this point. Of all the crops of the Han tribe now, which are not cultivated land, not sown, and there are other steppes, I'm afraid the only one is rice. Well, the sled below you also proves this. Wheels are the easiest to travel on dry soil, but you used a sled, which shows that this is walking on the surface of mud, which is consistent with the growth environment of rice. And rice only requires plowing and transplanting rice, which is obviously not used for farming, so this should be a tribe that does not have a rice transplanter for the time being. There is a sloping wooden board on each side of the gear below, which is used for placing seedlings. There are bamboo clips fixed on it, which can be placed in 2 rows. Well, I looked at the back. Sure enough, there are 2 claws linked with the gear. It should be used for transplanting rice seedlings. Luo Chong pointed at the farm tool and analyzed it from top to bottom. When he looked at the man again, his mouth was open in surprise. He had made this thing for 2 months, and no one who came to his house had seen this thing before. Phew, but no one could guess the purpose of this thing. Even when his own wife asked, he didn't reveal it. He promised that he had never told anyone in the world. But the young man in front of him guessed it just by analyzing it. It's so accurate, it's amazing. The man's face turned red from holding it in, and he said reluctantly after a long time, "You guessed right, this is for transplanting rice seedlings, but I haven't reported it yet, so don't tell me." I even pointed out that I could use this thing to replace it. "Where's the title?" No, don't worry, I won't take the credit from you." Luo Chong waved his hand nonchalantly, squatted directly next to the rice transplanter, and asked as he turned the handle on it. "Can this thing really transplant rice? How effective is it? How many times faster than artificial transplantation? Can the planted seedlings be grown? Are they inserted deep enough?" After hearing this, the man also squatted down next to the rice transplanter and said lovingly, "It's not clear yet. I haven't experimented with it. This was made 2 months ago. It was already winter at that time. It was freezing cold and the soil was frozen hard. I had no place to experiment." After he finished speaking, he glanced at Luo Chong, fearing that Luo Chong would look down upon him, so he said another sentence immediately after. "It can definitely be transplanted. Even if there is a problem, it's not a big deal. I'll just adjust the details and it will definitely work. I'm sure of this." As for efficiency, compared with experienced people who grow crops, this rice transplanter is the least it can also support 2 experienced people. For ordinary people, this rice transplanter can support at least 3 people. Look at the tray above. I can insert 2 rows at the same time this time. Even the fastest expert will definitely not be as fast as me. Luo Chong nodded when he heard this, and asked, curiously, "How did you come up with the idea of building this thing?" "Well, of course it's to change the title and reward. If you can change the title, who wouldn't want to build something useful? But this is only one reason. I usually work in the shipyard, and I have less time to do the farm work at home, so most of it was not easy for my mother-in-law to do it, as she had to take care of the children alone, so I wondered if I could build a rice transplanter. There are a lot of people like me in our shipyard, as well as those with many children at home, or those with titles. They are allocated a lot of land, and most of them can't grow it. So if this thing is really useful, there will definitely be many people who need it. Don't worry about sales, the staple food of our Han tribe is rice, and the planting area of rice is also the largest. Do you think it would be a great achievement if this thing can be successful?" The man sighed and immediately explained to Luo Chong. Luo Chong nodded when he heard this. It was indeed as he said. The staple foods of the Han tribe were rice, wheat, corn and sorghum. Corn was a miscellaneous grain and could only be stored for 3 years, so it was not considered a staple grain. Peanuts and soybeans were considered oil crops. In addition, even if it is used as a non-staple food, it is not considered a staple food. Although sorghum can be considered a staple food, its taste and texture are not as good as rice and noodles, so it is currently only used to make wine. Among these staple foods with shells, rice is the most planted because it has the largest yield per mu. However, the Han tribe currently relies on manual transplanting, which is inefficient. If a practical rice transplanter can be developed, then it is definitely a great achievement that benefits the country and the people, and it should indeed be rewarded. In addition, the Power Research Institute in Qingshu County is also developing various agricultural machinery. It seems that such talents are most needed, so I heard Luo Chong ask. "May I have your name?" "Me? My name is Yang Dashin." "Why are you asking? You don't want to tell the truth, right?" I said, "Little brother, you can't do this. You just promised to keep it a secret." Yang Dashin immediately widened his eyes and looked warily at Luo Chong and the 2 muscular men with long knives hanging from their waists who followed Luo Chong in. "What are you yelling at? Why are you nervous?" "I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Do you know how to read? Can you write? How many words can you write?" Luo Chong looked at Yang Dashan with disdain and asked again. Road. What about this? I can write a few words, not much. I haven't gone to school and can't write many words. I still learned arithmetic from the master at the shipyard. What do you want to do? These two people following you also brought with a knife. Are you from the government? Yang Dashan answered the question and then asked another tentative question. Luo Chong nodded when he heard this and said casually, that's right. After a pause, Luo Chong asked again, do you know the Power Research Institute in Qingshu County? Of course we know that steam engines were created by power research. We have more than a dozen of them in our shipyard. The steam-powered circular saw is easier to use than the windmill sawmill, and it can also drive an air compressor. Now we have a pneumatic hammer was used to nail the nails. How could I not know that? By the way, there is also a train from Qingshu County to Weishan County. They also built it. I was lucky enough to see it once, but I have never ridden it. This year they built water pumps again, and now the fields are built with wells. I heard that in the future we will no longer have to worry about water sources for irrigation, and the harvest will be guaranteed despite droughts and floods. Everyone there is a talented person, and they are all smart people with great abilities. Ordinary people can't get in. Why, are you from the Research Institute? When Yang Dashan mentioned the Power Research Institute, the admiration in his tone was beyond words. The words are full of envy. Haha, that's right. Do you know what the Power Research Institute has done this year? Luo Chong did not answer, but continued to ask. Here, they should still be building trains. I rarely go there, so how do I know what they did? Yang Dashan shook his head, saying that he didn't know. Do you want to go? Join the institute. Luo Chong looked at him and asked again. Yang Dashan immediately widened his eyes and looked at Luo Chong with some excitement. Can you let me go? But me, I can't write. I heard that the new recruits, they are all recruited from schools, and they also need grades. The best is me, people don't necessarily want me. The Power Research Institute is currently doing research and development on agricultural machinery, as well as other construction machinery. Just a few days ago, they just completed the initial test of a steam-powered tractor, which has the ability to replace cattle for farming, with high efficiency. It is very high. Currently, dozens of cows are no better than a tractor when it comes to cultivating land. They will also develop other automatic agricultural machinery next, such as seeders and integrated harvesting and threshing machines, but they don't have rice transplanters yet. I think you will definitely be able to make a difference in the past. When these agricultural machinery are successfully developed in the future, no matter what they are planting, people will no longer have to go directly to the fields to work. They can just drive their cars to do farm work. They can just go around the fields and get everything done, and it will be extremely efficient. With 100% mechanical farming, one person can replace the workload of thousands of people. Are you interested in this? Luo Chong did not reply, but directly introduced to him the research projects currently being done by the institute. Ah? Are you telling the truth? The Research Institute already has machinery for plowing? Do you want to make other agricultural machinery? Yang Dashan was surprised and shocked, and for a moment he was a little incoherent. Can you let me go? But, I don't understand steam engines. I might not be able to do anything if I go. Well, he said and sighed to himself. You don't need to understand. Even in the past, everyone is doing their own thing. Teamwork, you know. There can't be only one person responsible for each project. It's all done by a team. Just like your shipyard, the one who makes the keel making keels, laying ship planking, making waterproofing, and dry outfitting, it is not necessary for everyone to be an all-rounder. He can do everything. That is a great craftsman, a master. Even if you go, you don't have to worry about everything. As long as you can get the rice transplanter out, even if you just spend the rest of your life improving the rice transplanter, if you do this well, you will be useful. Look at this thing you made. The chain and gears are made of wood. They are not durable, right? You can't buy metal chains and gears. If you go to a blacksmith to order such fine parts, the labor cost is higher than that of iron. Much more expensive. There is also the skid below. It is a solid wood board. If it is soaked in water, how much will this rice transplanter weigh? I think it is not conducive to operation, but what if it uses steel bars to make the bones and a thin iron sheet is welded to the outside? Definitely lighter. You are doing your own research here, instead of going to a research institute. There are funds and resources there. As long as you can produce results, the tribe will pay for your research and you will receive salary. The treatment there is also the best, better than ordinary people. Officials are not bad, but they are no better than you working behind closed doors here. How about it? In one sentence, are you going? Hearing that Yang Dashan was still hesitating, Luo Chong immediately induced him to say, Can you really let me go? When Yang Dashan heard this, he immediately stared at Luo Chong and asked, to be honest, he was really moved by what Luo Chong said just now. In the entire Han tribe, from students in schools to craftsmen in various workshops, who doesn't want to join? Work in a research institute. The two research institutes of the Han tribe are equivalent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences in modern times. They belong to the top few people and their social status is high enough to be respected by all the people of the entire tribe. They are all for the Han tribe. People who have made outstanding contributions. However, the current members of the Research Institute are still a bit naive. At present, they are mainly composed of senior technicians. This is also directly related to the level of science and technology. The higher the level of science and technology, the more complicated the subjects are. No one can be proficient in all categories, so as the level of science and technology improves, research institutes and researchers will become more complex. The two research institutes of the Han tribe are still in their infancy. They only work and do research and development, but they have not contributed much to academics. If we say that they have achieved academic achievements, the first comprehensive research institute established is of a higher level. Especially in the chemistry group and optics group of the Institute of Comprehensive Studies, AOFA's theoretical and academic research results on some light phenomena can be written into textbooks. You are really blind. You haven't seen the leader, haven't you seen the money? The coin has the leader's portrait on it. Now that the leader is standing in front of you, you can't even recognize it. You are still here asking if you can. If the leader, even if I can't let you go, who else in this tribe can let you go? Seeing that Yang Dashan was still acting stupidly, the guards beside him couldn't stand it any longer, so they impatiently told Luo Chong's identity. After speaking, he looked at Luo Chong carefully, and saw that the leader didn't care, so he felt relieved. Stood up straight. Ah? Are you the leader? Yang Dashan was startled and looked at Luo Chong carefully. Seeing him like this, Luo Chong laughed angrily and said angrily, What, it doesn't look like it? Is there anyone here who dares to pretend to be the leader? The leader atones for his sins, and atones for the villain's blindness, for not recognizing the leader. It is true that the leader is younger than the portrait on the coin. It is related to the leader's dignity. Even if he is suspicious, the villain will not dare to recognize him easily. Yang Dashan immediately bowed and clasped his fists, begging for mercy. Oh, you can talk. Get up and answer the question I just asked. Are you going to the research institute? Luo Chong waved his hand indifferently, then continued to ask. Go, since it's the leader's order, Dashan dares not to obey. Yang Dashan was overjoyed when he heard this, and once again cupped his hands and fists. Well, is the room convenient? Do you have a pen and paper? I'll write you a note. Yes, yes, my son is in school. Don't be short of paper, pens, and stationery. Please come to the chief's room. Yang Dashan immediately led Luo Chong and the others into the main room. He asked Luo Chong to sit down and poured a bowl of hot water. I quickly went to the back room on the west side and got a set of pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Dashan, who is coming to the house? The loom in the east room suddenly stopped, and a woman's voice came from asking. Baby, come out, the leader is coming to our house, come and pay tribute to the leader. Yang Dashan came out holding a pen and paper, and immediately shouted to the back room. Hey, don't bother. I'll write you a note and leave. Luo Chong stopped him to stop him from treating him like a monkey, and then asked the guards to fill the inkstone with water and grind it. He himself wanted to come to Yang Dashan again. ID card and started writing him a note. It copied the household registration information on his ID card, and then wrote a transfer order. It was more like a letter of introduction than a transfer order. Finally, he got a jade seal from the guard and stamped it with Luo Chong's exclusive seal. This note will allow him to enter the research institute directly. Take this note and go to the manager of your shipyard and ask him to go through the resignation procedures. Then report to the Power Research Institute in Qingshu County before December. After arriving, go to Director Lin Feilin and ask him to he assigns you to the Agricultural Machinery Unit. Don't forget to bring your invention. After you arrive at the Agricultural Machinery Unit, within 2 months before spring, build a practical hand-operated rice transplanter for me. If you need any resources, tell the team leader directly. If you need any craftsmen, ask the team leader to find it for you. I replaced all the wooden parts with iron ones, and all the solid wooden boards with thin iron sheets. Now this model is too heavy and not suitable for promotion. Large-scale rice transplanters are unlikely to be popularized in a short period of time, but every household can afford this small one. You should hurry up and do it. As long as you can make a practical rice transplanter, I will upgrade it to the next level for you title. I'll give you another month to handle the work at the shipyard and arrange things at home. Luo Chong pointed to the unfinished loom in the yard and said, put away the unfinished things. After you finish the work and collect the deposit, you can't default on the goods. Yes, don't worry, Chief. Thank you very much for your grace, Chief. Can you have dinner at my house at noon before leaving? I'll ask my mother-in-law to buy a few kilograms of mutton. Yang Dashan greeted while nodding in agreement. No, I have something to do. I'm leaving now. I won't have dinner at your house. Luo Chong put away the jade seal and handed it to the guard, got up and left directly. Yang Dashan quickly followed him out to the door. His wife also hugged him. A 2 or 3-year-old boy followed him out, but Luo Chong only asked them to be sent to the door before letting them go back. The 3 of them continued shopping and found a talent, and a rice transplanter was about to appear in the tribe, which could at least double the efficiency of rice planting in the tribe. Luo Chong was very happy. The 3 of them were walking on the street when they suddenly saw a small official in soap clothes from the Luoyang County government office rushing towards them. He walked closer and opened his mouth. Chief, where were you just now? I walked around the street twice and couldn't find you. What do you want from me? Luo Chong asked briefly. The exploration team led by Yu Fu received a letter and sent a package. We opened it and read it. There was a letter inside, as well as a piece of coal and a fruit. It seems that a coal mine was found in the south. We haven't opened the letter yet. I need to ask the leader to come over and have a look. The young official gasped and said quickly. Where is it? Take me there quickly. Upon hearing that Yu Fu had found the coal mine, Luo Chong's eyes immediately shone and he asked eagerly. That is a coal mine in the south. Now with this card, he can revitalize the political situation, industry, and economy of the entire South. In the past, it was because of the lack of such a coal mine that many things could only stay in place. According to the plan, it cannot be implemented in practice. It's in the county magistrate's office. Chief, please follow me. Hey, Chief, you don't have to be so anxious. Before the little official could finish speaking, he looked up and found that the 3 people in front of him had disappeared, and when he turned around, he saw that the 3 of them had already walked away quickly, and he quickly chased after them. When a group of people arrived at the lobby of the government office in a hurry, Luo Chong's voice came in before Luo Chong arrived. Where is the package that Yufu sent? Show it to me quickly. As they spoke, the 3 of them entered the lobby. Luo Chong immediately saw a blue linen package on the lobby table. The package had been unfolded and the 3 things were placed inside. There was a letter in a craft paper envelope, the fire paint on it had not been opened, and there was also an irregular piece of coal that was as black as ink and glowing with metallic luster, and next to it was a round, yellow-skinned fruit the size of an egg. Luo Chong looked at the things on the table with a strange expression. Just when everyone around him thought he was going to take the letter or the lump of coal, they saw Luo Chong pick up the fruit and muttered. Isn't this a fucking potato? Where did it come from? The yellow-orange potatoes are soft when held in the hand. This is a phenomenon that occurs only after being frozen and then thawed at room temperature. To put it simply, this potato is dead and will never sprout again. Thinking of this, Luo Chong suddenly felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. But yes, now is the coldest time in winter, so it would be weird to fly around in the sky like an eagle passing messages, and it won't freeze anymore. Is this the only one? Luo Chong immediately took the potato and asked the people in the room. Hearing this, Shi Xian, the governor of Luoyang County, replied, It's just this one. I opened the package, and there was just this little thing inside. When I saw the letter from Yufu, I immediately sent someone to find the leader. Chief, this is what is it? Is it important? Well, it looks like it's a new crop. Do you think it's important? Luo Chong asked perfunctorily. Of course, he couldn't say that he knew potatoes, so he didn't ask any more questions and immediately opened the letter. There were only 2 things mentioned in the letter. The first one was the coal mine that Luo Chong was thinking about. In the letter, Yufu briefly talked about the process of discovering the coal mine, and then gave the approximate location of the coal mine, and also attached a map, which marks the geographical relationship between the location of the coal mine and Taigang County of the Tang tribe, providing reference information for Luo Chong's subsequent plans and deployments. The second thing is that the 16th group of the exploration team discovered the White House tribe. The above also mentioned the White House tribe's population, their intentions, and the White House tribe's crop, scented taro. This was the name given to potatoes by the Han tribe's exploration team. Because the Han tribe had taro growing in the soil, they knew that this thing grew from the soil, and it was reasonable to regard it as a new variety of taro. Original. In addition, the letter also mentioned the hematite near the Baiwu tribe, but the other party only used it as a pigment and did not master the technology of iron smelting. Originally, an iron mine was nothing to make a fuss about. There were quite a few iron ore resources discovered by the Han tribe, and none of them were as high quality and large in reserves as the magnetite in Qinghai County. Therefore, the development value of this hematite ore was not great. But it is very close to the coal mine discovered this time, which is undoubtedly an advantage. The map attached to the letter also marked the location of the Baiwu clan and the iron mines, allowing Luo Chong to know what they were doing. It also mentioned the deal reached between Yufu and the other party, in which he exchanged some salt and iron for 2 sacks of taro. The 2 parties also agreed that in the spring of next year, the Han tribe would exchange domesticated sheep for the other party's taro planting technology. Luo Chong knows the potato planting technology, but he will not stop Yufu's trading actions. the dealings that should be done must continue. Otherwise, how will he absorb the other party into the Han tribe? Since Yu Fu is sure, let him go ahead. Seeing that Yu Fu got 2 sacks of potatoes, about 200 to 300 kilograms, Luo Chong was relieved. Even if only a few were sent back, he would be able to get some potato seeds. As long as he had the seeds, he would be fine. If they continue to multiply indefinitely, the Han tribe can once again obtain a staple food and vegetables. After all, potatoes are good vegetables and food, so you can eat them anyway. After putting this matter aside, he spread out the map again and began to check the location of the coal mines. The importance of the coal mines in the south is self-evident. It determines the industrial base of the Han tribe in the south. Without coal mines, they can do whatever they want. Impossible. Come here, bring me a ruler for drawing. Luo Chong looked at the map and ordered without raising his head. No, the clerk on the side responded with his fists clasped, and after a while he brought out a ruler. Luo Chong took it and measured it on the map, and found that the straight-line distance from Taigang County of the Tang tribe to the coal mine was nearly 300 kilometers, but this line was separated by 2 mountains and a river. If we took a detour, the route may be extended to more than 500 kilometers, which is too far and is not suitable for transportation between the 2 places. Even building a railway is very troublesome. After all, this is a wilderness without even the most basic transportation, and it is difficult for construction teams and various equipment to enter. The iron ore in Taigang County of the Tang tribe has been confirmed by the Comprehensive Research Institute to be manganese iron ore, and manganese steel is related to the heavy haul railway construction of the Han tribe. Even if it is not needed now, it will definitely be built in the future, and manganese steel it has high hardness and is also suitable for the development of more advanced machine tool cutting tools, which is very important for industrial purposes. At present, the chemical industry level of the Han tribe is not good enough, and there is no way to make synthetic steel by themselves. Only this natural alloy mineral can solve the Han tribe's urgent need. Although Yu Fu had already said in his letter that he was leading a team to find a transportation channel, Luo Chong couldn't be idle. After all, he still had to control the overall layout. There are only 2 options for the current situation. First, transport the manganese ore from Taigang County to the coal mine, and build the steel plant and coking plant there. Second, build both the steel plant and the coking plant in Taigang County. The required coal will be transported directly from the mine to Taigang County. Third, it is to compromise the above 2 plans and find a new residence between the 2, which will serve as the location of the steel plant and coking plant at the same time. The required raw materials are transported from the north and south ends to the middle. These 3 options are neither good nor bad. You can do them anyway. The key lies in which place has a more advantageous geographical location. Luo Chong is actually more inclined to the third option because he wants to find a place near the water as the southern location. It is best to build the steel base along the Luyang River, so that the finished manganese steel can be transported to the entire territory of the Han tribe through the Luyang River artery. Whether going north or south to the capital, it will be very convenient. When choosing an industrial base, the biggest limitation is transportation conditions. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, build roads first. It would be great if you can rely on the now mature waterway transportation. However, Luo Chong could not find the most suitable location on this simple map. Chief, what are you thinking about? Didn't you find the coal mine? What is the chief worried about? Seeing that Luo Chong had been frowning and thinking silently after reading the letter, Qingshu couldn't help but ask. Here, take a look for yourself. I just think the coal mine is a bit far away, and I don't know where to put the steel plant yet. Luo Chong explained and handed the letter to Qingshu. Qingshu quickly took it and looked at it. He found a coal mine and a strange tribe inside. Not only that, but the other party also had a population of nearly 2,000, new crops, and an iron mine. He couldn't help but clicked his tongue. I was filled with envy in my heart. Although Yu Fu doesn't have a big fixed position, he has made many contributions in his wanderings here and there. Among the many crops of the Han tribe, except for rice and peanuts, which were found by Luo Chong, the rest are all Yu Fu got it back. This is a great contribution, and now there is another one. How can we not make people jealous? However, Qingshu was just envious, not hateful. He was originally the head of a county and a feudal official. He had much more real power than Yu Fu. However, he had no other opportunities to make meritorious service except political achievements, so it was difficult to rise. That's all. But having said that, the most powerful position in the Han tribe seems to be the county guard, and there is little room for him to climb up. After taking a sip of lemon, he comforted Luo Chong. Why bother worrying about a simple map, leader? Didn't Yu Fu already write it in the letter? He will lead people to explore the transportation route. Even if the leader needs to make a decision, we have to wait for them to send us the specific information, right? Luo Chong raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Of course he knew this, but he was just anxious, and he had nothing to do. He wished he could go there and explore the road himself, but he was the leader and could not do everything by himself, so he seemed depressed. After taking a sip of tea, Luo Chong said, "There is nothing to worry about. There must be a road for cars to reach the top of the mountain, and for ships to reach the bridge. The construction of the capital has just begun, and we are not urgent about land transportation yet. It doesn't matter if it's later, but there is another matter that needs to be handled next year, and your Luoyang County may need to contribute." Ah? What's the matter? Qingshu didn't expect Luo Chong's thinking to jump so much. Just now he was racking his brains on the map of the south, and now he suddenly turned to Luoyang County again. "Bring me a map of the 8 northern counties of the Han tribe." Luo Chong greeted. When the guards got the map, Luo Chong pointed to the west of Luoyang County and said, "As for the war in the north, although I only dispatched one guard station with 2,600 troops, this actually did not include the north existing population. In order to cooperate with this war, the 3 major camps in the north have sent out almost all their men. Most of the young and strong men have been recruited as militiamen. The level of farming there is not as developed as here, and this battle is impossible to end quickly. The first 2 stages of the plan will take half a year, and this is if the war goes smoothly, and the final clearing stage will inevitably be postponed until next year. But once this happens, when spring comes next year, continuing to launch the spring offensive will affect farming, and if we temporarily suspend the war and let the soldiers go back to farming, it will lead to the loss of advantages. The advantageous situation that was finally won strategically will not be given to the enemy should have a chance to breathe. We should kill them in one go. This will save time. The war in the north must not drag on for more than 2 years. As a result, the food production in the north will be reduced or even eliminated next year. They can only grow food for 1 season and are barely self-sufficient. If there is no grain harvest next year, then the inherent population of 30,000 in the north, plus the 2,000 Shents guards 600 soldiers, as well as more and more prisoners, require a huge amount of food. Next year, we will at least prepare a year's rations for the north of 50,000 people, and also prepare a team of food transporters. Fleet. After saying that, Luo Chong looked at Qingshu. Qingshu opened her mouth wide when she heard this, and swallowed unconsciously. 50,000 people, a year's rations. Oh my God, how much food is this? I'm afraid even the ordinary counties of the Han tribe can't afford it. At the very least, only a large agricultural county like Weishan County or Luoyang County can afford this much food. But if it were available, then the wealth saved in the first year of the fortune will have to be taken out again, which is equivalent to a year of work in vain, and the old capital saved before the fortune year may even have to be spent. He stood there thinking for a long time and then spoke after a long while. Chief, you shouldn't need so much. Didn't we send a batch of food with the army before? And when the river thaws in spring, Shen's guard will definitely let the fleet escort the prisoners south, then they won't need so much food. Ah. If we go south, don't we need food? Do you still expect those prisoners to be kept for you to farm after they are sent here? And if the 3 camps in the north have no food harvest next year, it is impossible for them to go south, then next winter how can they survive the winter? The winter in the north is even colder and longer, and there are 6 months of winter. How can you let them survive without giving them food? Luo Chong glared at Qingshu and scolded. This guy's thinking is still too simple. Even if those captives go south, they will be sent to work as coolies. They also need the Han tribe to provide food. No matter who provides the food must be attributed to the Han tribe. Qingshu was speechless for a moment. He watched Luo Chong keep tapping a place on the map. He took a closer look and saw that it was the 3 no matters zone to the west of Luoyang County. The so-called 3 no matters zone is actually a large plain area located to the west of Luoyang County, east of Ruyang County, and north of Nanjing County, between the 3 counties. Because none of the 3 places has control over this land, it is jokingly called 3 no matter what. The land here is fertile, and with a little improvement, it can become good farmland. The 3 counties are very greedy for this land, but due to their limited population, they simply cannot devote extra people to cultivate these lands. Therefore, these places have remained still a pristine wilderness. Now the leader suddenly asked someone to bring a map, and suddenly pointed at this land and said that there was a shortage of food in the north. Could he be targeting this land? Thinking of this, Qingshu asked tentatively. The leader wants to open up new fields on the plains west of Luoyang County? To increase food production? Well, I have this plan. Luo Chong immediately nodded and admitted, otherwise he wouldn't say this now. Well, we also want to open up new fields to expand the farming area, but the population is limited. Otherwise, no matter how much land there is, no one will plant it, or if it cannot be planted, it will be in vain even if we open it up. Qingshu said helplessly. I know. Since there are no common people to farm, let's get some government land. Luo Chong said casually. Official land? Public land under the government's name? But even official land needs people to farm it. Didn't the leader just say that prisoners can't be used to farm the land? Where did the leader come from to open up wasteland and cultivate it? Shisini, he asked with a confused face. Luo Chong waved his hand and interrupted, let's not talk about it for now. Do you know what I found when I was shopping in the city just now? What? I'm still wondering. I just heard from the official that I walked around the street twice and couldn't find the leader. Qingshu asked in confusion. I found a carpenter in the city who built a hand-operated rice transplanter that can increase the efficiency of rice transplanting by 2 to 3 times. When Luo Chong finished saying this, everyone in the room was stunned on the spot, stunned. Rice transplanter? 2 to 3 times more efficient? What happened at that time was clearly right under their noses, so why were they the first to discover it? The group of people were all stunned, unable to react to the sudden news. Is what the leader said true? Qingshu stood up excitedly and stared at Luo Chong and asked. Of course it's true. When you sent someone to find me just now, I was at his home. Luo Chong nodded. So, what about that other person? Where's his rice transplanter? Can it be promoted? Qingshu asked impatiently. Oh, that guy built the rice transplanter 2 months ago, and he has been hiding it. He wants to wait until next year to change his title, but I happened to discover it when I was shopping just now. His rice transplanter was very crudely made and the materials were not suitable. It is not suitable for promotion yet, and he has not actually tested it. It was already winter when he made it, and he had no chance to test it. I have arranged for him to work at the Power Research Institute in Qingshu County next month, specifically responsible for the research and development of agricultural machinery, and I have also given him an order to come up with an improved version of the hand-cranked rice transplanter before spring. I have seen that thing. There is not much problem in improving it. It is of great practical value. The small version can be promoted next year, and the cost is not too expensive. At least it is cheaper than the columbine and the curved plow. It can be used by every household. Rise. When Luo Chong saw everyone looking at him with excitement, he immediately started to explain, and at the end he added another sentence. I have already made arrangements regarding this carpenter. Don't interfere, and don't go to his house to see if nothing happens, so as not to cause trouble to him. If it affects the research and development of agricultural machinery, I will not let you go. Yes, Chief, can it really be promoted? Qingshu nodded quickly. As the head of a county, developing agriculture and population is his biggest job. Qingshu certainly knows what kind of influence a new farm tool will have. I've already seen the rice transplanter. If I say it's not a big problem, then it's no problem. You still don't believe my vision when it comes to mechanics? Luo Chong glanced at him and asked. Hey, that's not what I meant. Aren't I excited? If the rice transplanter can really increase the efficiency by 2 or 3 times, then we can really find a way to plant more land. Qingshu immediately said with a flattering smile. Oh? Plant more land? What do you think? Luo Chong asked like he was taking a test. We must know that the number of acres of land for each person in the Han tribe is fixed, and no one can plant as much as they want. In this case, how can we add new fields? Because of this, Luo Chong would test him on this question. Of course it is to reclaim wasteland and use it as official farmland. As for the manpower issue, we can hire ordinary people to do it. If they have rice transplanters, they can save half the time. Then the extra time can naturally be used to help the official farmland. It's gone. Qingshu said and thought. Well, I plan to set up official land on the plain to the west of Luoyang County. However, I am not planning to plant rice for the time being. Instead, I will use it to plant wheat and corn, especially corn. Luo Chong nodded and then said, come up with your own ideas. Why is this? If the area of official farmland can be expanded, wouldn't it be better to grow staple food? Why choose corn? Qingshu asked with some confusion. Because there is no one. Didn't you say there is no one? Luo Chong retorted. Qingshu was speechless when he heard this. Since you know there is no one, what's the difference between growing rice and corn? You can't grow it anyway, but he didn't dare to refute, and without waiting for him to refute, Luo Chong's next sentence the words came. The Power Research Institute has made new achievements. They have built a 4-wheeled vehicle, called a tractor. It is steam-powered and coal-fired. It can replace oxen and horses. It can be used to pull both vehicles and plows for plowing. It is also equipped with this is a new type of rotary tiller that can plow the ground up to 6 meters wide at a time and is extremely efficient. One such vehicle can replace the work of hundreds or thousands of people. 1 acre of land in our Han tribe is 600 square meters. If you calculate that the width of the land is 6 meters at a time, then the tractor only needs to walk 100 meters in a straight line with the rotary cultivator, and that is 1 acre of land. And if you walk 100 meters, the speed of a meter is less than 1 minute. What speed is this? Hearing Luo Chong's words, except for the 2 guards standing at the door, the other officials and petty officials were all dumbfounded. These tractors and rotary cultivators were more irritating to them than the rice transplanter they heard just now. If machines can also be used to plow the land, and the efficiency is higher than that of cattle, then why do cattle need to be used? When did Qingyang County, where no grass grows, produce such a treasure without any fanfare? Then, Chief, can that tractor and that new farming machine you mentioned be popularized? Xian couldn't help but asked excitedly again. But Luo Chong shook his head. This thing is too expensive to build, and the efficiency is too high. Unless you are ready to popularize trains, with one locomotive for every family, then you can try to popularize tractors. All the officials in the room were speechless. This special brew turned out to be so expensive. According to the leader, wouldn't it be the same as the cost of building a train? But think about it, it is also equipped with a steam engine. Not to mention other parts, I am afraid that just the steam engine cannot be used by ordinary people. The suffocating atmosphere was dull for a moment, before Luo Chong spoke again. But it's not that this thing can't be used, and the common people can't afford it or buy it. Think about the efficiency of this thing. If 1 acre of land is cultivated in 1 minute, a family can have dozens of acres of land at most, half of it. The hour is almost over, and then what? After using up this half hour, it will be idle for a few months. So it's not that this thing cannot be popularized, but it needs to be used in the same way as the current government raised cattle. Each county government office can spend money from the fiscal revenue and go to Qingyang County to buy a tractor. The tractor bought back belongs to the government office. Public property. When the people need to use it, we will rent it to the people for use, charging per moo, just like leasing cattle now, and the rent collected will be used for daily maintenance, including repairs and coal purchase. When the people don't use it, we can use it to cultivate official fields. When the farming is slack, this thing can also pull a cart, and the load capacity is not low. At least it can pull a train carriage. It is usually used for transportation. To transport grain, rent it to the people to pull bricks. Even if the situation is not good enough, you can also use it to pull some soil to pave the road and build the foundation of the house. In short, if this tractor is placed in the hands of various county government offices, the utilization rate will be great, and the people will not be able to use it. But if it is placed in the hands of the government offices, the use schedule can be fully booked, and there will be no idle time at all. Time. Everyone nodded after hearing this. If this method is popularized and used as the leader said, it would indeed be the best promotion method, so Xian asked. Chief, is the tractor you mentioned available now? When will it become popular? After thinking for a while, Luo Chongkai said, half a month ago, I just personally participated in the actual vehicle test of the tractor. There are no problems with the basic functions. There are still some things that are not perfect in terms of appearance and details. I think it is done now, but this test vehicle has not yet been finalized, and further experiments need to be continued. But if you want to finalize it, there is no problem. You can finalize it first and then produce a batch. Subsequent models can continue to be improved so that you can quickly equip a batch. There are still more than 3 months until spring, so we can try to produce it first. We will use them while looking for improvement ideas, and we will be able to use these machines to cultivate official fields in the spring of next year. Then, why did the leader just say that corn and wheat should be planted? Can't rice be cultivated with this tractor? Xian asked again in confusion. Because we don't have that technology for the time being. Luo Chong said again after a pause. Tractors are available and can be used to replace cattle. Rotary cultivators are also available and can be used to plow the ground. Planters are not a problem. We can look for design ideas on ready-made columbines, but just expand them. Just a little. This is not a difficulty for the Institute, that is, plowing the land and sowing seeds are not a problem, but there are still 2 problems that need to be solved. One is the problem of harvesting, and the other is the problem of tractors. We do not yet have a suitable automatic harvester. For ear-shaped crops such as wheat and rice, if you harvest it, the food will rot in the ground. If you don't have a harvester, you will have to hire people to harvest it manually. However, you should also know the efficiency of manual harvesting. Of course, we can use tractors to plant more efficient fields, but it won't work if there is no one to harvest. But corn is different. One corn can only produce 2 cobs at most, and even if it is not harvested immediately, the corn will only dry out. In the ground, it will not rot or fall off. We can put it there and tidy it up slowly. Do you understand? Then there is rice. Rice is even more difficult to handle than wheat. Wheat is only a problem of harvesting, but rice is not only a problem of harvesting, but also a big problem of transplanting. Our tractor is steam-powered, huge in size, and has a high weight. I doubt at all, if you can't get into the paddy field, you will probably get stuck in the mud. Besides, large-scale rice transplanters have not been manufactured yet. It is simply unrealistic to use machinery to plant rice next spring. If you can popularize small hand-operated rice transplanters, it will be the best option. Good results. Everyone nodded again after hearing this, and understood Luo Chong's concerns. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. No matter how much everyone hopes for it, it will take time for such a great invention to achieve the final result. In fact, the Power Research Institute has already very hard work. So, before solving the problem of automatic harvesting, we can only plant corn first? Qingshu asked conclusively. Luo Chong nodded, yes, that's roughly what it means. How much official land does the leader plan to reclaim to plant corn next year? Qingshu asked again. Didn't I just say that we will prepare a year's rations for 50,000 people in the north next year? How many corn fields do you think we need to cultivate to produce so much output? Luo Chong did not answer, but asked a question. If we only grow corn, we can barely grow it for 3 seasons here, and it is best not to crop continuously, otherwise the fertility may not be able to keep up, and we will not be able to use so much human and animal excrement to fertilize the fields. Based on the past corn output, a year's ration for 50,000 people requires at least 20,000 acres of land and 3 consecutive harvests to meet the needs, Qingshu said quickly in his mind. According to past experience, if 1 acre of corn is cultivated intensively and the fertility is sufficient, Luoyang County can achieve a yield of 600 kilograms per mu, which is 1,200 kilograms. In Tuahai County in the south, it is slightly higher, with a yield of 7 or 8 hundreds of kilograms. However, considering the large area mechanized farming operation, there are too few manpower, it is impossible to do intensive farming, and there is not so much fertilizer supplement, so the estimate of the yield per mu must be more conservative. Let's calculate it as 500 kilograms per mu. If you lose 200 kilograms, that's 1,000 kilograms of corn per mu. There are 14 months in this world, and there are 420 days. If a person eats 1,000 kilograms a year, as for corn, you can get a little more than 2 kilograms of corn every day. If you only eat corn, this amount is definitely not enough, especially for soldiers who need physical strength. Then it depends on the level of non-staple food. In addition to carbohydrates like corn, you must also have sufficient protein supplements, that is, meat. If we only count corn, if 50,000 people eat 60,000 acres of corn, that's just about right. In terms of meat, 1.5 pounds of grain can feed 1 pound of chicken, and 3 pounds of corn can feed 1 pound of pork. Obviously, the cost of poultry is lower, but poultry is white meat, while pigs, cattle, and sheep are all red meat. The difference is still very big. Red meat can supplement iron and other trace elements. Poultry is slightly inferior in this regard. 20,000 acres of land, well, 6 meters times 100 meters is 1 acre, times 1 kilometer is 10 acres, 10 kilometers is 100 acres, then times the width of 6 kilometers, it is 10,000 acres, then 10,000 acres is a piece of land 10 kilometers wide and 12 kilometers long. Luo Chong calculated by himself and fell into deep thought. It seems a bit big. The working width of a tractor with a rotary tiller is 6 meters. According to the maximum output power, if you walk 100 meters in half a minute, it will be 200 meters in 1 minute, which is 12 kilometers in 1 hour. You have just covered the entire length of the field in 1 hour, and then it takes 10. The width of the kilometer is divided by the working width of 6 meters per trip. If you want to plow 20,000 acres of land, the tractor will have to run back and forth 1,667 times, and each time will take an hour, which is 1,667 hours. In other words, if you want to cultivate 20,000 acres of land, even if you use a tractor to work, and the driver does not eat, drink, pull, or sleep, it will take at least 70 days to plow the land, and this does not include the subsequent sowing and irrigation. One vehicle, 20,000 acres of land, requires 70 days of plowing, and it is a high-intensity operation that requires people to work day and night without stopping. If 10 vehicles are working at the same time, the time can be shortened to 7 days, and if 20 vehicles are working, it will be 3.5 days. However, if this is done, each vehicle will need at least 3 drivers. This is the minimum standard. In other words, 20,000 acres of land, 20 tractors, and 3.5 days of farming time require 60 drivers, including a maintenance team on call 24 hours a day. If he wants to complete this task, he needs Qingshu County to build 20 tractors in 3 months, and it takes an average of more than 4 days to build 1 tractor. There should be no problem with the material reserve. I don't know if the Institute can accomplish this task. Luo Chong became more and more worried as he calculated. This plan was too crazy for the Han tribe. Otherwise, the area of official farmland could be reduced by half, to 10,000 acres. This should be no problem, right? Chief? Chief? Is 20,000 acres too much? Can that tractor really cultivate that much? Qingshu asked uncertainly. After all, he had never seen that tractor. It's a bit much. 1 tractor can plow 240 acres of land every hour. If you want to plow 20,000 acres of land, you have to plow day and night for 70 days to plow 20,000 acres of land. Luo Chong explained with a frown. When everyone first heard that the car in front could plow 240 acres per hour, they almost jumped for joy. What kind of efficiency is this? How many cows are needed and how long does it take to plow the same area? This tractor is so powerful. But before they could cheer, the second half of Luo Chong's words poured cold water on them. Even with such efficiency, it would take 70 days to cultivate 20,000 acres of land. That's 70 days, more than 2 months. If we were in the south, the spring rice might have started to fill. When the time comes, it will take 2 months to plow the land, so we need to plant a hammer. This, sigh. Qingshu sighed after hearing this, and then said, then we still can't grow it. I think we should find a way to prepare food from warehouses in various places. Fortunately, we have saved a lot, otherwise if this food is taken out, it may affect the counties here at our headquarters. Don't worry, the official fields still need to be planted. I calculated again. It takes 70 days for 1 car. If there are 10 cars, it only takes 7 days. If there are 20 cars, then it can be done. The time is compressed to 3.5 days. In this way, we can complete everything from plowing to sowing in only 7 days, which is still feasible. Even if there are only 10 vehicles, we can plant 10,000 acres of corn in 7 days. With 5 vehicles, that's 5,000 acres. The Institute now has an experimental tractor and will build 4 more within 3 months. Not a problem. The land still needs to be cultivated. It is better to have 5,000 acres than none. Luo Chong stood up and waved his hand. After saying this, everyone's confidence was once again raised. Yes, it's okay to have 5,000 acres. If 5,000 acres can be planted for 3 seasons, it can satisfy the food rations of 15,000 people and provide food to the tribe. Save a lot of food reserves. Yes, it is good to have 5,000 acres. This can relieve a lot of pressure on everyone. In addition, we will start to promote civilian rice transplanters next year, and maybe we can increase production a lot. Chief, please give us the task. What do we need? Cooperate? Qingshu became excited again after hearing this. Well, there are indeed a lot of things that need to be done now. Luo Chong walked around the room several times, quickly making various plans in his mind. The eyes of everyone in the room were also focused on him. However, they knew that the leader was thinking about something and did not dare to disturb him. After a while, Luo Chong just started to issue orders. Prince Guard. Chief, what are your orders? A guard immediately came in from outside the door and waited for instructions, with clasped fists. 60 Jinwei candidates will be selected from Silesian homes in various places to form a driving learning class and sent to the Qingshu County Research Institute before December. I want them to master the tractor driving skills and be proficient in it before the spring. Use the tractor for farming operations. Luo Chong immediately gave the first order. Here, the leader may not have that many age-appropriate reserves. The guard hesitated and said. Luo Chong glanced at him, how big is that? Back to the leader, among the orphans currently in the Silesians reserve, the oldest one is 15 years old. When he reaches 16 years old next spring, he can be released into the society. However, there are not that many 15-year-olds for the time being. There may be more than 30 men, if you include the 14-year-old, that should be enough. The guard immediately replied in a low voice. When the Silesian hospital was first established to adopt orphans from the tribe, Luo Chong always asked Jin Wuwei to manage them. These children were all orphans who had just joined the Han tribe. For example, in their previous tribe, their mother died in childbirth and their father died of childbirth. There were too many cases of people dying from hunting injuries, and these children were not yet adults and could not start their own business, so they had to be placed in Silesian homes for intensive training. Just like Luo Chong, when he first came to this world, he was only 10 years old and had no idea who his parents were. Including Bestia's father, the former leader of the Han tribe, also died in hunting. For those tribes that still need to hunt to survive, dead people are a very common phenomenon. Luo Chong's original intention of establishing the Silesian home was first to take in these orphans without fathers and mothers, and secondly to focus on cultivating talents. When they reach adulthood, they will be given priority to join the Jinwu guards to serve as their own guards. The children who have been eliminated will enter the society has established itself and become ordinary people, so there has always been a talent reserve in the Silesian Academy controlled by Jinwei, but few local officials know about it, because they have no right to manage this. Then include the 14-year-olds. When I was 14, I could do anything. After a pause, Luo Chong immediately made a decision. No. I will take care of it now. The guard cupped his fists and followed the order. After the driver's problem was solved, Luo Chong turned to look at Qingshu and other Luoyang County officials and ordered again. From today on, Luoyang County will be responsible for preparing official land. You must select land near water that is convenient for irrigation in the area west of Luoyang County, north of Nanjing County, and east of Ruyang County, and plan 6,000 of acres of official land, and planning reasonable irrigation canals, related water conservancy construction plans, and local landmarks can be placed. Flags, ropes, and lines can be placed, and announcements can be posted to prevent people from entering this area casually. It can be declared to the outside world as the official of the mechanical farming experiment. Field. Qingshu will be the general person in charge of this matter. I only give you a little more than 2 months. You must complete this work before the end of December. If you don't have a plan by then, I will take it upon you. No. But, Chief, didn't you say 5,000 acres just now? Why did it become 60,000 acres again? Qingshu first agreed, then asked in confusion. 5,000 acres is the most conservative plan, but we have to be prepared for 20,000 acres, and we don't have that much fertilizer, and the acres cannot be cultivated continuously, so we can only alleviate fertility through fallowing. These 60,000 acres are for the preparations for 3 crops of corn are to only plant 20,000 acres at a time. Are there any problems? Luo Chong explained. No problem, I promise to complete the task. Qingshu was just puzzled, not that it was impossible to complete. In the Han tribe, which was mainly farming, there was not much to do in the official offices in winter. There were a lot of officials available, so after listening to Luo Chong's explanation, I agreed immediately. Luo Chong saw that there was no problem with them, so he nodded, and then turned around and left. Qingshu quickly chased after him and asked after him. Chief, where are you going now? Go to the research institute, finish finalizing the tractors, and then give them production tasks. Luo Chong said, and left with the guards without looking back. However, he did not leave Luoyang County immediately. Instead, he took his guards to the home of Yang Dashan, the inventor of the rice transplanter. The second time he met Yang Dashan, Luo Chong said straight to the point, I'm going to the research institute in Qingshu County now. Do you want to follow me to see the tractors and rotary tillers? You can come back in 2 days. Be prepared, the 1-month rest I gave you still counts. Really? I can see the tractor now? Yang Dashan was not unhappy because Luo Chong called for someone at short notice. On the contrary, he was very excited to see the tractor right away. Of course, talk to your family, wear thick clothes, and come with me immediately. By the way, can you ride a horse? Luo Chong nodded, and then asked again. No, it won't. Yang Dashan scratched his head naively. It's true that he is a carpenter, but he has never ridden a horse. Then arrange a carriage for him, one with a shed, and take the rice transplanter with you. You can go there a few days later. This time, one is to see where you will work in the future, and the other is to make improvements first. List the various materials for the rice transplanter, so that the institute can prepare them for you, such as chains and gear sheets, etc. Once these are handed over, you can come back and arrange them at home. Upon hearing this, Luo Chong immediately asked the guards behind him to prepare the carriage, and then explained the past mission to Yang Dashan. Yang Dashan seemed very excited and immediately went back to his house to tell his family about the incident. Then he came out wearing a thick cotton coat and coat, personally carried his rice transplanter, and rushed out with Luo. The group of people quickly left the city and went straight to Sidong County. Then they diverted from Sidong County and went straight to Qingshu County. It took them 2 days to arrive. Seeing the leader who came to the research institute again half a month later, Lin Fei looked very happy and rushed to ask Luo Chong for credit. Chief, we have perfected the tractor. We will test it again. If there are no problems, it can be finalized. The loader has also made great progress. We have assembled the bare metal of the first loader and are just waiting for the leader to come over and experiment. So, are these 2 pieces of good news? Lin Fei said cheerfully. Really? I have 2 pieces of good news to tell you here, and I also have a difficult task for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Luo Chong heard what he said and asked teasingly. Ah? The leader also has good news? Lin Fei was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said. Let me guess, there is another good news coming from the north? Luo Chong shook his head. Xubing and Yui had not sent any message to him in the past half-month. No? Could it be that the Tang tribe agreed to merge with our Han tribe? Lin Fei guessed again. Luo Chong continued to shake his head. The Tang tribe was currently undergoing comprehensive Chineseization. In addition to not having the status of a Han tribe, it was actually no different from the counties of the Han tribe. However, Luo Chong never took the last step and wanted to boil it in warm water. Frog, let the Tang tribe be more natural in its transition, so as not to cause trouble in the future. Not yet, then, could it be that Yu Fu found a coal mine in the south? Lin Fei continued to guess. Luo Chong was stunned when he heard this. He had only been thinking about tractors and government fields for the past 2 days, and almost forgot about the coal mine. He then nodded and said, Yu Fu did find a coal mine in the south. I heard that the coal seam is relatively shallow, only about 20 meters deep, but it is located far away and transportation is a bit troublesome. Moreover, they found an additional iron mine and also found one from a strange tribe. A new crop has been discovered. That's 3 pieces of good news, but it's not the 2 I want to tell you. Ah? Have you really found coal? In this case, our Xingyang County will have to change its blood again. If a steelmaking plant is to be built in the south, a lot of technical personnel will definitely be allocated. And if the South needs construction for railway transportation, our train production plan will increase again. Lin Fei was stunned when he heard this, then he was happy, and then he became worried. Now, whether it is a steelmaking plant or a research institute, the tasks are very heavy, and the available talents are so few. If too many people are transferred at once, if so, it will definitely affect the institute itself. His mind was immediately focused on this, and he immediately forgot about Luo Chong's other 2 good news. Don't worry, even the construction won't be that fast. I will give you 2 years to prepare. You can use these 2 years to train some technical talents. You can choose the students from the school. Luo Chong patted him. His shoulder said. But what I want to tell you is not these 2 things. I am here this time to send you a talent and to give you a new task. After hearing what Luo Chong said, Lin Fei put aside all his worries and turned his attention to Luo Chong's words again. Talent? That's great. I'm worried about the lack of people. The person who can be sent by the leader himself will definitely be good. Leader, who is he? Lin Fei swept away the haze just now and happily asked. Well, this is Yang Dashan, a carpenter from Luoyang County Shipbuilding Yard. He invented a hand-operated rice transplanter, and I happened to accidentally discover it. I'm going to send him to work in the agricultural machinery team. How about it? Luo Chong pulled Yang Dashan, who was following behind him, and introduced him. Rice transplanter? Hand-cranked? Oh, that's so awesome. It's an invention that benefits all the people. The people from the agricultural machinery team told me 2 days ago that they have curved plows and Columbuses for plowing and sowing. But there is no farm tool that can replace manual work for rice transplanting. They are still worried about it. With the addition of this brother's invention, everyone will definitely welcome it. Lin Fei immediately became excited after hearing this. This is Lin Fei, Director Lin of the Power Research Institute. Your future boss is still not polite? Luo Chong patted Yang Dashan on the shoulder and introduced him. I've met Director Lin. My family is not here. I hope the director can take more care of me in the future. I will definitely actively cooperate with everyone's work. Yang Dashan immediately bowed his hands after hearing this. No, I can't bear to pay you a courtesy for a powerful man like you. In the future, when your rice transplanter becomes popular, all the people in the village will say hello to you. Lin Feibai picked one up. Talent, he was immediately impressed with joy. He was overjoyed to have such an inventor join their R&D team, and of course he would take good care of him. After the 2 of them chatted for a while, Lin Fei asked Luo Chong again, "Chief, what is the difficult task you just mentioned? I found a good experimental field for you to test various agricultural machinery. It is 60,000 acres. Luo Chong said with a smile. Lin Fei was overjoyed when he heard this, and when the corners of his mouth were rapidly turning up, he heard Luo Chong say again, "In order to cultivate these lands, I need you to build 20 tractors and corresponding agricultural machinery before spring." Lin Fei's smile, which had not yet spread, quickly collapsed after hearing these words, and turned into a bitter face. "Chief, you are trying to trick me. How difficult is this? Even if each of us grows 4 arms, we probably won't be able to complete it." "Then I don't care. Anyway, I've given the task. It's your business how to do it. I want the tractor." Luo Chong's retort almost made Lin Fei jump in anger, but he calmed the director again with his next words. "But you don't have to worry. This task is not mandatory. The bottom line I give you is that before April 1st, at least 4 more tractors will be produced. If it is less than 4, it means you are not serious about your work. I want you to punish you. If 10 units can be produced, all workers and researchers involved in the project will receive an extra month's salary as a year-end bonus. If 20 units are produced, a 2-month salary will be given as a year-end bonus. Those who work actively and contribute to the team will be awarded the title of Southern China after 2 years. When new factories are opened, they will be given priority when selecting officials. The bottom line, rewards, and a bright future are all given. As for how far they can achieve it, it depends on themselves." Lin Fei was no longer anxious after hearing this, but was full of fighting spirit. He didn't care about officials or the like, because he had already done his best. He was one of the only 2 research institutes directly under the central government of the Han tribe. Although the director does not manage as many people as those county guards, his status is no worse than those county guards. It is just that the country has not yet been founded, and the grades of officials in each unit are not clear yet, so it is difficult to compare high and low. But Lin Fei cares about the year-end bonus of those 2 months' salary, which is not a small amount of money. That's it, then there's no problem. If you tell the researchers and workers the news, they will definitely work hard. But Chief, the time is still a bit tight. Even if everyone works overtime, the most they can produce is it is absolutely impossible for 10 cars to come out and 20 cars to come out, Lin Fei said, counting the time in his heart. Well, let me add one more thing. At least 4 vehicles should be delivered before the end of March. 10 vehicles would be better. The remaining 10 vehicles should be delivered before Jingdan. It must not be delayed past the beginning of spring. How can we farm after the beginning of spring? Luo Chong explained as he led them towards the workshop. If this is the case, it will still be very difficult, but it can be a challenge. It may not be possible to build 20 vehicles, but if we work hard, it is not impossible to build a dozen vehicles, but in this case, we must finalize the prototype as soon as possible. Besides, how else can we mass produce it? Lin Fei thought about it and said, I know, I came here today, just to finalize the tractor. Didn't you say it's almost perfect? Then drive it out for a test run and we'll finalize it today. Luo Chong said crisply. Okay, I'll arrange to warm up the car right away. While we're warming up the car, we'll brief the leader on the situation. Lin Fei was overjoyed when he heard this, hugged Luo Chong, and immediately ran into the workshop quickly. Luo Chong led everyone to continue walking slowly into the workshop. On the way, he also said to Yang Dashan, beside him, Look carefully and study hard. The rice transplanter is your starting point, not your end point. With your intelligence, you will surely learn more here, create more value for the tribe, and serve the tribe. Yes. Yang Dashan nodded solemnly, and then followed the leader's lead into the huge new workshop. The new workshop for developing tractors is a factory built of reinforced concrete. The materials are all produced by themselves, which is not very convenient. Moreover, the reinforced concrete factory has another advantage, that is, it can be built tall enough so that it can be used in the workshop. Installing a lot of heavy lifting equipment, especially for the development of heavy machinery such as excavators and tractors, hoisting equipment is too important. Another advantage is that it is strong enough and not afraid of water or fire. Those workshops with wooden beams are very afraid of fire. Yang Dashan's eyes immediately lit up at the huge workshop. There were huge and ferocious steel machines everywhere. Large lathes several meters long were enough to cut complete axles. The large hydraulic rods used on engineering vehicles also used this lathe. Cut out, the ground is paved with rails for transporting heavy equipment, and overhead is a huge steel structure gantry crane. As far as the eye can see, the entire workshop is divided into 4 larger teams, and everyone is busy around 3 weird and bulky vehicles. Among them, the tractor has been basically completed and only needs to be tested and finalized. The main body of the loader has been completed. All hydraulic systems, power systems, and control systems have been completed. The bucket has also been installed. It is the same as the previous tractor. The cab has no shed and is still in the open air, but it is ready for use. Let's do some experiments. The excavator already has a body, and the huge mechanical arm has not yet been installed. The entire vehicle is still hoisted, and everyone is installing the track part. The road roller is the least complete one, because we are preparing to load it. When the body of the machine is almost completed, we will use the experience of the loader platform to build the roller. Yang Dashan was stunned. He had no idea that the work of the Power Research Institute was so great. In his eyes, the scene in front of him was as advanced as another world. Compared with the shipbuilding yard where he used to work, it was like a world in the sky. Underground. Although the products from the shipyard look larger and more shocking, in terms of advanced nature and complexity, they are far less shocking than the scenes in the Research Institute. This is a tractor, 4-wheeled. In the front is the steam boiler, which is the power system. Under the cab is the hydraulic system, which is also the transmission system. The entire vehicle is powered by the steam engine, but it is driven by hydraulic pressure. The cab in the middle can seat 2 people, a driver and a stoveman, who are responsible for operating and maintaining the boiler. The back is a place to mount agricultural machinery. A tractor is only equivalent to a cow. It can be used to pull vehicles or agricultural machinery. Depending on the needs, various agricultural machinery, rotary tillers, and seeders can be hung in the back. In the future, your rice transplanter also needs to be hung at the back, but I hope that in the future the rice transplanter will be able to plant 20 rows of rice at a time. Let's take a good look and see if there are any ideas. Luo Chong led Yang Dashan to the tractor, introduced him while leading him in circles, and put forward the tasks he assigned to him. Yang Dashan watched the tractor with excitement, and Luo Chong was also observing the changes in the tractor in the past half-month. The front of the car is no longer a hideous machine exposed to the air. It is covered with a square-shaped hood with rounded corners, which covers the main body of the steam engine. However, it can still be opened for easy maintenance. The cab is no longer open-top, it has a roof and doors, and glass windows are installed on all sides, but it is not the kind of curved glass. Curved glass can be made by Han tribe, but it is expensive and requires a new mold. And the quality is not up to standard. If it is placed on a fixed building, you can still try it, but the tractor is a construction machinery. When off-roading and starting, the vehicle vibrates very much, and the curved glass may be shattered, so the tractor is flat glass is used for flushing. There is a half-square glass window at the back. This is a fixed window that cannot be opened, but the driver can see the status of the agricultural machinery behind it through this window. There are also glass windows on the doors on both sides of the cab, and they can be opened, but they are not the kind that can be raised and lowered by hand, but are divided into two pieces of glass on the left and right. Both pieces of glass can be pushed and pulled left and right in the window frame, and the maximum can only be opened half the window area. This is a very backward design, but it is currently the most suitable design solution in this era. Even so, it experienced a failure. Later, the plan was improved and this small detail was successfully passed. Different from the front and rear windshields, the front and rear windshields are fixed. If you want to install glass windows, you only need to do two things. First, make the glass thicker and stronger. There should be no tiny bubbles, otherwise it is easy to crack. Secondly, the installation should be done better, and there should be waterproof and windproof buffering. In this regard, they adopted Luo Chong's advice and used rubber sealing tape to solve the problem. Because rubber is elastic, it can be windproof and waterproof, and has a cushioning effect. The glass windows on both sides of the door are different. They are movable. If they are too tight, they will easily shatter. If they are too loose, they will easily shatter. At first, they directly made two pieces of glass get stuck in the chute. As a result, the experiment when the steam engine started, before the car had even traveled a meter, it was shattered by the sudden vibration when the steam engine started. It was a terrible tragedy. Later, they thickened the door, added small metal pulleys in the glass slide, and rubber strips for buffering and increasing friction. Then they encased the entire glass with a metal frame and embedded rubber strips inside. It is used for buffering and double protection to achieve this glass window that can be slid open and closed, and can be used safely when the vehicle is running. Because the front windshield is too large, the early windshield design of the car was adopted. An additional column was added between the A pillar and the B pillar to divide the front windshield into two pieces. This not only ensures safety but also reduces the cost. In terms of production and maintenance costs, small pieces of glass are definitely easier to make than large pieces, so the cost is lower. When it breaks accidentally, if only one piece is broken, just replace half of it instead of the whole piece. Therefore, production and maintenance are very cheap, and the smaller the glass area, the less likely it is to break. The vehicle lighting system, because there are no electric lights, uses calcium carbide lamps that are most familiar to the Han tribe and have the most mature technology. In fact, if you want electric lights, Luo Chong can solve the power supply problem. A generator is difficult to build, but there is no problem in making a lead-acid chemical energy storage battery. However, he cannot make a light bulb because the Han tribe does not have the ability to produce tungsten filament. And no other heat-resistant materials can be found for the time being. If there were heat-resistant metal materials comparable to tungsten wire, Luo Chong would have built a machine gun that fires continuously, let alone a weak rifle that can only shoot 4,000 to 5,000 rounds. Therefore, using carbide lamps as a lighting system is purely helpless. However, Luo Chong is very satisfied with the design plan of this research institute, and is even a little surprised, because they have learned to flexibly apply all the current technologies and materials of the Han tribe, and flexibly match them to create new designs. Luo Chong is only responsible for proposing requirements and standards, and the institute will design them specifically. For example, for the lighting system, Luo Chong's requirement is that there should be at least 6 lights. On the hood of the front of the car, there should be one headlight on each side, which is mainly used to illuminate the front and is responsible for illuminating the road. Moreover, the researchers also thoughtfully installed it in the headlights. There is a concave mirror with adjustable angle, that is, a reflective bowl. You can adjust the beam angle of the reflected light by turning the paddle on the outside. In addition, there are 2 headlights directly in front of the cab roof. These 2 lights are illuminated from the front and below, and are mainly used to see the environment close up and on both sides of the front of the car. There are also 2 headlights behind the shed roof, which are used to illuminate the back of the tractor, making it easier for the driver to observe the working status of the agricultural machinery behind him and the effect of land operations. What surprised Luo Chong the most was the design of the lighting system. After Luo Chong made the request, he thought of two possibilities. First, these guys might get 6 carbide lamps and hang them directly. This is the most fucked up design. Plan. Second, get 6 lamp holders fixed on the car body, and then fix the carbide lamps on them. This is not impossible, but the independent calcium carbide lamp is extremely troublesome to operate. When using it, you need to add water to the calcium carbide box one by one to control the reaction speed of the calcium carbide and water, the amount of air output, and the size of the flame. In addition, you also need to always keep a bottle of water in the car and climb to the roof of the car to refill the carbide box at any time. This design is just as fucked up as the first one, but it's not unacceptable. After all, the principle of carbide lamps is there. What other advanced lighting methods can you design? If the second plan is further evolved, it is to open 4 holes in the roof of the car and make the carbide lamp retractable up and down. When adding water or adjusting, the lamp can be pulled down, and then pushed to the roof of the car. This way, although it is still very troublesome, at least there is no need to climb to the roof of the car. The driver can complete the operation in the cab. He only needs to stand up and stretch his hands. But the talents of the Power Research Institute designed a better system. They made 2 large acetylene generators, which were installed inside the hood of the front of the car and outside the rear bulkhead of the cab. The 2 headlights of the front of the car passed through the rubber hose is connected to the generator at the front of the car and supplies air to the 2 headlights at the same time. The 4 headlights on the roof are connected to the generator behind the compartment wall through rubber hoses and supplies air to the 4 ceiling lights at the same time. This saves the trouble of adding water to the lamps one by one. The 6 lamps are divided into 2 systems by laying rubber gas pipes. The rubber pipes are also the thin tubes used to make valve cores. It is safe, convenient and economical. The cost is low, and it doesn't take up space. One thing to say is that even if all lights are replaced by electric lights, wires must be laid. In Luo Chong's eyes, laying rubber pipes is no different from pulling wires. The only thing that is inferior to electric lights is that they only require a switch to start, while carbide lamps need an open flame to light, but this is not a big deal. You can light up all 6 lights by lighting a wooden stick and turning it around the car. At least you don't have to climb on the roof of the car. They already know how to rationally use existing technologies and materials, which is what Luo Chong is most gratified about. For example, this time the rubber tube is used to transport gas. This plan was completely thought up by themselves. Luo Chong only mentioned which location and how many lights to install in total, but what kind of lights and how to install them was the Research Institute's responsibility. After listening to Lin Fei's introduction of these later completed plans, Luo Chong was full of praise for them, especially the guy who designed the lighting system. Not long after, the boiler was almost burning, and the steam had reached the working pressure. Then Luo Chong started the test. This time he was still driving, and he was equipped with a stoker. At the same time, Luo Chong also specially asked Yang Dashan to accompany the car. Observe, let him huddle with the stoker, and give him a chance to experience the tractor firsthand. Yang Dashan looked very excited and got into the car very happily. He was not too crowded. He sat half-assed on the chair and curiously looked at the operations of Luo Chong and the firemen. The researchers who followed were even more curious about Yang Dashan's identity. They didn't understand why the leader allowed this person to come to the car for a tour. Even they, the researchers, did not have this honor. Director, who is that person? Why did the leader take him to the car for a visit? One person couldn't help but asked Lin Fei curiously. That man's name is Yang Dashan, a carpenter from the Luoyang County shipyard. Lin Fei said with a smile. Carpenter? What's so rare about a carpenter? Everyone was puzzled when they heard this. The shipyard was full of carpenters. Of course, excluding some who did odd jobs, the number of carpenters who could really be considered carpenters was probably only a few hundred, but that was still a lot. What was so special about this person? Can the leader value it so much? Of course it's not rare for carpenters, but it's rare that this carpenter built a hand-operated rice transplanter. His rice transplanter can insert 2 seedlings at the same time, which increases the efficiency of transplanting to 2 to 3 times that of manual labor. You guys, is it rare? Lin Fei explained again. Hand-operated rice transplanter? 2 or 3 times more efficient? Director, are you telling the truth? Everyone asked in surprise. That's what the leader said. How can it be false? The leader came here this time to finalize the tractor and to bring this man here. The leader has transferred him to work in our research institute, and he is assigned to the agricultural machinery group, specializing in he is responsible for the development of a large-scale mechanical rice transplanter. From now on, we will all be colleagues. His family is not from here, so we should help him more when the time comes. Lin Fei immediately talked about Yang Dashan's situation in detail, but in fact he didn't know the details of Yang Dashan. He only knew that this man was a carpenter in the shipyard and built a rice transplanter, that's all. Really built a rice transplanter? That would be great. We are worried that we have no ideas to learn from in rice farming. Ha 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 ha, take care of me, definitely take care of me. Besides, he is not the only one whose family members in our institute are not here. We are all pretty much the same. There is no distinction between outsiders and insiders. We are all colleagues. Where is his rice transplanter? I really want to see it now, but it's a pity that it's winter. Otherwise, we can find a piece of land to show it. When everyone heard this, they started discussing it enthusiastically, and when Lin Fei heard what they said, he immediately remembered the mission Luo Chong had given before, and said to everyone. By the way, speaking of finding a piece of land, I want to tell you something very important. You must be prepared to work overtime, and this overtime work is likely to continue until next spring. Is there a new mission? What kind of task? I have to work overtime until spring. My wife is going to have a baby in 2 months. I will definitely go back then. Everyone had different reactions, but they were all attracted by Lin Fei's words and turned their heads to look over. In order to test the effects and efficiency of large-scale mechanized farming, the leader planned a test field of 60,000 acres for us, and planned to use tractors to actually cultivate it for experiments and prepare for the future promotion of mechanized farming. To this end, the leader has assigned us a production task of producing 20 tractors before spring. Lin Fei first introduced the situation, but he knew that some people would be offended if he said this, so he didn't hold back and spoke again immediately without waiting for everyone's reaction. The leader has said that this task is not mandatory. As long as we can produce 4 more tractors before the beginning of spring, even if they are qualified, and if we can deliver 10 tractors before the end of March, we will give each worker and researcher involved in the project 1 month's salary as a year-end salary. If we can deliver 20 vehicles before Jingdan, we will add 1 month's salary to the year-end bonus. And whoever makes the biggest contribution this time and performs the most actively will be prioritized for promotion in the next 2 years. Of course, everyone was very happy to hear this, but they were not dazzled by the 2-month salary year-end bonus and preferential promotion, and they spoke in a matter-of-fact manner. Director, even if there are rewards and incentives, everyone is motivated, and they work overtime every day. It is impossible to achieve such a large output. It's not that everyone is lazy and unwilling to work, but it is simply unrealistic. One person couldn't help but complained. I know this situation, but the leader has issued an order. We must find a way to complete it. If there is no difficulty, we must find a way to solve it. If there is a difficulty, we must find a way to solve it. There are always more ways than difficulties. As long as we are willing to work hard, there is no task that we cannot complete. You should not complain about the difficult tasks assigned by the leader, but help the leader find ways to solve the problem. Everyone here, you are all the elites of the tribe, researchers at the institute, and you usually receive 3 times or even 4 to 5 times the salary of ordinary workers. The tribe spends so much money to support us just so that we can find ways to solve our difficulties. Yes, if everyone shrinks when encountering some difficulties, then do we still deserve to receive the highest salary of the Han tribe? I can honestly say that the salaries and various welfare benefits of all of you here are higher than those of soldiers fighting on the front lines and dying at any time. Am I telling the truth? Of course, I don't deny that your contribution to the tribe is higher than that of the soldiers. Every invention you make can have a huge and positive impact on the tribe, but you must also find your own position and be worthy of your salary. When encountering a problem, the first thing that comes to mind should be how to solve it, instead of complaining, evading, and shirk-ing. When he heard someone complaining, Lin Fei immediately transformed into a military political commissar and a party school teacher, and began to criticize the team's wrong ideas and correct everyone's mentality. However, reprimands are reprimands and criticisms are criticisms, but you have to come up with practical methods in the end, otherwise no one will accept you. So looking at the researchers who were silent and lowered their heads in reflection, Lin Fei said again, I already have some ideas about the solution to this mission, and I also have some important news to tell you. Seeing everyone looking over again, Lin Fei continued. When the leader came over just now, he told me that the tribe has discovered a new coal mine in the area north of the Tang tribe in the south. Combined with the Taigang County where the Tang tribe produces iron ore, I think you should know what the future will be like. Bar? Yes, there will definitely be a new steelmaking plant in the south. The largest capital of our tribe is also located in the south. Moreover, after the steel is refined, it is impossible to transport it to the north for processing. Then the steelmaking plant in the south has no meaning in existence, so in the future, various steel-related mechanical processing plants will definitely move south, or simply set up new branches in the south. The establishment of another branch will create a large number of jobs, and we will definitely need to transfer manpower there. That is to say, whether it is this mission or from a long-term perspective, in the next few years, we will only be short of more and more people, and the mission will become more and more heavy. It is not just this mission. When he said this, Lin Fei laughed and joked to himself, do you think the leader just wants 20 tractors? Are those loaders, excavators, and road rollers just decorations? This hasn't been finalized yet, otherwise you can wait and see after it's finalized. The leader will definitely open his mouth and ask for dozens more. These machines were developed by everyone here. No one knows the role and efficiency of excavators and loaders better than you. Whether they are used for mining or building water conservancy, roads, and railways, they are absolutely powerful tools. When the time comes for it to be finalized, and you obviously have the ability to produce it, do you think the leader will not want it? So we need to prepare for a rainy day. After hearing the words, everyone felt that it was reasonable. Coupled with the situation in the south and the analysis of the future situation, the lack of people will be the unchanging tone in the next few years. This conclusion is actually easy to analyze, because no matter how many people you have or how much production capacity you have, the leader will always throw more work to you. After a pause, Lin Fei said again. So based on considerations about the future and this mission, I plan to implement a multi-post system on the existing basis, starting with 2 posts, or even 3 or 4 posts. Director, what is the multi-position system? Someone asked in confusion. It means arranging 2 or 3 people to work at the same time on one position. Instead of taking turns, 2 people, or even 3 or 4 people work together. You can also understand it as an upgraded version of a master leading an apprentice. The first purpose is to solve the problem of insufficient production capacity and expand production capacity by increasing the number of workers. The second purpose is to cultivate talents, not only senior technicians, but also researchers, which must be expanded rapidly. We must prepare for the future fission of the institute. So well prepared. As for the need for additional personnel, this requires the strong support of the leader. Since we want to expand production capacity, we must provide more manpower, otherwise it will be difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Lin Fei talked about his solution and future development policy, and finally said with emotion, "Don't worry about this matter for the time being. Go and finalize the tractor for me first and satisfy the leader. I will talk to the leader about expanding manpower. I must support it." Increasing manpower is not just as simple as recruiting people. The number of people, if the salary is doubled, the salary will also be doubled. This is a big deal. When I have an agreement with the leader, I will meet with your groups, and then we will discuss the specific production plan. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. They couldn't say anything about this matter. They could only ask the director to come forward and tell the leader that they only need to actively cooperate and complete the task. But according to Lin Fei, in the next few years, it may be very busy, but there will definitely be more room for development in the future. To prepare a new industrial base in the south, a large number of manpower and officials are needed. If you work hard now, as long as you can stand out, you will definitely be able to get an official position in the south in the future. On the other side, Luo Chong is also busy testing. In fact, there is nothing left to test on the tractor. The chassis performance and vehicle passing performance have been tested long ago. There is no need to test again in this regard. The main content of this test is actually to improve agricultural machinery behind. The first-generation rotary cultivator has gone through a series of modifications. Now it not only rotates faster and is more efficient, but also has an anti-splash iron baffle. In addition, it is equipped with a rake, which has the function of leveling the land. It also has a front with the funnel interface. A funnel can be temporarily installed, so that fertilization, soil plowing, and leveling can be completed at one time. Luo Chong took Yang Dashan to personally experience the plowing effect of a complete version of the rotary tiller. Yang Dashan focused on the operating principles of the machine, while Luo Chong focused entirely on the efficiency of the machine. After experiments, Luo Chong found that the actual efficiency of tractor farming was not much different from his estimate. At the maximum power, it could plow an acre of land in more than 20 seconds, and if it was slower, it would take half a minute. Therefore, as long as there are enough tractors, it can be completely plowed. 20,000 acres of land can be cultivated in a few days. In addition to the rotary tiller, this time we also experimented with the first-generation seeder. This is a machine developed based on the principle of a columbine. It is also a 6-meter-wide fuselage truss, with a row of small plows for ditching installed underneath, can be disassembled at will, and the trenching depth and row spacing can be adjusted. The top of the seeder is also a funnel that can be flexibly installed and adjusted. The seeds are placed inside, and there is an iron pipe below. The opening under the funnel sows seeds at a constant speed according to the speed of the machine. Finally, there are the paddles and unpowered rollers at the back of the seeder. The overall working process is to dig a trench in the front, sow the seeds through the middle funnel, and then use the paddles to plow the soil to both sides and then pull it back to cover the seeds. The final unpowered the roller rolls along the sowing line and lightly compacts the covering soil. Just wait until the sowing step is completed and then irrigate again. Luo Chong tried all of these, and also evaluated the work efficiency to make sure he was confident. Then he had someone demonstrate the lighting system. After confirming that there were no problems, he called Lin Fei and told him that he could follow the instructions. The tractor in this current state has been finalized. However, after finalizing the tractor, Luo Chong did not leave immediately. At Lin Fei's suggestion, they tested the loader together, also commonly known as bulldozers and forklifts. The platform of the loader is based on the tractor. If the tractor has a power system installed in the front and hydraulic operation in the back, then the loader is an inverted tractor. Its power module is installed on the rear body, behind the cab, and in front is the huge bucket. It uses articulated arms to limit its movements and provides power through several thick hydraulic rods. It can only complete 3 movements: push flat, load, lift high. This vehicle has a single function, and the chassis and platform are all developed on the basis of tractors. There is no need for too much testing at all. The only things that need to be tested are the loading capacity and balance. The main thing is to see whether the counterweight of the rear body is enough. Don't lift the bucket filled with soil in front of you, and then the whole car falls down. After testing these 2 items without any problems, Luo Chong immediately decided to finalize the loader. He only needed to add a roof to the loader according to the tractor cab plan. As for whether the loader should be produced immediately, Lin Fei didn't ask, and Luo Chong didn't say anything. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding. If they placed an order for the loader now, they would not be able to produce it anyway. At present, the progress of project research and development is not slow. 2 of the 4 types of mechanical equipment proposed by Luo Chong have been completed, and the development is very regular. Tractors were built first, and loaders were derived from tractors, followed by road rollers and excavators. After all, the tractor, a 4-wheeled vehicle, is the foundation. Only when the foundation is laid first can things be added to it. After finalizing the 2 types of vehicles, Luo Chong did not leave immediately. Instead, he gave them a new research and development task, which was the harvester. If you use a machine to farm, you must use a machine to harvest. Otherwise, you will plant a lot with a machine, but if you can't harvest it, it will still end up rotting in the ground. The research and development tasks of the harvester are currently divided into 2 types by Luo Chong. One is the grain harvester, which can harvest all ear-shaped crops at the same time, such as rice, wheat, millet, and corn. This kind is half a person tall and has a long head. Crops with tassels and fruits with shells can be collectively referred to as cereals. The principles of harvesting grains are basically the same. They can be harvested using the same kind of machinery. Luo Chong had seen this kind of machinery in the countryside when he was a child. Although he had forgotten the details, he could find a way to reproduce it as long as he remembered the working principle. Come out. Its main principle can be divided into 3 parts. First, to harvest grain and grass. There is a knife-shaped pallet at the bottom of the harvester's head, and above it is a transverse roller made of several iron bars. When working, the roller will first contact the head of the grain, and then push the grain down by rotating inward. The supporting plate below just catches it, and the rotating blade at the front of the supporting plate will cut the grain and grass at the root. This completes the first step. The second step is threshing. Threshing is composed of 3-stage rollers. The first roller swallows the harvested cereal straw, the second roller knocks the grains off the cereal straw, and the third roller sends the threshed cereal straw to the back. However, in this threshing process, an air supply system, that is, a blower, is added in the middle to blow out the straw chips and bran. At this point, the harvest is basically completed, but there is still a finishing touch. Step. The third step is the finishing step, which is divided into 2 aspects at the same time. According to different requirements, different design plans will be produced. The first is to process the straw that has been threshed. At this time, the grain has been removed from the straw and sent out through rollers. Then there are 2 different processing methods. The first is to directly discharge the entire straw. Such straw can be used as livestock feed, bundled into straw fences, used to build roofs, or used to weave straw hats, the kind of large-brimmed straw hats often worn by farmers in the 1970s and 1980s. Another method is to directly crush it into segments and then discharge it directly. Such crushed straw can also be used as feed. After all, even if it is whole, it must be chopped with a guillotine before feeding to cattle and sheep. That is to burn it directly, or throw it into the manure tank and ferment it together to become fertilizer. Both options have their own pros and cons, and it depends on your choice. The last part is the grain processing plan. There are 2 grain processing plans. The first is to carry a grain storage bucket on the body of the car. The threshed grain is sent to the grain storage bucket through a pipe, and then when it is full, it is sprayed through the pipe to the other vans. Such a solution is very advanced and convenient for large-scale operations, but it is almost impossible for the existing loader platform. The front of the loader is the working part, which can be used to install the harvesting module of the harvester, the middle is the cab, and the back is the huge steam engine power module has no room to install a huge grain storage hopper. If you want to complete such a plan, there are only 2 options. First, the Han tribe can build an internal combustion engine now, so that the huge space occupied by the steam engine can be saved to install a grain storage hopper. Second, build a new one. The platform truck extends the loader and leaves an end between the cab and the steam power module to hold the grain storage hopper. Both of the above options were not conducive to rapid research and development, so Luo Chong had no choice. He chose the most rustic operation plan. The threshed grain is directly sprayed out from the side through the pipe. Grain storage equipment is not installed on the body. However, an external platform is installed on the side of the body, and an operator is placed on it to receive the grain. In other words, there is a small platform on the side, with a person sitting on it and a pile of sacks next to it. When the harvester is working, the person will sit there holding the sacks. When the bag is full, he will replace it with an empty bag. Put the filled bags aside, tie the mouths tightly, and throw them directly to the ground. The bags containing grain will be transported away later. As for spitting the threshed grain directly onto another vehicle, if there is no onboard granary, the efficiency will be even slower. After all, the harvester can only swallow so much grain at a time, and the grains that come out are also limited. If it is not enough to spray out, even if you use a bag to catch it, it will definitely fall down sparsely. In the end, Luo Chong's plan was to discharge the whole straw outward, which would be more useful. If it must be chopped, it can be chopped separately later. The grain processing is to spit it out directly and then put it in bags. However, when Luo Chong drew a simple drawing and explained the working principle to everyone, someone raised objections. "Chief, I think there is a better solution when it comes to loading grain. The grain is all wet when it is first harvested. You can just pack it into bags and bundle it for transportation. Then you have to untie it and pour it out to dry. After drying, it requires a lot of work to be stored, and it's not necessary at all," a member of the agricultural machinery team said bluntly. "What about your suggestions? If you have any ideas, just say it and discuss it. Everyone has the right to speak and everyone can express their opinions." Luo Chong was not unhappy about being interrupted, but encouraged him. "Yes, my idea is that since the vehicle body cannot carry a grain storage bucket, we can just attach an external grain storage bucket. Weld a frame with steel bars or iron bars, lay iron sheets inside, and calculate the weight of the grain to determine the size of the grain bucket. In terms of volume, because it is hung on the side of the car body, the weight of the full load of the grain bucket must be controlled to prevent the car from tipping over. When a bucket is full, stop and put it down, and then replace it with an empty one. The filled grain bucket will be placed where it is. Then use a loader or other machinery to back it into the dump truck mounted on the tractor, and wait until it is full. Once the truck is ready, it is sent directly to the drying field and dumped directly using a dump truck, which saves a lot of labor. After the man finished speaking his thoughts, everyone began to discuss in a low voice, and then they all nodded, indicating that this solution had great practical value. Luo Chong thought about it for a while, and thought it was okay, so he nodded in agreement. In that case, the plan for this grain harvester has been finalized. Using the loader body as the platform, we will develop a grain harvester as soon as possible. In this way, we can rotate corn and wheat in the test field. Luo Chong saw that everyone nodded in agreement, so he made a summary and confirmed the new research and development project. Then he pulled out another drawing and said to everyone again. Then next, let's discuss the corn harvester. The corn harvester is more complicated. Let's come up with a solution together. Modern corn harvesters can be divided into two types in terms of structure. One is integrated and the other is portable. The integrated type is easy to understand, which is a harvester with a specific function and can only be used to harvest corn. It is portable and portable. It is called backpack type and external type. It is usually hung on the side of the tractor. Both models have their own characteristics. In terms of efficiency, of course the one-piece model is the highest. It can harvest 16 rows of corn at a time, with a working width of up to 12 meters. The corn stalks are swallowed in from the front, and corn kernels and crushed straw are directly ejected from the rear. The advantage of being portable is that it is compact, easy to use, and can adapt to complex terrain. Portable equipment can be used in places where large machinery cannot enter. In addition, portable equipment has low cost and is suitable for popularization among the people, while integrated large machinery can only serve large farms. However, looking at the situation of the Han tribe, neither of these two methods is suitable. First, it is portable and the efficiency is too low. Moreover, the claim that it is low cost and suitable for popularization among the people cannot be used in the Han tribe, and ordinary people cannot afford it. I can't afford to buy a tractor, and I don't even own a tractor. If this kind of external harvester is of no use, I might as well pay rent and hire official agricultural machinery to help with harvesting. The corn harvester that is most suitable for the Han tribe is of course an all-in-one machine. The cost does not matter. Anyway, if you produce it and sell it to yourself, no matter how expensive it is, it will only be at the cost price. However, the Han tribe did not have the technology to produce an all-in-one machine. To be precise, they did not have a suitable platform. The corn harvester is different from the grain harvester in that the front of the machine does not have an iron bar roller, but looks like a large comb, and the place between each tooth of the comb is where the corn stalks are swallowed. As for the principle, it still has some similarities with the grain harvester, but it is more complicated. Below is a pallet for collecting materials. This is definitely a must. Then there is a row of rotating blades, which are specially designed to cut off corn stalks at the root. This is similar, but the others are different. Because the corn stalks are too high, there is no need to cut them at each end. A bevel gear-shaped reamer is placed between the feeding comb teeth to swallow the cut corn stalks one by one, and quickly lower its height until the entire corn stalk is rolled in. During this process of swallowing the material, a layer of iron grate is added in the middle to forcefully pull the corn cobs off the stalks. The final result is that the whole stalk is rolled into the machine, and the corn cobs are left in the upper middle layer, thereby achieving the separation of grain and rod. The above is just the front part of the harvester. In the middle is the processing part, which is similar to that of a grain harvester. It either uses several interlaced knife rollers to crush the straw, or it discharges the whole stalk. However, even if the whole stalk comes out, it must be curved, because when the front of the car was rolled over by a reamer, it would be better to just crush it and spray it out. Then there is the processing of corn. Threshing corn is very troublesome. It is different from grains. Grains are ear-shaped. If they are broken directly, they can be separated by blowing them with a blower. However, corn cobs are wrapped in several layers of skin. The strict and solid. The job of the front of the truck is just to chop the stalks and break off the sticks. If you want to thresh the stalks later, you have to peel the sticks first and then thresh them. But these are 2 steps. One more step means one more system. One more system means that take up more space. But it is obvious that there is no extra space to accommodate 2 systems on a loader based on a tractor. The same problem remains. Unless the body is lengthened, it is impossible to achieve. Therefore, the corn harvester proposed by Luo Chong can only leave the finished product at the stage of corn cobs without husks. In other words, what this car spits out are corn cobs with peeled husks and does not have the function of threshing. Corn threshing requires additional machinery, but this is not difficult to make. As for the final corn collection method, we still used the grain harvester method, but this time it was changed to an external bucket truck with wheels. When a truck full of cobs is loaded, another truck is replaced, and finally the corn harvester is collected on a dump truck. Transported together. As for corn threshing, it is actually very simple. You only need to rotate the cob between several rollers, or get a metal cage, put the corn in and rub against the cage wall to break off the corn kernels. After confirming the plans for the harvester and thresher, Luo Chong asked everyone again. That's pretty much the plan. The other specific details are up to you. As long as I can use it and be efficient, if you have any questions now, just ask them as soon as I can before I leave. After hearing this, everyone did not answer immediately. Instead, they quickly examined the 2 drawings and discussed quietly. After about 2 minutes, someone asked a question. Chief, there is nothing wrong with this grain harvester, but the front of this corn harvester is too complicated and has too many moving parts. According to your standards, one front of the harvester has to swallow more than a dozen rows of corn at the same time, and each row of corn must be at least it requires 4 moving parts, a rotary knife for cutting, a rotary paddle for swallowing, and at least 2 reamers to roll in the straw. This structure is too complex. Not only will the weight of the front end be very heavy, but there are too many moving parts. The transmission mechanism will only be more complicated. Whether it is a hard connection or a soft connection between gears and chains, each row of corn has 4 moving parts. This whole row adds up to 60 or 70 parts. If these parts are to be coordinated at the same time, the transmission system will be heavy and troublesome. Luo Chong couldn't help laughing when he heard this. I just praised you for finally having your brains opened up and knowing how to use existing materials and techniques flexibly, but in the blink of an eye you forgot about it. Everyone looked at each other in confusion when they heard this. For a moment, they couldn't think of any existing technology that could be used on it. After all, there were dozens of parts running synchronously. The transmission system would definitely double its weight and have a complicated structure. As for machinery, the more complex the structure, the easier it is to break, and if it breaks, it is difficult to repair, so the design should be as simple as possible. Seeing no one react, Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh and said, "Since you think the transmission is complicated, then use the simplest air transmission. Do you know the air hammer? Do you know the wind screwdriver? Wouldn't it be better to replace the front bit with a reamer? You can connect a rubber air pipe to each set of motion units, and then link the rotary cutters and reamers of each set through connecting rods or gears, and then install an air compressor on the steam engine at the back. This only requires a dozen. A hollow hose can solve the transmission problem of dozens of moving parts on the front of the car." When everyone heard this, they immediately opened their mouths in an O shape, as if they were enlightened and suddenly enlightened. So this is still possible? The leader's mind is really too flexible. I went to the dentist during the day. The pain was so bad that I wanted to die. I didn't eat for 2 days. I took painkillers at night so I could sleep for a while. I went to the hospital today to have a hole drilled and burned out the nerve. The pain finally stopped. I immediately had dinner. Let's code. Well, I'll try not to delay the update today. After finalizing the research and development plan for the harvester, Luo Chong did not leave immediately. He stayed at the research institute for another 2 days, introduced Yang Dashan to the research institute, and discussed the improvement plan for the hand-operated rice transplanter with the agricultural machinery team. In fact, there is nothing to improve, just replace the wooden materials with iron ones, and then arrange experiments to finalize the model as soon as possible. It will be officially promoted to the Han tribe next year. How to do a rice transplanting experiment in winter. This was a problem, but it was not a problem here in Qingshu County. Luo Chong came up with an idea and directly opened up a half-acre experimental field in the newly built casting workshop of the steelmaking plant. This is a newly built workshop, but it is the same as the original foundry workshop. It is equivalent to extending the original workshop by 1 section. At this time, the ground has not been hardened and cement has not been laid. It is still earth, so it is directly open up a piece of land, pour water on it and start experimenting. The temperature in the foundry is very high, at least not below 0. As long as the water does not freeze, it can be used for experiments. As for the seedlings used in the experiment, Luo Chongdi intended to use straw leaves directly. Several leaves were tied together with thin threads to simulate a single seedling. Half an acre of land would not be able to plant a few seedlings in total. He organized some women to make it at home. One day, the fake grass seedlings were made in no time. Of course, Luo Chong is only responsible for coming up with ideas, not taking action. The experiment was of course a success, but the leader of the agricultural machinery team discussed with Yang Dashan that the fake seedlings were still fake after all. If something went wrong when using real seedlings, all the mass-produced rice transplanters would have to be reworked. It has been modified, so the two do not recommend mass production immediately. It is best to experiment with real seedlings in spring. The two found Luo Chong, responded to the problem, and then asked Luo Chong for his opinion. Experiment again in the spring, and then start production. Of course, it will be impossible to popularize it in the spring next year. Luo Chong thought for a while and said, "Well, let's do this. The hand-operated rice transplanter will not be mass-produced for now, but we can start producing parts now. I know your worries, but this experiment is also feasible, so even if it really comes out the problem is that it needs to be modified, and it's just a minor problem, right?" The two of them nodded immediately after hearing this. In fact, the effect of this experiment was very good, but if something went wrong, they just didn't dare to take the responsibility. Since it's a minor problem, it has nothing to do with most of the parts. Even if you make fine adjustments, there won't be much change overall, so things like gears, chains, the iron skid below, the iron sheet above the supporting plates and steel pipe columns are ready for production. You can stock up on parts first, and then when the temperature rises in the spring, you can plant a batch of them for experiments before planting rice in the fields. After the experiment is successful, you can immediately start production at full capacity. There will be so many parts by then, and you only need to simple assembly and welding can be promoted immediately. What do you think of this idea? Your work will be a little more stressful. Luo Chong came up with another idea. This is a good method. It can be popularized before transplanting rice seedlings. Although it won't become popular immediately, it can at least meet the needs of 1 or 2 counties. Yang Dashan said excitedly. The leader of the agricultural machinery team thought about it and felt that this method was feasible. Yang Dashan only knew about rice transplanters, but was not familiar with industrial manufacturing. The leader of the agricultural machinery team was more experienced in this aspect. Yes, it's not complicated to produce parts. However, we are not familiar with gears and chains in the Power Research Institute. These are all made by the Comprehensive Research Institute. If possible, the leader had better ask them to send a few people to guide them. Otherwise, I'm afraid our workers won't be familiar with it." The leader of the agricultural machinery team also nodded. "No problem, this is easy to handle, I agree." Luo Chong agreed on the spot. While Luo Chong was discussing the promotion and experimentation of rice transplanters with the agricultural machinery team, Lin Fei was not idle either. They spent half a day summarizing various data on the finalization of tractors and loaders, and unified and customized production standards. Then in the afternoon, various R&D groups and worker foremen were convened for a production meeting to formulate a production plan for 20 tractors and clarify the tasks and responsible persons of each group. For example, how many steam engines should a steam engine factory produce according to model standards, and how many days does it take to produce one on average? Which lathe equipment needs to be used, and the use time and permissions of the tools should be coordinated with various departments. Another example is the hydraulic piston pumps produced by the air compressor factory. How many of them need to be produced every day to complete the task? Which machine tools are needed to complete the task? If not enough, which unit needs to be coordinated from, etc. The entire production plan is detailed down to each part of the vehicle, the number of people in charge of each team, how many workers, how many days it will take, how many parts will be produced, and what tools and equipment are needed. All are clearly divided and coordinated together. The conference lasted until the evening, and everyone stayed up all night to work. Even dinner was eaten on the conference table. However, the more everyone studied, the more confident they became. Originally they thought this was an impossible task, but after detailing the task, they found that it was not difficult at all. As long as everyone did their part well, it would be possible to produce 20 tractors before Xingdan. Everyone present at the meeting, whether it was the research institute or the technical workers, felt a sudden realization in their hearts. It turns out that mechanical production can still be like this. It seems that their production potential is very large. After this plan was released, everyone gained confidence. For the various groups who received the task was not difficult. As long as they completed their tasks with quality and quantity within the specified time, the rest had nothing to do with them. The real difficulty of this plan lies in the coordination of various departments. The general person in charge must not only have absolute say, otherwise he will not be able to coordinate the work of various departments, but also must have a sense of responsibility and confidence. Whether others think it can be done or not, the person in charge must not say you must have confidence and work hard for it. Lin Fei, the director of the Research Institute, fits this point perfectly. He said at the meeting that he would personally preside over this task. If any department has any questions, they can come to him. If they have any difficulties, just raise them. He, the big steward, will definitely find a way to solve it for everyone, but also requires each group to go all out to complete the tasks assigned by them. The production meeting that night lasted until about 10 o'clock, and the carbide lamp was filled with water twice before it ended. Luo Chong was very satisfied with this. The assembly line production method has long been proposed by Luo Chong among the Han tribe, and has been practically used in all walks of life, such as shipyards, steel mills, cement plants, rolling mills, paper mills, mints, etc. With the influence of these existing production models, Lin Fei can think of such planned production as not something incomprehensible, but rather logical. It was his fault that he couldn't figure it out. As a leader, he couldn't have no vision at all. But the next day, this guy came to Luo Chong to cry and complain. For no other reason than to ask for someone. Industrial construction is inseparable from skilled workers, and there are a large number of skilled workers. This is very important both from the current perspective and from the perspective of the future layout of the South, so Luo Chong does not object. He made the decision on the spot to send 70% of the graduates from all schools in the Han tribe to the Power Research Institute, and the remaining 30% would be supplemented by local officials to serve as minor officials. The reason for this decision is that the Han tribe will stop expanding outwards in the next few years, at least until the era name of Daming is changed. Stopping external expansion means that no new counties will be established. If counties are not expanded, there will naturally be no need for many new officials. Therefore, the number of officials can be appropriately reduced, and it is appropriate to invest more talents in industrialization. Wei. In addition, Lin Fei also shyly asked Luo Chong for more slaves. Shen's guard went to the north to fight the cannibals. One of the strategic purposes was to capture slaves. For the Power Research Institute that provided weapons, Lin Fei, of course, it couldn't be clearer. He knew that a large number of slaves would arrive after the spring, at least several thousand of them. However, these slaves were all useful and Luo Chong would not give them to him easily. Lin Fei did not say that he would die for them all, he meant to borrow them. Borrow these slaves for a while. Lin Fei's plan was to use these slaves to replace all the miners who mined ore in Xing'an County, and to have all the miners with Han tribal household registration transfer to work in various factories, starting as apprentices, and then training themselves into skilled workers to provide reserve talents for future division and expansion of the factory. The reason why I said it was borrowing, not asking, was what Lin Fei said. Chief, please lend me these slaves first, and I will train the replaced miners into workers. When we have enough workers, we can mass-produce excavators and loaders, as well as tractors and dump trucks. When the time comes, all the mines of the Han tribe can be mined with these large engineering machines, and not much manpower will be needed, so that the slaves can be replaced. The reason is that Luo Chong wanted those slaves just for the purpose of building the capital, and they were not of much use. Anyway, these slaves had no human rights in the Han tribe. Luo Chong will not treat them as human beings. This is different from the prisoners of war in the grasslands and the Xian tribe. Those prisoners of war can be treated as ordinary people after being transformed, given household registration, reproduce their offspring, and produce food, meat, and cloth, continue to contribute to the growth of the Han tribe. These cannibal slaves have no right to breed offspring. What Luo Chong wants is to exterminate them. They have only two uses. 1. Work for the Han tribe until death. 2. Before death, they were taken to medical schools and used as specimens to be dissected, or to conduct drug experiments on human bodies, so as to continue to contribute to the medical progress of the Han tribe. Of course, this is not voluntary, but forced. For these cannibals, there is no need to treat them as human beings. Luo Chong thought about it and agreed directly. He was not very anxious about the construction of the palace, nor was he very anxious about registering to be emperor. The key was that there was no need to rush, so he lent these slaves to Lin Fei for a few months. He doesn't care. Anyway, with the capabilities of the Second Institute, as long as they have enough workers, I believe they will be able to produce a batch of construction machinery soon, and then they can replace the slaves. After agreeing to the matter, Lin Fei took out a pamphlet again, handed it to Luo Chong and said, "Chief, this is what I have concluded. The orders placed for a school are all parts needed to produce tractors. They mainly include hydraulic oil transmission pipes, high-pressure gas transmission hoses, hydraulic oil, and rubber tires. As well as car window glass, carbide lamps, etc., they all need to be produced by one of them and their affiliated factories. We cannot make this. I have listed the specific parameters of each component, as well as the production quantity and delivery time. The leader had better hand it over to them as soon as possible, otherwise I alone will not be able to complete the 20-car plan." Luo Chong flipped through a few pages, nodded and said, "Well, I understand, don't worry, is there anything else?" "No, we will do our best to complete the tasks assigned by the leader." Lin Fei immediately promised. "Okay, then I'm leaving. I'm going to go to a school to arrange the production plan. Luo Chong said so and took Yang Dashan by train to leave Xingyang County and go to Weishan County Wharf that day. This was Yang Dashan's first time riding a train, and he was very excited. He was even more excited when he thought that he would join the department that developed trains in the future. The two of them, together with Luo Chong's Imperial Guards, arrived at Weishan County in the evening of the same day, stayed at the post house in Weishan County for one night, and then separated the next day. Luo Chong and the Imperial Guards took a sailboat to the island in the middle of the lake. Comprehensive Research Institute, Yang Dashan took a cargo ship to Luoyang County to go home. It took another 2 days for Luo Chong to arrange various production tasks for the Comprehensive Research Institute, and then took a boat to Luoyang County again. After arriving in Luoyang County, he rode on horseback with Shi Xian, the governor of Luoyang County, to see the experimental field they planned. It was a total of 60,000 acres, 10 kilometers wide and 36 kilometers long. It was a huge piece of land. He rode around on horseback. One lap would take half a day and several hours, so you can imagine how big it is. But in fact, it does not need to be cultivated all at once. In the first quarter, only 20,000 acres are needed, and the rest is reserved land for fallow rotation. According to Luo Chong's request, Shi Xian found a piece of land with flat terrain and no woods. It was also close to an existing village and had a previously developed artificial river to provide irrigation water. However, ditches needed to be dug and irrigation also required water pumps. Okay, but these are not problems for the Han tribe. After inspecting the land, Luo Chong issued 2 tasks again. You can organize nearby people and contact the logging teams to cut down all the trees in this area. As for the shrubs and hay on the ground, you can simply set fire to them. We also set fire to the land before. However, the wind is strong in winter, so you must send enough manpower to keep watch. It is best to take fire prevention measures around the fire scene, pile some snow on the edge of the downdraft, and create an isolation zone. Tractors can plow the land directly, but it's best to open up the land in advance. The other thing is to choose another place, which should also be big, and then level the land, lay cement, harden the ground, and create a drying field. With so many experimental fields, drying the grain after harvest is also a big problem, and it must be done in advance. Intend. In addition, a garage and housing will be built around the threshing floor to park the agricultural machinery in the future. Housing will be prepared for the drivers and stokers of the agricultural machinery. A simple repair workshop and a small warehouse will also need to be prepared. Used to store parts and coal, those farm machines all need to burn coal. Haha, I finished writing today. Although my mouth is still swollen, I feel so good that my toothache is gone. Grain drying field, garage, rest area, maintenance workshop, warehouse, these are all indispensable facilities. After Luo Chong finished explaining, Shi Xian immediately agreed and was ready to start processing it when he returned. As for the management rights of this unit, Luo Chong decided to place it under the management of Sinong Temple. It is a department directly under the central government. Currently, it only needs to be responsible to Luo Chong. It will be used exclusively for machine-cultivated crop experiments in a short period of time. Sinong Temple had great power in history. There was no concept of 9 temples in the Han dynasty, but at that time there was the post of Great Sinong, formerly known as Jisu Neisheng, who was in charge of the national granary, material supply, price regulation, and treasury cashier. Huangshuang farming, and the salt and iron monopoly were also managed by Dasi Nong, a veritable financial leader. Even the Qingshu of the Ministry of Household, who was responsible for money and grain in later generations, did not have as much power as Dasi Nong. However, the Sinong Temple of the Han tribe is different. It is more like the Ministry of Agriculture, and the current scope of authority has not been clarified. After all, the country has not yet been founded. The current Sinong Temple is more like a scientific research unit, not only responsible for breeding but also excellent crops, and also responsible for livestock breeding and breeding. To sum up, we need to study more productive crops, study better farming methods, select and breed livestock with higher value, and study better breeding methods. There are people in the Sinong Temple of the Han tribe now, but not many people. There are only a few in total. Back then, there was a guy in Baima Pass who discovered that captive antelopes can give birth to one more child per year than free-range antelopes, so he was selected by Luo Chong. After visiting Sinong Temple, his appearance directly doubled the reproduction rate of antelopes. He is definitely a talent suitable for studying agriculture and animal husbandry. In the following years, some people were successively elected to serve in Sinong Temple. They were all experts in agriculture and animal husbandry. Some were good at planting various grains, vegetables, and fruits, and some were good at raising poultry and livestock. There are about 10 in total, and the person in charge is a man named Jiang. Yes, this guy is also a member of the Yujiang clan. Although the Yujiang clan is a clan tribe that joined the Han tribe later, in terms of farming history, the Yujiang clan is obviously much older than the Han tribe. The Han tribe has only been farming for a few years. People like the Jiang family have been farming for I don't know how many years. Although the farming technology of this tribe is not as advanced as that of the Han tribe, they are obviously more enthusiastic about farming. He was a member of the Han tribe, and after joining the Han tribe, this guy liked to study the cultivation of various crops, so he was selected by Luo Chong to join the Sinong Temple. It is said to be Sinong Temple, but in fact it does not even have a fixed office place, and the research and development projects and development plans are not clear. Most of the time, it is part-time. However, with the mechanized farming test field this time, this department can be officially established. After leaving Luoyang County and returning home, Luo Chong immediately called Jiang, told him about the mechanized farming experimental field, and asked him to summon other members of the Sinong Temple to set up Sinong at the mechanized farming experimental field. The headquarters of the temple. Well, it is temporarily located there, and it will definitely be moved to the capital in the future. Jiang current identity is just the Prime Minister of Sinong Temple, and the positions of Sinong Temple Minister and Shaoqing are still vacant. The organization is not that big now, and there are not so many things to take care of, so for the time being, there are 2 temple ministers and about 10 officials. One of the 2 temple ministers is responsible for farming and the other is responsible for animal husbandry. Jiang is the one in charge of farming. Jiang was very excited when he heard that the tribe had developed a machine that could automatically cultivate fields. The experimental field was still a large wasteland and was of little use in the past, so he took the initiative to apply to visit the research institute in Shingon County with other members to learn various aspects. The use of agricultural machinery. Luo Chong thought for a moment and agreed. After all, if he didn't understand agricultural machinery, how could he manage the experimental field? After all the management of the experimental fields, the reclamation and planning of the experimental fields, the research and development tasks of agricultural machinery, and the training of agricultural machinery drivers are all arranged, the previously planned plan of preparing a year's rations for 50,000 people next year can be fully implemented. The next step is it depends on the progress of each department's task completion. Luo Chong thought for a while and wrote a letter to Yu Yi and Chu Bing in the north. He first asked about the war in the north, and then told them that the tribe would continue to provide food to the north next year, which solved their worries. Let them fight well on the front line, and if they need any other supplies, write to themselves, and Luo Chong will try to send them to them after the river thaws in the spring next year. After writing the letter, Luo Chong immediately asked his guard to send it out using a flying eagle. It would take 2 or 3 days to fly to such a long distance. At this time, the north has entered the coldest season of winter. At the beginning of November in the Daming year, the 4 months of winter in the 8 counties of Hanyang have just passed 1 month, while the 6 months of winter in the 3 major camps in the north have only passed 2 months, and there are still 4 months left. The cold winter is waiting for them. The first 3 months of winter in the north are the time of heaviest snowfall. When Chu Bing arrived, there had already been 2 heavy snowfalls, and that was before the official war between Shen's guard and the cannibals. Since Luo Chong arrived last month, after sending back a good news, in the following month, there were 2 heavy snowfalls in the north again. 4 consecutive heavy snowfalls, as well as constant ambushes from Shen's guards, finally had a serious impact on the cannibals in the forest, namely hunger. The team that went out to hunt disappeared inexplicably, so they who were supposed to get a lot of prey and meat could only stay in the village and starve. The salt ponds they controlled were also robbed by the Han tribe. They sent people to counterattack, but instead the army was wiped out, and the old and weak who went out to look for food sporadically often disappeared without a trace, never to come back again. There is no other way. The hungry cannibals can only continue to go out to look for food. Those villages without hunting teams can only let women, old and weak, patrol the traps in the forest. Some are lucky enough to catch some prey, then you can continue to linger and wait for the men who go out to hunt to come back with a lot of food. In villages where nothing is caught in the trap, the old, weak, women and children can only risk fishing in the big river outside the forest. Some are timid and do not dare to fish in the big river bend, so they can still survive by chance, while some are brave. A village with a large number of people, they were outnumbered and not afraid of danger. As a result, when they arrived at Day Bend, they were immediately captured by the 3 battalions of Shen's guards. There were still many young people in some villages, so they attacked neighboring villages, ate the old and weak from neighboring villages, and after replenishing their strength, they formed a group again and went to the hunting grounds to the east to hunt. The enemy's reaction was completely based on Chu Bing's derivation, but what surprised him was that the enemy seemed to have given up on Yanqi recently. The 2nd Battalion guarding Yanqi had not seen the enemy counterattack for more than half a month. At the earliest, a counterattack team of thousands of people was wiped out. About half a month later, another counterattack of 700 to 800 people was ushered in. Both counterattacks were completely wiped out. The enemy seemed to be unable to defeat them. All the giant apes that had passed by were killed, and no more attack teams were organized. So in the next half-month, the 2nd Battalion never encountered another cannibal counterattack. Only the elusive giant ape appeared more than a dozen times in succession, but they all died tragically at the gunpoint of the 2nd Battalion. It was not known where those monsters came from. For what purpose? If it is to take back the salt pond, but only a dozen or a few come each time, what is the point? It is more like revenge. The 3rd Battalion guarding the river bend has been fighting a lot recently, because not many of the cannibal hunting teams have gone back. Those who stayed behind in the forest have no food, and more people are coming out to fish. In just a short time, within a month, the 3rd Battalion had annihilated more than 20 teams, large and small, ranging from 30 or 40 people to hundreds of people. In 1 month, they had captured more than 1,200 prisoners. Among them, a lot of women have been captured in the recent times. It seems that the strategy formulated by Chu Bing is quite effective. The enemy's food has been short of a certain extent, and even women have to go out and risk their lives to find food. However, the ones with the greatest results were of course the 1st Battalion in charge of the hunting ground area. The results of the 1st Battalion were not only reflected in the captured prisoners of war, but also in the large number of wild animals, which were also their results. In order to cooperate with the local economic development proposed by Chu Bing and to compete with the cannibals for prey, the more than 700 soldiers in the 1st Battalion and the 1,000 hunter militia in the hunting camp were active outside all day long. If a cannibal hunting team is found, then of course there is no need to say anything. If you find a place, you will definitely eat them all. If you don't find a cannibal hunting team, it doesn't matter. The same goes for finding prey. In addition to the 3 hunting teams that were annihilated in the first time, in this month, a battalion led by Chu Bing once again ambushed and annihilated 4 cannibal hunting teams with more than 200 people, and also captured more than a dozen groups of wild animals. The animals are mainly the 4 old ones: yak, wild donkey, alpaca, and elk. These are the main types of livestock that will be domesticated in the north in the future. Now, before the war is over, the more they can be caught, the better, which has led to a strange phenomenon. In more than a month of expedition, one battalion captured only about 1,800 prisoners of war, but the total number of captured wild livestock exceeded 3,000. More livestock than prisoners of war were captured. However, another problem arises. In the hunting ground area to the east, the number of beasts is limited. The more prey the Han tribe catches, the more difficult it will be for the cannibal hunting team to hunt. The more difficult it is, the longer they will be hungry and the longer it will take them to find prey. In this way, when they encounter the Han tribe, their resistance will be even worse. Therefore, generally speaking, the more beasts the Han tribe captures, the greater the advantage it will have over the Han tribe. Now that the 3 battalions of Shent's guard have gained some combat experience, Chu Bing no longer has to lead the team in person. He led his own guard platoon to stay in the camp at the hunting ground. The 3 companies of the 1st Battalion, each with 200 to 300 militiamen, he sent them out to perform tasks. Now there are 3 battalions and 3 battlefields. A total of 4,300 prisoners of war have been captured, and almost 1,000 or 2,000 people have been killed. The total number is nearly 6,000. And now it's already early November. According to the information provided by Yu Yi, the cannibals' hunting activities are mainly concentrated in the first 3 months of winter. Now that 2 months have passed, the enemy only has time to go out for activities. It's been a month. Within this month, the enemy will definitely go out to hunt crazily. By then, there may be a lot of pressure on the 1st Battalion. Because according to Yui, the herds in the hunting ground have a pattern of activity. The first 3 months are the main activity time of the herds. They will look for all kinds of dead grass here. After 3 months, when all the plants in this area have been when they have almost eaten, the herd will go south, and will not come back again until the spring and summer of the next year. Another situation is that the snow is too heavy, covering the grass, and the herd cannot dig out, so it disappears early. Food, they will go south in advance. But this year's situation is slightly different. Because the Han tribe captured a lot of animals in advance, the plants in the hunting ground will definitely not be consumed so fast. So as long as the snow is not heavy, then the plants in this hunting ground will be enough. The rest of the herd will eat for a longer time, maybe extending the 3-month journey south by 1 month in previous years. In this way, as long as the herd does not leave, the cannibals will be out hunting for a longer time, and the strategic goal of the first stage of curing the disease will be able to achieve greater results. But he still had a question, and he was not sure about it, so he went to Yu Yi to ask about the situation that day. Uncle Yu, do you know how big the cannibal population is here? We have wiped out nearly 6,000 enemies in 3 battlefields. How many of them are left? How many more young men can we send out? It's really hard to say. Although I have been here for several years, I have never gone deep into the enemy's territory. If you ask me how many cannibals there are, I guess even the cannibals themselves don't know that they have how many people there are. There is almost no effective organization within them, who knows? Yu Yi could only spread his hands and said. Chu Bing could only sit there frowning and worrying after hearing the words. He didn't even know how many enemies there were and how to fight this battle. Although he was not afraid of fighting, if he continued to fight guerrillas without a decisive battle, how would this war end? Until when? Moreover, the enemy does not have a strict organization. they are all scattered soldiers, a ragtag group, and no one can organize them to fight against themselves, which makes people worry. He doesn't have to fight guerrillas even if he doesn't want to. This is completely different from the situation in the Qian tribe. The Qian tribe is at least organized and purposeful. The war he is responsible for is more like hunting. Seeing him frowning and saying nothing, Yi persuaded him, "You don't have to worry. The war is going smoothly now. The enemy's reaction is also following your strategy. When we finished defeating the enemy's effective strength, when they were unable to send manpower, we began to take the initiative to attack. According to the current situation, the war here in the hunting ground will continue for at most 2 months. After 2 months, the enemy will definitely retreat and then start organizing to move south, so we only need to annihilate as many as possible within these 2 months. Just a hunting team, and then we can move the battlefield." "I know, I'm just worried that the leader is anxious. If the fighting can't be ended this winter, and it's delayed until next year, it will definitely affect the farming here. By then, the entire north will be short of food, and I don't know if the tribe is still there." "Can you send food?" Chu Bing asked worriedly. At this moment, a guard suddenly came in from outside, holding a bamboo tube and saying, "Report to the command. The leader has sent a letter." The Flying Eagle sent it to the valley camp, and it was forwarded from there. "Where is it? Come and show it to me." After hearing the letter from the leader, Chu Bing hurriedly greeted him, and the soldiers quickly sent the bamboo tube. Chu Bing opened it and took a quick glance, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the leader had already thought about the food problem. He handed the letter to Yu Yi and said, "Uncle Yu, take a look. The leader told us not to worry about food and focus on fighting the war. Food will be delivered in the spring next year. We don't have to worry about next year's rations." Yu Yi also took a quick look at it and felt relieved, and then said, "Well, the food problem has been solved. The leader also asked you to report on the battle situation. You'd better write a reply quickly. By the way, it was taken on the battlefield before. You can also send some of those photos to the leader to reassure him." "Yes, I would have almost forgotten if you didn't mention it. Our team has been outside all the time. Even receiving the battle report here has been delayed. Reporting the situation to the leader will definitely be even later. It seems that we will have to send battle reports back home frequently in the future." Chu Bing nodded when he heard this. He did bring several cameras with him on this expedition. At least one in each battalion. He also brought one here, and also brought a lot of films. There was also one on the ship that came over. There was a photo enlarger and a darkroom on the ship, so the only way to develop photos was to send the negatives back to the River Valley camp. Fortunately, when the prisoners were sent ammunition during this period, a copy was brought back. So Chu Bing wrote a detailed report on the recent war situation, with a lot of photos attached, and explanations for each photo. After writing, he stuffed it into a bamboo tube and asked someone to give it to Luo Chong. Sent back. When Luo Chong received this reply 2 days later, he was equally relieved. According to Chu Bing's report, the war in the north was going smoothly. It also contained his predictions for the direction of the war in the next few months. Judgment, as well as your own response method, the rest is to report the results. The letter contained some photos. One of them was taken at the Yanqi blocking position. Dozens of giant ape corpses were lined up in front of the position. The soldiers were holding guns and showing off their power. This was a real achievement. Since there are photos, it can't be fake, otherwise where would they get such a giant ape corpse, and it looked like it had been beaten to death by trolls, with blood holes all over its body. There is also a set of photos of the hunting camp. 3 companies of the 1st Battalion each escorted a group of prisoners back. Looking at the costumes of the prisoners in the photos, they are definitely cannibals. In addition, there are many wild beasts captured by the 1st Battalion, such as yaks and wild animals. Donkeys, elk, alpacas, and more. Finally, there is a set of photos of the River Valley camp. There is a prisoner of war concentration camp in the River Valley camp. The prisoners captured by the 3 camps of Shent's Guard were finally sent here. There is also a picture of more than 4,000 prisoners of war gathered together, standing. The group photo was taken in the ice and snow, and there were many soldiers with guns guarding the area. This is to show Luo Chong the total number of prisoners they captured, which seems to be quite a lot. I have to say that the camera is really a good thing. In ancient times, if you wanted to report your achievements, you had to cut off the enemy's heads and bring them back. But here in the Han tribe, just taking a few photos can prove their achievements. Simply convenient duck skin. Come here, copy and reprint the battle report and photos, and send them to all tribes so that the people in all counties can know. After reading the battle report, Luo Chong immediately made arrangements for the guards outside the door. The guard quickly agreed, took the things, and went out to make arrangements. This is a good thing to increase the confidence of the tribal people. It represents the powerful force of the Han tribe. Appropriate display can enhance the national self-confidence. Although there is no such thing as a nation now, before Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty, there was no such thing as a Han people. National self-confidence needs to be slowly condensed, relying on such foreign wars one after another, and the entire tribe. The achievements made all the people feel proud to be members of the Han tribe. At that time, they will be proud to say, "We are Han people." After the guards took away the battle report and photos, Luo Chong was still thinking about whether to wait until spring to write a report on the trains and various agricultural machinery, add photos, and then send it to various counties for publicity. The exhibition must let the common people know how powerful the Han tribe is. After casually writing this down in his memo, Luo Chong began to think about his plan for the Han tribe. The war in the north is going well, and there is hope that the fighting will be over for good next year. The north has also begun to prepare its own food for next year. By then, it will mobilize some from various counties and plant some from the experimental fields. It will definitely be enough. The production of trains is still proceeding step by step, and the first batch of orders has not yet been completed. At present, the Han tribe has opened a new Wei Line railway, that is, the railway from Xing'an County to Weishan County. There are 2 trains on this circular track. Run. There is also the Pingdong Railway, which was opened in the late autumn of the first year of Daming, that is, the railway from Pingyao County in Dongxing County to the county seat of Dongxing County. This railway is also a railway dedicated to transporting coal and is part of the mining transportation system. There are currently 2 trains running on the East Railway. At this point, the layout of the Northern Mining Railway has basically been completed, and the next step is the Southern Railway. The most important line in the south is the Kyotoku Line, which is the railway line from Takumi County to the capital. This line is mainly used to support the construction of the capital. Of course, this is a short-term purpose. The capital city is still a wasteland. Whether it is the construction of the palace or the capital city, a large amount of building materials and large equipment are needed. However, the capital city cannot produce these materials on its own. They can only be sent from Tuahai County, the largest base area in the south of the Han tribe. Past. For example, the steel and cement produced in the north, as well as various steam-powered equipment, such as mixers, and the stones mined by the Tang tribe, whether it is bluestone for grindstones, white marble for construction, or layers for making ink stones. Most of these things need to be transported by ship to Takumi County on the other side of the river, and then transported to the capital. However, after the construction of the capital is completed, this railway will still be the transportation artery between the capital and Takumi County. The economic highway will never be eliminated. After the Jingtua line is repaired, it will be the railway line within the Tang tribe. The most important railway within the Tang tribe is the Pantang line, but this line is a bit complicated. It starts from the quarry in Panchir County. On the way, it needs to pass through the iron-producing Taigang County, Gongquan County with crisscrossed water systems, Longxi County rich in rubber, and Jinpu County, a major grain-producing county. It passes through 16 counties along the way before reaching to the east bank of Luyang River opposite the county. The trouble is a little troublesome, but it will definitely be very useful for the future development of Tang tribe. Tang tribe already has a large population. This is the basis for development. As long as the output of these places can be connected, the future absolutely unlimited. Isn't there a saying that if you want to get rich, build roads first? This is what it means. The Tang tribe has many specialties, whether it is grain, rubber, or high-hardness manganese steel, which are urgently needed by the Han tribe. However, this is only the first phase of the construction plan. The second phase is to extend the Pantang Line Railway to Haizhou County and Ningbo County of Tang tribe. Once these two port cities are connected to the inland, they can transport data to the inland. Endless marine resources. If the Han tribe discovers other countries or human civilization overseas in the future, these port cities can also become foreign trade ports. Then there is the railway from Taigang County of the Tang tribe to the north, leading to the coal mine discovered by Yufugong. This railway is also indispensable, but the Han tribe's current demand for manganese steel is not very urgent. 2 years doesn't matter. After the construction on the mainland is completed, Qingshu Island will also need to build a railway connecting the east and west ends of Qingshu Island, and then cross the strait from Jiahai County at the northwest end to the mainland, take the grassland, and pass through the narrow corridor south of Honghu Lake. Finally, leads to the capital. This railway may be longer than the other railways combined, but it must be built, because it is the foundation for the Han tribe to rule Qingshu Island for a long time in the future. As long as this railway remains, even if Luo Chong dies and the Han tribe changes dynasties, Qingshu don't even think about splitting the island from the mainland. But it's too early to say this now. Luo Chong is planning to spend a lifetime to complete this railway. If nothing else, he must at least complete the cross-sea bridge first, otherwise the railways on both sides of the Taiwan Strait will be paved. It is also impossible to cross the sea. Then there is the cross-sea bridge project. This bridge is still under construction, and there are no unsolvable difficulties encountered in the process. It will definitely be completed in 3 or 4 years at most. Luo Chong is not very anxious. Then there is the development plan for the grassland. Now the Han tribe has only 3 counties of Honghu on the grassland. The reason why they are called the 3 counties of Honghu is because these 3 counties basically control the central and southern areas of the west bank of Honghu Lake. These 3 counties account for half of the most fertile territory. This is the largest livestock base of the Han tribe. In addition, it is backed by the Honghu Lake system and has convenient water transportation. No matter where you go, it is very convenient. On land, because there is no shortage of cattle and horses in the grassland, and it is all large flat land, it is also very easy to walk. But this is not the end. After the cannibals are defeated, in 2 or 3 years, when the Han tribe has recovered its breath, the northern area on the west bank of Hong Lake will definitely be taken back. The Han tribe must occupy all the lakeside areas of the entire grassland region, so as not to leave hidden dangers behind the capital. As for whether to include the entire grassland into the territory, it depends on whether there are interests in the western part of the grassland that the Han tribe can take advantage of. Of course, the more land, the better. No one knows what is hidden underground. There are some minerals that the Han tribe cannot develop with the current technological level, but it does not mean that they will not be developed in the future, just like the deserts in the Middle East. In ancient times, no one cared about the land there, but now they are grabbing it with all their heads. In a few decades, if the population of the Han tribe could grow to hundreds or tens of millions, Luo Chong would definitely push the boundaries of the territory to the west of the grassland. Luo Chong went over the situation in each place one by one in his mind. When he found that the layout was very good, Luo Chong focused on the construction of the capital again. At the beginning of the year, he sent Yu Ji, the commander of the Jinwu guards, to take charge of the construction of the capital. But in fact, what was being built was only the palace. The capital was too large, so it was better to build the palace first. Construction must be built from the inside out. Otherwise, if the outer gueching is built first, it will be difficult to transport materials inside. The main body of the imperial palace is modeled on the Daming Palace of the Tang dynasty, supplemented by the Chinese and Western garden architecture of the Old Summer Palace. One is in front of the other, one is public and the other is private, separating the court hall from the home. It is large in scale and can be built at one time and lasts for hundreds of years. No worries. Currently, due to the lack of manpower, Yu Ji has about 3,000 cannibal slaves in addition to more than 1,000 Jinwu guards. These slaves have been transferred from various places and are currently working on the first phase of the project. The first phase of the project is actually very simple, that is, digging the soil and laying the foundation. Dig a hole in the open space in the backyard to take soil, place it on the foundation of the palace in front, and then divert water to the large pit in the backyard to turn it into an artificial lake. This is what Yoji is currently doing, but because there are few people and the tools are not powerful, the progress is very slow. Their excavation method is to use people to dig shovel after shovel, and then use small carts, horse-drawn carriages, and ox carts to transport it. When it is transported to the foundation of the palace, it needs to be pushed up manually, and then the foundation is tamped with manpower. The foundation of the Hanyuan Hall in the Outer Dynasty alone is 15 meters high, 200 meters long, and 100 meters wide. It contains almost 300,000 square meters of earth, which must be compacted and compressed. If only the earthwork is excavated, it will definitely exceed 300,000 square meters. There are so many places. This is just one main hall. The remaining ones include Xianjing Hall and Zichen Hall. The foundations of these two main halls are also not low. There are dozens of other side halls, attics, pavilions, and terraces. Together, it is just a matter of digging. Laying the foundation is a big project, and this is the so-called first phase of the project. According to Yu Ji's report a while ago, they haven't even completed the foundations of the three main halls. They are really too big. Although it is said that the leader built a house for his own family, the people should always complain about building such a big house, but in fact they did not, because Luo Chong did not use many people to participate in the construction, only slaves. Plus a handful of craftsmen. Other counties of the Han tribe are also responsible for providing some materials, but that is their livelihood. Even if Luo Chong does not build a palace, they still need to work. After another letter to Yu Ji, Luo Chong found that the construction of the palace was still very slow. Now the construction of the palace is mainly focused on two aspects, one is digging soil to lay the foundation, and the other is stocking up on building materials. Not to mention digging the soil and laying the foundation, there is also a small reserve of building materials. In order to store bricks and stones, a brick kiln was built here, which produces various bricks day and night, and also transports them from surrounding counties and counties. There are various types of wood that are used to make pillars, as well as doors, windows, and furniture. The amount of wood required is also huge. Yu Ji couldn't help complaining in the letter. He didn't know when the palace would be built. Luo Chong was embarrassed. After all, he was building a house for his own family. It was a bit embarrassing to build a house for his family. So he had to give it to Yu Ji. Ji wrote back to comfort him. At present, the tribe has developed some construction machinery and more slaves, which will be sent over next year. The construction of the palace will definitely speed up, allowing him to stabilize his mentality. Luo Chong is not in a hurry about the construction of the palace. The Han tribe is now developing very well in all aspects. He cannot disturb the stable life of the entire tribe by building a house for his own family. Fortunately, nothing major happened these days, so Luo Chong focused on cultural construction. The Han tribe doesn't have much cultural heritage now. The entire tribe only has a few books, which can't be counted on 2 hands, and it's enough with 2 feet. Han Code, which focuses on law, Hanli, which focuses on etiquette, morality, and class, plus selected poems, a textbook used for literacy in schools, and then elementary arithmetic, intermediate arithmetic, and popularization of education nature of general physics. These are all popular books in schools, and they are also the most printed books among the Han tribe. There are many currently being compiled, such as the 7 major textbooks for medical schools, covering anatomy, materia medica, maternal and child health, trauma, orthopedics, etc. The final volume has not yet been finalized. This thing must be improved while learning, because technology is always developing, so there is no need to blindly pursue perfection and innovation. The medical school has been compiling textbooks for more than 2 years. It is time to finalize the textbooks and start mass printing. When these medical books are printed, the Han tribe can officially list the medical school and train a large number of medical talents. Regardless of the medical skills, at least Luo Chong can get a good start and formulate a development path, even if he dies in the future. And we cannot let the medicine of this world mess around. However, even with these medical books that are about to be completed, the books of the Han tribe are still very few. Such a large tribe, a tribe that is about to transition to the empire, only has so few books, and most of them were written by Luo Chong. This is, how can I say it in the past? This is definitely not possible. In order to enrich the books of the Han tribe, to supplement the heritage of the Han tribe, and to leave more classics, especially classics that belong to this world, Luo Chong finally made a decision. What is a classic unique to this world? Of course it is something written by the indigenous people of this world. So in order to achieve this goal, Luo Chong launched the first essay competition of the Han tribe. In mid-November of the first year of the Great Ming Dynasty, Luo Chong issued an order to the entire Han tribe. The order to collect essays was not mandatory, but encouraged literate people to write their own books. Writing books is a big deal. There are not many people in the entire Han tribe who can read, and there are even fewer people who can write. And there are almost no people who can write and can think of writing books. And it is impossible for Luo Chong to memorize all the books he read in his previous life verbatim, so this requires the entire tribe to work together. In order to encourage people to write books, Luo Chong organized this essay competition to have no threshold. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could write. Official documents issued to various places said this. In order to enrich the books, knowledge and cultural heritage of the Han tribe, we are now collecting articles, letters, and books from all tribes. There is no limit to the style, content, and subject matter. People can write whatever they think. Contributions to the activities will be written by the leader himself. After review, the selected ones will receive a manuscript fee of at least 5 yuan, and those who are included in the Han tribe library will be awarded titles and have the opportunity to be awarded officials. Essay topic tips. 1. Travel notes. You can write about your travels, migration, and your experiences on missions, including the customs of various places, the different climates in different places, the strange tribes you saw, or some wonderful landscapes and strange wild animals. The content can be in the form of a diary, a voyage log, or an adventure story. There is no restriction on the format. 2. Observation report. You must have noticed something in your daily life. It may be a star in the sky, a strange-shaped cloud, a big tree, or an inconspicuous small tree. Grass, maybe an insect, or even domestic livestock. The sun, moon, stars, animals, plants, minerals, and even water. You must have paid attention to observing these things. When you see them, what do you think of, or what are the characteristics and patterns of these things? Welcome. Everyone recorded their experiences in the form of text or albums and shared their experiences with the leader. 3. For work experience, you may be a farmer, a herdsman, a miner, a carpenter, a blacksmith, or more likely a government official, or even a coachman or crew member. In these daily jobs, what troubles have you encountered and what solutions have you come up with to solve them? These are valuable experiences. These experiences may be technology, personal work experience, or work experience. Anything you think is interesting and meaningful can be written down and shared with the leader. Maybe your experience will be selected to be promoted in the tribe. Spread the word and contribute to the entire tribe. 4. Personal suggestions. In your daily work, study, and labor, have you encountered things that you cannot understand, or found it difficult, or even things that you think are unreasonable, or have you been dissatisfied with your current life? I hope that what method is used to solve the problem? If you have any good suggestions, you can write them down and share them with the leader. If the leader knows your difficulties, he will definitely consider adopting your suggestions. 5. Yongji thoughts. As a human being, you must have had your own life goals, dreams, or ambitions. You may have thought that you can become a doctor, heal the wounded, and save the lives of your loved ones. You may have thought that you can become an official, govern a people, so that they can live and work in peace and contentment, or you may have thought that you can become a captain, sail a big ship and explore this unknown world. You may also want to become a teacher, teach and educate people, and make people wise. You may even have thought about growing wings, soaring in the blue sky, like a bird, and seeing the vastness of this world. Regarding these wild ideals and ambitions, you can write down and share with the leader any thoughts you have had, things you have done, or plans you have. 6. Social thought. Academics are all kinds of weird and have different purposes. In your mind, there are 100 ideas for 100 people about who people should be and how tribes should develop. Soldiers think about how to defeat their opponents, farmers think about how to have a good harvest, and skilled workers build palaces and houses, and manufacture machinery and ships. If you have a unique insight into something, why not record it in a book, spread it widely, and find like-minded people? Woolen cloth? Luo Chong wrote a long article filled with dense notices, and Luo Chong mentioned almost everything he could think of, just to encourage everyone to create. When this notice was issued, some officials in Hanyang County felt that the tips given by Luo Chong were not reliable. If it was to enrich the knowledge reserves of the Han tribe and better inherit technical ideas, then why did the travel notes we have to collect everything to grow, so it's useless? However, Luo Chong had a different idea. Who said that travel notes are useless? Who said that personal experiences cannot become classics? Isn't Confucius's Analects written by his students about Confucius's travels around the world, giving lectures? Who dares to say that the Analects of Confucius is useless? Not a classic? Whether a classic is a classic or not is not a personal definition, but depends on whether the book is useful. Anyone who has the ability to summarize the above things in words definitely has his or her own personal views on things. What Luo Chong has to do now is to let the common people spoke out these thoughts, discarded them, selected useful and wise sayings, and then compiled them into books to spread them widely. Before seeing the real thing, no one can tell which one is a talent and which one is a mediocre person. Moreover, if the ideological tips and suggestions he gave can be deeply rooted in people's hearts, they might also promote the development of hundreds of schools of thought in this world, and maybe they can really create a group of thinkers. It is a good thing to have ideas, and it is also a good thing to have wrong ideas. When you encounter good ideas, you can spread them widely. When you encounter evil ways that are not conducive to your rule and the development of the Han tribe, Luo Chong can also take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate them. In its embryonic state, he couldn't even think about it. The document about the call for essays was quickly distributed to the government offices all over the Han tribe, and the officials in those counties publicized it widely, telling every common person in the Han tribe. At first, these officials were a little dissatisfied, thinking that there were not many literate people in the Han tribe, and they were basically concentrated in the industrial and official groups. Such essay solicitation activities could not spread to the people at all. However, the facts hit them hard in the face. The essay collection activity proposed by Luo Chong actually caused great discussion among the people. Investigating the reasons, it is not difficult to summarize the following points. First, it is winter, the slack season, and people have nothing to do. Don't they just like to think wildly? Therefore, this season is also the season when people think most. Second, there is a manuscript fee. As long as you write something, you may be valued by the leader and get a manuscript fee. Moreover, this thing is easy to write. You can write whatever you want, and there is almost no threshold. Third, what you write can be seen by the leader. If you get the leader's appreciation, you can change the status quo, and you may be able to improve your title or even get an official position. The fourth is to express your thoughts and emotions. With a population of hundreds of thousands, there are always some people who will have some inexplicable ideas. Usually their ideas may not be recognized by the people around them, and no one is willing to listen to them. Nagging, but it's different now. Not only will some people watch it, but the leader himself will watch it, so why aren't these people actively participating? Fifth, they came purely for Luo Chong. The Han tribe had a large territory and so many people. Very few people had seen the leader Luo Chong. The image of Luo Chong basically stayed in hearsay. Now the people have. If you have the opportunity to talk directly with the leader, you will definitely have something to say to the leader. Not to mention writing a book and biography, even if it is to say hello to the leader, it is also good to send a letter. Besides, it's not written on the notice. The leader asked them if they had encountered any difficulties in life or if they had any suggestions. Look, even the leader asked them for advice. If the leader adopts his own opinions, what a face-saving thing that is. To sum up, Luo Chong's notice immediately aroused a huge response among the people. People who can write have some ideas after reading the instructions on the notice. People who can't write have something to say after hearing the content of the notice. It doesn't matter if they can't write. They can definitely find someone to write for them. There are people in every county in the Han tribe. Schools are also popularizing education. The students in those schools may not have much work experience or much knowledge, but they can definitely write for others. As a result, in this cold and long winter, a wave of creativity suddenly surged among the Han tribe. Some bookstalls even appeared on the streets of various counties, and some students on vacation were on the streets. I earned extra money by placing pens, ink, paper, and inkstones on my side. Never underestimate the smart people in this world, not to mention that whenever something like this happens, others will immediately follow suit. For a time, people who could write became very popular. People who wrote letters on the street could make money. Some ghostwriters even gave various opinions and screened out the obviously useless nonsense to Luo Chong in advance. Go out. People who have gone to school are different after all. There are some things that you can't get paid even if you know that the boss has read them, so just don't spend that money to hire someone to write them for you. It's a purely loss-making business. The essay collection activity started in mid-November, but by the end of the month, Luo Chong had received a large number of manuscripts from various government offices. This suddenly surprised Luo Chong, who sat in his study room every day and read the manuscripts sent from various places. You can see all kinds of weird things at home every day. For example, there is an author named Yu Guang from Chaoyang County, Qingshu Island. This person is an indigenous fishing tribe in Judao. He has made a living by hunting and fishing since he was a child. He is quite interested in sea fish. Moreover, this person also has paintings. Talent. Since he defected to the Han tribe in advance last year, exchanged 4 fishing boats with the Han tribe, and got in touch with the culture and Chinese characters of the Han tribe, this guy has become interested in the records of fishing at sea. To record something. The content of what he wrote has no structure. You can regard it as a work log of a fishing trip, a travel diary of an adventure, or even a marine life observation report. This is not a book, but it records a lot of content. There are a lot of pictures and introductions of various marine creatures. He will definitely draw every kind of sea fish he catches in detail. Graphics and text introductions, covering a wide range of content, ranging from sea animals, large mammal marine creatures that Luo Chong suspected, such as seals, fur seals, dolphins, and even whales, to various sea fish, sea shrimps, sea crabs, shellfish, corals, etc. Wait, there is also the name given to these things, by this person named Yu Guang. Leaving aside other content, this part of the book's description of marine life alone can be handed down as a book. In his previous life, there was Bol Xiangma, and now there is Yu Guang Xianghai. If this person's description of marine life were summarized and written into a book, Luo Chong believes that its value will definitely be no less than a peerless book, such as Compendium of Materia Medica or Insect's Masterpiece. Yu Guang's manuscript is of great value for generations, but as a book, it is still a bit immature. If you want to print a large number of books, it is best to find someone to polish the writing and summarize what he wrote first, and then print and publish it. Books must be sold after they are printed. It is impossible for the Han tribe to give all books for free. Furthermore, Luo Chong also promised those common people who submitted manuscripts that he would pay them a royalties once they were accepted. Where did this royalties come from? Of course I got it from selling books. Anyway, Luo Chong would not pay for it himself. So, Luo Chong found Bai Qi from Hanyang County School. Bai Qi had been in charge of the printing department of the Han tribe, so naturally he had to go to him for printing books. Chief, are you looking for me? Bai Qi was taken to the study room of Luo Chong's house, and he immediately saluted and asked. Well, it's about the essay solicitation. I received a lot of good stuff this time. Some of them can be printed into books. However, those manuscripts are still a little immature as books. They must be polished and then retyped before printing. This matter, is it okay for you to take charge? Luo Chong said straight to the point. Of course there is no problem, but Chief, there must be a lot of books that need to be revised and polished. Plus printing, I'm afraid that the school's printing department will be too busy. Can you recruit some teachers from the school to help? Anyway, they are not ready now. It's winter vacation and there's nothing to do at home, Bai Qi suggested. Well, okay, then you are responsible for contacting me. If you are willing to come, I will get an extra salary as overtime pay. As long as you have enough people, you don't need to recruit them all. Luo Chong thought for a while and said. No. I'll do it now. Bai Qi agreed immediately. Then Luo Chong began to explain to him how to revise the manuscript and print it. Yu Guang's manuscript was ordered by Luo Chong to be divided into 2 books. One book mainly introduces marine life, as well as the characteristics and complex types of marine life. Its content is mainly the word rich in natural resources stands out, which makes people want to find out more and develop marine resources. Luo Chong also personally wrote a preface to this book. The first sentence of the opening line is, "The sea is open to all kinds of rivers, and there are countless treasures hidden under the blue waves." Then the following briefly introduces what marine resources are. For example, the Han tribe is now using seawater to dry salt. The salt in the sea is inexhaustible. There are also various edible fish and shellfish in the sea, algae, and beautiful decorations such as corals and pearls, etc., etc. Finally, the topic turned to the content of the book, marine life. This book was also officially named Shanghai by Luo Chong. Another part of Yu Guang's manuscript was specially isolated by Luo Chong, which is his personal experience of going to sea. It is equivalent to a logbook. The content is also unfolded in the form of a logbook. Such a book has little value for popular science, but it can make people familiar with it. People who have seen the sea can also understand what life at sea is like from the book. To put it bluntly, it can increase people's knowledge. If you can gain knowledge, it is useful. This book was also named Youth and the Sea by Luo Chong. The tasks of the two books were handed over, and Luo Chong asked Bai Qi to find someone to polish and revise them, and then come to him for review after the revisions were completed, and then start printing. In the following time, Luo Chong continued to read in his study room. Xiaodai and Jianing have given birth to a child. Now that the child is older, they have nothing to do except take care of the child every day. Now Luo Chong has sent so many manuscripts here, and the two of them are literate, so he also joined in the fun, reading books to pass the boring time, and also helped Luo Chong screen out useless manuscripts. When Jianing saw that Luo Chong had chosen the book Shanghai and asked him to print it into a book and sell it in the tribe, he immediately became interested, so he told Luo Chong, "Husband, I also want to write a book, but I don't know what to write about. Do you think I can write a book?" Luo Chong was looking at a work experience of a clerk in Tuahai County. This guy was a clerk in the execution chamber of the Tuahai County Sheriff's Office. He was in charge of criminal arrests, that is, handling cases. It happened to be that this guy might have been born with it. As a criminal police officer, he actually summed up a lot of case handling skills, and creatively proposed a set of technical theories of criminal investigation. Coupled with the support of various cases he personally handled, he actually wrote about his work experience in a very interesting way, making it very interesting. The person looks like he is reading a detective novel. After hearing Zhang Ying's words, Luo Chong raised his eyes reluctantly and said, "You also write a book? Okay, what do you want to write? I'll give you some advice." "I don't know what to write. I just saw that what others wrote was printed into books. Even Sister Tang Yao helped compile medical books at the medical school. As a sister, I can't lag too far behind. Husband, please help me think about what I should write." Jianing explained. "What to write about? Let me think about it. If you want to write, just write about something you are good at. How about you write a recipe?" Luo Chong said with an idea, and then continued to explain. "Now our Han tribe is getting bigger and bigger, and there are so many newly opened places. Many people who later joined the Han tribe are not familiar with our eating habits and methods, and they don't know how to handle and eat some ingredients. Even if eating it is just a simple matter of cooking it, so there is a lot to be done in this regard. You can write a cookbook using common ingredients. The format is divided into 4 sections. One is the origin of the dish, or the origin of a certain ingredient, or what the dish has. Sacrifice or festival meaning. The second is the various ingredients required for this dish, how much each item is needed, accurate to the pound, and how many teaspoons of condiments are used. The third is the method of making this dish, how to handle the ingredients, what pot to use, whether to steam or boil, whether to fry, stir fry or stew. Write the process in detail. The purpose is to teach the people how to eat it. The 4th section is about some tips, one after each recipe. For example, when refining lard, you need to add some water to the pot to save the pot. For example, before frying the beans, you can blanch them in water to make the beans more delicious. Green, the color is better. Xiaodai and Zhang Ying's eyes lit up when they heard this. Recipe. This is a great idea, and it suits me very well. I can cook a lot of delicious food. It turns out that cooking can also be written into a book. I will start writing it today. My husband will help me read it. Zhang said very excitedly. Okay, you go ahead and write it first, and I will help you polish it then. Luo Chong nodded immediately and continued to read the criminal investigation notebook, but before he could read 2 lines, Xiaodai said excitedly. Husband, what about me? What should I write? I can weave and dye cloth, but this thing is not a recipe, and the loom can't write it in a book, so what should I write? Xiaodai asked for help. Luo Chong had no choice but to put down the manuscript in his hand again, then thought for a moment and said. It's really difficult to write about technical things, but it's not impossible to write about things like looms. It just requires a lot of drawings on them, but that's what a carpenter has to learn, and you have to. The writing about weaving technology went astray. Otherwise, you will write the textile industry of the Han tribe's history, from the initial linen weaving and hand weaving, to the later mechanical spinning and weaving, to the subsequent ironing and dyeing of the whole cloth, and there is the latest hollow batik printing technology, and others include wool spinning, cotton spinning, and silk. Let's sort out the history of these fabrics from discovery to development. But I don't think I can write much about the history of textiles alone. The key depends on how detailed you write it. If you feel that this book is not enough, you can also write about clothing tailoring and sewing, how to measure various styles of clothes, how to cut them, how to sew them, what techniques are there, sewing stitches, etc. Zhang taught the people how to cook and eat, and you taught the people how to weave and dress. Both of these are very important. You can try writing about it. Luo Chong came up with another idea. Xiaodia's eyes flashed when she heard this, and she felt a sudden enlightenment. She also just listened to Zhang Ying's words. Tang Yao had written a book a long time ago, and Tang Yao also made great contributions to the medicine of the Han tribe. Now even Zhang Ying has to write recipes and teach people how to cook. Naturally, she, the elder in the family, cannot lag behind others. Now after listening to Luo Chong's words, she finally knows how to write her own book. Husband, you are so awesome. You still have an idea. It's settled. If I need to draw a picture then, I will ask you to help me. I know you are the best at drawing. Xiaodai quickly grabbed the young man and said. No problem. As long as nothing serious happens, I won't go out this winter. Luo Chong quickly agreed, and after coaxing the 2 ladies away, he continued to read his book. That criminal investigation notebook is also a good thing, and it is very worthy of promotion within the system, and even used as a textbook for criminal investigation work. Of course, it still needs to be polished and a few things added. This kind of textbook level thing must not be as sloppy as that Shanghai. To put it bluntly, Shanghai is just a popular science book, but this criminal investigation notebook is used for teaching, so it must be rigorous and cautious. Luo Chong thought for a while, immediately called a guard over, and then gave instructions. Go and send an order to all the government offices in the 8 counties of Hanyang, and ask them to call the prison chiefs of their respective offices to Hanyang County to assemble. Their work will be temporarily taken over by the assistant officers, and order them to leave immediately after receiving the news. They must set off within 2 days. Arrive at Hanyang City. No. The guard took the order and left. Luo Chong continued to read in the study, and then raised some questions based on the criminal investigation notes, as well as other things he thought needed to be added, all listed on a piece of paper. 2 days later, when more than 20 criminal officials from 8 counties arrived in Hanyang City, Luo Chong received them in the conference room of the government building in Hanyang City. In the conference room, Luo Chong sat in the main seat and said to everyone. Everyone knows about the essay call I issued half a month ago, right? Everyone nodded when they heard this, but they didn't understand what Luo Chong meant by calling them here, and what it had to do with the call for papers. Then they saw Luo Chong slap a stack of manuscripts on the table and said again. After the call for papers was issued, many good articles and books emerged from various places. Among them was a criminal investigation notebook written by the criminal investigation officer of the Tuahai County Sheriff's Office. The content was well written and included various tips for handling cases. The method, as well as the actual application in specific cases, are very valuable for promotion, but I think it is not perfect enough, so I have invited you all to study and discuss it together. You are all the chief officers of criminal investigation, and the area under your jurisdiction is the earliest county where the Han tribe developed. You must have a lot of cases to handle. Professional matters must be left to professional people. Now you study first, let's discuss it, and I've listed some supplementary details. Let's brainstorm and try to improve this book, and then use it as an internal textbook in the future to find a quick path for cultivating professional criminal talents in the future. After hearing this, everyone knew what was going on, and at the same time they felt regretful. They didn't take the essay call seriously at first, but who knew that now their counterparts in the South would steal the spotlight? Criminal investigation notes, they can also write them. Who knew this special brew stuff could be turned into a book? Alas, everything is finished now. Notes and experiences are all summarized by others. Now that people like me come here, they naturally do not have the right to sign. They can only add from the side, unless they can also write something different. Although everyone felt regretful, the task assigned by the leader still had to be completed. Luo Chong had already read it in advance and did not read it with them. It took these people a day to read the notes together, and then based on Luo Chong's instructions tips and details were given, and finally a meeting was held to study and discuss. When the discussion was held the next day, Luo Chong showed up again. In order to show their faces in front of the leader, everyone naturally did not hide their secrets. They all talked about some classic cases they had handled, as well as some case-handling techniques, and discussed after working for a whole day. I finally summarized a set of theories for handling cases. The content is roughly divided into several parts, including case analysis, how to find clues, how to collect evidence, and how to interrogate without execution. Especially in the aspect of interrogation without a movable punishment, the advanced method of trial is that a movable punishment can also make the criminal confess his crime, because as long as the punishment is used, it is inevitable that there will be cases of submission. The Han tribe does not prohibit the use of torture on suspects during interrogation, but they do not recommend this method. If you use torture, it is equivalent to being inferior. It means that you have not yet produced the irrefutable evidence that makes the suspect speechless. If you can provide the ironclad evidence it was photographed on his face, even if you wanted to deny it, it was useless. Finally, there is some technical content, mainly about trace detection, analysis, and recording of crime scenes, and even autopsies. Speaking of autopsies, there are really not many murders in the 8 counties of Hanyang. There have been only a few cases in total in the past few years, and they occurred in Dongxing County, Makino County, and Weishan County. The murderers were miners, herdsmen, and Weishan County. For an ordinary citizen in Shan County, there are quite a few murder cases in Tuahai County. Tuahai County has only been established for 3 or 4 years, and there have been as many as a dozen murders. To sum up, it is not difficult to find that the places where murders occurred are areas with complex population composition and relatively late civilization. For example, the murderous herdsman in my county came from the grassland earlier, and he has not yet adapted to the life of the Han tribe in terms of personality and life. There are also miners in Dongxing County. They are all coal diggers. The population was recruited by the county governor Jing Yan himself. He has not systematically educated these miners. He has never learned Han law and does not know the consequences of killing. So the rush of passion after a conflict has resulted in irreversible consequences. Finally, there is Tuahai County, where the population composition is even more mixed. There are herdsmen from the grasslands, people from the Han tribe who migrated from the north, boatmen, and a large number of former hostile clans of the Tang tribe. Those people used to be independent. For small clan tribes, after joining the Han tribe, there were even cases where quarrels turned into large-scale fights between the two clans. To put it bluntly, there is still a lack of education, especially the popularization of Han law. The matter of popularizing the law must be put on the agenda. After 2 consecutive days of meetings and discussions, the content of this criminal investigation textbook was finally finalized. This book was officially named Criminal Investigation Technology by Luo Chong and designated as an internal publication of the official system. The teaching target is the trainee clerks who have newly joined the torture chambers of various local government agencies, and it is prohibited to spread to the outside world. The reason for prohibiting external spread is to prevent ordinary people from misunderstanding and mastering the government's case-handling procedures, and then deliberately committing high-intelligence crimes and learning counter-investigation techniques, causing unnecessary trouble to the government's case handling. This has to be guarded against, because there are many such examples in modern times. For example, some people watched some police and gangster movies and imitated them. Counter-reconnaissance was carried out thiefly, and all kinds of dirty operations were difficult to guard against. In the early years, there was no surveillance. The age of the lens caused a lot of trouble for the police. Although there are occasional murder cases in the Han tribe today, there has never been a murder case so far. On the contrary, it is a disagreement, because there are more cases of people accidentally being killed in fights. Although it is also a murder case, it is still essentially the same as murder. Differentiated. If criminal investigation technology spreads to the public, the possible consequences are: oh? Is there such an operation? It turns out that if you do this to the government, you won't be able to find out that you are the murderer. Of course, this kind of thing can be prevented for a while, but it cannot be prevented forever. Fundamentally, social security can only be pinned on the popularization of the law, so that people are familiar with the law. Even if they are not familiar with it, they must be aware of the serious consequences of breaking the law. In addition, if there is a way to avoid breaking the law, who would be willing to bear the serious consequences of committing a crime? Therefore, after determining the scope of publication and use of this textbook, Luo Chong issued an internal notice asking all counties to strengthen legal education. In this regard, he can work with schools to spread Han code to their parents through students. Content. Another book was finalized, and Luo Chong once again threw himself into the pile of paper in the study. As time went by, more and more letters and manuscripts were sent from various places, and Luo Chong also needed to spend a lot of time every day. To the review process. Among these piles of paper, the proportion of letters is still the largest. It is still the same reason. The literacy rate of the Han tribe is not high now. Some people don't even know what writing is, but when they see others writing, they also write. They only know that the leader will read what they write, so they can just write a letter to the leader directly and talk. It is simple and cheap. Many of the letters were letters of thanks or complaints from the common people, which sometimes made Luo Chong laugh and cry, but some of them were quite valuable. For example, a herdsman from Qingshu County wrote to Luo Chong that he had a kind of goat with very fine fur. The hair was as fine and white as the clouds in the sky. In short, it was just a boast, but the officials of Qingshu County he said that the tribe did not encourage raising goats and that only sheep herders could receive priority feed subsidies in winter. He felt it was unfair, so he wrote to Luo Chong for comment. This is equivalent to petitioning, suing local officials. However, this matter was indeed an order given by Luo Chong. Goats are a species that often eats grass roots together, and even gnaws tree bark when they are hungry. If raised on a large scale, it can easily cause grassland desertification. That is simply a disaster for the grassland. Sheep, on the other hand, do not have this concern. Sheep only eat grass on the ground and do not eat grass roots. They eat and poop at the same time, which is equivalent to fertilizing the grass. The grass will grow back soon and will not damage the grassland environment. In addition, sheep can produce wool, which is used for textiles, and can also produce a large amount of dairy products. Their economic value is obviously higher than that of goats, so Luo Chong ordered its promotion. But having said that, goats are not completely useless. At present, the biggest use of goats in the Han tribe is to use goat hair to make brushes. The brush is the official writing tool of the Han tribe. Coupled with universal education, the amount of brushes can be imagined. And so, we still need to raise some goats. However, large-scale grazing is definitely not possible. It is possible to raise animals in captivity and feed them. The goat breed proposed by this person is also worth paying attention to. It can be inspected by local officials. If it is really outstanding, it can be handed over to Sinong. The temple is used for scientific research and breeding. Luo Chong casually wrote a reply and his own opinions on how to deal with it, and then put it together with the original letter and would send it back to them when the time came. Therefore, he also divided the submitted manuscripts into areas for approval, and after finishing processing one area, he immediately returned them the way they came. For some manuscripts that interest Luo Chong, the original authors have not written them into books. Luo Chong will also give guidance, telling them how to write a book and what they should focus on, just like Luo Chong guides Zhaning to write recipes. Produce the template and format, and then send it back to the original author for rewriting, and encourage them to continue creating. As for those written purely for fun, Luo Chong basically just replied directly on the letter paper, "I have read it, thank you for your letter." A few days later, at the end of November, Bai Qi also came to Luo Chong for approval with the final drafts of the two books Xianghai and The Boy and the Sea. After the inspection, there were no problems. Luo Chong immediately ordered each of them printed 1,000 copies. The 8 northern counties of the Han tribe, plus the 3 counties of Honghu on the grassland, the 8 counties of the Tang tribe, and the 6 counties of Qingshu Island, total more than 70 counties and hundreds of villages. If 1,000 copies of each are distributed, it will be one. There are only about 10 towns in the county, which is really not that much. Let's sell it first and see if the sales are good, then it's not impossible to print it later. While Luo Chong was busy increasing the book reserves of the Han tribe, Xubing, who was far away in the hunting camp in the north, was also executing his own strategic plan. The 1st Battalion led by Xubing personally encountered some troubles. They themselves were not in any danger, but the situation was a bit beyond expectations, and the manpower was a bit insufficient. Originally, according to Yui's intelligence, the cannibals' hunting time in hunting grounds was basically concentrated in the first 3 months of winter. If they did not get enough food for the winter during these 3 months, they would choose to risk going south. However, this year due to the Han, the destruction of the tribe, so things have changed a bit. Throughout November, 5 hunting teams were raided by a battalion of Shent's guards in succession. This resulted in at least 5 enemy villages losing their men and food supplies. Their situation has become increasingly difficult. The hungry old, weak, women and children have no choice but to go out to find food on their own, otherwise they will stay in the village and be used as food by other villages. This led to more and more enemies dispatching to the Hebend position on the 3rd Battalion's side, with increasing scale and frequency. A large number of cannibals flocked to the Hebend to make a living by fishing. To reduce losses, they also organized their own teams. Some people were responsible for fishing, while others were responsible for guarding, to avoid being attacked by enemies or wild beasts. The 3rd Battalion had no good solution for a while. In order not to be discovered by the enemy, they chose to abandon their position, wait for reinforcements, and then plot against the cannibals in front of them again. If they don't give up their position, there will be only one result. Because the cannibals are afraid of the firepower of the 3rd Battalion, they choose to abandon this fishing spot and then choose another place to collect food. This creates a paradox. Either the 3rd Battalion leaves or the enemy leaves. It is impossible for the two sides to coexist peacefully. Once the enemy is forced away, the arrangement of the 3rd Battalion here will be in vain. In this case, it is better to simply retreat and keep this battlefield for further plotting than to rearrange the situation in an unfamiliar environment. On the other side, the enemies encountered by the 1st Battalion suddenly began to group together. Thousands of people were hunting at the same time, and many giant apes were also mixed in. A piece of fat meat appeared in the sight of the 1st Battalion, but based on the number of people in the 1st Battalion, there was still a little "I can't bear this enemy," but Chu Bing is not willing to just let the enemy go, so I'm a little worried. Mainly because in October, 1 battalion annihilated 5 enemy hunting teams, and in November, it killed 6 more teams and captured thousands of prisoners of war. The huge losses for 2 consecutive months made the cannibals a little bit overwhelmed. The loss of manpower is secondary. The most important thing is that they have not obtained much food supplies for more than 2 months. In addition, half of the winter has passed, and the herd is about to move south. If they can no longer catch some prey, it is really possible for many people to starve to death. As a result, the cannibals united the hunting teams from various villages, and thousands of people went to the valley south of the hunting ground to set up defenses, hoping to intercept the southbound herd there. The northern part of the entire hunting area is an endless forest, the south is an east-west mountain range, and the middle is a mountainous canyon and basin. Only the central part of the south has a valley, which is the only way for the herds to migrate back and forth from north to south. Every year at that time, even if no Han tribe came to cause trouble, those cannibals would still come here to intercept them. They blocked here, just like the crocodiles blocking the wildebeest herds on the African grasslands, and they had to take a bite of the meat. According to the intelligence from the frontline reconnaissance, the herd has not yet moved southward obviously, but it is also moving southward while looking for food. And all the cannibal hunting teams have stopped hunting now and have gone to the valley in advance to wait. The total number of people actually reached more than 4,000, which was about all the young and strong main force of 10 to 20 large villages. There are only more than 1,700 people in the 1st Battalion. It is definitely impossible to eat these 4,000 or 5,000 people. If you just kill the opponent, then with the sharpness of the firearm, there is absolutely no problem, but if you want to kill these people, don't even think about capturing all the enemies alive. What should we do now? These 4,000 to 5,000 people should be the last hunting team organized by the cannibals this year. If they run back, it will be difficult to achieve our strategic goals in the next stage, and it will cause us problems. There are a lot of casualties. Yu Yi asked Chu Bing worriedly. 1,007, 4, or 5,000 captured alive, don't even think about it. We must gather more troops than the enemy in order to have a certain degree of certainty. Even if there are not more, at least the troops must be equal. In this way, with the advantages of equipment, I still have a chance to try it out, Chu Bing also analyzed, with a frown. Yeah, the key is where are we going to get so many people now, ugh. Yu Yi answered. Chu Bing said nothing. He stood up and paced back and forth in the headquarters room. From time to time, he looked up at the map of the north hanging on the wall. After a while, he suddenly asked Yu Yi. Uncle Yu, what do you think our strategic purpose is? Yu Yi was stunned when he heard this. He didn't understand why Chu Bing suddenly asked this. He was the one who proposed the strategic purpose. How could he not know it himself, but he still said it. The strategic purpose, to first annihilate a large number of enemy effective forces on the periphery to prepare for subsequent attacks and targeted clearings? Yes, so I think the tactical purpose is secondary. All tactics should be centered on and developed around the strategic purpose. Then our primary purpose is to annihilate these 4,000 to 5,000 enemies outside the enemy's occupied area, rather than a question of whether to catch him alive or not, Chu Bing explained. You mean, kill these 4,000 or 5,000 enemies directly? This is not possible, will the leader disagree? Yu Yi said in surprise. Well, that's what I mean. You have to know that the enemy has laid many traps in the forest, and that's their territory. They know the terrain well, but we know nothing about it. If these 4,000 or 5,000 people are, if we put them back, we will have to pay more if we want to eliminate them. So we absolutely cannot let them go back. In order to achieve this goal, we will not hesitate to kill them directly. And now, these people are all on the battlefield common to both of us, so in terms of geographical location, the advantages of both of us are the same, even because we are attacking by surprise, we have to take advantage, Chu Bing explained. I understand what you are saying, but can the leader agree? The leader has written more than once about wanting to be captured. Yui said hesitantly. This leader should agree. He even taught me how to fight, especially the two concepts of tactics and strategy. The leader often emphasized to me that as long as we explain the situation, the leader will definitely understand. Furthermore, what I just mentioned is only one aspect, which is the determination to eat this enemy. Even if we kill them all in the hunting ground area without taking prisoners, we must not let them return to the forest. The second point is that everything is centered on strategic goals. When necessary, we will give up what should be given up. Giving up some things is to better achieve strategic goals. Chu Bing explained again. Give up? No, what do you mean? What are you giving up? Yu asked a little confused. Abandon the positions of the 3rd and 2nd battalions. There is no chance for the 3rd battalion now. Although there are many enemies on their side, they are all old, weak, women and children. Compared with the targets of the 1st Battalion, it is obvious that there are 4,000 to 5,000 people here. A young man is more valuable. Besides, they can't do much if the 3rd Battalion is placed over there. Rather than wasting their manpower there, it's better to mobilize them all here, to surround and annihilate this enemy group with us. Chu Bing pointed at the map. Said the Habong position, guarded by the 3rd Battalion. No, let me think about it first. Yu Yi heard what Chu Bing said and quickly interrupted, then he looked at the map alone and started thinking. Because the war at the hunting ground went very smoothly and many hunting teams were annihilated. Now there is a very shortage of food in the cannibal village. Therefore, most of the old and weak women and children escaped and began to go out to forage on their own. Those old and weak women and children were active. The scope is the river bend area, guarded by the 3rd Battalion. This is a causal relationship. It can be said that the 3rd Battalion is facing the same trouble as the 1st Battalion, that is, there are too many enemies and too few troops. It is of course no problem to kill all the enemies, but it is difficult to capture them alive. At this time, a choice must be made, either to concentrate the troops to capture one of the targets and abandon the other, or to be unable to capture both. Yui quickly figured out the strategic purpose of Chu Bing. However, he still asked, what about the 2nd Battalion? Do you think the 2nd Battalion will also give up? Yes, the 2nd Battalion is currently guarding the Yanqi area, but the enemy massed heavy troops to counterattack twice, but the entire army was annihilated. Now they don't dare to send people to fight anymore. They can only bring in some giant apes to harass, but it can't effectively kill us, so put the 2nd Battalion there, it is a pure waste of troops. We can completely abandon Yanqi now, mobilize all the troops of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, including the militiamen who assist them, and concentrate all our troops to deal with the enemy's elite in the hunting ground. Chu Bing pointed to the map for Yu Yi to analyze, and said, well, if all the Shent's guards are gathered together, then there will be 2,500 people. There should be 1,000 militiamen here at the hunting ground, 1,000 militiamen at the Yanqi, and 1,000 militiamen at the valley camp. Send out 2,000 militiamen, and leave 2,000 more people are guarding the prisoners of war there. In this case, we can dedicate 6,500 troops to the battle here in the hunting ground. 6,500 against 4,500. There will definitely be no problem in annihilating them all. The key is to see if we can capture them. How many are alive? After hearing Chu Bing's words about concentrating all the troops, Yu Yi immediately started to calculate. After calculation, he actually found that his side still had a strength advantage, but he still had some concerns. That's fine, but what if we abandon the position at Yanqi and the enemy comes back to occupy Yanqi? Then wasn't our previous fight in vain? Chu Bing laughed when he heard this and analyzed it immediately. The fight is not in vain at all. The temporary giving up is to obtain greater benefits. After these 2 months of fighting, I also discovered that the previous combat deployment in Yanqi was wrong. Since we occupied the enemy's Yanqi, we only fought 2 blocking battles in total, and the total number of enemies we wiped out was only about 1,000 people, but if we gave up Yanqi, we could actually get more fighters. Huh? How do you say this? Yu Yi asked in confusion. Uncle Yu, think about it. Now that we have occupied the salt pond, the enemy came to fight, but he found that he couldn't defeat us, so he stopped coming to fight. However, we still kept our troops there, and the enemy did not dare to come over. Isn't this troop strength enough? Wasted? But if we defeat Yanqi and then give up, what do you think the enemy will do? Chu Bing did not answer directly, but asked Yu Yi rhetorically. No need to ask, the enemy will definitely send people to take back the salt pond again, and maybe even more people will be sent to defend. Yu Yi said without thinking. Snap. Chu Bing slapped his hands fiercely and praised, yes, this is the result we want. If we can conquer the salt pond once, we can conquer it a second time and a third time, and the enemy will not give up this place, because people cannot live without food, salt, unless they have other sources of salt. In this case, we can use the salt pond area to fight a tug-of-war with the enemy. We fight down and eat a wave of enemies. Then we give up this place. The enemy will have to send people to supplement the defense, and then we can eat him again. Once, then we give up again, attracting the enemy to replenish our troops, and keep repeating this operation to see how many people they can send out. When Yu Yi heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Yes, the previous tactics were really wrong. They did not take advantage of the special characteristics of the Yanqi area at all, because this is a battleground for military strategists, and the enemy cannot give up this place. Even if they knew there was a trap ahead, they had to jump. And according to what Chu Bing said, engaging in a tug-of-war with the enemy will not only enable more flexible use of troops, but also gain more fighter opportunities, as he said. What's the use of holding on to that place now? They know they can't defeat the Han tribe, so they simply won't come now. The Han tribe has no way of attacking them, because it's not the time to attack the enemy's base camp yet. Well, yes, what you said makes sense. This is indeed better, and it is also in line with the strategic purpose you mentioned. We just want to create more fighter planes on the periphery of the enemy's forces. After eating the enemies in the hunting ground area this time, even if the enemy no longer sends hunting teams to the hunting ground, and we can also use the importance of the salt pond to repeatedly attract the enemy to send young men into this bottomless pit. Yu Yi finally agreed. Yes, this word is used well, it is a bottomless pit. Let's use this bottomless pit to see how many cannibals can fill it. When they really can't send more people, we will proceed to the second stage. Battle. Chu Bing also nodded. Okay, then let's start mobilizing our troops now. Do you want to report to the leader? Yu Yi asked, nodding. The report must be reported, but not now. We will start mobilizing troops now, and at the same time we must mobilize a lot of supplies and food, otherwise it will be too late. As for the leader, there is no problem in reporting 2 days later. By then if we explain the plan clearly, the leader will understand. Chu Bingti said. Okay, then mobilize the troops and give the order. Chu Bing nodded, and then signed a few orders, and then asked the messenger to quickly deliver the message to the 2nd and 3rd battalions, asking them to bring enough food and supplies, along with the militiamen, and immediately march towards the 1st battalion. After the order was issued, Xu Bing issued an order to the 1st battalion, asking them to closely monitor the thousands of enemy elites in the valley south of the hunting ground and report the enemy's movements at any time. When the troops are assembled, they can immediately launch an attack. But when the soldiers from the 1st battalion sent over the reconnaissance results, another difficulty posed before Chu Bing. The terrain in the canyon is very unfavorable for encircling and annihilating the enemy. Even if there are 2,000 more troops than the enemy, it may not be enough. The valley is already narrow and is very suitable for setting up ambushes to intercept passing enemies, but the places where they can set up ambushes are now occupied by the enemies, who are waiting to ambush the herd there. If the Han tribe wanted to encircle and annihilate them, there was only one way to do it, which was to send half of their troops to climb over the mountains and ridges to the other side of the mountains, cooperate inside and outside, and surround the enemies in the valley from the front and back. But this is obviously unrealistic. If you divide your superior force into 2 parts, then both ends will have to face all the enemies alone. In this way, the Han tribe's military strength will be inferior in some areas, which is equivalent to cutting off its limbs. Take away your own advantage. What's more, the mountains are blocked by heavy snow at this time. It is impossible for thousands of people to cross the mountains. The danger is too great, and there may even be unnecessary casualties. Third, there is uncertainty about the herd going south. No one knows when the herd will go south. If the enemy is flanked from both ends of the canyon, what if the herd suddenly goes south during a war and they have to pass through canyon? Then the Han tribe's team will have to face 4,000 to 5,000 cannibal warriors in the front, and the back will have to withstand the crazy impact of the beast herds going south. Not to mention you have a rifle in your hand, even a machine gun will be killed by the beast herd. Therefore, the valley is not the best battlefield. Chu Bing was worried about this matter, but this time it was Yu Yi who came up with the idea first. I have a suggestion, see if it works. When Chu Bing heard this, he immediately looked at him. Uncle Yu, you said there might be a fight in a few days. If you can find a way, hurry up, otherwise it will be too late to arrange the arrangements. Well, that's what I think. Think about it, our goal is just to prevent those thousands of young cannibals from going back, right? Yu Yi analyzed and said. Yeah. Chu Bing nodded immediately. That's much simpler. Our target is the enemy, not the herd, so why do we have to ambush them in the valley? We are not hunting the herd. We can ambush them on their way back. Don't forget, these enemies are out to hunt, and they want to take the prey back after hunting, so we might as well not delay their hunting, let them hunt with peace of mind, and wait until they return with the prey. We will ambush them halfway, and then it will be up to us to choose the battlefield, which will give us a lot of room for choice and arrangement. And when they go back, they must be bringing a large amount of prey, and they have caught it dead and have no live livestock to help carry it. They will definitely move slowly by then, and they are not willing to give up the meat. This will be more beneficial. We took action. Even if they capture a lot of prey and cannot transport it all back at once, then they will definitely divide some of them to transport the meat back, and the rest will stay where they are to guard. In this way, the enemy will divide their forces, then our advantage will be even greater. Yu explained his plan in detail. Yes, this is a good idea, this is great. This way, we will have more time to prepare. We can ambush them at any place on their way back. Uncle Yu, this is a great idea. Chu Bingting said. Wan immediately praised. He, we are not bad at each other, you are not bad at all. I am flexible in tactics. In terms of strategic vision, you are better. You see far and you can see the overall situation clearly. Yu Yi heard the compliment and said proudly at the same time. Still humble. The two exchanged business information for a while. After confirming the plan, Xubing sent out a battalion to reconnoiter again. One was to monitor the enemy's movements, and the other was to reconnoiter the enemy's return route to see which places were suitable for an ambush. He would choose the place in advance. Just like this, another 3 days passed before heavy snow fell in the sky again. This was the first heavy snow in the 4th month of winter in the north. However, including the previous ones, the hunting ground area had already snowed 6 times this year. The snow fell for 2 consecutive days, and coupled with the howling cold wind, the cannibal hunting army ambushing in the valley suffered a lot. Fortunately, the snow also had an advantage for them. A large amount of snow buried the entire hunting area. Most of the moss and hay were covered by thick snow. Coupled with the cold wind, the snow was frozen very hard. It was so hard that the beasts staying here could not dig through the snow on the surface, and could not find food, so they finally began to move south on a large scale. And the cannibal hunting army finally waited for their prey, and the only passage south, the deep canyon, was about to usher in a gluttonous feast. At the same time, after the troop deployment order to cure the disease was issued, the 2nd and 3rd battalions each led their militiamen and marched towards the hunting ground. The 2nd battalion from the Yanqi area was the first to come over. In addition to the more than 700 members of the 2nd Battalion of Shent's Guard, they also brought with them 1,000 militiamen recruited from the Yanqi camp. The 3rd Battalion arrived relatively late due to the long journey, but they also brought enough food and ammunition, as well as a full 2,000 militiamen from the valley camp. Coupled with a battalion of his own people and 1,000 militiamen from the hunting camp, the number of troops gathered around Chu Bing now exceeds 6,500. It is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. After the troops were assembled, they took a temporary rest and waited for news from the front. At the same time, they also allowed the soldiers who had marched over to rest for 2 days. On the 3rd day after the snow stopped, the herd heading south finally arrived at the canyon where the cannibals were ambushed. The herd of beasts ran rumblingly, stirring up countless flying snow and ice particles. From a distance, it seemed that the entire canyon was covered by white mist, and inside the white mist, there was endless thunder. Click. Rumble. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, huge boulders, solid ice, and snow were all thrown down, immediately blocking the narrowest passage in the canyon. The beasts were frightened and became even crazier. Got up. Some saw the obstruction in front and wanted to turn around and run back, but those behind them rushed forward regardless. There was a chaos in the narrow passage. There were also alpacas and elk deer trapped in it, but they relied on their limbs. Slender, with a flexible body, he flew forward desperately, but finally managed to break out of the chaotic herd of beasts. In front of him was another horse-repelling formation made of wooden spears. Those wooden spears were stuck diagonally on the ground, and were frozen extremely strong by the cold weather, as if they had grown on the ground. Countless horned deer and alpacas that were marching forward were stabbed to death before they could react. On the horses' spurs, some finally broke through the many obstacles. Suddenly, a series of trip ropes and many huge rope nets appeared in the snow in front of them, trapping a large number of beasts again. First block the passage with boulders, then use the horses to kill the herd, and finally use a combination of tripping ropes and rope nets. This combination of punches immediately kills and injures a lot of the beasts. Countless alpacas, horned deer, wild donkeys, and yaks all fell to the ground in the chaos, and were eventually knocked to death and trampled to death by the swarming herd. However, after paying huge casualties, these herds still managed to survive. He rushed out and successfully opened the passage to the south. The cannibal hunting army did not expect to completely stop these beasts. They were purely for hunting. Besides, even if they really killed all these beasts, they could not transport them back, nor could they store them. On the contrary, all this food is wasted, and they won't be able to catch new prey in the future. The herds of beasts galloped in the canyon, causing loud rumbling noises. It took about half an hour for the herds of beasts to pass through. However, there were still a large number of beast carcasses or injured cattle, deer and other large animals left in the canyon. The cannibal hunting teams also quickly stepped forward with spears to harvest the lives of their prey. After working for a long time, the entire canyon finally became quiet. On the high ground not far away, there were several groups of Shent's Guard scouts monitoring the situation from a distance with telescopes. When they saw the enemy collecting the carcasses of their prey, they quickly sent people back to report. Thousands of cannibal hunting teams were busy processing the prey there. They had to peel off the skins of these beasts, then dig out the internal organs, make clean meat steaks, and transport them back together. This would greatly reduce the burden of the prey. Weight and can transport more food back at one time. The dug-out internal organs became the delicacies of the young men of these hunting teams. Those old and weak who stayed in the villages were not worthy of enjoying the internal organs of the prey. The cannibal warriors ate the prey directly while handling the prey. What's more, many people were drinking the steaming blood raw, and their bodies were dripping with blood. Some even dug out the prey. His heart was still beating in his hand, so he directly lowered his mouth and started biting. They are indeed short of food, and it is not convenient to make a fire here. Most of them have been lying in wait here for more than 10 days, and the little food they brought has long been eaten. At this time, they encountered so many fresh prey, and their eyes turned into "Got the green one, is it familiar to eat at this time?" Who can wait, and the steaming blood and internal organs can also replenish a lot of calories. Thanks to the powerful digestive ability of humans in this era, otherwise if modern people eat raw food like this, they may have stomach upset and eat themselves alive. As for whether there are parasites, they have no idea at all. It took 3 days to skin and decompose the prey, but it was still not finished. There were too many prey caught, and the cannibals did not have sharp metal knives, so the efficiency was very low. Take skinning for example. It was relatively easy at the beginning, after all, it was still fresh at that time, but in such an icy and snowy environment, the body was frozen hard within a day, and the skin and flesh were frozen together. They couldn't get rid of it even if they wanted to. In the end, they had no choice but to send back a batch of processed prey first. The total harvest of various prey this time was about 4,000 to 5,000, which was almost the same as their number. However, no matter how strong the cannibal warriors were, it was impossible for each of them to carry a yak back alone. It was impossible to drag them on the snow, so they had to be transported in batches. In the end, their decision was to send 3,000 people to transport 1,000 prey back. Of course, it was not possible for 3 people to carry one prey, but to pull it with a makeshift sledge. They made a sledge from branches and ropes, and tied a layer of freshly peeled animal skins underneath to reduce friction. Then the 3,000 people were divided into 2 groups, one group pulled the sledge, and the other group followed beside it. To protect, the 2 groups take turns to maintain sufficient physical strength and speed. When you are hungry, you will eat the meat delivered directly. They will not organize more people to carry it until you reach the village in the forest. As for the remaining more than 1,000 people, they have to stay in the valley to guard the prey that has not been transported away to prevent it from being snatched by other people or carnivorous beasts. On the Han tribe, when the cannibals started making transport sledges, the scouts reported the situation. The enemy was preparing to go back, but it was not yet clear how many people would go back. But now that we know their transportation method, it will be much easier to handle. After all, not all places are accessible by sledges. Since the enemy has chosen sledges, there are only a few roads that can allow them to go. It will be better to decide the ambush position while arranging it. On the side of the cannibals, their transport team back had just set off. Xubing was informed by the scouts again. The enemy was divided into two parts. There were about 3,000 people returning, and the rest stayed behind to guard the prey. The return transport team was divided into two groups. One group pulled the sledge, and the other group protected the team. The enemy's return route and direction were also marked out by the scouts. As soon as they got the news, Chu Bing and Yu Yi gathered in front of the map, looking for a suitable place to ambush the enemy. Hey, they can't run away now. We have 6,500 people to ambush 3,000 of them. We promise to eat them all. Take a look. Where do we choose to take action? Yu Yi Station said happily beside the map. Chu Bing looked at the map for a while, then looked at the information sent by the scouts in his hand, and suddenly said to everyone in the room, "We are not going to fight this transport team, let them go back." Ah? Why? How can we let them go with such a good opportunity? In order to eat this enemy's elite, we gave up the positions of 2 battalions. Now that our troops are assembled, how can we let them go? What do you mean? Yu Yi didn't react at first, but when he realized what Chu Bing was talking about, he immediately objected. Of course it's to maximize profits. Uncle Yu, don't worry. Take a look at these pieces of information, and then let me analyze it with you. Chu Bing quickly comforted Yu Yi and said, "Well, tell me, if what you say doesn't make sense, I definitely won't agree with you letting this group of enemies go." Yu Yi said angrily. "Uncle Yu, look, now they all use sledges for human transportation, right? 3,000 people are dispatched each time to transport, and more than 1,000 people are left behind to guard the remaining prey." Chu Bing began to take a few copies. Intelligence analysis said, "Well, isn't this normal? And it's within our expectations. This is not a reason for you to change your mind temporarily." Yu Yi continued to emphasize. "I know, that was because we didn't know how much prey the enemy could catch before, and ambush the enemy on their way back. That was based on the enemy returning all at once. But now that the enemy is separated, the situation has changed, so we have to just change the plan. Also, according to the scouts' observation, the enemy dispatched 3,000 people as a transport team this time, but only transported nearly a quarter of the prey. Then we can deduce that they want to transport all the remaining prey. How many times will it take to transport all the prey back?" Chu Bing asked Yu Yi in return. Yu Yi was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly reacted. "Oh, I understand what you mean. You are saying that the enemy will never be able to survive in one go. Even if we let them go now, they will still come out again, right? In this case, we still have a chance to ambush them again." Yu Yi immediately understood the meaning of Xubing, but when he thought about it, it seemed wrong. "That's not right, Chu Bing, that's not right. Think about it, even if they come out again next time, they have already taken away a quarter of the prey this time. Those are all meat. If we ambush now, if we kill these 3,000 people, then all their prey will be ours. Don't even think about sending back any scraps of their meat. If you let them go now, won't we suffer a big loss? So much meat is given to us? How good the food is for the people." Yu Yi immediately shouted anxiously. "Uncle Yu, please don't get excited. Please listen to me first. Didn't we talk about how many times the enemy will be transported? Why are you getting involved in meat again?" Chu Bing pressed Yu Yi's shoulders again and asked him to sit down. Said. But Yu Yi still had a pained expression. "Those are all our trophies. There's so much meat, just put it back like this? I feel bad, I can't bear it. You will get something if you give up. Uncle Yu, please listen to me first. They used 3,000 people to transport a quarter of the prey at one time, right? Chu Bing asked again. Well, what then? Then how many times do you think they have to transport all the prey back and forth? Chu Bing asked Yi again, guiding his thoughts. 1/4 at a time, for transports? Yi didn't understand why Chu Bing asked, so he tentatively replied. No, up to 3 times. Don't forget, they transported a quarter of the 3,000 people, but the last time they all went back together, they will definitely transport more by then, so they can transport it all up to 3 times. Go. The disease immediately shook his head and said. 3 lux or 3 times. What does this have to do with you letting them go? Yu Yi asked, still puzzled. What I'm talking about is that under normal circumstances, they will transport it 3 times. In another case, they can transport it all in 2 times. Chu Bing explained. It's impossible to transport them twice. Didn't you just say that they have to transport them at least 3 times? No, oh, I see. What you mean is that if these 3,000 people go back, it is possible to call for more. If more people come to help with transportation, then they will take all the remaining prey back at once, right? Are you thinking of those who came to help? Yu Yi said suddenly. Hee, Uncle Yu is so awesome, he can solve the problem with just 1 click. Chu Bing also nodded and smiled. You kid, there's no need to compliment me. Please wait for a moment. I still have a question that I don't want to understand. Yui said quickly, waving his hands. Well, Uncle Yu, tell me. How can you be sure that they will call more people to help next time? If they don't call people to come, just follow the method you mentioned before and transport it back and forth 3 times. Then won't we suffer a loss? Yu Yi, I asked, still not understanding. Chu Bing spread his hands and said indifferently. I can't be sure, and I can't guarantee it. This is just a guess. It's just a gamble. If they don't call for help, then we will lose at most a quarter of the meat. The meat is not ours in the first place, so I won't feel bad if you lose it. I can fully accept this loss. But if they really call more people to help, then we may ambush more cannibals. Uncle Yu, you must know that if you can lure the enemies out and destroy them outside, you must not let them stay. Hidden in the lair, there are not many opportunities for the enemy to come out and die. We would rather lose some meaty trophies than let more enemies come out. First of all, you have to know one thing, that is, they will definitely come out again. There are still so many preys outside that have not been sent back. It is impossible for them not to come out. At worst, no one will come to help. Then we will only lose a batch of meat. It's definitely worth it to get more prisoners at this price, Chu Bing still tried to persuade him. Yi pondered for a while after hearing this, and felt that it made some sense. This was a gamble in which a quarter of the meat was exchanged for more prisoners. If the gamble failed, the enemy's prey would be lost. If the gamble won, it would be the Han tribe. While getting more prisoners, Yi thought for a while and began to be moved by the plan to cure the disease. Okay, then I'll listen to you and let them go back. I hope they can call more people to come out to help. But what are we doing now? So many soldiers have come over and they have been sent to the mountains of the hunting ground. We can't keep them hiding in the ice and snow, right? Who knows when the enemy's transport teams will come back? Yu Yi finally decided to agree to the plan to get rid of the disease, but he then raised another question, asking about the current arrangements. Hey, of course we can't let the army idle there. We have to send some scouts to continue to track the transport team and monitor their movements at all times. The 2 of us will immediately lead the main force to the valley to the south and eat the enemy's remains there. There are more than 1,000 defenders. Chu Bing smiled slyly and immediately revealed his plan. Huh? Ha, you are still a bad boy, but this is a good idea. If we eat the defenders there now, it will not affect our ability to continue to ambush the transport team that comes next time. Anyway, when they come, we wipe them out halfway and they won't notice anything unusual in the valley. Yi laughed immediately when he heard this, but then asked, but just to deal with the more than 1,000 enemies left behind, there is no need to get all the main forces there. 4,000 troops are enough to crush them. No, just go if you want. Of course I don't pay attention to the more than 1,000 defenders, but Uncle Yu, don't forget, there are nearly 4,000 various prey there, and we have to transport all the trophies. Chu Bing reminded him immediately. Oh, yes, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Alas, if you lose the quarter, you will lose it. We must get all the remaining 3/4. That's a lot of meat. Ah. Yi also wiped away the pained expression, and now that he was about to get so much meat, his whole face turned into a smile. After confirming the battle plan, the two men immediately began to organize their troops to move towards the valley area in the south. This time they not only brought all the main forces, but also brought a lot of sledges, horses, and yaks, all of which were prepared for transportation. Those who eat meaty trophies. This amount of meat is not a small amount. Even if you give a piece to each family of all the people in the northern Han tribe, you can get a lot. The large group of people marched at a speed that was certainly not too fast, and Yu Yi and Chu Bing did not rush them. They all walked slowly towards the valley. At the same time, they also sent out a lot of scouts to monitor the surrounding situation at any time. The cannibal hunting team relied on manpower for transportation and moved very slowly. The Han tribe had to avoid them to prevent them from finding out that the Han tribe had robbed the prey they had left behind, otherwise they would not come back again, so Go Bing and the others also deliberately suppressed their marching speed. After walking like this for 5 days, the scouts from outside came back and reported that the cannibal transport team of 3,000 people had reached the edge of the northern forest and was about to return to their own sphere of influence. It will take several days for them to turn back now. This is the best time for the Han tribe to attack. After Chu Bing and Yu Yi got the news, they immediately led the main force of more than 6,000 people to kill towards the valley in the south. The main force of the Shent's Guard of 2,500 people and a full 4,000 elite militiamen carried a large number of equip yourself and rushed towards the valley. When the team reached the outer perimeter of the north side of the valley, they immediately hid and waited for Chu Bing's attack order. Xu Bing, how are you going to fight? If we rush over directly, will they all escape from the other side of the valley? Yu asked directly. Regarding combat, Xu Bing is the commander appointed by the leader, and Yu's duty is only to cooperate and assist, so direct combat orders still need to be issued by Xu Bing. Well, this is what I think. This battle is actually easy to fight. Let's secretly transport 1,000 or 2,000 people outside the valley, and then send hundreds of people to the highlands on both sides of the valley. When the war starts, we will first attack inward from both ends of the valley at the same time. Of course, it's not really an attack, it's just gathering the enemies together. Then we throw large nets down from the high ground on both sides of the cliff to cover all the enemies, and then our main force from both ends of the valley swarms up to subdue them. This can reduce the enemy's losses as much as possible and capture more. We will not have any casualties. What do you think, Uncle Yu? Chu Bing thought about it and made a decision immediately. At the same time, in order to show his respect for Yu Yi, he took the initiative to ask Yu Yi's opinion. Okay, I think it's okay, but you have to be careful when climbing over the mountain. The mountain is covered with ice and snow at this time, and the road is slippery, but it's not easy to climb over. Don't fight without injuring a few people. On the contrary, it will cause non-combatants when climbing over the mountain. It would be bad to reduce the number of people. After Yi nodded in agreement, he also expressed his worries. This is easy to handle. Didn't we bring so many ropes and rope nets? We can use these rope nets as rope ladders. Let alone snow-capped mountains, even cliffs cut with knives can be climbed over. He said without worry, especially for climbing the rope net. Their Shent's guards had trained them when they were in Hanyang County. Okay, as long as you have confidence, I completely agree with the rest. Yu Yi expressed his stance again. Well, let's take action immediately. It will be difficult when it gets dark at night. Chu Bing also nodded and started making arrangements immediately. It is still quite difficult to climb over the snow-capped mountains, so the number of people should not be too large, and the people who climb over must be carefully selected. Too few will not work, and too many are not necessary. In the end, the plan given by Xubing is Shent's. There are 1,000 regular troops and 1,000 militiamen each. The 1,000 men of the Shent's guards can be deployed at will, because the Shent's guards have all been trained in this area. As for the 1,000 men of the militia, they were selected from the 1,000 militiamen recruited from the hunting camp. The militiamen in the hunting area are originally semi-professional hunters. They have considerable experience in wild survival and hunting. They have encountered all kinds of terrain and are relatively strong. Even the rope net used this time was provided by them. The professional soldiers of Shent's Guard are still a little inferior, but compared to the militias in Yanqi and River Valley, they are much stronger. After the order was given, everyone immediately started to take action. The task of climbing over the snow mountain was led by Shensui. They used the daggers they carried as ice picks, and with the help of ropes, they quickly climbed up. Then these few people climbed up. Once one person fixes the rope and puts it down, the remaining people can be quickly pulled up. After hundreds of people have climbed to the top of the cliff, everyone works together to pull up the rope net with ropes. The weight of the rope net is not light. It is a giant net woven with thick hemp rope. It is usually used for hunting. It can withstand the fierce struggle of dozens of large beasts, but it is not strong enough to be used for hunting. After everyone pulled up the rope net, they lowered it on the south side of the mountain so that it hung sideways on the cliff. Then the people who went up followed the rope net and went down to the bottom of the mountain. A total of 2,000 troops, after struggling for a long time, were finally sent to the other side of the mountain. At the same time, Xubing once again sent 400 Shent's Guard soldiers to climb to the high ground on both sides of the valley. They were the ones who were going to cast the net on it. After everything was arranged, at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the soldiers on both sides of the valley all finished their meals and rested for half an hour. A few minutes before 3 o'clock, Xubing officially issued the combat order. Bang! A violent shotgun blast echoed in the valley, and Xubing fired the first shot of the battle, which also signaled an attack to the teams on both sides. The more than 1,000 cannibal warriors staying in the valley were immediately startled and looked warily in the direction of the sound. They didn't even know what the sound was, because these people had never come into contact with the Han tribe until now. Firearms Army. However, at the next moment, gunfire suddenly erupted from both ends of the valley, and countless figures suddenly emerged from both ends of the valley. One in front and one behind, there are 2 shield walls made of solid wood shields half a man's height. There is no gap between the shield walls and they are arranged neatly. The front and back ends of the valley are completely blocked by porcelain, and even one person can't pass through. No gaps were left, obviously trying to seal them all in. Behind those shield walls, there was a row of soldiers uniformly wearing dark green military coats, wearing thunder, harmony, caps on their heads, and holding rifles with bayonets in their hands. The shining silver bayonets reflected the cold light, almost to blind their eyes. Bang! At this moment, fire and loud noises suddenly appeared in front of the sticks with bayonets, which startled the cannibal warriors. One of them was even more horrified to find that at that moment, something seemed to fly out of the strange weapon in the other person's hand, and then penetrated a dead donkey on the ground. You must know that the dead donkey has been frozen for nearly 10 days. It has been frozen for a long time. It is just an ice pimple. It can be chopped with a knife or an axe. It cannot be poked with a spear, let alone a bow and arrow. But the opponent's weapon actually penetrated the dead donkey in one go. How could he not be surprised? Weasel weasel. The Shen's warriors on both sides of the canyon all stood behind the shield wall and fired in the middle. However, they did not hit the cannibal warriors. Instead, they fired towards their sides or at their sawls, causing ice and rocks to scatter on the ground. The fragments hit their legs and frightened their hearts. It's Han Chinese. A small cannibal leader saw the equipment and clothing of the people in front of him, and immediately recognized the identities of the people in front of him. Yui has been developing power here for several years. Of course they know that the Han tribe has settlements nearby, and the people of the Han tribe are also very easy to identify. Firstly, because all the men in the Han tribe have their hair tied, and secondly, the people of the Han tribe all wear clothes made of cloth. The Han tribe generally does not wear animal skins. This can be seen at a glance. In addition, the wall-like solid wood shield in front of me can only be processed by the Han tribe, a tribe that is good at carpentry. Other tribes cannot make such an exquisite solid wood shield. Hurry up and get your weapons. Everyone, step back carefully and stand ready to throw stone axes and spears. On the side of the cannibal warriors, there were also several leaders shouting in their unique language, and waving the bone spears in their hands to command from time to time. Kill their leader, shoot, and beat those who shouted. Chu Bing also shouted to his soldiers from behind the shield wall. According to the plan, they should have forced all the cannibals together, but now because of the command of the opponent's leader, they actually started to form a formation to counterattack. How can this be tolerated? When the soldiers of the Shen's guard heard the order to cure the disease, they immediately began to search for the leader targeting the opponent. This is actually easy to identify, which one shouts the loudest, which one has the highest bone spear, and which one has the most bone ornaments, especially those with large skull necklaces on their chests are basically the leaders of the cannibals. It was still winter, and they wore more animal skins. If it were summer, when they were all naked, it would be easier to identify, because if you identify them carefully, the white totem patterns drawn on these totem warriors are also different. Those leaders, the totem on his body, is very conspicuous. The soldiers from the Han tribe immediately locked onto the cannibal leader in front of them. There were hundreds of people at both ends of the canyon, and they all raised their rifles and shotguns. They were now only 70 or 80 meters away from the cannibals in front of them. This distance it happened to be within the effective range of a shotgun, and it was also very close to a rifle. According to the training intensity of the Han tribe and the marksmanship of the Shen's guard soldiers, there was no possibility of hitting the target at this distance. The cannibal warriors in the middle were following the instructions of more than a dozen leaders, and began to prepare weapons and retreat, looking for their own positions as they retreated. In order to prepare to throw short spears, their positions were also spread out, which was even more convenient for the gods. Guards' warriors provide good shooting range. As a result, there was a burst of violent gunfire from both sides at the same time. The sound of the gun was like exploding beans. Countless bullets were fired from the front and back directions. More than 2,000 rounds of bullets and shotguns were fired at the target at the same time. In the next moment, the dozen or so cannibal leaders were beaten to pieces in front of the eyes of everyone around them. The mutilated corpse fell to the ground like a sandbag. There were big holes and small eyes all over the body. There was no good piece of meat on the whole body, and the head was even more mutilated. Warm blood flowed all over the ground instantly, and the overheated bullets, the flesh and the animal skins wrapped around it were so hot that white smoke erupted from the body in such a world of ice and snow, as if it had been cooked instantly. It looked extremely weird and terrifying. Ah! A burst of screams also sounded from the crowd of cannibal warriors. More than 100 people fell to the ground instantly. These were accidentally injured by stray bullets from the previous round of shooting. Most of them penetrated the dozen or so small people. After the leader, it was revealed to the people around him. Some were directly beaten to death, while others were shot and fell to the ground, howling non-stop. This round of attacks immediately frightened the cannibal warriors into silence. Some of them were so frightened that they backed away and sat down on the ground when the snow under their feet slipped. Others threw the weapons in their hands like a conditioned reflex. When the people around saw them throwing the weapons, they also threw the weapons forward blindly because there was no one to direct them. For a moment, stone axes and spears were flying in the air in the canyon, shooting at the Han tribe warriors at both ends. But at this time, the distance between the two sides is 80 or 90 meters away. Most people can throw stone axes 30 to 40 meters away, and those with strong strength can throw them 50 or 60 meters away. Technical weapons, such as throwing spears, are not as good as stone axes. If it is normal, it can be thrown to 50 or 60 meters, but some people get nervous and throw the spear at the wrong angle, so they directly throw the spear to a distance of less than 10 meters, and some even directly pierce the body. On the ground in front of you. It is precisely because of this round of blind throwing by the enemy that most of the few weapons were consumed in one go. You must know that each of them cannot bring a few stone axes or throwing spears. Xu Bing saw that the time was right and immediately issued another order. Shield formation, advance slowly and drive them towards the center. Shinsu guards, shoot at the enemy's feet and force them to retreat. Drink. 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 When the soldiers in front heard the order, they immediately began to move forward. The shield soldiers at the front drew out their short wooden sticks, one after another. Everyone stepped forward in one step, and then stamped their right feet neatly on the ground. At the same time, they also stretched the short sticks in their right hands in front of them. He knocked hard on the big shield in his hand, and shouted in unison, making a shocking roar. The triple sound, visual, and psychological oppression scared the enemy back step by step. The Shen's guards, who followed closely behind the shield wall, also aimed at the enemy's feet and pulled the trigger. Weasel weasel. A dense burst of bullets hit the cannibal warriors at their feet, scaring them back again and again. The Han tribe soldiers on both sides of the valley approached at the same time, and soon the cannibal warriors in the canyon were squeezed together. Get off the net. Seeing the enemy huddled together, Chu Bing immediately raised his head and shouted from behind. His voice kept echoing in the canyon. The Shen's guard soldiers on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon also heard the order and instantly moved towards the cannibals in the middle. The team threw out a dozen huge rope nets. The dozens of huge rope nets descended from the sky and were hooded by the cannibal warriors gathered in the middle. The layers of nets were stacked together. The enemies covered by the big nets instantly panicked, and thousands of people were horrified. They screamed and struggled, but they were already crowded together, and now they were covered by the net. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the rope net. Seeing that the enemy had been successfully controlled, the Han tribe soldiers on both sides were excited, and at the same time they heard the roar of Chu Bing again. The militiamen charge and capture them alive. Beep 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 beep. Come on. When the bugler heard the order, he immediately blew the charge horn, and the soldiers on both sides rushed forward with howls upon hearing the trumpet sound. There were more than 1,000 soldiers on both sides holding shields and short sticks. At this time, they charged like a riot brigade, suppressing thugs. They held shields in their left hands and short sticks in their right hands. They rushed into the enemy group and bumped into everyone they saw. He smashed people he met, and kept waving the short stick in his hand, beating the cannibal soldiers in the middle until they cried for their fathers and mothers, howling in agony. After the first group of shield soldiers rushed forward, the second group of militiamen holding ropes and handcuffs also rushed forward. They followed closely behind the shield soldiers, trying to kill the enemies who had been beaten to the ground as soon as possible. Handcuffed. But the Shent's guard soldiers behind did not move. They all stared at the battlefield with guns in their hands. If they saw a crisis somewhere, they could immediately shoot to eliminate the danger for the militiamen. There were 2,000 people in front and behind who were responsible for arresting each other, and there were Shent's guard soldiers behind them who were raiding the formation with guns. All the cannibal warriors in the entire canyon were quickly subdued, but some were handcuffed directly to the rope net. Now we have to take them out one by one and tie them up, just like untangling fish from a fishing net. It takes a lot of time. It took about more than 2 hours to completely tie up all the cannibal warriors in teams. The doctor found some thick hemp ropes, pulled out a noose every 1.5 meters, and then put it on those the prisoners of war were handcuffed around their necks, and their hands were handcuffed to the rope in front of them. Every 50 people were tied into a string, and then the Shent's guard soldiers were responsible for guarding them. After the prisoners were taken away, the militiamen began to collect the carcasses of the herds on the ground, including bighorn deer, wild donkeys, yaks, alpacas, bighorned argali, and some other herbivores, totaling about 3,700 animals. The heads were now all trophies of the Han tribe. The militiamen assembled solid wooden shields to make a makeshift sled. Then they neatly stacked the prey into different categories and put them all on the sled. They then tied them up with rope nets and finally used yak and wild donkeys prepared in advance. And some horses for towing. When the Han tribe people were doing these things, the tied cannibal prisoners of war kept looking at them, especially when they saw that the Han tribe people had brought a large number of live animals, and they were domesticated. He was actually surprised to be able to help them transport prey. Unexpectedly, the Han tribe could transport all the prey that needed to be transported back and forth several times by themselves, and no one was needed to pull it away. How could this not make them surprised and envious? At the same time, some people were inspired. Just now you know, it turns out that wild animals can also be domesticated to help humans work. It's just that those people know it too late now, and now they have fallen into the hands of the Han tribe. Who knows how the Han tribe will deal with people like them? But they were also very strange in their hearts. They didn't understand why the Han tribe people didn't kill them directly. Instead, they killed them directly and took away their prey. Isn't this more normal? Why should they take them back alive? Do you still have to support yourself? Isn't this a waste of food? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried, and they looked at the shiny handcuffs on their wrists and saw that the exquisite workmanship, solid materials, and expensive metals were actually used by the Han tribe to make binding tools for binding people. I really don't know what the Han tribe is planning. Some people even looked at the handcuffs on their wrists and couldn't help but guess, could this be some precious sacrificial instrument from the Han tribe? Do you want to drag all of yourself to sacrifice and perform some kind of horrific ritual? Thinking of this possibility, those people couldn't help but feel numb. After all, sacrificing human beings is a very common thing among tribes in this era. However, there is nothing you can do if you are caught. You can only hope that you will not be mistreated and that you can live one more day. After resting in the valley for a whole night, the team set off at dawn the next day, heading towards the hunting camp controlled by the Han tribe on the main road. They had to quickly return all the captives and prey to the camp, and then they would start again soon. Set off to ambush the returning cannibal convoys. The team marched for a full week before finally arriving at the Han tribe's camp in the hunting area. During these days, the cannibal prisoners of war were also confused by the Han tribe, because not only did the Han tribe not kill, they, on the contrary, are pretty good to them. In fact, the Han tribe only provided them with drinking water and 2 meals of food. The Shent's guards and the militia eat 3 meals a day, especially in the icy and snowy wilderness. Not only do they eat 3 meals a day, but they also eat a lot at each meal. It's hard to say how good the food is, but it must be hot food, otherwise my body definitely can't bear it. Considering that the prisoners of war also had to march, Chu Bing finally managed to capture these people alive. He must not freeze them to death for a little food, otherwise he would suffer a loss. So the meals Chu Bing arranged for them were one meal in the morning and one in the evening every day. Each person had a corn tortilla the size of a palm and a finger thick. In addition, each person had a bowl of salted broth in the morning and evening. There was no food at noon. But they will be given a refill of hot water, and anyone can drink as much as they want. A tortilla in the morning is to give them strength to go on the road, a tortilla in the evening is to prevent them from freezing to death while sleeping at night, and the broth with salt is also to replenish their strength. This kind of food standard is provided to allow prisoners of war to follow the march, but when they arrive at the concentration camp, the food will definitely be reduced. It is necessary to keep them hungry so that they will not have the strength to resist and cause trouble. This must be done. But the current 2 meals a day actually made the prisoners of war very satisfied, especially the sweet corn cakes, which were food they had never eaten before. They couldn't understand why the Han tribe fed them such good food as such. The food standard is something they can't even get in their own tribe. Of course, in the eyes of the Han tribe, corn cakes were not a very good thing, but in the eyes of the cannibal prisoners of war, it was different. We must know that among the substances that provide energy to the human body, sugar is ranked first, followed by oil, and finally protein. Corn inherently contains sugar and a large amount of starch. The salivary enzymes in the mouth will convert the starch into the human body. It requires sugar, so the corn tastes very sweet. There are not many sweets in nature. When the brain consumes sugar, it will release exciting chemicals, so now these guys can eat tortillas every day and seem very happy. After escorting these people to the hunting camp of the Han tribe, Chu Bing left 500 Shent's guard soldiers to defend the camp and guard the prisoners of war. He also asked the people in the camp to skin the prey brought back. The skin should be broken down and frozen outside. When the time comes, it will be uniformly distributed to 3 camps, so that every household in the north can get a piece of meat. The meal standards for those prisoners of war have also been changed, from 2 meals a day to 3 meals a day, but the tortillas in each meal have been changed from the size of a palm to half a meal. Although it has become 3 meals, it is equal to the total food intake was reduced by a quarter, but even so, the cannibal prisoners of war were still obedient and did not dare to cause trouble at all. After arranging the prisoners and trophies, Chu Bing and Yu Yi set off again with the remaining 6,200 people. This time they wanted to ambush the cannibals on their way to the southern valley, and then capture them. Those enemies come again. While the group was walking on the road, Yu Yi was still asking about Chu Bing's battle plan. Chu Bing, this time we ambushed the enemy in the open field, but there is no such canyon terrain, and there is no way to surround the enemy again. How do you plan to fight this battle? Their transport team originally had 3,000 people. According to your guess, if they mobilize more helpers, they will definitely have about 3,000 or 4,000 people. That adds up to 6,000 or 7,000 people. They may be even more powerful than ours. Duo, how will we fight then? Yi asked from the side. Chu Bing also looked confident. He rode on the horse and said to Yu Yi beside him. This battle is difficult to say, but it is also very simple to say. Uncle Yu, look, I am not going to ambush them at the ambush point this time. Instead, I will let the enemy find the battlefield on their own, and then we will launch a sneak attack. Sneak attack? Sneak attack on their team? But what is the difference between this and an ambush? Isn't an ambush also a sneak attack? If they have more people by then, how can we sneak attack? We can't even surround them. We will definitely let them run away by then. Some people are out. Yu asked in confusion. No, you misunderstood. The sneak attack I was talking about was a night attack. Chu Bing waved his hand and began to explain. Uncle Yu, look, they came from the forest in the northwest and headed to the valley in the south. It would take at least 8 or 9 days to walk, right? Well, but what does this have to do with a sneak attack? No, do you mean to sneak attack them in their campsite while they are sleeping at night? Yu Yi just asked what it has to do with it, but he hasn't finished speaking yet. He reacted immediately, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, we just sneak attack them while they are sleeping at night. They have to sleep every day for several days along the way. Let's choose a good place to start, and sneak up on them once it's dark at night. Make sure it's done. We can kill them all, Chu Bing said very confidently. Good idea, this method is good. They must be sleeping during the night attack. Even if there are people on guard, there will definitely not be many people. At that time, we can use knives or bows and arrows to put down those sentries silently first, and then put them down. All those sleeping. Huh? This matter is not easy to handle. What if they are woken up? If someone makes a fuss, everyone will be woken up. It might get dark by then. There will still be people running out, and it will be difficult for us to catch them. Yu Yi was analyzing according to the idea of curing the disease, but he soon discovered the loopholes in the plan. With so many people acting together, it was impossible for there to be no movement. Once the enemy was awakened, something would definitely go wrong. Then there will definitely be a melee at that time. He. Yui was still thinking worriedly when he suddenly heard Chu Bingyao next to him laughing. He laughed in a very wretched and cunning manner, which was not funny at first glance. But Yui also laughed unexpectedly, and then pointed at Chu Bing and asked, Hey, seeing you smiling like that, you kid has already thought of a way, right? Tell me, what way? Chu Bing nodded affirmatively, then suddenly took out a transparent glass wine bottle from the cowhide bag on the side of his saddle and said, We use this. What? Liquor. No, I said you kid didn't want to get the enemy drunk, did you? How much liquor should you get? Besides, they don't know how to drink it. What kind of bad idea do you think this is? Yu Yi saw it. Bing took out a bottle of white wine and immediately rolled his eyes and said, No, this is not liquor, this is ether. Chu Bing immediately explained. Ether? What is ether? Yu Yi asked in confusion. It is a reaction between dilute sulfuric acid and ethanol, which is alcohol. This stuff is one of the raw materials used to prepare gunpowder. It is also a powerful inhaled anesthetic. As long as you smell it, people will faint immediately. No, it's not fainting, it's anesthesia. Once you smell this thing, the person will fall asleep, can't hear the sound, and can't feel the pain. As long as you knock the person down, you will stab him twice. Even if you cut his flesh, he won't wake up. Uncle Yu, you only have 1 bottle of wine, but just 1 bottle can kill tens of thousands of people. Chu Bing explained again. When Yi heard this, his eyes widened and he looked at the liquor bottle in disbelief. He swallowed subconsciously and said, No, this thing is so powerful? Where did you get it? Isn't this thing too dangerous? It's quite dangerous, but it can save people if used properly. Didn't I say this is an anesthetic? It was originally intended to treat the wounded. If one of our people is seriously injured and needs treatment, if you are afraid of pain, you can give him a sniff of this and anesthetize him directly. It depends on how you use this thing. Didn't I just say that this is one of the raw materials specially used to make smokeless gunpowder and bullets? It was brought from our ordnance ship and reserved for preparing gunpowder. I'm afraid that someone will be seriously injured and need treatment during the battle, so I asked them for a bottle and brought it over, but I didn't expect it to be useful at this time, Chu Bing explained again. Oh, so that's it. Then how do you use this thing? You said you'll get dizzy, just by smelling it. How do our people use it? Also, how long can this thing make people dizzy? No. Are you going to faint those people? Yui nodded and asked again. It's easy to handle. When the time comes, we find the enemy's camp, then pull the large troops to the outside and surround them. Then we send a few hunters to use bows and arrows to get rid of the sentries watching the night, and then send dozens of people in to kill them all. All the enemies are stunned, and then we can slowly deal with them. When using this, let our people wrap their mouths and noses with cloth. Just wrap a few more layers. Then take some towels or handkerchiefs, pour some ether on them, and ask them to use the towels to cover the enemy's mouth and nose. They fainted after taking a breath, and they wouldn't wake up if you hit them. As for time, I heard that the workers who prepared gunpowder were also smoked down in the past. It may work for an hour or two, and they will wake up after 1 or 2 hours. Chu Bing immediately revealed his plan. Oh, then this thing is good. It means that this thing can knock people out for an hour or two. There won't be any problems after the person wakes up. The leader asked us to capture slaves. These people have to take it back. You're here to do some work, so don't hurt anyone, Yui said, still worried. Don't worry, there will be no sequelae. Those workers who made gunpowder in the past had no problem when they fainted and woke up. They are still like normal people. Chu Bing immediately patted his chest and said. Okay, anyway, I don't know this thing. Just be sure of yourself. I completely agree with your plan for the rest. If there is no need to fight, we can reduce some unnecessary casualties. Yu Yi nodded and said. Chu Bing also nodded, and then continued to march with the team, constantly sending out scouts along the way, and those scouts would come back after a while to deliver the news. 3 days after they came out, they received news that the enemy had come out of the forest in the northwest again, and as expected by Chu Bing, this time not only the 3,000 young and strong hunters who left last time came back, but they also brought there were 5,000 to 6,000 cannibals, including many young and middle-aged women and half-grown children. Many old people also came out. It seemed that they were all helping with transportation. This time, the cannibals dragged their families out to carry food. It is estimated that the old, weak, women and children who stayed in the village were also hungry, so they simply followed them out together. Oh my God, it's a good thing you have that ether, otherwise we would be in trouble this time. There are 3,000 young and strong men, and 5,000 or 6,000 old and weak women and children. This adds up to 8,000 or 9,000 people. There are half as many people as us. If we fight directly, we will really be in trouble. Yi said in surprise immediately after hearing the situation reported by the scout. Haha, it's pretty much what I thought. You forgot that they have several people pulling one prey. We captured more than 3,700 various prey in the valley. There are not so many people. How could they do it all at once? Transport them all back. Chu Bing said without any surprise. Well, that's right. So what are we going to do this time? What the leader wants are slaves. Do we want to take all those old people, children, and women back? Or should we kill them directly? Yu Yi thought for a while and asked again. Road. Chu Bing thought for a moment when he heard the words, and then immediately made a decision. Yes, yes. Since those old people can still come out to carry prey, it means they can still work. Let's get them back and they can work anyway. It's hard work for a year or two. As long as you can do it for a year or two, it will be valuable. We also want those children. If we take them back, we can give them some less heavy tasks. When they grow up, they will be like other slaves and work until they die. As for those women, they must be brought back no matter what. This leader will be useful. Let the leader think about how to arrange it at that time, but the leader will definitely be useful. Chu Bing said immediately and affirmatively. Yu Yi looked at Chu Bing, strangely, wondering what he meant. What do I mean by you kid? Why does the leader want these women? Our Han tribe doesn't have any women, so the leader wants this? Uncle Yu, it's not what you think. If you say that in front of the leader, he will definitely beat you. It's for other purposes. Don't ask about secrets. This is not what you should know. Chu Bing immediately couldn't laugh or cry. Explained. Oh, it's a secret, so I won't ask any more. Since the leader is useful, let's capture him together. Yu Yi heard this and stopped asking, knowing that he had no right to know this matter. But Chu Bing was different. Chu Bing worked as a guard for Luo Chong for more than a year. He helped Luo Chong send and receive letters from various places every day, and he also had access to many confidential things in the tribe. Some of them he knew. For example, Luo Chong knew about the medical research on those slaves who made mistakes, but he didn't know clearly. He only knew that medical schools needed living people to conduct research, especially on human body structure, but he didn't know much about it, and he didn't know the details of what kind of research the medical school was doing. He only knew that living people were needed, and even the corpses of dead people were needed. However, most of the slaves in the Han tribe were men, and there were basically few female slaves. Therefore, in terms of research on female human bodies, the Han tribe was often unable to carry out work because there was no experimental material. When he was with Luo Chong, he heard Luo Chong talked about this matter. Now that they have finally caught the cannibal women, even if they are not allowed to work, the leader must have other arrangements. In fact, Luo Chong thought so too. Putting aside everything else, he could just capture all these women and let them continue to have children with those male slaves. When those women become pregnant, they would be sent to medical school. I have done research here and have mastered the art of midwifery, as well as cesarean section and so on. I didn't dare to do it to ordinary people before, and those doctors had no experience. Now, I can use these women to practice. Of course, Luo Chong is not that cruel and inhumane, and it does not mean that they must be killed. The children must be born by them, but there is no problem in doing some research within a reasonable range and practicing their skills by the way. After all, why is life not life? Moreover, few people know about the medical school. Although many people know that the medical school is doing research on humans, how it is done is not disclosed to the outside world. Although the slaves used are cannibals, it is not a good thing after all, so he did it, but Luo Chong didn't publicize it or deliberately conceal it. His attitude is, if you want to know, I won't take the initiative to tell anyone if you don't know. Anyway, what you do is good for the people, and even if you are dead, you are still dead. Those slaves of the cannibals will not harm the people at all. Benefit. On the other side, Chu Bing and Yu Yi determined the number of enemies and their marching route. They also deduced their camping location based on the enemy's marching speed and time. They went to hide nearby in advance and waited for them to arrive at night. A fatal blow. When the cannibal hunting team went back for the first time, they sent more than 3,000 people to transport prey, but they were not just transporting prey, because they knew that they would bring more people next time, so they would definitely have to eat on the way here. They couldn't send the prey back and then pull it back, so they buried a lot of prey in the snow along the way as supplies on the way. At the same time, the supply points they prepared were also protected by the Shent's guards who had been monitoring them. The scout recorded it. From this, Xu Bing judged that the enemy would definitely go south along those supply points and camp at one of them for the night. Then he only needed to figure out which supply point they would camp at based on the enemy's speed. 2 days later, when the cannibals were moving south, Xu Bing also led a large force to move near their next campsite in advance. He hid all the troops and placed them in a small mountain col, where there was a small, although it is impossible to cram all 6,000 people into a natural cave, you can cook in the cave and prepare some hot food for everyone. In such cold weather, eating only dry food will kill people. As evening approached, Chu Bing and Yu Yi were warming themselves by the fire in the temporary camp, when the scouts from the front line ran over. "Command, the enemy is coming," the scout said immediately when he saw Chu Bing. "Coming? Is this the supply point?" Chu Bing asked immediately after hearing this. "Yes, it's the place you mentioned. They are still almost half an hour away from the supply point. It will be dark in half an hour. They will definitely spend the night there. I still stay at the supply point." A squad of soldiers were watching. If the enemy really stopped there would definitely be soldiers coming over to report it, the platoon leader in charge of reconnaissance said again. "Well, then continue to keep an eye on it and report to me at any time if there is any situation." Chu Bing nodded and said, "Yes, don't worry, Commander, we will definitely complete the mission." The platoon leader stood up, saluted and turned around to leave. "It's finally here. If we don't come, our people will be frozen to death. At least the enemy can still march and move around. It's a little warmer. We have been hiding in this ice and snow for 2 days. If we don't move, we will freeze to death." "Yeah," Yu Yi complained after the platoon leader left. "Fortunately, our waiting has not been in vain. Uncle Yu, please send someone to the cave to get us some food. It is best to make hot noodles with more meat so that the soldiers can drink something warm and eat well. We will take action tonight." Chu Bing also nodded and arranged. "Okay, I'll take care of this." Upon hearing this, Yu Yi stood up immediately and turned around to arrange the cooking. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, the frontline scouts again sent news that the enemy had stopped at the supply point and dug out buried prey and firewood. At the same time, they were still setting up simple tents, and some people were digging. It looked like they were planning to spend the night in the igloo. The sky had already darkened and the moon had come out. If it was darker, the stars would be visible. Chu Bing nodded and started to greet his soldiers to eat. They were attacking at night. There was no need to go now. After the meal was over, let the soldiers digest it and then sneak over there quietly. There was no need to do anything in the middle of the night. In this way, around 7 o'clock in the evening, the scouts in front came again with news that the enemy had finished their meal and showed no signs of moving again. The old, weak, women and children in the team had also begun to prepare for bed. After hearing the words, Chu Bing immediately asked his team to pack up their equipment and began to quietly lurk towards the target location. They didn't even light a torch or light a lamp along the way. They just marched by the moonlight. Fortunately, there were scouts leading the way. As for not being able to figure out the direction, after walking for more than half an hour, everyone arrived at the outskirts of the enemy camp. There were also a few scouts staying here to help prevent Chu Bing and others from going too far and directly alerting the enemies in front. Under the bright moonlight, thousands of people squatted quietly in the snow. Chu Bing asked the scout in front of him in a low voice. "How's it going? Is there any movement from the enemy? Are they all sleeping?" "No, some are sleeping, and some are making people there. They brought women this time." The scout smiled softly after hearing this. "Haha, you still know how to create humans, and you still have the heart to do it, which means they haven't discovered the danger yet. In this case, you immediately send people with our militia to outflank the camp from both sides. First, surround the camp. Let everyone keep their voices down. Don't disturb the enemy, and don't act without permission." I used the sound of gunfire as a signal. I didn't hear it. Just let them hide themselves from the gunshots. Chu Bing smiled upon hearing this, and then immediately ordered. "Well, don't worry, Commander." The scout nodded and then went to find someone to carry out the order. Then Chu Bing again arranged for Yu Yi beside him. "Uncle Yu, I leave the enemy sentries to you. You must kill them silently, but don't go now until our siege is completed. Yu Yi also nodded, and then began to arrange for people to touch the enemy's sentry guarding at night. When Yi led people to explore the north, the accompanying team was equipped with a lot of divine arm crossbows. These divine arm crossbows are still very strong, and those under Yi are also concerned about things like silent whistleblowing. Very experienced. After Yi left, Chu Bing called his guard company commander over again. Uncle Yu has sent people to touch the enemy's sentry. Once they have eliminated the enemy's sentry, you will arrange for your people to go in and deal with them quietly. Remember to work in pairs, with one person covering the enemy's face with a towel. Mouth, another person is on guard next to him. If the enemy struggles hard or the person next to him wakes up, the person in charge of guarding will kill him with a knife. My request is that no one shouts during the whole process. Do you hear it? Yes, don't worry about the command. This job is very simple. The company commander also patted his chest and assured. When Chu Bing heard this, he glared at him, slapped him on the back of the head, and scolded him. I said you didn't understand, right? You have to be cautious in your actions. You can't be arrogant, let alone underestimate the enemy. If you dare to let me off the chain, be careful and I will cut you. Also, when taking action, let the soldiers wear masks and cover themselves. Be strict, don't overwhelm the enemy before you do it yourself. No, I remember, be careful and don't underestimate the enemy. After being scolded, the company commander scratched the back of his head and whispered. Well, okay, go ahead and be careful when distributing ether to the soldiers. Chu Bing nodded, and then waved his hand to drive the people away. The company commander also quickly arranged for his own people to make preparations. This time, the person responsible for going in to stun the enemy was the security company, directly under the Guard headquarters. 200 people were sent to take action, in teams of 2, for a total of 100 groups. After all the troops were arranged, there was nothing else to do. Chu Bing waited for the news. Half an hour later, a scout came to report that the 4,000 militiamen had been mobilized and the encirclement had been encircled. Stand up. About 10 minutes later, someone reported again that the Guard's large force was in place. A total of 2,000 people were divided into 4 teams and deployed in 4 directions of the enemy's camp to prevent the enemy from escaping. After waiting for another half an hour, the bonfires in the enemy camp were almost burned out, and they had no extra firewood to fill them in. The bonfires also turned into dark red charcoal, and the heavy breathing of the people in the camp gradually subsided. When we came down, there was only the crackling sound of some charcoal burning. The sentries who kept vigil had also walked for a day and were already exhausted. They sat in front of the bonfire and nodded their heads. Seeing this, Chu Bing nodded to Yu Yi, and Yu Yi nodded in agreement, then waved his hand, and a dozen people quietly walked over with their divine arm crossbows. More than a dozen people entered from the periphery of the camp, specifically targeting those who were dozing around the fire. Everyone approached carefully, some quietly touched the target more than 10 meters away, and some had already touched the target within 10 meters. Inside, the most powerful ones have already reached behind the enemy sentry. At this distance, they can't even use the god's arm crossbow. They can just kill them with daggers. A dozen people gestured to each other and pulled the triggers of the crossbows at the same time. The crossbow bolts flew out without making much noise, and because the distance was relatively close and at the same time in order to prevent the enemy from making any noise, the soldiers aimed their crossbow bolts directly at the enemy's head. The crossbow bolts penetrated their brains at close range, and they all fell down without any reaction. Those warriors who directly touched the enemy's back also used daggers to directly kill the target. After taking care of the sentry posts that kept watch at night, everyone carefully checked in the camp to make sure that no one was still awake or active. The dozen or so soldiers who had touched the sentry posts carefully withdrew and then went to the hospital for treatment. Yi made a signal to let the Shen's guard soldiers holding the poison come in. After Chu Bing saw the signal in the distance, he nodded and waved to the guard company commander beside him. The company commander immediately led his soldiers to touch it. 200 soldiers, each in groups of 2, with one on guard and one using drugs, quickly took action in the enemy's camp. The operation was going on quietly. Chu Bing and Yu Yi were also monitoring the operations in the camp with binoculars. There were nearly 9,000 people in the entire camp, which meant that each group of soldiers had to take down more than 90 people. That's it, everyone's workload is huge, and they have to make sure that the entire operation doesn't make any noise. Fortunately, the Han tribe's ether is really powerful. Those enemies whose mouths and noses were covered with towels had just woken up from the cold towel, but they only opened their eyes and glanced at the Han tribe warriors in front of them, and then immediately closed their eyes again. It didn't take more than 2 seconds to pass out. After about 20 minutes, the soldiers who entered the camp finally completed their mission. The quick ones fascinated hundreds of people, while the slow ones knocked out dozens. Now there is almost no one in the entire camp who can still stand up. At this time, the soldiers finally sent out a signal, took out their torches and drew several circles on Chu Bing and the others, indicating that the mission was completed. At this time, Chu Bing and the others were relieved. The enemies had all fainted now, so no matter how hard they tried, they would not react. So Chu Bing no longer hid his figure, and directly, he stood up and shouted. The guard company withdrew from the camp, burned all the towels, and paid attention to self-protection. Yes. The voices of the guards and soldiers also came from the distant camp, but because they were all covering their mouths and noses, it didn't sound clear. After the soldiers evacuated, and after waiting for another 5 minutes, and the air in the enemy camp was almost blown away by the wind, Xu Bing once again issued an order to the surrounding Shen's guard soldiers. Shen's guards, come forward to alert. The Shen's guard soldiers who were ambushing all around also quickly came to the edge of the enemy camp with their guns in hand, watching carefully inside to prevent anyone from waking up suddenly. After the cordon of the Shen's guards was drawn up, Chu Bing suddenly fired a shot into the sky with a short spray gun. The huge gunshot echoed in the night sky for a long time. The militiaman on the outermost perimeter also received the signal. He rushed here immediately. But after they came over, the imagined battle did not happen. All the people in the cannibal camp slept like dead pigs, and could not wake up even if they kicked them. But this would save everyone trouble. If we are awake, there are more troops than our own, and there may be unnecessary casualties. Chu Bing also issued an order again. He should handcuff all those people first and leave them where they are for the time being. These people are still unconscious. What if they were dragged directly into the ice and snow and let them sleep outside? It will freeze to death directly. The action he finally planned captured everyone on the other side alive, without any casualties. If he froze these people to death again, he would suffer a big loss. Ha 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 ha, it's your idea that's good. I didn't expect it to go so well this time. I killed a few sentries, watching the night, and captured 9,000 people alive. It was a great achievement this time. Wait until dawn, there must be more. Take some photos, and send them to the leader when the time comes. He will be very happy to see so many captives. At the same time, the leader should be prepared to receive these prisoners in advance. After the spring starts, these people will be there immediately. Sent back. Yu Yi said happily. That's for sure, otherwise my ether would be in vain. This thing is not cheap. Chu Bing also smiled proudly after hearing this, and then gave orders to the soldiers. Everyone brings over the lanterns, to light them up and look for the prey buried by the enemy. Others go and get some firewood, make the bonfire a little louder, and set up a big pot. We who have been freezing outside for half the night can also get some midnight snacks. Eat, don't let everyone freeze. The rest of us can find a place to rest around. We won't leave tonight. We have to wait until these prisoners wake up. We will set off back at dawn tomorrow. Good. Ha 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 ha, thank you for the command. When everyone heard this, they also shouted happily. This battle was fought too easily. At this time everyone saw such a great result and admired Chu Bing very much. Not only did they capture the enemy alive, but the most important thing was their own side. Not even a single person was injured, so who could be unhappy? Chu Bing and the others captured 9,000 cannibals alive at one time. They also rested in the temporary camp that night. It was about 3 o'clock in the middle of the night when the prisoners of war woke up one after another, but now they were all handcuffed. There is no use even if I wake up now. The Han tribe didn't care about it and just waited until dawn the next day. Yu Yi asked people to prepare broth and corn tortillas for the prisoners. They watched the prisoners eat them and then tied them all together using the previous method. Chuan, 9,000 people, even if they were tied up and stood there, they would still be densely packed. Add in the 6,000 people from the surrounding Han tribes, the scene, as the saying goes, with over 10,000 people, boundless, is indeed very spectacular. Chu Bing had people drive all the prisoners together, take pictures from multiple angles, and then let the team set off and start to push the prisoners back. It is also from now on that the first phase strategy of the disease eradication plan has been officially achieved. The goals that should be completed in the first 3 months of winter in the north have been completed. The herds in the hunting areas have also gone south. Before the next spring, all the animals will be gone. Xia, those herds will not come back again. Without the herds in the hunting area, those cannibals will not come here to hunt again. Now those cannibals have not only lost a lot of population because of the troubles caused by the Han tribe, but have not yet completed their food reserves for the first 3 months of winter. So in the foreseeable future, in the last 3 months of winter in the north, those cannibals will definitely form groups and go south. Because there was no food in the north, they could only risk going south and hunting farther away, just like they did before when they went to the Han tribe. The second stage strategic goal formulated by Chu Bing is to set up an ambush halfway to stop this wave of cannibals who are preparing to go south, and once again annihilate some of the enemy's effective forces. At the same time, the Yanqi side must also follow the new strategic deployment by giving up positions from time to time. To attract enemies, constantly investing troops in the salt pond will allow the Han tribe to continuously eliminate the enemy's effective forces from both the salt pond and the enemies going south. Wait until next spring at the latest, when the cannibals can no longer send any more people, they can start to attack them. The cannibals' base area has been wiped out. After Chu Bing brought the prisoners back, he wrote the latest results and battle reports, as well as photos, predictions about the direction of the future war, his own strategic goals, etc., all in a letter and sent it to Luo Chong. Go over and ask Luo Chong to be prepared to receive the prisoners and prepare for transportation. The ship on his side will definitely not be able to transport so many people at one time. After sending the battle report to Luo Chong, Chu Bing divided his troops again, and asked a battalion to bring 1,000 militiamen recruited from the hunting ground area, totaling about 1,800 people, all into the Yanqi camp, allowing them to fight the enemy on their own. In a tug-of-war, if the enemy sends people to occupy those salt ponds, kill them once. Then the Han tribe cannot occupy and defend there, so they have to give up the land and wait for the enemy to invest troops in the salt pond area again. On the other side, Chu Bing also took the remaining 2nd and 3rd battalions, the guard company, and the remaining 3,000 militiamen to the Habong position, which was the main passage for the cannibals to go south. According to Yui, he said that every time those bastards go south, they always walk along the river, so that they will not get lost and can find it again no matter how far they go. And this river bend position will become the main battlefield of Guard from now on. In the next 3 or 4 months, a large number of cannibal teams will definitely pass through here and go south, and what they need to do is to intercept them here. And captured all those guys who went south. A few days later, in early December of the first year of the Great Ming Dynasty, the battle report sent back from the north by Chu Bing was also sent to Luo Chong. Luo Chong also knew about their huge results of annihilating tens of thousands of enemies at once, and launched a joint attack at the same time. There were also many photos that came, which made Luo Chong very happy. Luo Chong also followed the usual practice and once again sent the good news to all counties and counties of the Han tribe to report the good news to the people and let them know about the achievements of those soldiers in the north this time. Moreover, the Han tribe had been winning battles, so as to give the people good news. Increasing morale is conducive to gathering the people's national self-confidence. Of course, this depends on how to promote and guide it. Luo Chong is still very good at this, mainly because he has seen too many such things in his previous life. In mid-December of that year, Yofu, who was looking for coal mines in the south, also returned by boat with his team. This time they found the coal mines, and also found potatoes and iron ore from the Baiwu tribe they discovered. In addition, they also surveyed and mapped. He picked up the surrounding map, selected transportation routes and livable areas, and prepared to bring the map back for Luo Chong to plan personally. He also brought the ores and crops. When Luo Chong heard the news that Yufu was back, he personally took people to the dock in Luoyang County to greet him. By the way, he also brought a lot of photos that Chu Bing had sent back from the north. Chief, I have lived up to my great trust. I finally found the coal mine that the leader wanted. When Yufu got off the boat, he said this when he saw Luo Chong for the first time. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Luo Chong. Luo Chong immediately stepped forward and helped him up to show his closeness. Thank you for your hard work. Look at your face. There's a lot of wind blowing outside, and you're even darker. Luo Chong took Yufu's hand and started talking. Working hard for the development of the tribe, I dare not say it is hard, this is what I should do. Yufu also quickly became humble. Don't worry, I remember all your contributions, and I will definitely not miss out on your rewards. When you get back, you will report the list of people who have made contributions this time. Those who deserve promotions, those who deserve rewards, and whoever contributes to the development of the tribe, I will definitely reward those who make contributions, Luo Chong also said to Yufu and the followers behind him again. Of course those Yofu's subordinates were very happy after hearing this. They had been sleeping outside in the wilderness for nearly a year, just for these achievements and rewards. Thank you, Chief. By the way, Chief, when we came back this time, we also brought back some of the mineral specimens we collected. Anyway, as long as we can see them, whether we know them or not, we brought back some of them. In addition, there are these. We also brought back nearly 200 kilograms of taros from the Baiwu tribe. However, when we were preparing to move them down, we found that the taros had turned green. We didn't know if they could still be used. Eat. Yufu immediately reported the results of this exploration. It's turning green? This is a good thing. It's about to sprout. You may not know how to grow this thing. In fact, the taro fruit you mentioned is a seed. It will turn green when placed in a warm environment. After germination, cut off the buds and the pulp together and bury them in the soil, and they will grow into new fruits. In addition, that thing should not be called taro, because it is buried in the soil and is still a bean shape, so I named it potato. When Luo Chong heard Yufu talking about the potatoes turning green, he immediately told what he knew about the situation. Yufu was stunned, but he didn't expect that the leader had already figured out how to grow this thing before he asked about the situation. Potato? This name is easy to understand. It turns out that the leader has mastered the planting method, so next year we don't have to rush to exchange planting techniques with the White House clan. Yu Fu nodded when he heard this. Well, don't worry, let's not talk about this today. I have already arranged a welcoming banquet for everyone in Luoyang County. Just waiting for you heroes to come back. You will definitely not have anything good to eat on this ship. I will treat you to a meal later. Hot pot keeps everyone warm. After finishing talking about the potatoes, Luo Chong took Yu Fu and the others into Luoyang City for dinner. When they were at the dock, Luo Chong also ordered his guards to wrap the potatoes in quilts. Cannot be exposed to the cold, and the ore specimens brought back by Yu Fu are put it directly on a boat and send it to the Comprehensive Research Institute on the island in the center of the lake. According to the usual practice, all new minerals collected outside must be sent to the laboratory for testing to see if they are new minerals, because some stones have the same appearance, and to the naked eye it is impossible to separate out the inner components. The reception banquet prepared for Yu Fu was placed in the guani, because there were 200 people accompanying Yu Fu, which could not be accommodated in the official office. Luo Chong also invited Shi Xian, the governor of Luoyang County, to accompany him, and the food here was all arranged by him. Luo Chong just gave the order. In the hall on the first floor of Guani, more than 200 people were seated. Each table had a charcoal stove, hot pot, various meats, stored cabbage, frozen tofu, and nothing else. There was nothing fresh at all in this season. Vegetables, but fortunately there was enough wine and meat. After everyone had poured the wine, Luo Chong stood up with the wine glass and said, "Come here, I will help you today. All the soldiers are working hard to expand the territory for the tribe. You have worked hard. I, as the leader, should give you a toast." Everyone stood up quickly, raised their glasses and sang, "Thank you, Chief." "Okay, everyone, sit down to eat." After everyone had a drink together, Luo Chong ignored them, invited everyone to sit down, and started eating and chatting with the people at his table. Luo Chong stretched out his hand, and a guard immediately handed over a paper bag. Luo Chong took it and put it directly in front of Yu Fu and said, "This is the battle report sent by Chu Bing from the north. I also took a lot of photos of your brother Yu Yi. They are doing well in the north now. They captured tens of thousands of cannibals alive a few days ago. You and Yu Yi haven't seen each other for several years. Let's meet each other. I'll give you these photos to relieve your brother's pain of missing each other." When Yu Fu heard this, he immediately opened the bag and took out the photos inside. He saw his brother's high-spirited look, which showed that he had not suffered much. It's interesting to talk about the two brothers. The eldest brother is running around and has made a lot of achievements, but he still doesn't have a stable career, while his younger brother Yu Yi is now in charge of 3 residential areas with a population of tens of thousands in the north. Yes, the real power is very great. Thank you, Chief. I feel relieved to see that everything is fine with Yu Yi. Yu Fu said as he put the photo aside. Well, he is fine. Let him and Chu Bing go to war first. After the war is over in 2 years, the North may formally establish counties. Then we will see what he means and make arrangements for him. Let's not talk about him for now. What about you? Tell us what you discovered during this exploration. Luo Chong threw some mutton into the pot and said as he rinsed it. Since the leader asked this, I really have something important to report. After hearing this, Yu Fu immediately put down his chopsticks and continued. Huh? Let's talk about something important. Luo Chong also nodded. Yu Fu took off a small cloth bag from his waist, put it on the table, and said, Chief, this time when we were surveying the transportation road, we discovered another large mine 100 kilometers northwest of the coal mine. We initially suspected it was a new metal vein, but it was not any of our existing metals. It's a new type of metal mine. As he spoke, he opened the small bag and took out a silver-gray stone with obvious metallic reflections. Luo Chong and Qingshu's eyes were immediately attracted, and they saw that there was some granite attached to the stone, which was obviously mined from granite. Qingshu took a look and said immediately, "Isn't this a tin mine? Our tribe has it. This kind of tin mine is produced in the Babaishan mine. Why do you say this is a new metal vein?" Luo Chong took it in his hand and looked at it for a few times, but he didn't see the ugly yin mao. In metal minerals, there are too many silver-gray stones, with obvious metallic reflections. Tin mines are like this, and lead mines are like this. Yes, there are silver mines like this, and there are many others, such as rhenium, nickel, molybdenum, etc., which are impossible to identify with the naked eye, so he also looked at Yu Fu, waiting for his explanation. Yu Fu said when he saw several people looking at him, "Chief, we accidentally discovered this when we passed by and saw the mountains shining in the sunset. I thought that since there was metal reflection, there must be metal veins, so I took people to explore it, discovered this stone. When I first saw these stones, I wondered if they were tin ore, or lead ore, or silver ore, but I verified it and found that they were neither. You all know that tin ore has a low melting point and will turn into water at 300 to 400 degrees. Lead ore is even worse and will melt at more than 200 degrees. But this kind of stone cannot be burned at all. Why do you think it can be lead and tin?" Luo Chong and Qingshu nodded immediately, and Qingshu even answered, "Well, that makes sense. Could it be a silver mine?" "No, I have seen silver mines. Although they are very similar, silver mines are harder. Look at this stone. It is very soft as graphite. I have even tried it with my own hands. It can be used with any stone. When the pencil draws traces directly on the paper, how can it be a silver mine?" Yu Fu explained again. When Luo Chong heard this, he frowned and began to think. The silver-gray color, reflective metal, soft texture, and heavy weight in his hand meant that the metal was extremely dense and could not be melted by fire, which meant it was not lead or tin. Thinking of this, Luo Chong suddenly he remembered a rare metal and asked, "You said you did an experiment. How did you burn it? Did you burn it in a furnace with carbon, or how did you burn it?" "The earth shaft furnace made of mud was burned with coal. Nothing was burned, and the ore disappeared directly. There was no metal in the coal ash." Yu Fu immediately talked about the situation of his experiment. Luo Chong was excited when he heard this. "Are you sure the ore was burned directly? Is it possible that the burned remains were mixed with the coal ash and you didn't distinguish it?" This. Yu Fu thought for a moment. He really didn't pay attention to this matter at the time, so he had to say, "It's possible, but I didn't pay attention. I was just thinking about finding metal." Hearing this, Luo Chong strengthened his suspicions and immediately shouted, "Come here, knock a small piece of stone down from here, hold it with iron chopsticks, and bake it on the flame of a carbide lamp to see if white powder appears. Wear a mask to prevent poisonous gas."